Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Chief 1 Chaos consumed the settlement as Milko was brought in, his body battered and bruised beyond recognition. Healers and shamans were all over the place, trying their best to save the advisor's child. While the healers poured their healing concoctions all over Milka, the shamans chanted prayers, calling on the gods for aid as they tended to his wounds. Since Milko was in a grave condition, the healers decided to operate on him right in the middle of the busy square. The necessary equipment was brought to him along with a lot of attention as the tribals surrounded him. "Vote!" I said, "Move, damn it." Milka's father, a small old man with tired eyes, pushed through the crowd along with his 5 wives in tow. Despite his old age and short legs, his steps were rushed as the only thing on his mind was the fear for his son. "Where's my son?" He glanced around frantically until he spotted Milka lying on a makeshift bed, surrounded by healers. "Milka, my boy," he murmured, his voice shaky with emotion. "Hold on, son. Your father is here. Everything will be all right." The healers worked feverishly, applying potions and bandages to save the young master. All the while, the heroes watched now as they weren't allowed to help. Hell, Vincent wasn't very keen on helping them either. Not after the tribe insulted them and said they had brought bad luck with them. That was the point Vincent dropped his facade of being a hero. Besides, the Nixarians living in the settlement weren't exactly the ideal citizen type since most of them were criminals and outcasts. "Are you sure we shouldn't help them?" Flora asked Vincent again. "You heard them, didn't you?" Vincent scoffed. "We brought bad luck to them. If we helped and he still ended up dying, they'd blame us again." "Vincent is right," Marcus replied. "It's better to let them be. Maybe it'll teach them not to refuse help when it's at your doorstep." Meanwhile, Milka's father knelt beside him, his hands clasping his son's limp ones. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed down at Milka's pale face. "You're strong, Milka," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You'll pull through this. I know you will." As the shamans and healers were busy saving Milka, a crowd surrounded the riders who had brought her back. Their concerned faces wanted answers since 2 of the other guys were still missing. "What happened out there?" someone demanded in a squeaky voice. "We have no idea," one of the riders replied, his brow furrowed as he carefully selected his words. "We found him lying under a bush in the condition you all saw. Yes, we were worried because of the blood he lost," another rider chimed in. "So we quickly strapped him to a wolf's back and rushed to the settlement." Hearing this, Milka's father turned to the riders, his eyes filled with anger. "You should have treated him carefully. You could have done more damage to him, you numbnuts," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "He is my son, damn it. My only son." The riders hung their heads, not with guilt but with frustration. They had done everything they could, yet they were the ones being blamed and jumped upon. Meanwhile, the healers continued their work with the shamans, whose chants grew louder as they prayed to the gods for help. They were drenched in sweat as they poured all their energy into saving Milka's life. Fucking morons, Adrian thought as he laid still, allowing them to do whatever they liked. Most of Adrian's wounds had already been healed, but the healers kept fussing over him, applying potions and other things that caused his wounds to reopen because of their rough handling. Earlier, he was worried that they'd identify the beast blood he had smeared over him, but not only did the healers fail to notice that, but they didn't even bother checking the status of the wound before treating it. Adrian was pretty sure they were stressed because of Milka's father. In their haste to save Milka, they dumped everything they had on him, hoping it would be enough to save him. Adrian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he observed the healers. How did they manage to stay alive for so long with healers like these? He mused to himself. Just one disease outbreak, and they'd be done for. Banners may have been weaker, but at least they had skilled healers. Adrian sighed, thinking it would be better to end the farce before they amputated his hands just for the sake of doing something. Suddenly, his father jumped with happiness, thinking Milka was safe. "Milka!" he exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion as he rushed to embrace his son. But as he got closer, Milka pulled back, his eyes big and confused as if he were looking at a stranger. The old man still tried to embrace his son, only to be pushed away by his clumsy movements. It surprised everyone, as they knew Milka was quite close to the advisor. Milka opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out, causing him to panic. The old man helplessly stared into his son's eyes for any sign of recognition, but they seemed cloudy and distant. After the interaction, Milka's father felt a heavy weight in his chest as he sensed something was off with his son. "What happened to you, son?" he whispered, his voice breaking as tears welled into his eyes. "What did they do to you out there?" But Milka could only stare back at him, his expression blank and vacant. He grasped at his throat, struggling to form words that would never come out. The onlookers murmured. Some of their faces were filled with concern and pity, while the rest looked pleased with the result. Quite a few didn't like the advisor or his brat. But one thing was clear. Whether the tribe had hoped for Milka's recovery or not, it was clear that the ordeal had taken a heavy toll on him. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Chief 2. A whole week had passed since Milka's miraculous survival. Milka's rescue sparked hope among the others that the other two missing people might be okay, too, so the tribe extended the search even further. But despite the tribe's best efforts, they never found a trace of them, as if the forest had devoured them. Finally, they had to drop the search and move on. The families of the missing individuals clung to the hope that Milka might remember something about his friends. Still, given his health condition, there was no telling when and if he would ever remember about them. Moreover, Milka's father made it clear that his son's recovery was most important to him. He urged the tribe not to burden Milka with questions about things he couldn't remember, as the healers believed it could jeopardize his recovery. Consequently, everyone maintained a distance from Milka, allowing him the space he needed to heal. But after a week, even the advisor's hands were forced when the tribal chief instructed him to train Milka so that whatever happened to him would never happen to anyone else. When the advisor hesitated, the chief demanded an audience with Milka alone in one of the enclosures. With that, there was nothing more the advisor could do to protect his son. He informed Milka about the conversation, expecting him to get mad. But to the advisor's surprise, Milka seemed eager to meet the chief. It was unlike how Milka would usually behave, but the advisor chalked it up to his memory loss and was happy that his son was finally showing signs of maturity. Remember, do not look the chief in his eyes, the advisor warned his son. Quickly avert his gaze even if you do, and do not comment on. Milka stopped his father using broken hand signals before pointing at this tongue and shaking his head. Oh right, forgive me, I forgot about your condition. Milka's father smiled wanly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Just be careful, son, and make me proud. Milka smiled back before entering the enclosure. Once he was inside, Adrian sighed. It had been a week since he last spoke, and it was driving him mad, but he had to keep his act up for a little longer. Who would have thought not speaking would be so difficult? Adrian thought as he went deeper into the enclosure. Weird, where is everyone? The enclosure was packed the last time Adrian had visited the place, but this time, the animals were cowering in the corner and there were no people inside. While Adrian couldn't speak, he was confident his voice would have echoed if he had. Just then, he spotted an old man petting the massive Mammoth, a creature no one dared approach. The advisor had told him about the Mammoth beforehand. It was the chief's familiar, and only two people were allowed to go near the beast. One was the chief, and the other was the chief's uncle, the former chieftain of the Tulkas, who gave the responsibility to his nephew due to his old age. He's old, that's for sure. The old man in front of him looked like one of those ancient idols that the Tulkas preached as their ancestors. His fossilized gray hair and time-ravaged skin were proof of his age. The man's eyebrows were big enough to cover his eyes, so Adrian didn't know where the old man was looking. For all he knew, the oldie could be sleeping with his hands on the Mammoth's trunk. The man held a well-decorated staff in his other hand, his bony fingers in his other hand. Like everyone else in the tribe, the old man had a decent number of tattoos and scars engraved on his body. The man's appearance was frail, but his stats weren't. It was common knowledge that people's stats fell with old age as they were no longer in their prime. But despite his age, the old man boosted stats that put Adrian to shame. Level 113. I don't even want to imagine how strong he'd have been in his prime, Adrian thought, but was interrupted as something whizzed past him, followed by a tinge of pain. Adrian's hand instinctively touched his cheek, only to feel the warmth of blood meet his fingertips. Baffled, he glanced over his shoulder, discovering a spear lodged into the wall behind him. Despite his heightened senses, he had failed to notice the spear or its owner. He would have been done for and wouldn't even know it if it had been aimed at his head. So you're Sue's son? A burly voice echoed through the chamber as someone jumped down from the Mammoth's back. The man had a lean face, pointed chin, and small nose. His pointy ears stuck out of his long, brown, unbraided hair. It seemed the man was conscious of his appearance and thus regularly tapered his eyebrows, something unlike most of the Tulkas did. His beaded goatee, which looked exactly like his uncle's, suited him the most. Moreover, Adrian noticed that the man's muscular body was a canvas filled with numerous battle scars and tribal tattoos, even more than his uncle's. It was a sign of a prideful warrior, and each tattoo on his body had its own significance. Adrian wondered, but why does he look like Aquila and Amilla? While Adrian was wondering about it, the man rushed towards him, almost making it look like he had teleported. He stood before Adrian, eyeing him strangely. "It seems your privileges have gone through your head," the chief mumbled. "Had it not been for your father, my apologies, great tamer Ahuli. You see, my son is a bit erratic. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him," the advisor said, trying to pacify the situation, but his presence had the opposite effect. "I think I made it clear only your failure of his son would be entering the enclosure," Ahuli snarled. "Did I not? Or have you gone senile with your age?" Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Weekly Bonus Chapter 1/2 Familiar 1 Adrian realized things were getting out of hand when Ahuli angrily stepped towards his advisor. At the moment, Adrian didn't know if he should act like Milka and protect his father, or stand there, not caring what happened to him. "Teach, that's not it, chieftain," Sihu blurted out. "My son hasn't healed completely, so I was worried. Unfortunately for Sihu, Ahuli wasn't in the mood to hear excuses and threw a punch at him. Sihu quickly shielded his face with his hands, but he realized that doing so would only end up breaking his arm along with his face. Yet, before the fist could touch Sihu, someone seized Ahuli's arm. That someone, to everyone's surprise, was Adrian. "I need the oldie to live to find out about the relationship between the tribe and the church. Ahuli might not want to kill him, but I can't take any chances." Ahuli slowly turned towards Adrian and, without any hesitation, swung at him. Adrian, quick on his feet, jumped in time to avoid the attack but somehow still got hit and was flung into a tiek. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," Ahuli responded before spitting his anger out. "But you should not interfere in the matters concerning the elders," Ahuli warned him, but Adrian was lost in his thoughts. He was confident he had dodged the attack but still got hit. "Don't tell me it's armament." Adrian had read the tales of an ancient technique called armament, but had just seen it in action. The method was said to have been devised by Adonai, the legendary elf who led the first group of heroes against Nether. Mastering armament could allow one to concentrate one's aura and use it for offense instead of defense, as one naturally would. It was easier to explain than to perform because concentrating Aua on a whim was something not even the greatest paladins could do, and the art of armament was thought to be lost because manifesting one's aura into physical form was next to impossible. "I'm sure he used something like armament, it has to be." "Ho ho, the young lad is not a coward, Ahun," the former chief commented while slowly walking towards them. "Not anyone would dare to go against my nephew without hesitation and get back to their feet without any injuries." Ahuli raised an eyebrow before turning around, and sure enough, Milka was standing there, not an injury on his body. Interesting. Ahuli hesitated when his uncle ordered him to meet with Sihu's useless son and teach him a lesson. Sihu had asked their help to make a man out of his son. Ahuli wasn't interested in the weak and was about to decline the request as he had heard several notorious rumors about the advisor's deadbeat son, but he didn't need to because Milka disappeared from the settlement. Ahuli was even glad someone when they disappeared. In his eyes, the weak were vermin who didn't deserve to live a good life, and their disappearing saved him the headache of dealing with them. But the peace didn't last long when he learned that Milka had returned. His uncle pestered him again, so he decided to deal with the mess. But it seemed the accident had changed Milka in more ways than one. Not only did the brat stand against him, but he also survived his attack. In Ahuli's eyes, this was a commendable feat, as very few could remain unaffected by his secret technique. Maybe he isn't so useless after all, Ahuli wondered, walking towards Adrian. Adrian flinched, thinking he was about to get hit again. Instead of the rider role would be suited to someone with your build. That's all he said before walking away. Adrian didn't know what was happening, but Suhai had tears in his eyes as he rushed to embrace his son. "I never thought I'd live to see this day," he smiled, tears rolling down his cheeks. Adrian still wasn't sure what was happening, but if being a rider would help him climb the hierarchy, he would be happy. A few hours later. "This isn't what I had in mind," Adrian thought. He was back in the enclosure, but this time, he was there to be paired up with his familiar. To become a rider, he would first have to find a direwolf willing to join him in his adventures. Well, that was the case, but for now, he was standing in the enclosure with Ahuli's uncle glaring at him. Skaha, that was the old man's name, and it seemed he was in charge of maintaining the enclosures and was often referred to as the Great Tamer. How boring, Adrian yawned, only to be hit by Skaha's staff. "I told you to stay still, didn't I?" Skaha quaked. "You move again, and this stick will blow your head off." "My apologies, Great Tamer." Suhai apologized while standing further away. Skaha, however, waved him off. Skaha's job was to help find a familiar for the tribe's exceptional warriors, but this time, he had made an exception since Ahuli had acknowledged Milka. In the years he had served as the Great Tamer, it had never taken him this long to find a familiar for someone. It was as if Milko was someone special who had been hiding in plain sight, or maybe someone else was inside him. What's your preferred weapon? Don't make me wait and answer quickly, or I'll hit you again. Adrian remained quiet, puzzled by the old man's request. He couldn't help but wonder if the old man was losing his mind. Milka could not speak or remember anything. It was a well-known fact. That's why it felt strange when the old man asked him to talk about something he obviously couldn't recall. Forgive the interruption, but my son doesn't know how to use a weapon, Suhai interrupted. Well, that's a bummer. You really were useless before. A young man like you doesn't know how to wield a weapon? What have you been doing all these years? Cuddling your pillow? You have the perfect physique to be a wolf rider, but I doubt any direwolf would accept you as a partner. It's disappointing. It's highly disappointing. Skaha shook his head. Even a Tiak might reject you, but maybe you'll surprise me. He continued, follow me, both of you. Let's see if any creature shows interest towards your born-again brat. Asterisk. Author's note. Thanks to Uvula Burrito for gifting 22 golden tickets and increasing my workload. Sarcasm. 2 new bonus chapters will be uploaded today and tomorrow. Thanks for your support. Chapter 104. Familiar 2. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the place where the Tiaks were kept and trained. It was the first time Adrian had seen so many of them freely running around, as the last time he had been there, they had been locked within their sectors. There were Tiaks of a variety of colors, ranging from the deepest shade of black to the alluring white. Moreover, each Tiak had its unique abilities and characteristics, making it a formidable force. While Adrian was looking at the majestic creatures, a loud barking noise was heard from the room's far end. He turned around and saw 3 enormous wolves fighting with a handful of men. Their jaws looked fearsome as they tried to bite one of the men, but failed as another tribal member jumped between, pushing the beast away. Upon a closer look, Adrian realized it was Akuli Freebmakon. They are all wild beasts. We still need to tame them. Ska pointed at the wolves with his staff when he noticed Adrian's gaze on them. Primal wolves, extremely resilient creatures, a bit more dangerous than conventional direwolves. He continued, even the most experienced hunters have a hard time taming them. With their razor-sharp fangs and unmatched strength, these wolves are a force to be reckoned with, as you can see. Another beast lunged to bite someone and almost got away with it as well, but instead, Ahuli whipped it. It wouldn't have been much of a problem if we could somehow tame their leader, as the other 2 are following his lead, Skahai continued, ignoring the commotion. But as you can see, we've had little success taming them. The later, Suhai asked while his eyes were still focused on the wolves. Adrian found it strange that someone as old as the advisor didn't know about the creatures they were training. Then it hit him. Suhai might have known about the creatures, but since Milka had lost his memories, he didn't. As his son couldn't talk, he couldn't ask the question himself, so Suhai asked the question instead. At that moment, Adrian felt a tinge of guilt. Suhai's love for his son made him realize that he had separated a loving father from his son. But Adrian pushed that thought out of his head when he recalled the depraved crap he indulged himself in. Why should he feel guilty for killing a piece of shit? Yes, the leader. It's in the middle, the big white one with the black snout. Can you see him? Skaha pointed at the one he mentioned. We call them the Commander Wolves. Suhai and Adrian nodded, and Skaha continued, among Tiaks and wolves, it is assumed that the lighter their fur, the stronger they are, but it is the opposite regarding speed. In other words, the white wolf is stronger than the rest but lacks agility. At least that would be the case if it wasn't an aberrated monster. I have heard about aberrated monsters before, Suhai chimed in. If I'm not wrong, the chief caught one such creature in his teenage. Yes, I did. Skaha puffed his chest as Suhai reminded him of the past. Milka, can you see the bright spot on its black snout? That is a symbol of aberration. Adrian nodded. It was impossible not to spot the leader, even if he had tried, as it was twice as big as the others. He then began paying attention to their chat. According to Skaha, aberrated monsters were more dangerous than the usual ones. The white wolf before them was already stronger than other wolves, but being aberrated made it the strongest primal wolf the Tolkas had ever captured. But while they had captured them, taming them was a different tale. That's interesting, Suhai remarked. But it doesn't look like they'll be able to tame them, Skaha commented. Taming these creatures is a complex process that requires patience, skill, and a deep understanding of their nature. Now that Ahuli is here, it should be doable. It'll be our pleasure to witness the glorious moment, Suhai replied before giving Skaha a quick nod. I'm sure Ahuli would be pleased to have an audience. But for now, let's leave the wolves to the experts and find you a suitable teak. Skaha ushered them inside one of the hidden stables. Asterisk, they appear to be quite bigger than usual, Suhai commented, and they entered a forbidden sector. They are because all of these teaks are aberrated, Skaha replied. These teaks are kept for special warriors of the tribe, and anyone, even Ahuli, requires my permission to enter this place. A place that's forbidden to the chief, Adrian thought. This place will come in handy later. As Adrian looked around, he realized the teaks there weren't roaming around like the ones before, and each had a separate living place, unlike the other sectors he had visited. They continued to walk and walk. They must have crossed about 100 teaks, all of different colors and sizes. But Skaha didn't stop. It looked like he had a special teak in mind for Adrian. Soon, it became clear to him what Skaha was looking for: the weakest but most agile teaks. Adrian knew it because as they continued going deeper and deeper into the enclosure, the color of the teaks got deeper. Skaha didn't stop walking until he reached the end, where all the teaks with jet black skin were kept. Well, I thought I would at least be able to get a midnight or a navy blue one, but I guess I'll just have to make do with whatever I get my hands on, Adrian thought as they finally came to a halt. The teak in front of them was black, but it was by far the tallest teak he had seen all day. The black stallion had a crimson-red mane that started from his head and ended at the tip of his tail. A white stripe in the middle of his head went all the way to his upper lip. I know what you're thinking, young one. This is Huruk, the strongest black teak our beast enclosures have to offer. Skaha beamed with pride. I have carefully raised him since he was a little foal. Those were good times, however. It seemed Huruk was too excited to greet them and jumped over the tall fence and stood right next to Adrian. All 6 eyes of the teak were fixated on Adrian. Suhai stood behind Skaha on the other side of the teak, looking frightened. It looked like Skaha wanted to tell Adrian something, but instead of uttering a word, he used signs to communicate. Unfortunately, Adrian didn't understand the signals and stepped backwards, enraging the beast, who struck Adrian with all its might. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Familiar 3. As soon as Adrian moved, the teak went crazy and whipped him with his tail. Tail whips were a teak's preferred way to engage in combat, and by using them, Huruk had started a duel with Adrian. This was what Skaha had been wanting to tell Adrian. The teaks were extremely sensitive to noise. Even the lightest movements could alert them, especially when they were super focused. Generally, when teaks fight, they fight in silence, relying on their agility and strength. Once someone breaks the silence, the battle starts, and when the battle begins, to them, it doesn't matter whether their opponent is a beast or not. They tend to go all out, using their tails as their primary weapon, as Huruk did with Adrian. The Tolkas were usually trained to battle against teak from a young age. However, Adrian had no knowledge whatsoever about these things. To him, all of this was a new experience, and it looked like it was going to be a miserable one. This duel is not just a test of strength, Skaha explained. It's a pivotal moment that will determine whether Huruk acknowledges Milka as his rightful owner. Skaha continued whispering, if we intervene now, I'm afraid the rest of the teaks will lose interest in your son and question his place as a leader. After all, no one, not even the beasts, would want to serve a weak individual. Just like that, all objections Suhai had were silenced in moments. However, despite the reasons Skaha gave him, a father's heart would always worry about his son. The impact was so strong that Adrian rolled over on the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. It looked like Huruk's tail got him in the chest. Still, Adrian managed to block the attack using his left arm. However, stopping the blow didn't reduce the pain he felt, as he was forced to let out a nasty groan following the cracking sound. His left forearm had become useless, snapping immediately upon coming into contact with the tail. Thankfully, the troll's blood would heal the wound sooner rather than later. That said, Adrian still needed to find a way to defeat the beast. Using analysis on the beast, Adrian discovered something bizarre. The aberrated beast had 2 layers of bones, one under its muscles and the second right under the skin, acting like an exoskeleton. No wonder its attack hurt like a bitch. It'd be impossible to break through their exoskeleton without a weapon, Adrian thought. Since I don't have a weapon and can't use my inventory in front of witnesses, I'll have to improvise. Adrian had never considered the teaks frightening, but Huruk had changed his entire perception of the species. One of the few things Adrian knew about the creatures, thanks to Skaha blabbering about them earlier, was that they tend to charge in if they feel threatened. Their charge was said to be so strong that only a few could survive the impact, and Adrian did not want to test the theory out, not on himself, at least. But it sure was something that he could use against the creature. Suddenly, Hurok lunged forward, its jaws snapping at Adrian. He dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp teeth. With a grunt, he launched himself at the beast, aiming a powerful punch at its side. The beast was stunned by the force and forced to stumble backwards, letting out a roar of pain and anger. However, the next moment, it swung its massive head, trying to catch Adrian with its horns. Adrian, quick on his feet, ducked and rolled out of Hurok's reach. Hurok let out a deafening roar along with its hot and smelly breath as it charged towards Adrian. With lightning reflexes, Adrian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the beast's massive hooves. As Hurok turned to attack again, Adrian rushed towards it, aiming a swift punch at its side like before. His fist connected with a satisfying thud, but Hurok barely seemed to register the attack in its frenzied state. It swung its massive head again towards Adrian, its jaws snapping dangerously close to his face as Adrian held the creature in place with one of his legs. Adrian could feel the heat of Hurok's breath on his skin, and it wasn't a pleasant feeling. "Get your stinky-ass breath out of my face," Adrian thought before punching the beast's face with all his might. Adrian's attack hurt the beast this time, and it vigorously shook its head while stepping backwards. However, Adrian knew it was time to push forward. He then launched himself at Hurok, grabbing hold of its mane and pulling himself onto its back. The beast bucked and thrashed, trying to get the human off its back, but Adrian clung on with all his strength. While the creature struggled to get him off his back, Adrian began to pummel Hurok's thick hide with his fists, each blow landing with a satisfying thud. The beast reared and screamed in pain, but Adrian refused to relent. He had to keep fighting and pushing until Hurok felt threatened enough to charge blindly. But Hurok turned out to be resilient and quite stubborn, more so than Adrian had anticipated. It shook and twisted, trying to throw him off, but Adrian, as stubborn as the creature, held on. However, Hurok refused to surrender. With a final, desperate roar, it charged straight at the enclosure's wall, its massive head lowered like a battering ram. Adrian braced himself for the impact, knowing this was his chance to end the fight. And then, with a deafening crash, Hurok slammed headfirst into the wall, the force of the blow shattering the barrier-like glass. Adrian wanted to ensure the beast would hit the barrier and stay on its back until the last second before jumping over and landing on a patch of grass meant for the TX to eat. Adrian slowly got back to his feet, feeling a bit shaken. But looking up, he saw Hurok lying motionless on the ground. Had it not been for the creature's heavy breathing, Adrian would have thought he killed the beast somehow. At the same time, Suhai rushed towards his son while Skaha stood there with a smile on his face. "He's not too bad. After all, Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Savior 1. Each creature in the wilderness boasted a unique, often challenging, bonding ritual. Take the TX, for instance, where one had to forcefully mount its back to establish a tame, aid and form a partnership with the beast. Adrian had accomplished that part. Unfortunately, the TX still refused to acknowledge him as its master and got heavily injured in the process. Adrian might have been safe, but Hurok wasn't. While Suhai rushed towards Milka to check on his son, Skaha did the same for Hurok. The beast was alive but had severely injured itself. It had a massive dent on its forehead, and its neck was slightly swollen. It wasn't something Skaha couldn't deal with in time and help Hurok heal, but he was confident that the beast would never be the same. As such, he had no use for Hurok. "Forgive me for this," Skaha mumbled, getting up and placing the edge of his staff on Hurok's neck before twisting it with all his weight. The beast squirmed but stopped after a loud cracking sound was heard. Skaha had snapped Hurok's neck to put it out of its misery before Akuli learned about it, or else something much worse would have happened to the poor beast. "It's better to die like this than being fed to the wolves alive." Skaha then continued after turning toward Adrian. "Looks like I was right. These beasts don't suit you, after all. Let's find you a direwolf and make you a proper rider." Adrian nodded, and the group left the sector for a different one. On the way, they crossed the area where Akuli and the rest were still trying to tame the commander wolf. Only this time, Adrian could see quite a few of them had been injured, and some were even being taken out of the enclosures in makeshift stretchers. "Quite some beast, isn't it?" Skaha chuckled, noticing Adrian's gaze on the creature. "I'm surprised Akuli wasn't about to get the lick." Adrian raised his eyebrow upon hearing the Tolka word lick. Skaha understood what he wanted to know and explained what a lick meant. Like the TX, the wolves had a bonding ritual. To bond with a dire wolf, one had to defeat it in battle and hope to receive a lick. However, it wasn't all that uncommon for the wolves to reject the ones who defeated them and refuse to lick the tribesmen who defeated the creature. A wolf's lick was no ordinary lick, either. It has strong healing properties and symbolizes many things, one of which could be directly interpreted as affection. Unlike the other beasts, when the wolves were tamed, they became highly affectionate and possessive over their partner, and often licked them. However, when it came to choosing a partner, the direwolves were extremely picky. They were also known for partnering up with someone stronger than them. It was a rule that had never been broken for anyone, but once they picked a partner, they would readily give up their lives to protect their partner from injury. This was also one of the reasons why scouts preferred to use them as mounts rather than TX. Come on, let's leave the beasts to Aculi and find you a strong wolf to ride on, Skaha commented, walking ahead. However, it seemed Adrian had already chosen his familiar. As he walked up to the sector where Aculi was the only one left standing, the rest of them had either been knocked unconscious or were hastily tending to their wounds. Where are you going? Skaha shrieked, but Adrian showed no signs of stopping. Afar Yubnaldado. If I can tame the big one, it would certainly boost my status within the tribe, Adrian thought as he ran toward the sector. Besides, having such a beast by my side would also prove beneficial during the siege. Someday or the other, the banners would launch an attack on the Tulkas. When that happened, Adrian would be there to cause havoc from the inside, and for that, he'd need a pet. In his eyes, the commander wolf was the best suited for the job. Meanwhile, Aculi wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was the first time it had taken him that long to tame a creature, with the exception of Mammoroth, as their fight had lasted for over 2 days. However, that didn't mean the commander wolf was weak. Both were at the top, but in different leagues. As such, Aculi's thirst to tame the commander grew even more. After all, the strongest wolf must belong to the strongest Tulka. It had been an unspoken rule. Aculi couldn't let anyone else tame the beast, or it might cause unnecessary drama within the tribe regarding him being the chieftain. Why? Because unlike Skaha, the seat of the chieftain was offered to Aculi, not earned. Sure, he proved he was worthy of it after taming the Mammora, but he needed Skaha's help to do that. It had always been a sore spot for Aculi, and he knew the tribals secretly judged him for it. This was a chance for him to shut their mouths once and for all. That's why Aculi had been intentionally letting the others get injured, eliminating the competition one at a time. Now, he was the only one left standing. Finally, it was his time, or was it? While he was lost in his thoughts, the commander wolf made a move and jumped him, slashing at his face. Aculi, being quick to his feet, turned to save himself, but the claws were bigger than he had expected, and he got slashed in the chest. Searing pain shot up in Aculi's body, but his face showed no signs of pain. He merely glanced at the wound before tightening his grip around his staff. Usually, he would have used a spear, but Aculi didn't want to kill the beast accidentally or, worse, injure it irreparably. The staff would have to do it, but it didn't seem the commander wolf was taking the chieftain seriously, and Shilly was about to make the beast regret that. He charged at the beast, the staff held tightly by his side. The commander wolf howled, and its underlings charged at Aculi. Since Aculi was only concerned about the commander wolf's safety, he unleashed the full brunt of his strength against the direwolves. He slammed the staff into one wolf's head and, using it as a platform, jumped before landing a drop on the other wolf's face. It was safe to say the first wolf was out of action while the other was nursing its wound, but Aculi wasn't going to allow the wolf to recover. In a display of strength, he grabbed the stunned wolf's waist and suplexed the beast into oblivion. Aculi was confident that only the commander wolf was left now. However, his prediction turned out to be wrong when the first wolf, despite its injury, jumped over him, biting Aculi in his calf. Aculi gritted his teeth before furiously slamming his elbow on the beast's back, snapping it in half, and finally ending the beast. Aculi glanced at Commander Wolf, expecting to see some reaction, but the leader just stared blankly. Usually, a pack leader would be affected and show some reaction if their followers died, but this one seemed to use them as sacrifices to hurt Aculi as much as possible. She's just like me, Aculi scoffed. The Commander Wolf was not male, which made her even rarer. But what attracted Aculi to the beast was its ruthlessness as a leader. Only someone cold-blooded could sacrifice their underlings to gain the upper hand in a battle, and Aculi would have done the same to gain an advantage over a stronger opponent. In fact, he had done something similar to the rest who were trying to tame the beast by his side. The more time he spent with the beast, the more Aculi liked her. He knew it was a beast suited to be his mount. It had to be her, no one else. The wolf soon began circling Aculi, prepared for their final confrontation. With his staff in hand, Aculi was also ready. Suddenly, the commander charged at him. Aculi swung the staff with all his might, but to his surprise, the beast veered left at the last moment and hit Aculi with her tail, smacking the staff out of his hands. Ahilai was taken aback by the creature's agility as she charged to him again. The chieftain lashed out with his left hand, intending to hit the beast in the chest. But again, the beast outsmarted Ahilai and dove down before biting his injured leg. Ahilai couldn't hide the pain this time as the commander tore a chunk of flesh from his leg. Ahilai was losing blood fast as his people grew concerned about him. He was forced to lean against the fence, angrily staring at the beast about to attack him. He could hear his tribesmen gasping, panicking to get weapons to deal with the beast. But even in that situation, Ahilai didn't want the beast dead. Using their hesitation to her advantage, the beast leapt again, aiming for Ahilai's chest. However, someone jumped over the fence at the last moment, kicking the beast in the face. "Milka, what are you doing here?" Ahilai asked, caressing his wound. But Milka didn't reply. Instead, he bravely stood between Ahilai and the beast as a wall. ***** Author's note. Apologies for not uploading the chapters as promised. The hospital visit took a lot longer than I assumed, but I'll upload the bonus chapter and one I owe for today later this week. Thanks for your support! Chapter 107. Savior 2. The commander wolf let out a short but menacing growl to acknowledge Adrian's presence. At that moment, the wolf was focused on the new opponent instead of Ahilai. Despite Ahilai's objection, the tribals used that moment to rush in and drag him to treat his injuries. Ahilai wasn't willing to let the commander wolf slip out of his hands, but he knew there wasn't much he could have done in that instance. Now that he was out of the heat of battle, Ahilai realized the severity of his wounds. His calf had been ripped open, and his blood was gushing out like a broken faucet. It was the same with the wound on his chest. While the adrenaline was initially working in his favor, the rush only made him lose blood at an accelerated pace. If Milka hadn't intervened when he did, Ahilai would have most likely passed out shortly due to blood loss, even if he somehow dodged the beast's attack. Still, losing the commander wolf wasn't something Ahilai was willing to think about. "Hurry up and get some healers!" Ahilai yelled at the ones around him. The tribesmen were shocked to see their chieftain act so out of character. Still, none of them wanted to infuriate Ahilai, so they rushed to get the healers. Meanwhile, Ahilai's eyes were fixated inside the enclosure where Milka stood before the wolf. He isn't going to last long against the wolf, Ahilai thought while pouring a good chunk of tincture on his wound. But I hope he does. Ahilai's thought process was linear with his goal. All he wanted from Milka was to hold off the wolf long enough for him to heal and continue the fight. But for that to happen, the healers needed to treat him quickly. Besides, in everyone's eyes, Milka was still a brat, so no one would bat an eye if he ended up dying. Sure, Suhai would be a mess, but he'll recover in time, and if he doesn't, Ahilai could always employ a new advisor. The rest of the tribe had similar thoughts, so no one rushed to save Milka. Besides, if the chieftain wasn't concerned with someone's safety, why would the others feel any different? Suhai and Skaz soon arrived at the place, but to his horror, Suhai saw the tribesmen idling around the fence instead of saving his son. "What are you doing?" he yelled at them. "Hurry up and save my son." However, instead of obeying his instructions, the tribal pushed Suhai's hand off himself before turning toward the old man. "Why should I?" he replied. "Well, what do you mean? Why should I? I'm ordering you both come. Why would I risk my neck for someone worthless like him?" The man sneered, and his companions agreed with him. "And nobody forced your kid to play the hero. He should have known better than to act without thinking about the consequences." Suhai gritted his teeth, but he knew arguing with them would not result in a solution, so he turned towards Ahilai, hoping he would listen to him. "Chieftain," Suhai begged, falling onto his knees. "Please save my son. He's the only one I live for." Without him, however, Ahilai was not in the mood to listen to his begging either. After all, he had his own wounds to deal with, and Suhai's nagging only made him angrier. "Suhai, shut your mouth!" Ahilai yelled, pushing the old man. "Your son chose to be a warrior and grow a pair of balls. Why can't you be more like him and stop whining like a bitch?" Suhai was shocked to witness Ahilai act so harshly towards him. For all his life, Ahilai had respected him in some way, but today, it seemed like some demon had taken over his body. The entity, Sin of Pride, laughs in the corner. Suhai's prediction was on point. A demon had undoubtedly taken over Ahilai, but in a different sense. The fight between the vassals of greed and sloth had sparked a fire within their legion. Entities who had been bored to death had now found a new source of entertainment. They copied the higher beings they despised and started to meddle with the mortals within different realms, and the Sin of Pride chose Ahilai as a suitable candidate to turn into his vassal. The entity, Sin of Pride, sighs and says he would have liked it better to have user Adrian as his vassal. The entity, Sin of Sloth, growls and warns Sin of Pride to stay away from her man. Members of the Legion laugh collectively. Meanwhile, Adrian was busy figuring out how to deal with the beast quickly. He more or less knew what was going on inside Achilai's head and wanted to tame the wolf before Achilai recovered. I can't just use illusionary eyes out of the blue, Adrian thought. Achilai spent so much time trying to subdue the beast, and it would look suspicious if I did it within seconds. Adrian knew he had to make it look like he had defeated the beast. But how would he? Achilai was stronger than him, yet he was reduced to such a state. Adrian knew he wouldn't last long if he tried to fight with the creature. Adrian thought about having a fake fight with the beast as with Bakira when he had control over its mind. But he knew Skaha was too smart to fall for such a trick for that. He'd see through it immediately, and Adrian didn't want to cause any problems. The entity, the progenitor of the hunt, offers a proposal to the user. Thanks for the offer, but I'd like to do this my way. The entity, the progenitor of the hunt, nods and watches on. Adrian had his reasons for declining the entity's help. First, he no longer trusted them, and second, he didn't want to be helped with every little thing he did. However, thanks to the prompt, Adrian was reminded of a title he had which was perfect for this scenario. Title effect, Nemean Blessing has been activated. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Fenris 1. Adrian fearlessly charged toward the beast, who wasted no time replying in kind. Everyone who saw Adrian's attack couldn't help but question his sanity, wondering if the head injury he suffered turned him into a moron. Who, in their right mind, would dare to challenge the Commander Wolf head-on? Don't fight him at such close range. Suhai yelled, but Adrian ignored his cries. The next moment, Adrian and the wolf collided and a cloud of dust erupted, covering them. The tribals didn't need a clear vision to know who had won. There was no chance Adrian would have done any damage to the beast like that. However, they were in for a shock when they heard the wolf groaning. One of Adrian's shoulders was bent out of shape, but the wolf had suffered most of the damage and kept whimpering. Impossible, Skaha mumbled when he realized what happened. Instead of facing the beast's head first, Adrian fooled the creature before striking her with Achilai's staff from the underside, which was the beast's weakest point. He must have slid under the beast when she leapt to attack Adrian and hit her with a staff in the chest. Everyone was in awe, but there were none more surprised than Achilai, who couldn't believe his eyes. Milka could have been strong, but fearlessly attacking the wolf and not being affected by it was weird. Did I underestimate the kid? Achilai thought as Adrian popped his shoulder back in place as if it was nothing special. But in truth, Adrian had been lucky. His injuries would have been much worse without the Nemean blessing. Now that the effect was on cooldown, he knew he had to end the fight quickly. Adrian noticed the wolf staggering because of their brief collision and knew he had to take the chance. He dug his feet into the sand before jumping and kicking the Commander Wolf with all his might. The kick hit the beast right in the face, sending it tumbling to the other side of the small fenced area. What the hell? Was Milka always this strong? The Debbie of the tribe was suddenly getting some acknowledgement, and Suhai couldn't be happier. However, the danger was still hovering over his son's head. But Milka's sudden revelation of strength wasn't the only thing they were talking about. A few of them were also wondering if there was something wrong with Achilai. After all, Achilai was known to be stronger than Milka, yet the deadbeat performed better than their chieftain. However, knowing that Achilai could hear them, they quickly hushed themselves. They were right, and Achilai heard them, but he also knew that every word they said was true. So, instead of yelling at them to shut up, he yelled at them to bring the healer to him. Where is the damned healer? Achilai yelled at the top of his lungs, and 2 more people rushed to check. While everyone was distracted, Achilai glared at the Commander Wolf. He was pissed at for not attacking Milka as it assaulted him. In his eyes, the damned beast was going easier on the deadbeat. I have to tame it, I have to. Achilai gritted his teeth. If the tribals were already gossiping about him, he couldn't help but wonder what they'd do if Milka managed to tame the beast. Achilai's worries weren't unfounded, either. His position as the tribe's chieftain was often questioned. After all, unlike Skaha or those who came before them, he hadn't proved himself worthy of being the chief and was simply given the position. Taming Commander Wolf was meant to seal his position as chieftain, but now, even that was slipping away right before his eyes saw because he had gotten careless in front of the beast and underestimated it. Achilai tried getting up, but his legs gave away and he collapsed. He punched the ground in frustration when he felt Skaha's hand on his shoulder. Rest first, he whispered. Getting angry won't solve your problems. Besides, there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. You can tame an even better monster then. Achilai took a deep breath and nodded, but even then, he knew it was all for nothing. He wanted the beast before him, but Skaha's words made him realize that sometimes things were not supposed to go how they desired. But nobody else understood that the sin of pride had stopped messing with Achilles' feelings because he had grown tired of toying with him. After all, what was the point in playing with someone who couldn't even walk, let alone fight? With the false sense of pride gone, Achilles calmed down and even began appreciating Milka for saving him. As Achilles pondered more about the situation, he realized that Milka having the beast might actually turn out alright. If I let him join my private squad of riders, both Milka and the wolf would follow my orders, Achilles thought. It would boost Milka's standing in the tribe while securing my position as the chieftain. He looked up and noticed Milka sitting on top of the wolf and punching it senselessly. It was the first time he had seen anyone tame a beast in such a ferocious manner. What surprised him even more was that the method was working. The wolf fought back, slashing and biting the human. However, Adrian didn't seem to mind the attacks and instead kept his focus on hitting the damn creature. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't know that by then, Adrian had used illusionary eyes on the beast. However, the control wasn't perfect, and that's why Adrian was beating the living crap out of the wolf so he could assume complete control over the creature. What the hell? Skaha exclaimed in shock, noticing the beast's posture. The beast stopped struggling and lowered its head, a gesture of surrender common among direwolves. Adrian saw this and stopped hitting her. Instead, he reached out his hand to her and then, to everyone's surprise, the wolf licked Adrian's hand before wagging her tail like a dog. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Fenris 2 Envy. That was the emotion in the eyes of the tribesmen when they saw the commander wolf wagging its tail. While the tribes respected Milka due to Suhai's influence, the riders under Achilles' command had no such obligation. In their eyes, Milka was a useless brat who only knew how to freeload on his father's influence. But that perception was shattered in moments when they saw him facing and taming the commander wolf all by himself. The riders, in a state of disbelief, couldn't help but feel envious, and who could blame them? Milka just swooped in and tamed the strongest wolf they had set their eyes on, while they had to give their best even to get an umber-brown wolf to partner up with them. But the most surprised among them was Skaha. Never in a million years had he thought Milka would be the one to partner up with not only a white dire wolf, but an aberrant white dire wolf. Skaha knew the boy had talent in him from how he went against Huruk, but the outcome before him was unlike what he had imagined. I was confident Achilles would be the one to tame the beast, Skaha thought as a healer rushed past him to treat Achilles' wound. But fate had something else planned for us. Skaha wasn't the only one who thought Achilles would tame the beast. After all, it was only fitting that the strongest beast in the tribe belonged to the strongest man in the tribe. That had been the unspoken rule. But now that Milka had tamed the beast, things were about to be different. Milka's influence would soar through the sky once the tribe learns about this. But it might hurt Achilles' reputation. I can't allow that to happen, not after investing so much in him. Skaha turned to face his nephew, who was trembling in rage. The fact that Achilles couldn't subdue the wolf must have felt like a slap to his face. But having a deadbeat partner up with that same wolf was just plain humiliation in Skaha's eyes, and he knew Achilles would have felt the same. But the reality was different. Instead of being angry, Achilles was ecstatic with the strange development. Taming and controlling a commander wolf was more tiring than controlling a man, but he knew someone like Milka would be easy to manipulate. All he had to do was to win him over, and it wouldn't be hard. Suhai obeys me, so it's only natural for his son to do the same, Achilles thought, confident in himself. I just need to treat him better. Yes, that should do the trick and get him to become one of my fangs. Tribesmen would kill each other to be in the chieftain's squad, the fangs. If Achilles threw in a couple more things, Milka would be more than pleased to join his team. He is young, so offering him some personal slaves should do the trick. Unlike the rest, who were busy plotting ways to take advantage of Adrian, Suhai was the only one genuinely happy about his son's achievement and wanted to show his appreciation to him. As soon as the commander wolf calmed down, Suhai rushed up and checked on his son. However, when he got close to Milka, the commander wolf let out a growl and bravely stood before Adrian, waiting for his command to attack. The wolf's possessiveness for Adrian had already kicked in. There was no denying that the commander wolf now belonged to Adrian and him only. Everyone else would be treated as a stranger and dealt with as such. The wolf's reaction presented Adrian with a new challenge. Since he couldn't speak, it made it difficult for him to control the beast. How could he command the wolf if he couldn't talk? I'd need to train her to understand hand signals first and foremost, Adrian thought, gently caressing the beast's head, and she immediately calmed down. The wolf was still aware of the surroundings but allowed Suhai to approach her master. Suhai rushed to hug his son, tears running down his face. Your mother would have been so proud of you, my son, he exclaimed, cupping Adrian's cheeks with his hands. At that moment, Adrian caught a glimpse of his own father's face and Suhai's expression. The image disappeared as quickly as it appeared, shaking him up. Adrian's dad was the only one who had ever shown him love. Losing him had hurt Adrian deeply. Also, seeing how Suhai gazed at his son made Adrian understand the depth of Suhai's love for Milka. Unfortunately, the son Suhai thought he had was long gone and had been replaced by an imposter. No point dwelling on such things, Adrian thought before gently pushing Suhai away. Just then, a system prompt appeared before his eyes, stealing Adrian's focus away from everything else. Familiar function has been unlocked. The user can use this interface to access information about their familiar S. Adrian opened the tab, and it showed him a small avatar of the Commander Wolf along with its stats and other information. Name, unnamed 1. Status, active 2. Health, 1200 plus 103. Mana capacity, low species. Dire Wolf class, Commander Wolf gender, female level, 25 exp needed to level up, 2600 stats, strength, 25 defense, 10 FE above stealth, 20 stamina, 45 agility, 30 precision, 25 intelligence, 20 unallocated stat points, 0 abilities, Wolf's Claw, alter form, Wolf's Call note, the beast is evolvable. Please bestow a name upon your familiar. A name Adrian thought, looking over at the wolf. How about Fenris? Proceed with name, Fenris. Yes, convert. Just like that, the prompts disappeared, but then something strange happened. The entity, the Great Devourer, feels honored that the user named their familiar as them and sponsors 10 familiar stat points. Adrian raised an eyebrow. He didn't understand why an entity thought he had named Fenris after them when he had named the creature after himself. I just changed a letter of my last name and turned Fenrir into Fenris, Adrian thought. Well, I won't complain about the stat points. I suppose we're both satisfied with the result. The Great Devourer. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Jungle Safari 1. I'm sorry, but the chieftain is in no position to entertain visitors, the guard stationed outside Akulai's hut informed. Not until his wounds have healed. Be as it may, I can't leave without having a meeting first. Vincent argued again, his voice filled with urgency. We are on a deadline here. The banners need to be stopped. We can't keep hanging around here aimlessly. It had been 10 days since the heroes arrived in the settlement, seeking help from the Tulkas to deal with the banners. However, despite their plans and reassurances, their discussion was fruitless, and they were still stuck within the tribe. It almost felt like the tribe had been instructed to keep the heroes occupied and not allow them to prove themselves like the Pope wanted. However, the heroes were determined to deal with the tribe and return to Nyxaria before the ravens could do more harm to their image. Today was the day when Akulai, the tribe's chieftain, was supposed to help them locate the banners. The heroes eagerly awaited meeting the chieftain and get going, but he got injured a couple of days ago and refused any guests, including Vincent and his group. Once again, I apologize, but our chieftain's health is of utmost importance to us, and I can't allow you inside, the guard calmly explained. Further insistence on the matter will not be entertained. What's with the ruckus here? Suddenly, a voice interjected in the conversation. The guards noticed Skaha and immediately bowed before him. Sophia and her crew did the same, showing respect to the tribe's elders. Within hours of living with the Tulkas, the heroes had understood the importance of showing respect and how important it was within the community to show respect to the tribe. The outsiders are seeking an audience with the chieftain, the guard replied, his eyes staring at his feet. I informed them about his condition, it's fine. So, they don't need to meet with Akulai. I'll deal with them as the former chieftain. Skaha smiled toward the heroes before handing a small pot to the guard. Make sure Akulai drinks it in one go. The guard nodded and left while Skaha approached the heroes. Please, come inside, and I'll try to solve your queries. The heroes looked at each other before following the former chieftain inside the hut beside Akulai's. Unlike the rest of the tribe, Skaha's house had remained untouched by the advancements that the outsiders brought with him. The building had a simple base made of stone with several pillars supporting a wooden roof 5 meters high. Upon entering, the heroes were seated in a hall room with some stools and a carpet. That was the only room in the house with all the furniture. On the farther side was a gate that led to a tent-like structure where Skaha lived. It was a way for him to link the tribe's past with the present. Go back to sleep, Sully. These are our friends, Skaha commented as the direwolf woke up in the presence of strangers but went back to sleep upon his master's command. Would you like some tea? No, thank you, Amelia replied, grabbing a stool. The rest followed her lead, but Vincent remained standing. Skaha smiled, noticing the young blood boiling within the elf's veins. He was once like that, all hot-blooded and ready to fight at the slightest provocations. But in time, he learned to admire the beauty of silence and peace. That's why he lived on the edge of the tribe, separate from the daily drama. However, due to Ahila's attachment, he decided to reside beside his nephew's hut. "Now then, how can I be of service?" Skaha asked the heroes with a smile. "Fulfilling your promise would be a good start," Vincent commented. "We need the location of the Banner tribe. The sooner you give it to us, the faster we'll be able to go back." "I see," Skaha muttered, scratching his beard. "I'll tell you where they are. But what do we get out of it?" "We get rid of your enemies for you. What more do you need?" Marcus scoffed. "You get their territory, and we'll complete our task. Shouldn't that be plenty?" Skaha's smile got wider as he stood and walked over to the dwarven hero, holding out his hand. Marcus glanced at his team, then back at the old man, before taking his hand, thinking he was accepting the deal. But suddenly, Marcus was lifted into the air and thrown down hard, all with just one of Skaha's arms. The rest of the heroes quickly drew their weapons, ready to attack the old man, but Sophia raised her arm, gesturing for them to stop. "What is the meaning of this, elder?" she asked politely. "A lesson," Skaha mumbled before resuming his seat. "We are not as weak as your kind tends to think. If we fancied getting rid of the banners, we could have done it by now. But we didn't." "Why do you think that is?" "Because they are just as strong," Amelia replied. "Just as strong, she says," Skaha chuckled. "That was the case 10 years back, more or less. But no, that's not the reason anymore. It's because they've gotten too clever." He continued, 16, that's how many times they have been invaded, and each time, they've come out victorious. What makes you think the 17th invasion would be any different? Vincent raised an eyebrow as he spoke. "We can deal with them if intelligence is all they have going for them. Overconfidence is the bridge to humility, often crossed by a humbling fall," Skaha mumbled as if it were a mantra. "Once upon a time, I committed the mistake of looking down upon them, just like you are doing right now, and lost my family in the process." Skaha sighed heavily, brushing away a tear that slipped from the corner of his eye. Memories of his happy family flooded back, reminding him of what he used to have. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to proceed with your suicidal plan." Skaha eventually broke the silence. "The church has asked us to look after you. However, if you're ready to show us you're worth it, maybe I can lend a hand." Vincent's hand clenched into a tight fist as he heard those words. First, it was the Pope, and now this guy wanted them to prove their worth. But he calmed himself. It was just another test. What could go wrong? Little did he know, everything he could imagine and more would go wrong. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Weekly bonus. Chapter 2/2 Jungle Safari 2. Later that night. "So let me get this straight," Clara asked the rest of the team. "That old man wants us to clear a dungeon that hasn't been read or mapped." Vincent nodded. Even he knew it was a ridiculous request, but they had no other choice. If they wanted to return to Nyxaria, they had to have the Banner's chieftain head with them, or else it'd only give the Ravens more ammo to tarnish their reputation. But going inside a dungeon without a reading could be dangerous, Clara retorted, not believing her teammates were foolish enough to agree to their terms. Since Clara had acquired food poisoning earlier in the day, she didn't accompany the rest of the team to their meeting with Skaha. He knew everyone felt the same about Skaha's request. All of them had the right to be concerned. Uncharted dungeons were known for their unpredictable traps, vicious creatures, and treacherous terrain. It was a risk they couldn't afford to take lightly. Usually, an exploration squad would be sent inside to scout the map as much as possible. Then, another team would be deployed to get the dungeon's reading and rank it based on the danger level. Once both data were at hand, the heroes would begin planning strategies to deal with the dungeon. However, this time, the heroes would have to do it all in one go without any prior intel. "I can smell the old man's intention from a mile away," Vincent thought. "The bastard is treating us like unpaid laborers." Moreover, he wasn't a fool not to notice what the old chieftain was planning. There was no need for them to prove anything to anyone, but the tribe was taking advantage of their situation and doing as they pleased with them. "It's not like we can contact the church to sort this mess out," Vincent sighed, flexing his neck. "We were told to obey their demands due to the church's frail relationship with the tribe, but this is too much even for us. It's not like we can decline their request," Amelia chimed in as if reading Vincent's mind. "Our hands are tied, so we must do it and get this over with." Everyone nodded, but it was easier said than done. They were in unknown territory with strangers all around them. The only ones they could trust were each other and no one else, and going on a quest with people one can't trust often ended in disaster. As such, a full-scale expedition was impossible. The heroes would have to take the risk and enter the dungeon or cave, as the tribals called them. While the heroes were in a bad mood, 3 tribals showed up, each with a giant direwolf trailing behind them. One of them was pristine white, while the other 2 were a shade of cerulean blue. Earlier in the day, Adrian was busy training Fenris in the enclosure when Skaha approached him along with 2 young riders in tow. While the 2 were young, they were more experienced riders than Milka, and, by extension, Adrian. "Do you have a minute to spare, boy?" Skaha asked, and Adrian nodded. Fenris growled when the riders also stepped forward along with Skaha, but she stopped when Adrian waved his hand in a downward motion, instructing the beast to sit quietly. "She's grown obedient in 3 days, huh?" Skaha smiled, patting Fenris on the head, but she didn't like it and shook his hand off. "She's feisty as well." Adrian smiled before scratching her ears. While Fenris heard his commands, even he couldn't instruct her to allow someone other than himself in her private space. In other words, only Adrian was allowed to pet her, no one else. Ignoring the beast, Skaha turned serious as he turned to Adrian. "I hope you're aware of the outsiders visiting us. You know, the ones who call themselves the heroes?" Adrian nodded. How could he forget about them? After all, they were a significant part of his plan to ruin the Tulkas. "Well, they want to clear a cave in our settlement's vicinity right about here," Skaha said, spreading a map on the ground and jabbing his finger at a spot marked with a cross. Adrian noticed the mark was within the Tulkas area of the Forbidden Forest. In other words, it was a dangerous place for anyone to visit, let alone clear a cave. "Since most of the riders are busy elsewhere, I want you and these 2 to lead the outsiders to the cave," Skaha commented, wrapping up the map and handing it to Adrian. "If possible, you could also assist them with their task, but only if you want to." Adrian couldn't help but chuckle at Skaha's poor act. He knew the old man had planned something malicious, and that's why he was acting friendly and giddy. Then Adrian's mind went back to all the heroes the tribe had enslaved and thought maybe that was how the tribe did things. Lure innocent targets, wear them out, then strike when they're vulnerable and unable to fight back, Adrian thought. I can't deny it might do the trick, even if one's targets were the mighty heroes. Just getting to the dungeon would be challenging and roughly take a day and a half to reach, and once inside, clearing it won't be a walk in the park either. The heroes would get tired as they do most of the heavy lifting inside the dungeon, and Adrian wondered if Ska would set traps around the dungeon to capture the weakened heroes. Might as well join them and see things through. Adrian smiled as he accepted the map from Ska's hand. Back in the present were the ones assigned to help you. The girl on the left informed the heroes with a bright smile. A pleasure to meet you, Vincent replied, shaking hands with them. As the group mingled with the tribals, Amelia and Sophia couldn't help but notice a man petting a white direwolf nearby. He seemed unfamiliar, yet something about him made them feel strangely connected. Moreover, his demeanor indicated he recognized them. Why else would he actively avoid their gaze? Chapter 112 Bonfire Romance 1. They don't look in a hurry now, Adrian thought while watching the tribesmen dancing like maniacs around the bonfire. They were ecstatic as if their ancestors had graced them with their presence. It was the night of the full moon, a night that signified the tribe's triumph over the wilderness. The tribesmen had lit a massive fire big enough to light up the entire riverbank. Everyone gathered around it while the women were busy roasting meat and vegetables, with a few exceptions, while the men enjoyed indulging in various activities. But the tribals weren't the only ones partaking in the festivities. Marcus was reveling in the moment, dancing with the stunning bronze-skinned women, a stark contrast to his usual experiences when it came to ladies. Previously, Adrian and Vincent were the only ones who got any attention from the ladies due to their handsome faces. Marcus was good-looking in his own right, but being a dwarf, not many ladies wanted to associate with him. However, the tribe's women, for some reason, seemed particularly fond of him. Unaware of their ulterior motives, the attention-starved Marcus was blissfully ignorant of their scheme. They're trying to tire him out since he is the group's tank. Adrian shook his head while petting Fenris. With a weak tank, it'd be easy for them to take the rest down. It had been decided they would embark on their journey early in the morning. Given the long journey ahead, Vincent and Clara had already retired to their rooms to rest and prepare. But the ladies had insisted on Marcus accompanying them, which he agreed to quickly. Vincent had suggested not to spend a lot of time there, but Marcus wasn't going to listen to anybody when he had women swinging their bodies for him. To Marcus, who wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, any push from Vincent might seem like jealousy. Forcing him to leave in that state would make them not trust each other anymore, harming the upcoming expedition. Adrian smiled. The tribe knew how to play their cards quite well. No matter what the heroes did, it would harm them in one way or another. If Marcus didn't leave, he'd be tired and weak, and if the team forced him to go, it would only build resentment toward each other. A brilliant move. Adrian earlier used to wonder how the tribe managed to enslave so many heroes, but now he knew the answer. The tribes let the heroes stay with them for a long time to better understand them. They start to play with their feelings once they know enough about the heroes. They make them mistrust each other, and then they use those ill feelings to divide them and enslave them. Were we always this easy to divide? Adrian sighed as everything clicked into place in his mind. Skaha is the one pulling the strings, he thought. I reckon Ahili is just his puppet, too. The old man didn't step down as chieftain. He merely placed someone he could control from the sidelines. That way, if things went wrong, he could stay hidden and avoid blame. Dealing with enemies with brawl was a walk in the park for someone with an ounce of a brain. But when it came to outsmarting someone cunning like Skaha, it was a pain in the ass, even for Adrian. Just then, a familiar face approached him and sat beside him. Surprisingly, Fenris didn't mind the arrival of the newcomer, probably because she was an elf, and elves were known to have their way with nature. It's a lovely night, don't you think? Amelia said, her voice as sweet as honey. Adrian nodded, looking at the sky, before returning his gaze to Amelia. He couldn't remember the last time the two of them had shared a moment like this. They probably never did, but he knew one thing for sure about the elf: she never acted so sweetly without a reason. Adrian looked around and felt the gaze of several jealous men focused on him. First, he took the wolf, and now he has a beauty snuggling up to him. How was it fair to them? Little did they know he was in a much worse position than the rest of them. At least someone has enough brain cells to know something is amiss here, Adrian thought as Amelia inched closer to him. Amelia had likely seen what the tribe wanted and thought she'd do it too by charming Adrian, who everyone called the great tamer's protege. All evening. Beauty and brains, it's a deadly combination. People don't see it coming, thinking a sweet-faced girl couldn't be anything but harmless. But she's more like a black widow on a hunt. Can I pet it? Amelia asked, acting shy. Adrian shrugged, and she leaned in closer, her hand moving towards his lap, patting Fenris between his legs. Adrian immediately jerked backwards, thinking she would pat the wrong Fenris by accident. At this moment, Sula, the girl Skaha had chosen to accompany them, noticed the exchange, rushed over and sat on the other side. Is there a problem? Sula asked Adrian, who shook his head, wondering why Sula acted so protective of him. But Sula didn't believe it and shot a dirty look towards Amelia, who was busy petting Fenris. Your friend here doesn't speak much, Amelia remarked, not moving her gaze away from Fenris. Milka had an accident a while back, Sula replied, caressing Adrian's shoulders. He lost his memory and the ability to speak as a result of that incident. Oh, I apologize, Amelia gasped, cupping his hands together and pulling them towards her chest. I'll pray to Goddess Aria for your speedy recovery. Adrian nodded silently, keeping his gaze fixed downward. He might avoid girls, but at the end of the day, he was just a man, and having two girls so close to him had to have a reaction. Thankfully, it was dark, so the girls couldn't see the struggle within Adrian's upper and lower heads. Well, even he wasn't prepared for what was about to happen next. What do you think you're doing, seducing my fiancé in plain sight? Sula asked, quickly smacking Amelia's hands away. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Bonfire Romance 2. Adrian's eyes flew open wide, wider than they'd ever been. Sula noticed his reaction and pinched his back. He understood it was all a ruse, a way for Sula to whisk him away from Amelia. I didn't know the tribe followed such customs. Amelia smiled, letting go of Adrian's hands. But are you really engaged? Adrian cleared his throat as if agreeing with Sula. But Sula, in an attempt to make it look real, shoved herself between the two, sitting on Adrian's lap. You want proof of our close relationship? Sula scoffed, throwing her arms around his neck. We won't mind putting on a show for you if that's what you want. It was then Fenris decided it was enough and pushed Sula away, placing her head on Adrian's lap instead. Sula was a bit taken aback by Fenris's reaction, but so was Amelia. However, Adrian was glad Fenris acted when she did. Things were getting a bit heated down there, and Fenris's intervention brought Adrian some relief. I see. I hope you'll have a loving and fruitful marriage, Amelia commented before leaving. Once she was gone, Adrian offered Sula a hand, which she graciously accepted and got back to her feet. You should learn to control her better. Sula complained the moment she was up but hid behind Adrian when Fenris growled at her. What the hell is going on? Adrian sighed, instructing Fenris to lie down. Fenris obeyed, but her eyes remained glued to Sula. Futile. Sula sighed in relief, letting go of Adrian. You should be careful when dealing with the outsiders. You never know what's going inside their messed up heads. Instead of agreeing with her, Adrian pointed toward the women now feeding Marcus with their hands and other parts while hovering over him. That's different. Sula rolled her eyes, disgusted by the sight. They are merely performing their duty as instructed by the great elder. Sula didn't know the significance of what she said, but she had just confirmed that Adrian's theory was correct. Skaha was the one enslaving the heroes, giving Adrian the target he needed to eliminate. Come on, we should rest now, Sula mumbled while yawning. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. Adrian nodded and left after taking another look at Marcus. Yup, they are fucked. A few moments later, Amelia strolled through the trees, the branches swaying gently in the breeze as she made her way to the allotted place when a voice broke the silence. So, did you learn anything about him? Amelia stopped, but remained unfazed by the sudden interruption. She had been expecting something like that would happen when she slipped out of the room earlier. Apparently, the guy couldn't speak or remember anything about his past, she replied. So there's no way of knowing if he knows about us. Quite convenient for him, don't you think? Sophia said as she leapt down from a nearby tree. They had to have planned something way before our arrival. Of course they have, Amelia shrugged as the two continued towards their rooms. I don't think they've managed to fool anyone but Marcus, which is no surprise. He's a horny midget, after all. Sophia let out a little laugh, something she hadn't done often since she heard about Adrian's death. Amelia felt sad too, but nobody seemed to notice because she always had a resting bitch face. We need to be alert. Anything can happen tomorrow onwards, Amelia commented, and Sophia nodded in agreement. The next day, a few minutes before sunset. How far is the cave? Marcus complained, struggling to keep his eyes open. As Skaha had planned, the girls didn't let Marcus sleep a wink last night and kept engaging him till the stars disappeared from the sky. It hasn't even been more than half a day since we left the settlement, Clara commented. How the fuck are you already tired? Oh right, someone was busy staring at honkers instead of resting. And that person ain't sorry about it. Marcus attempted a smile, but it ended up yawning. Vincent paid no attention to them and continued on his way. He understood that if he didn't ignore Marcus, he would eventually lose his temper and end up beating the shit out of the dwarf. Something he didn't want to do in front of the strangers. The heroes sat comfortably in a wagon pulled by two TX and a giant direwolf. Tahatin, the guy Skaha picked for the mission, was driving the wagon. Sula was at the front riding her direwolf, leading the way to where they needed to go, while Adrian was positioned at the back, riding behind them all. They figured that since Fenris was the toughest of the bunch, it made sense for Adrian to be behind them for extra safety. The journey had been dull so far, but for Adrian, it was anything but relaxing. He already knew how the banners had set traps around their settlement and believed the Tolkas would have done the same. But searching for traps had been burdensome, all because, unlike the banners, the Tolkas had not cleared the area surrounding their base, making it easier to conceal any traps they might have set. At least I'd remember the safe path, Adrian sighed. But first, I'll need to inform Amila about this path somehow. While Adrian thought of ways to inform the banners about his findings, he noticed movement from the corner of his eyes. However, before he could react or alert anyone, a massive boar burst through the bushes, toppling the wagon. The heroes and Tahatin were knocked off the vehicle, but thankfully, they were safe, all but Marcus, who fell flat on his head. What the hell? It was the largest boar Adrian had ever seen. The boar was unaware of what it had done, but it didn't take long for it to notice the humans. With its target acquired, the boar rubbed its front hoof on the ground while snorting softly. It was clear the beast was planning to charge at them. Usually, Marcus would already be on the beast, beating it to death with his shield, but given his condition, someone else had to step in. The boar charged at the disoriented heroes, but Fenris tackled the beast to the ground before it could get too close to them. Amelia, the first to get to her feet, shot a couple of arrows at the boar while it was pinned to the ground, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, Adrian rushed to check on his former teammates. They were safe, but unfortunately, their wagon was shattered. There was no chance it was fixable. What was that? Clara complained, but all her aggression shifted to Marcus when she realized the dwarf was fast asleep. This midget! Clara aimed a kick at Marcus, but she lost her balance and accidentally kneed him in the crotch instead. Marcus jerked awake with a gasp, but he couldn't speak. All he managed was a wheeze before grabbing his crotch and rolling over as the soul left his body. The men grimaced, shaking their heads in sympathy for their comrade, realizing how much an armored knee to the balls would have hurt. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Queen of Spiders 1. Ignoring Marcus's personal loss, the group had evaded a disaster only to encounter another problem. Their caravan was destroyed, making it difficult for the heroes to travel as a group. Moreover, they were stranded in the forest. Sula had the map, but proceeding on foot after sunset would be suicidal. Ultimately, they agreed to camp for the night and figure things out in the morning. Otherwise, having been on countless expeditions before, they were well acquainted with the dangers of the night and had no desire to provoke the forest dwellers. Good, we already have some food, Sula said, pointing toward the boar carcass. We can use the broken cart as fuel wood to cook the meat and provide us sunlight. There's a small stream nearby, and we can get the water from there, Tahatan chimed in. But we'd need to boil it first. Can't trust what the monsters have been doing with the water. I agree, Vincent replied, scratching his chin. Does anyone know how to prepare the boar? Its fur is hard as steel, so cooking it without prepping the meat first would be impossible. One after another, the heroes shook their heads. Adrian was the one who did all the butchering and other things in their group. Whenever he was left behind, the heroes would take rations with themselves. But since they hadn't expected to go on an expedition in the wilderness, they had no food on them. What little they had already been consumed by them as the tribe took care of their needs during their stay in the settlement. Do any of you? Vincent looked at the tribals, who shook their heads as well. It was a plain lie. The Tolkas were taught ways to survive in the cruel forest from a young age. Preparing meat to cook was a child's play for them. But Sula and Tahatan refused because they saw an opportunity to weaken the heroes even more. If the heroes had no food to eat, they'd have to go for raw boar meat, which would surely get them sick. After all, they didn't have the same immunity as the tribals, so eating the meat could weaken them, making it easier for the tribe to enslave them. I guess it can't be helped then, Sophia sighed, raising her hand toward the dead boar. I'll roast it as it is just then. Adrian's hand shot up. Something you want to say? Sophia asked, raising an eyebrow. Adrian nodded before making a slicing motion with his hands and pointing at the boar. I guess he wants to prepare the boar, Vincent remarked with relief. Thanks for your help. Consuming the creature's raw flesh would have caused them some trouble, but thankfully, the other guy was willing to help them. I might be helping you morons, Adrian thought while peeking toward the Sula and Tahatan from the corner of his eyes. But they don't look pleased with it. While Sula and Tahatan went to fetch water from the stream along with Vincent, the rest of them got busy with their own work. Adrian worked on the boar while Clara and Marcus scavenged wood from the cart. Meanwhile, Sophia and Amelia were on guard duty. Everything was going peacefully until Tahatan returned with the water. By then, Sophia was starting a fire using her magic and laid her stick down on the grass. Tahatan didn't see the staff and tripped over, spilling water all over the firewood and Clara, who was sitting beside Sophia. What the hell? Clara yelled as she stood up. What's wrong with you? That's what I'm supposed to ask. Tahatan fired back. Why do you trip me? Trip you? I'm all the way over here. How am I supposed to trip you? Oh, so I fell on my own? That's what you're saying? Tahatan snarled, taking a step towards Clara. Seeing the situation escalate, everyone rushed to calm them, but it was already too late. Clara didn't appreciate being bossed around by strangers, and the situation already had everyone on edge. In that instant, the situation was like a barrel of explosives, ready to burst, and it did burst. How should I know why you fell, you monkey-ass bitch? You should watch your tone. Tahatan threateningly took a step towards Clara, only for Sophia to step in between. I apologize on her behalf, Sophia interjected. It's my fault you fell over, but she shouldn't have said what she did. Oh, you want to make up for it? Tahatan asked with a twisted smile on his face. It had been a while since the outsider slaves had been locked up. As such, Tahatan hadn't enjoyed their company for a while. In his twisted mind, he thought making them beg for his forgiveness would be all right. I do, Sophia mumbled softly. Then come with me, Tahatan said. But before he could continue, Adrian intervened. What do you want now? Adrian glanced at Sophia before shaking his head, but Tahatan didn't stop and pushed him aside. You want her? Too bad I set my eyes on her first. Go get someone else for yourself, Tahatan scoffed, talking in their tribe's language. Stop it, Adrian snarled back in a heavy and made-up voice. You goody two-shoes Milka, you might get to have your way in the settlement, but no one's here to baby you, so shut up and get back before I do something we both would regret. Adrian didn't move and smiled at him. You think you can even touch me? Tahatan was so enraged he didn't even realize that Adrian had just spoken. Instead, he took out his hammer and pointed it at him. Or else? Tahatan smirked, not realizing his mistake. When Fenris saw Tahatin pointing the hammer at her master, she dropped the bone she was chewing and leapt at him, knocking him down while viciously growling at him. Tahatin's wolf didn't keep quiet either. He rushed to his master's rescue, but Fenris quickly took care of him with a tail whip. Adrian had never seen his partner Fenris act so aggressively, but he felt reassured knowing that Fenris had his back. Unfortunately, it was not the time to fight amongst themselves, especially when they were about to enter the cave. Reluctantly, Adrian intervened, pulling Fenris away from the man and giving him a final warning. I may have stopped her this time, but the next time you try this shit, I'll serve you and your pet to her for lunch and dinner, Adrian whispered into Tahatin's ears before walking away as if nothing had happened. However, Tahatin didn't think of it like that. Milka humiliated him, and he would have his revenge, consequences be damned. Chapter 115 Chapter 115 Queen of Spiders 2 Sophia and Amelia stared at each other before gazing at Milka's retreating form. The voice they heard sounded familiar, but it couldn't have been possible. Adrian was long gone. Their emotional state was a mess, but they were careful not to cause a scene. If the boy was Adrian, as they suspected, he had to have his reasons for not revealing himself to them, and even if he wasn't, they didn't want to cause any problems. That's why the girls approached him under the guise of thanking him. Meanwhile, Adrian turned his neck toward them, hunched over the slain boar, a knife in hand, focused on its butchering. The girls had seen Adrian do it countless times and knew how he used to scavenge. Milka's actions strangely resembled Adrian's, giving them another clue. Amelia nudged Sophia, whispering, "That's him, right?" "I don't know," Sophia shrugged, her eyes fixed on Adrian as he worked his magic. "But something tells me it's him." "Well, there's one way to find out." Amelia calmed herself before approaching a stranger. There was a strong possibility that they were imagining things. Even if Adrian was alive, how could he have escaped Nyxaria without triggering any alarms? The odds were stacked against them, but Sophia and Amelia were not about to give up without getting to the truth. "Do you have a moment?" Amelia called out. Adrian glanced up briefly, shook his head and then returned to his work, hoping they'd go away. But the girls persisted, inching closer. He knew he had made a mistake by intervening between them and Tahatin. Ultimately, he had gotten too heated in his conversation with Tahatin and forgot that the others could hear him. So much for praying. Adrian had hoped Amelia wouldn't notice his voice, but she did and was now on his case. Sophia stepped forward, her voice more assertive. "Hey, we need to talk to you." The girls were determined. With Sula and Vincent away and Tahatin not likely to step in, it was the perfect moment to confront Milka and get to the bottom of things without anyone getting suspicious. Adrian sighed inwardly, realizing they wouldn't give up. He dropped the knife and grasped their hands firmly. "Not here," he muttered before dragging them deeper into the forest. Once they were secluded, Adrian released their hands and turned to face them. "You two never give up, huh?" Adrian asked, shaking his head. The girls exchanged glances, their doubts about his identity fading at the sound of his familiar voice. Still, they had to be sure. "It's you, isn't it?" Sophia asked, inching closer to him. "You're alive?" Amelia commented but kept her distance. Instead of replying to them, Adrian looked around and undid mimic once he was confident that no one was around. "It's really you." Sophia's eyes widened. Amelia blinked in disbelief. "I can't believe it." Just then, Sophia felt a sharp pain in the head as the hex Adrian had placed on her was lifted, and she remembered the time they spent together in the Instance dungeon. Sophia's eyes shone with tears as she flung herself into his arms, memories flooding back. However, she wasn't prepared for what would happen next. Adrian's smile faltered as he gently pushed her back, discomfort evident in his eyes. When the girl touched him, he wanted to hug her back, but the weird pain in his head returned worse than ever before, forcing him to push Sophia away. "Hey, Sophia, right?" he said, his tone hesitant. "You shouldn't get too close to strangers." Sophia blinked, taken aback by his reaction. She glanced at Amelia, unsure of how to respond. For a moment, she thought Adrian was messing with her, but his expression said otherwise. "Adrian, it's me, Sophia." Sophia chuckled nervously. "Your girlfriend?" "Right, sure you are." Adrian scoffed before turning towards Amelia. "I know I should have informed you guys about me being alive, but you shouldn't prank me like this." Silence fell between them, tension hanging in the air. Adrian shifted uncomfortably, his gaze flicking between the two girls, unsure of what was happening. "I told you he won't fall for it." Amelia smiled, rolling her eyes. "He's too smart for that." Sophia looked at Amelia and decided to follow her act. "Well, it was worth a try." "Sorry, it was my idea to prank you. I hope you'll forgive me." "It's all right," Adrian replied, feeling something was amiss. "We've been gone for too long. I'll explain everything to you guys later, but I'd appreciate it if you keep this a secret for now." Amelia and Sophia nodded as Adrian used Mimic and turned into Milka before leaving them. Once he was gone, Sophia's legs gave away and her shoulders slumped in defeat. "What is happening?" she murmured. "Did he forget me?" "I'm not sure," Amelia replied, pulling Sophia back to her feet. "But something must have happened between his disappearance and now." She continued, "He clearly remembered me. But why did he forget about you? It doesn't make any sense." "I think I might know something," Sophia murmured. Then she spilled out all she could recall about Adrian and the instant's dungeon to Amelia. "Wait, so that guy was Adrian?" Amelia asked, remembering about the incident during Adrian's funeral. "Why didn't you tell us about it before?" "Because I didn't remember." Seeing Adrian again brought back those memories. "Which means maybe someone or something made Adrian forget about you." Amelia finished Sophia's thought. "It could explain why he remembered me, but not you." "Yeah, that's right. Perhaps it's connected to the tribals somehow. Remember that girl from earlier?" Sophia jumped to conclusions. She mentioned that Adrian, or the guy he was pretending to be, had lost his memories, didn't she? Amelia nodded. While Sula did tell her that, she believed it wasn't the case with Adrian. Something big must have happened to make him forget about Sophia. What did she want Sophia to get another chance with Adrian? It could be the universe telling Amelia it was her turn to be with Adrian. "No, I can't do this to Sophia, not unless we've tried everything else to help Adrian recall his memories." Chapter 116 Chapter 116 Queen of Spiders 3. The rest of the journey to the cave was pretty uneventful. But so far, they hadn't done anything to raise his suspicion. The heroes mostly kept to themselves. However, Adrian couldn't ignore a peculiar change in Vincent's demeanor. Since the confrontation with the girls, Vincent's glares had become more frequent and intense, as if he was cursing him inside his head. How did he know? That's what Vincent used to do before when he was jealous. Jealous of what though? Adrian pondered. The thought of Vincent being jealous came naturally to him. However, he couldn't remember why he felt that way. After all, if anyone should have been jealous, it would have been Adrian, as Vincent was living the best of his life apart from their little jungle safari, that is. Still, the thought of Vincent's jealousy made Adrian feel a mix of emotions, including confusion and a hint of satisfaction, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something more to it. But Vincent wasn't the only one behaving oddly. Clara was doing the same. For a moment, the thought of them seeing him crossed his mind, but Adrian quickly shook it off. "I looked around before undoing my transformation, but nobody was there. They couldn't know about me unless Amelia or Sophia spilled the beans." With that thought, Adrian weighed his options. He had known Amelia for a long time, and for her, honor meant more than her life. She had sworn she wouldn't tell anyone about him, so it was unlikely she would be the one to tell the others about him. That left Sophia, but for some reason, Adrian felt like he could trust her. He didn't know why. She was a stranger to him, yet she felt closer to him than even Amelia. However, if it was neither of them, then who else could it be? "Nah, I'm just overthinking things as usual." Adrian shook his head. "Is everything good?" Amelia asked him. The two were riding on Fenris since the wagon had been destroyed. Adrian had opted for Amelia as his partner because she knew about his little secret. That way, the two could talk more about what was happening. Adrian had already informed her about the heroes being kept as slaves of the tribe and that he suspected they would soon meet the same fate. He expected Amelia to make a scene and attack Tahetan and Sula, but she remained surprisingly calm. Then she told him she had felt something was off about the tribe after overhearing the few Nixarians there. They kept talking about slaves and how much they missed the festivities. I decided to snoop around, which wasn't difficult, and that's when I found out about the slave barns, Amelia whispered into Adrian's ears. I planned on breaking away from the group and rushing back to the church to ask for help, but I realized they must have been involved in this mess, and I couldn't trust anyone. Who else knows about this? Adrian asked. No one else. Let's keep it that way, Adrian replied. We will free the others, but first I need you to promise me something and convey the same to Sophia. Amelia stared at Adrian's back before nodding. What do you need? Promise me no matter what happens from here on out, you'll trust me and do what I say. Of course, I'll help take the oath, and I'll do the same, Adrian said, cutting her off. Amelia let out a sigh, feeling lost. Adrian had always been trustworthy, so the idea of doubting him felt strange. But taking an oath was no small matter. But Adrian had never acted so distrustful towards anyone before. which made her conclude that someone close to them might have been involved in his death. It seemed like the only explanation for his newfound distrust in them. If it'll make him trust me, then I guess there's no harm in it. Amelia sighed before placing her hand on Adrian and whispered, I, Amelia Silverleaf, daughter of Goddess Elenian, solemnly swear upon the sacred bond of nature and elven honor to uphold the virtues of our ancient kin, to put my faith and belief in you, Adrian, despite not being an elf, repeated the oath verbatim. It made Amelia chuckle a bit. He had always been like this, caring about others and their life while trying his best to make them feel important. It was one of the many who realized why Amelia fell for him, and he was sure many others felt the same. Sophia was a lucky girl, but thinking about her made Amelia snap back to reality. The two lovers had been separated through a series of misfortunes, and it wasn't the time for Amelia to pounce on the situation, not after what she heard from Sophia last night. Now that it's taken care of, it's time I tell you about it, Adrian mumbled. The tribe, they are most likely to enslave you all today after the expedition. I figured as much, Amelia replied, getting serious. What are our odds of winning? Honestly, I'd say our chances are slim, maybe 10% or less, Adrian admitted. The tribe has done this many times before. They've probably got tricks up their sleeves to tip the scales even if we face them head first. Amelia nodded. She was thinking the same thing. They were already in too deep. Besides, as talented of a warrior Vincent was, he was no leader. That was the primary reason he wasn't even considered a candidate to be the next monarch of Ulfania, even though he thought otherwise. So what do we do now? I guess you'll have to trust me, Adrian chuckled as they finally spotted the cave ahead. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Queen of Spiders. For half an hour later the group finally arrived at the cave. The tribals got to feeling the dungeon while the heroes prepared their gear, double-checking everything. Since Adrian had nothing to do with either of them, he got to scan the surroundings to see if he could deduce some information about the dungeon from outside. While the surrounding landscape was lush with greenery, the area around the cave was eerily devoid of life. Dead roots littered the ground, and giant boulders partially obscured the entrance, which almost felt like someone had intentionally covered the entrance. Even the wolves were getting restless just by being around the cave. While the other wolves refused to get any closer to the cave, Fenris managed to go and sit near the dungeon, but she refused to enter the cave despite Adrian's insistence. Seeing her behave as such made many questions pop into Adrian's mind. He asked Sula about it, who shrugged and walked away. So much for being my fiancé, Adrian thought. Her reaction was all he needed to know that the other two had to have planned something and signaled Amelia and Sophia to be careful. Meanwhile, the heroes were done with their preparations as they looked at the cave a final time. It was going to be a hell of a trip, but not in a good sense. Going blindly inside a dungeon was never fun or easy. The tribals might not know it, but the heroes did. Still, it wasn't like they had much choice and, without much hesitation, walked inside. The group went deeper into the murky cave. Beyond the entrance was a scanty, damp passageway. It was even bigger than the enclosures the tribe had made for their beasts. It seemed impossible for something so big to fit inside a small cave, but its size wasn't the only thing noticeable about the place. As Adrian and the others walked through the passage, they were greeted by a dim, bluish light that had infused the semi-spherical chamber. They quickly found the source of light, as it was apparent at a glance. The chamber was laden with blue glowing lichen and violet glowing moss, which clung to the ceiling and spread across the floor. It even crept up and down the walls as if the colonies on the floor and ceiling were growing to meet each other. However, all the moss on the ground came from the luminescent pond filled with silvery liquid. It felt like the liquid was actually responsible for making the moss glow. The room felt different, as if they had entered a new world. The air was cool and crisp, a welcome change from the smelly tunnel they had just left. They could even feel a gentle breeze brushing against their skin, though there were no openings for it to come from. It was as if the cave had its own little world hidden inside, complete with its own weather system. It's weird, Vincent mumbled everyone's thoughts. This is the first time I have seen anything like this. Adrian nodded. The dungeon felt strange, no doubt about it. His only explanation for the dungeon's weirdness was that the dungeon's interior differed from place to place. Oh, I forgot it's your first time, so you won't know. But for all we know, caves are just an entrance to an outworldly place, Sula mumbled from behind. You could say that, in a way, the caves are a gateway to some other world. But this one is exceptionally quiet. But not everything was beautiful inside the chamber. In addition to the moss and lichen, the room was covered in large bones of dead but abnormally sized insects and ash. Looks like quite a few beasts entered the cave before us, Hatton mumbled as he squatted down to analyze the bones. It hasn't been too long since they were devoured, I guess. They still have some meat and tendons attached to the bone and look kind of moist. So it's definitely not a normal cave, Clara mumbled, taking out a pad and writing everything down. The bones would also explain why there are no beasts inside the cave when usually they all enjoy being inside the cave. Something must have happened, or they must have become someone else's dinner, Sophia said, completing what Clara wanted to say. While the group was busy discussing their findings, Marcus decided to scope out the rest of the place and went to the pond. Once he was there, he did what most of the people would do. He grabbed the pebble and threw it into the pond. It wasn't like he had anything better to do, either. But then something unexpected happened. Marcus thought the stone would skip on the surface, but that didn't happen. A loud sizzling noise echoed throughout the hall as soon as the stone touched the water. A similar noise was made while frying something in hot oil. Everyone left what they were doing and rushed to check what happened. "What did you do?" Tahatan asked while looking at the bubbles in the lake. "What was that noise?" "I don't know. I just threw a pebble in the pool." And the noise Marcus stuttered but got cut off. "Is it a pool of acid or something?" Amelia was the first to regain her composure. "If it is, we must back away from the pool right now." Suddenly, Adrian felt something fall next to his feet. He looked there and found the ground melting right before his eyes. His gaze shot up, and there it was, a creature he had never seen before. It looked like a black insect and had 8 hairy but pointed legs. Its body was divided into 2 parts, one consisting of its heavy bottom, which resembled a plum berry, and the other consisting of its head, which had innumerable eyes bunched together. The legs were attached to the upper half of its body, but since they were large enough, they easily supported the beast's body. But the creature wasn't alone. As soon as it appeared, 4 others followed it, but they were considerably smaller than the 11-foot-tall arachnid. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Queen of Spiders 5. What do we do now? Suli yelled at the top of her lungs. "The fuck am I supposed to tell you to do? If it had been just the arachnid, we could have defeated her together," Tahatan yelled. "But there are a few others of these small bastards surrounding us. Our only chance is to slip away and run as fast as we can." "Can't you idiots stop yelling?" Amelia yelled back before shooting 3 arrows simultaneously. All 3 arrows hit the same smaller spider, yet it remained unaffected by the attack. Amelia's only accomplishment was getting them more agitated. "Their exoskeleton is tough," Amelia informed the rest, notching another arrow. "At this rate, I'll run out of arrows before we even get a chance to fight the queen. Everyone get into position," Vincent yelled, bringing out his sword. "Does anyone know healing magic other than Sophia?" Everyone shook their heads. While Adrian could heal himself, he couldn't heal others. But at that moment, he was worried about something else. Out of everything, it just had to be poisonous spiders. Adrian gritted his teeth in frustration. The troll blood in him almost made him invincible as long as he didn't fight poisonous creatures. Poison was one bane to his healing ability, and the situation made him wonder if karma was coming for his ass. "I bet those trolls would be laughing at me from the afterlife right about now." Adrian tore his attention away from his thoughts and toward the spiders, who by now had surrounded them. "Fine, Sophia, get in the middle. The rest of us will protect her while she heals us as needed," Vincent instructed the group, and surprisingly, even the tribals obeyed. "Tankers, get in front of the queen. The rest of us would have to defend against the spiderlings ourselves." Adrian didn't care much about Vincent, but he had to admit that Vincent's ability to make good decisions in challenging situations had always impressed him. However, the group was too slow in their approach and Marcus got bit by one of the spiders in the leg. "Oh, the fucking critter!" Marcus cursed before trying to smash the creature with his shield, but the spider jumped back. No harm was done to it. "Dumbeth, they're too fast," Plora shouted. "None of my attacks are working." Blood poured out of Marcus's leg. The spider had bit into a major vein. Vincent raced towards him and pulled him back using one of his arms while he swung the sword with the other. He dragged him back to the center, where Sophia was busy firing spells at the creatures, hoping to weaken them while the queen wasn't attacking them. "Sophia, need a hand here," Vincent yelled, grabbing her attention. "Well," Sophia replied before analyzing Marcus's wound. "I can heal the wound, but the poison used this antidote," Amelia intervened, tossing Sophia a vial. "I only got 2 more, but the antidote should give us immunity for an hour." Once again, the elf got busy shooting arrows, trying to find a weakness. But the arrows had little to no effect. Usually, the distance would work in Amelia's favor, but this time, it was against her. The arrows were only effective when the creatures were closer to her, and the creatures understood this and maintained their distance from Amelia. They stopped attacking her and focused on the others, who were more vulnerable. "Give me an antidote!" Vincent yelled. "You're not injured," Amelia tried to argue, but Vincent had none of it. "Do you expect me to wait till I get injured? Give it to me, and it's an order." Amelia sighed before obeying. As annoying as he was, Vincent was still a prince, and she couldn't reject his request without facing consequences later. Watching the exchange, Adrian couldn't help but shake his head. Vincent was as selfish as ever, always thinking about himself first. No wonder the king chose Rowan as his successor, Adrian thought. Forget about him. I should think of a way to get rid of these creatures first. It didn't take long for Adrian to realize the creatures were like a pack of scavengers. Their teamwork and strategy quickly managed to overwhelm and injure Marcus at the start of the fight. As lazy as Marcus was, he was still a level 91 tank. While he wasn't the only tank, as Sula was still holding the lines, he was by far the most capable one. Sula was trying her best, but if the creatures managed to overwhelm someone like Marcus, what chance did she have against them? They were completely trapped. The queen covered the front, while the other side was blocked off by the spiderlings. One of them was injured, thanks to Adrian and Tahatan, but the other three were unscathed. No way out, Amelia whispered, fending off a spiderling with her bow. Yeah, Adrian whispered back in a hoarse voice. Amelia then nodded toward the injured spiderling. Don't think it'll attack us aggressively anymore. Breaking through that direction would be our best shot, there's no point, Adrian replied, looking at the queen guarding the exit. That's our only path to freedom, and I don't think it'll let us pass just because we asked politely. Then what do we do? I have a plan, Adrian replied with a confident smile, something he always used to do back when they did quests together. It had been a long time since Amelia had seen that smile, but it was reassuring. After all, Adrian had never failed to deliver when he had that smile on his face. I'll trust you with this then, Amelia nodded and returned to shooting arrows. However, unbeknownst to them, trouble was brewing within the group. Tahatan, realizing Milka's back was towards him, decided to make a move to end the arrogant brat. I told you, you'll pay, he yelled before pushing Adrian toward the queen. However, his half-baked plan backfired on Tahatan as Adrian ducked, making Tahatan trip and fall right before the queen. The tribals looked up in fear and saw death staring back at him. No, and no! Oda! The queen didn't waste any time devouring Tahatan, but it gave the rest enough time to run past her. No! Adrian yelled, forgetting his act of being mute and charged ahead. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 Rock in a hard place. The group sprinted toward the exit, their hearts pounding with a desperate hope of escape. But the queen was one step ahead and had anticipated their every move. As they hurried toward the exit, they were met with a horrifying sight. The corridor was covered in sticky webs. Clearly, it was a trap set by the queen to trap them. One misstep, and they would be trapped, defenseless against the queen and her spiderlings. Sophia, try to burn the webs or something, Adrian instructed, snatching Marcus's shield from him since he was injured. The rest of us will try to keep the monsters busy. Oh, Sophia replied and got to burn the webs, but it turned out to be harder than expected. The webs were made of a strange material. They were as strong as steel, and magic had little effect on them. At this rate, it would take them hours to break through. However, that wasn't what Vincent and Clara were worried about. That voice and that demeanor, Vincent mumbled. It didn't click when Adrian asked them to run since they were all preoccupied. But now that Adrian was in full commander mode, Vincent recognized him. However, before he could point out the obvious, Amelia poked him with his elbow, asking him to be quiet while nodding towards Sula. Vincent was taken aback by her actions as she had never touched him before, maintaining the line between a soldier and a prince. But he was more taken aback by her calm attitude, which suggested she knew about Adrian already. His head shot back towards Sophia, and he realized she must have known about him too. Damn it! Vincent cursed as he realized why she had been so happy suddenly after being gloomy for over a month. Her lover had returned from the dead. Obviously, she would be happy, but Vincent was far from pleased about the new development. He thought he finally had a shot with Sophia, but now that the bastard was back, all his plans were thrown in a wrench. Adrian also realized that his identity was exposed, but knew he could do nothing about it as it was a mistake made in the heat of the moment. If time allowed, he would devise a plan to deal with the mess later. For now, there's a bigger problem to deal with. The corridor was massive, which unfortunately meant that the queen could enter the place without difficulty and did precisely that. Adrian and Sula held the front line while Vincent and Clara were directly behind them, followed by Amelia and Marcus. It was to buy Sophia as much time as possible so she could break through the sticky barrier in their way. Adrian had Marcus's shield in one hand and the Minotaur's broadsword in the other. He could see the wheels turning in everyone's head while they placed two and two together. Sula was surprised by the weapon that Adrian brought out of thin air, while the heroes recognized the sword and realized it was Adrian who had fought and defeated Rowan during his funeral. Vincent, Clara, and Marcus couldn't believe their eyes as realization dawned upon them. They were unaware of what had happened to Adrian and were dying to know more, but Adrian paid them no attention as someone already had all of his attention. I need to get rid of her somehow. She knows too much, and I can't take any risks now, Adrian thought, eyeing Sula. Having lived with the Tulkas for a while, Adrian was more or less aware of their thought process. He knew Sula would tell everyone about him the first opportunity she got. Adrian had to eliminate it before that happened. However, that's when he was faced with a dilemma. Since Sula was also a tank, he couldn't just kill her without endangering everyone else. After all, he needed her help to push the monsters back. While Adrian was busy with his thoughts, one of the small critters attacked them. Adrian held the sword tightly, ready to strike, but at the last moment, it stopped. Adrian got agitated and was about to take a swing at the beast when he heard a blood-curdling scream from the back. He turned back and saw the injured spiderling digging its pincers into Marcus's neck. The dwarf might have been safe from the poison, but he would still succumb to a lethal wound. Adrian wondered where the creature had emerged from and soon got his answer. Marcus kept attacking the spiderling as it bit into his shoulder, but it was all in vain. He kept screaming in agony as the creature dragged Marcus into the hole it had emerged from. Amelia lunged to help him, but it was too late as the hole disappeared just like it had emerged. Marcus was dead. Damn it! Vincent cursed, but Adrian slapped him. Focus on the darn fight, you moron! He yelled as Vincent felt his stinging cheek. No one had slapped him before, not even his mother. Yeah, lolly human dared to disrespect him like that? Vincent thought of killing Adrian right then and there, but Clara stopped him before he did anything stupid. Not here, not right now. She urged him. You'll get the time, but not now. We need all the people we can get. Vincent heard her and swallowed his pride, but that was the last thing he did at Clara's insistence as another spiderling popped out of the ground, mounting Clara. Both Vincent and Adrian simultaneously swung their swords at the creature. Although they couldn't break through the creature's exoskeleton, they did manage to get the spiderling off Clara's back and stuck into its mother's sticky webs. Thanks, Clara softly expressed her gratitude, looking at Adrian, who nodded and turned once she drank the final vial of antidote. But as he did, something landed before him with a thud. It was Sula, or what little remained of her face. The creature had taken the time to deal with Sula while the heroes were busy looking after each other. The situation was getting worse by the passing moment. Adrian knew he needed to do something, but getting to the doing part was difficult. What should I do? What should I do? Adrian thought, slightly panicking when he saw something. The pond should do the trick. Chapter 120 Rock and a Hard Place 2. There was a long-standing saying in Nexaria: the dungeon provides all that one requires to conquer it. That saying had never left Adrian's mind since he became a hero. This time, it was the same situation. The spider's exoskeleton could withstand even the sharpest blades, making things difficult for them. But thankfully, there was a solution before his eyes, a way to weaken the creature's armor and level the playing field. If I can lure them into the pond, their exoskeleton might melt away like the stone, Adrian thought, tightening his grip on his sword. Handling them without their armor would be a piece of cake. Adrenaline filled Adrian's body as he made his choice. Everyone back up, he murmured. Help Sophia get rid of the webs. What are you up to? Amelia shot back, but deep inside, she knew what he was about to do. On the other hand, Sophia doubled her efforts, and so did the rest of them. Meanwhile, Adrian dashed forward, his heart pounding as he faced a massive spider beast. The queen lunged at him, venom dripping from her fangs. But Adrian was ready. With a quick slide between her 8 legs, he wielded his blade, slicing through the air and severing a couple of the creature's limbs. The queen recoiled in pain while Adrian stopped after digging the blade to the ground. He didn't expect his attack to succeed. He figured the spider's legs were also covered in a tough shell, but he was mistaken as he easily sliced her legs. This will be easier than I thought. Adrian smiled, charging at the queen again. The spiderling heard their mother scream and rushed to protect her. However, there was one thing they had forgotten. While it was difficult to kill them, it was easy to push them away. The only reason they were able to kill Marcus and the tribals was because of their sneak attacks. Adrian could easily dodge them as long as they were on the surface. Out of the 3 critters, one charged as soon as it set its eyes upon Adrian. Expecting the attack, Adrian turned sideways to avoid it before hitting the spider with his sword's broadside like a baseball bat, flinging it into the pond. The splash was followed by a loud explosion as the spiderling turned to dust. Confident of his plan, Adrian got to work on the rest, and soon, only one of the spiderlings remained. Where is it? Adrian mumbled, scanning the area, and then the spiderling emerged from the ground, about to bite his ankle. Thankfully, he managed to jump away in time, saving his leg. The spiderling clicked its pincers before trying to slip away, but Adrian wasn't about to allow that and grabbed the creature by its legs, ready to fling the beast into the pond, when something bit his hand. A sharp pain shot through his hands, but he fought it and threw the spiderling into the pond. He then looked at his left hand. It had already turned blue from the queen's poison, and it was spreading rapidly through him. Fuck, Adrian gritted his teeth as the pain turned his legs to jelly. The poison was spreading, and the healing properties of the troll couldn't do shit about it. Adrian looked up, and there was the queen. He wasn't sure, but it felt like the damned creature was smiling at him, knowing it had won. However, that was far from the truth. You think you've won? Think again. Adrian smiled like a lunatic, clenching his teeth. With rage in his eyes, he swung the blade and cut off his infected arm in one fell swoop. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, the heroes were almost done cleaning the webs. As such, Sophia was about to leave and try to help Adrian escape with them, but an explosion shook the cave just then. What was that? Sophia asked and rushed toward the boss's room, only to find that the passage had been blocked. The explosion must have loosened some boulder that fell, blocking the path. Like hell, I'd let anything tear Adrian away from me again. Sophia yelped. She unleashed a flurry of spells at the boulders, shattering one rock after another. But each time she destroyed one, another appeared in its place. Eventually, Amelia had to step in, halting Sophia's assault. Stop it, Sophia! You'll end up making things worse, she yelled, shaking Sophia to her senses. We need to leave and get help ASAP. Have some faith in him. She is right, Soph, Clara chimed in. We need to get help. As the girls were busy consoling Sophia, Vincent couldn't help but smile. The entities hadn't abandoned him just yet. The blocked passage would be Adrian's grave, and the queen would be his gravekeeper. After all, he had no intentions of ever returning to the place. Come on, let's go, Vincent urged, putting on a fake facade. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can get help for Adrian. Everyone agreed and left. Sophia glanced at the blocked passage, promising to return with help. Little did they know what awaited them once they exited the cave. They dashed outside, hoping for safety, but their relief was short-lived when they came face to face with Ahuli and the tribesmen. Shute, thank goodness you're here. We need your help, Vincent panted, pointing towards the cave. Unfortunately, your people died instead of replying. Ahuli raised his hand, and the tribesmen launched a volley of darts at them. Vincent watched in shock as Sophia and Amelia fell to the ground, knocked out by the poisonous darts. He and Clara were still on their feet, probably because of the antidote they had drunk earlier, but the situation didn't look good for them. Vincent, what do we do? Clara grabbed her sword, panic evident in her eyes. Vincent clenched his fists, his mind racing. We need to get out of here, Clara asked. I would like to see you try, Scott commented, getting off his tiak. All of you will be our slaves from this moment on. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Rock. In a hard place 3 the tribals roared in agreement. It had been a while since they had had any new heroes as their slaves, and they were excited to taste the new delicacies, especially the women, who appeared to be quite enticing. Vinecht frowned. He wanted to save Sophia at least, as he couldn't bear the thought of what the savage bastards would do to her. However, it seemed impossible. As much as he cherished Sophia, if it ever came down to a choice between them, he would always put himself first. He would mourn her absence, but he was confident he could find another woman who'd be more than willing to fill the void in his heart. But I'd need to get out of here first, Vincent thought. They were 2 against over 100 tribals, not counting the beasts they had brought with them. The chances of their victory were negligible, especially after the ordeal they had gone through inside the cave. If the tribes had been there without their beasts, they could have done something about it. But now running was their only option. However, Vincent decided to be smart about it. Grab the girls and run inside the cave when I say, Vincent whispered to Clara, who nodded. Clara didn't know what Vincent was trying to accomplish, but her blind trust in him made her follow his every command. Now, Vincent yelled and dashed towards Ahuli while Clara grabbed the girls. He had planned to lock the girls up in the cave and then negotiate with Ahuli. He would get the girls in exchange for his safety with the promise of more elven slaves later. He knew the tribe wouldn't refuse his request, but unfortunately, his plan never manifested. Before Clara could reach the girls, Ahuli's spear hit her in the shoulder. Vincent slipped, and it looked like he had lunged at the unarmed Ahuli but was kicked away by him, colliding with Clara. Ahuli stood over Vincent and Clara, who lay bruised and defeated at his feet. He sighed before squatting to get to their level. You two are resilient, I'd give you that, he remarked, his voice filled with respect. But ultimately, it was all in vain. You belong to me now. The sooner you get that into your head, the easier it'll be for you. Vincent groaned, struggling to sit up, hoping to move forward with his plan. But when Achilles saw him move, he was amused. Achilles then grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, drawing blood. "You wanted to say something?" Achilles asked before repeatedly slamming Vincent's head to the ground. Watching the scene, Clara couldn't hold back and tried to grab Vincent, only to get backhanded by Achilles. "Wait till you turn," he smirked. "Let me teach your man a lesson first." "Do what you will," Clara spat defiantly, "but we'll never submit to you." "Oh, you will," Achilles replied ominously, toying with her bloodied lips. "Resistance is futile. You're all mine, body and soul." With a cruel smile, Achilles left them there, walking up to Amelia, knowing his hold over them was absolute. "I've been waiting too long for your arrival, Elenian's daughter," Achilles whispered, pushing the stray strand of hair off her beautiful face. "Someone like you will be perfect to bear my seed. Once that's done, the rest can enjoy you." Someone like Achilles had no interest in relationships. However, it was his duty as the chieftain to leave an heir behind. But he didn't want to mate with just anyone, as he wanted his children to be stronger than him and anyone in the tribe. It was the primary reason he formed a relationship with the church. He knew if anyone could bear his child, it would have to be the heroes. Achilles wanted only one of them in exchange for helping the church, but Skaha had also implored him to bestow such privilege on the others. After all, a tribe of mixed-blooded heroes would be unstoppable, and they would conquer the remaining tribes with ease. At first, Achilles was hesitant, but under constant pressure from Skaha, he relented, turning the tribe into what it was now. It was difficult for him to find a suitable candidate for mating, and that's when he heard about an elf with the blood of a goddess in her from the slaves. At that moment, Achilles decided that Amelia would be the mother of his children. After years of waiting, it's finally time. Achilles got up, lifting Amelia in his arms. "I'm leaving with her. Do what you will with the rest." The tribals nodded. They had a pretty good idea of what they would do to them. Unfortunately for them, things did not go as planned. As soon as Achilles turned his back on Clara, she retrieved a vial from her inventory and threw it at him. The vial broke upon contact, and its contents spread everywhere. Angrily turning around, Achilles was ready to end Clara when his vision went blurry. His eyes felt heavy, and it took all his willpower to keep them partially open. His feet, however, gave away, and he fell on his knees, letting go of Amelia and collapsing. The vial was filled with a liquid sleeping agent that the heroes used against some boss-grade monster to knock them out. Unsurprisingly, even the mighty Achilles was no match against a little chemical. Vincent made his move while the tribesmen were confused. He took Achilles hostage while Clara dragged Amelia back to safety. Thanks to their overconfidence, the tables had turned, and now Vincent's sword was pointing at Achilles' neck. "Till then!" Skaha roared at the top of his lungs, but Vincent laughed. "Be my guest," he replied. "Sure, I'll die, but I would be taking your chieftain to hell with me. That's what will happen unless you feel generous enough to clear a path for us to leave." Vincent's words silenced the tribe. Achilles' life was more important to them than some slaves, so they begrudgingly stepped back. They were still wondering what to do next when the bloodied Adrian emerged behind the heroes, catching everyone off guard. With a swift motion, he knocked Vincent out cold, sending him crumpling to the ground. Clara's eyes widened in shock as she didn't believe what Adrian just did. "What are you doing?" she yelled. "I'm protecting my chieftain," Adrian replied, his voice hoarse and disguised. Not wanting Clara to spill the beans about his identity, Adrian moved towards her, his hand reaching out to silence her. With a quick strike, he knocked her out, leaving her unconscious on the ground. The tribe members watched in stunned silence as Adrian stood over Vincent and Clara. But the silence didn't last long as they rushed towards Achilles to ensure he was alive, which he was. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Daring Demand 1. May the spirits of our forefathers bless you, my child. Skaha's voice thundered as he acknowledged Adrian and darted towards Achilles. Adrian stood outside the cave, his body drenched in the queen's blood from head to toe. The tribe members stared at him, a mix of fear and awe evident in their eyes. But they were even more scared when Fenris approached him, licking his blood. The queen was a beast they used to fear, and it was said that the one who defeated her would gain unimaginable rewards. Many people tried, but none were successful, and soon Skaha began using the queen to bait the heroes and then enslave them. It wasn't like those who tried were weak. They were by far stronger than Adrian. Unfortunately, none of them could make the connection between the pond and the queen's weakness. Adrian realized the queen's weakness and used it to his advantage, but the tribe didn't need to know about it. Though it was a pain to kill her, Adrian thought, staring at his newly regenerated arm. Severing my arm was a gamble. But it was the only way Adrian could have gotten rid of the poison before things worsened. Besides, he knew he could absorb some creature's arm if it came to that, so he wasn't scared of losing it. I wasn't scared, but I can't say the same for the tribe. He was right. Some trembled at the sight of him, while others whispered in hushed tones, admiring him. As Adrian surveyed the crowd, he could sense the strange mix of emotions swirling among them. But amidst the fear and awe, a sense of respect was directed towards him. Talshira, one of the tribe elders, mumbled as he stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly as he addressed Adrian. Talshira! The rest of the tribe soon followed, and the chants of Talshira reverberated all over the forest. Adrian had no idea what the word meant, but he knew what Shira meant, defender or protector. It took a while, but Adrian realized they were calling him the tribe's protector. He felt the tribe was overreacting, but if it would bring him status, then who was he to complain? After all, he was after recognition in the first place. Fools, they don't even know what kind of dungeon it was. Adrian smiled, thinking about his stuffed inventory. I'll have to return later to take down the queen again. Passing up on a recurring dungeon would be a mistake. He felt the urge to check his inventory, knowing the rewards were worth it, but he held back. He needed to clear the mess created by Vincent first and save Amelia and Sophia at least. While Adrian wanted to save them all, he couldn't be too greedy. He was the Talshira, but nobody liked a greedy protector, and the tribe was no exception. Ahili, wake up, my child! Adrian's thoughts were interrupted by Skaha's shriek. Adrian used analysis on the broken vial. It didn't take long for him to identify the substance within it was somnus essence, a chemical invented to induce sleep. In other words, it was a medicine used to cure insomnia with minimal side effects. Clara must have brought it thinking it'd be difficult to sleep in a foreign place. Funny how it saved her. He then turned to look at Ahili. One drop of somnus essence could knock a person out for 3 hours. Ahili took an entire vial, which meant Ahili wouldn't be waking up for at least a day and a half, no matter how resilient he was. Suddenly, Skaha grabbed Ahili's spear and ran towards Clara. Adrian knew what was about to happen and stopped the former chieftain. Let go of me this instant! Skaha yelled. I will kill her. No, you won't, Adrian said in his disguised voice. Only Chieftain Ahili has the right to dictate their punishment. Skaha stared at Adrian but relented. Tie them up. Skaha left along with the healers to aid Ahili. Meanwhile, Adrian looked at Vincent before shaking his head. Asterisk. It took the tribe a whole day to get back to the settlement. The heroes woke up about 3 hours into the journey, but Ahili didn't wake up until they returned, and he was really mad. But Skaha calmed him down and told him everything that had conspired since. Ahili calmed down and called Adrian to thank him while instructing them to prepare for a celebration. Since the heroes were now their slaves, there was no need to hide the other slaves from them any longer. Adrian was there to witness the look of horror and shock on Vincent's and Clara's faces when they saw them. Adrian was amused, knowing what was happening inside the elf's head. Vincent was royalty, but at the moment, he was merely loyally fucked. Throughout his life, Vincent always saw women as objects to play with. But now, as he found himself treated the same way, he couldn't wrap his head around it. And then what? A woman excitedly asked Adrian while caressing his legs. Yet another one was all over him, trying to feed him, but Adrian always rejected her. Adrian sighed. He was seated on a throne usually reserved for Ahili, but this night, he was the honored one while Ahili sat beside him, just as interested in women as Adrian was. Ahili then nodded to Adrian to continue. Even he was interested in the story of how he had killed the queen. Not wanting them to know about the secret of the pond, Adrian made up a random story to feed them, and somehow, they bought it. But Ahili's mood shifted the moment Adrian was done telling the story and got up from his seat, grabbing everyone's attention. Tonight, we celebrate the new Talshira, he proclaimed, his arms outstretched towards Adrian, and the crowd went berserk. For he has brought us victory and glory. Amidst the noise, Ahili turned towards Adrian with a wise grin. You have proven yourself to be a true champion, Talshira. You have earned the respect and admiration of our people. Adrian smiled and nodded. He had never been able to react to praise, but he could fake it this time because the audience was more hooked on partying than on him. You've earned yourself a reward. No, you've earned 2 rewards, Ahili corrected himself. 1 for defeating the queen and 1 for rescuing me. So, tell me, what do you desire? Whatever it may be, I'll make sure you receive it. Adrian smiled. He was waiting for this moment but knew asking for the reward might put him at risk, and it sure did as he lifted his fingers towards Amelia and Sophia, who were bound in chains. The crowd went silent as they realized what Adrian was demanding from Ahili. The chieftain had already claimed Amelia as his, and it made them wonder if someone would dare to want something Achilai had already claimed. "Is that your final choice?" Achilai asked, staring daggers at Adrian. "I'm afraid so," Adrian confidently replied, getting up. The tribe held their breath. Everything turned silent. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. During demand 2, the tribesmen were silent, expecting a clash between the chieftain and Talshira. But when Vincent noticed where Adrian was pointing, he saw red and began thrashing around while yelling at the top of his lungs. "You son of a bitch! How dare you even think I'll allow such a thing? They're not objects to be handed out like trinkets *swoosh exclamation *. But before their argument could escalate further, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Vincent's eyes widened in shock as a spear whizzed past his ear, but the sheer wind force around the weapon ended up slicing a portion of his ear and tore through several trees in its path before stopping. Adrian looked at Vincent, trying hard not to laugh. Two things were significantly important to an elf. First was their hair, and second was their ears. Both had some relation to their pride as a higher being, and Adrian supposed missing half an ear would be quite a blow to Vincent. Stunned, Vincent turned to Achilai, his finger pressed to his lips in a warning gesture. The chieftain's expression was cold and menacing as he snarled at Vincent, making it clear that this was his first and last warning. "Do not interfere in the tribe's business." If looks could kill, Achilai would have died 10 times over. But that's all Vincent could do in his situation. With that, Achilai turned towards Adrian. "Are you aware I had intended to turn that elf into my mate?" Achilai asked in a calm voice. "I didn't, but I wouldn't have changed my decision even if I did," Adrian confidently replied, stepping closer to Achilai. Adrian knew a fight wouldn't go his way, but he couldn't allow Amelia to suffer through the fate that awaited her. As for Sophia, she didn't know why he was saving her, but something in his heart couldn't bear the thought of tribals ravaging her. "Son, think about it." Suli tried to intervene, but Achilai raised his hand, stopping the advisor mid-sentence. "Fine then," Achilai smiled after an intense staring matching. "You can have them. I'd rather lose a potential heir than a dependable warrior like yourself." Adrian got wide-eyed. He couldn't believe Achilai had given up so quickly, and by the looks of those around, it seemed they hadn't expected such an outcome either. But the most surprised of them was Skaha. He knew his nephew's stubborn nature. Once Achilai set his sights on something, he never gave up. Yet he gave up the woman he had been waiting for without a fuss. Something felt off. "You can take the woman, but you'll have to give me something in exchange." Achilai smiled slyly. "That wouldn't be much of a reward, would it?" Adrian smiled back before shaking his head. "But I'm willing to do it. However, I'm afraid I don't have much to offer you. Undervalue yourself. What I want from you is your skills," Achilai said. "I want you to be my blade, my shadow, and my right hand." Gasps erupted from those in attendance. They knew what Achilai was suggesting and couldn't help but envy Milka. Some time ago, he was a useless brat riding on his father's hard work, but he changed and now was being recognized for his own accomplishments. Adrian smiled and bowed. "It would be an honor to serve you." Achilai grabbed Adrian and raised his hand before the crowd as everyone went berserk. Even then, some people groaned in disappointment as they wanted to taste the women once, but since they were Adrian's slaves now, there wasn't much they could have done. Vincent couldn't help but rage silently. Every time he met Adrian, he took something from him. This time, not only did he take Sophia back, but he also stole Amelia from him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to expose Adrian's real identity. But he knew it would be impossible to prove his claims. Moreover, there was no saying what Adrian would do since he was now the chieftain's right-hand man. "He might not hesitate before killing me," Vincent thought. "I can't let that happen. It's better to suffer the humiliation of being a slave than losing my life. But I swear I'll make you pay." Freebna calm. Unlike Vincent, Sophia and Amelia looked relieved. When they heard about what Adrian had done, they were shocked. But now they realized Adrian had been faithful to his promise and wouldn't abandon them. Adrian glanced at Vincent and knew what was going on inside his head. The bastard hated him so much, and it was enough reason for Vincent to hire someone to kill him. "I wasn't certain at first, but the more I ponder it, the more it makes sense. Vincent might have been the one who teamed up with the church and the Ravens, but why would they turn against him if they were tight?" He continued, "There's something fishy going on here. I'll have to dig deeper before uncovering their relationship's real story." Achilai and Adrian kept smiling as the crowd cheered them on. Achilai smiled because he thought the tribe had gained a formidable soldier, while Adrian smiled because he knew his plan had worked, and now it was time to end the Tulkas and free the heroes. A couple of hours later, Adrian was sitting in his room following a quick ceremony where Amelia and Sophia were made his slaves. As such, they would be living with him and Suli, and in all his happiness, he gave his son a new house to call his own. The house had everything a tribal would need, and Adrian was busy going about the house, making plans for the place as he forgot about the girls. Amelia and Sophia entered Adrian's room, clad in body-tight tribal attire that accentuated every curve. At first, Adrian had his back turned toward them, unaware of their presence. But when he heard the footsteps and saw them, his jaw dropped to the ground. His reaction sent a blush creeping up their cheeks, but they quickly regained their composure and exchanged a knowing glance. "Wow," Adrian breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. He knew it was wrong to look at his teammates like that, but he was a man in the end. Thankfully, he managed to control himself, tearing his gaze off of them. "They made us wear these, saying it was a special night," Sophia mumbled, her cheeks turning even redder. "Why, yeah, it's not like we wanted to do this or anything," Amelia chimed in, turning away from them but watching Adrian's reaction from the corner of her eyes. I see." Adrian cleared his throat before walking past them. "There's plenty of rooms here, so you can sleep here. I'll take the other room." With that, he rushed out of the room, and the girls shared a smile. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Final Step 1. A week passed without any incidents. Slowly, the tribe's trust in Adrian, no, Milka, increased gradually, primarily after he received another promotion within days of joining Akulai's special squad and was made its second-in-command. Unfortunately, Ski, the former second-in-command, died during a hunting trip that Milka participated in. No one knew why Ski's direwolf suddenly tore into its owner and threw him down a cliff. Tribals argued that some spirit must have taken control of the wolf and killed Ski for crimes of his past life. They weren't entirely wrong. Ski's wolf had been possessed, not by a spirit but by staring into someone's vengeful eyes. It was a tragedy, but the tribe could only blame fate and move on. Everything got normal within the tribe without any problems with the slaves. The new slaves had settled nicely. With their abilities sealed and inventory emptied, they couldn't have done anything, even if the heroes wanted to. Strangely enough, when it was time for Milka's slaves to be marked, he lashed out as soon as the shaman touched them. Milka nearly killed the shaman for touching his women. The complaint reached Akulai, but he merely smiled before dismissing the case. In his eyes, Milka was just acting possessive of what he owned and found the reaction amusing. If Milka didn't want anyone else touching his slaves, then he would be allowed to mark them on his own. Milka thanked the chieftain before he and his slaves walked out and got marked by him. There were days when Milka didn't appear before anyone, but when he did, there were love marks all over him. While the tribesmen wore tattoos to symbolize their pride and honor, Adrian wore love bites all over his body. In reality, those were the days when Adrian had to undo his mimic skill as being in a constant transformation had begun causing a strain on his mana core. As for the love bites, those were nothing but cover for what he could be doing during those days. While the girls were more than happy to lend him a hand, Adrian immediately dismissed the thought and used the mimic skill to create the marks, much to their disappointment. But others didn't know that. Vincent had seen Adrian walking around like that, with Sophia and Amelia at tow, and he lost his temper whenever he did. The lowly human was living the life that was supposed to be his and had no remorse on his face. Vincent felt powerless without his abilities. All he could do was glare angrily at Adrian. Time seemed to be working against him, but he knew one thing about time: it can change. And when it did, he would make Adrian's life a living hell. Vincent was working in the enclosure, giving one of the Tiaks a bath, when Adrian entered the place to greet Fenris. The girls were with him as usual, and looking at them, it didn't seem they were having a tough time like the rest of them. Lost in his thoughts, Vincent failed to notice the tribesmen approaching until it was too late. With a swift kick, the tribesmen brought him back to reality, but the sudden kick caused him to stumble. He barely managed to get a grip when Vincent stumbled again, this time tripped up by Tiak himself. As he fell, time seemed to slow, and Vincent found himself falling towards a pit of Tiak poo. Within moments, he was covered in the foul-smelling mess. Sophia, Amelia, and Adrian watched from a distance, barely able to contain their laughter at the sight before them. Vincent emerged from the pit, covered head to toe in poop. His expression was a poop-filled mixture of frustration and embarrassment. Despite his discomfort, Vincent couldn't help but notice their gaze on him. He knew they were struggling to hide their laugh, making him even more furious. With a glare, he attempted to wipe away the mess but only succeeded in spreading it further. "Let's go." Adrian shook his head, leaving Vincent to deal with the shit that had become one with his face. "Adrian," Sophia whispered, her voice barely audible. "I hope it's okay if I ask what's the plan. We've got to free the other heroes, but how do we even start?" "Yeah," Amelia added, her tone worried. "It's been a week already. I don't know how much more they can take of this. Adrian chuckled. The others have been living this life for months, and they can't handle it for a week. What kind of weak-ass heroes did you lot become after I left? Adrian was joking, but his words had an undesirable effect. He noticed it and apologized, but deep down he knew he meant what he said. Ever since dying, he had experienced many complicated scenarios, and living with the tribe wasn't the worst of them. He couldn't believe someone like Vincent was already complaining about it. It's not like I haven't been trying, Adrian sighed inwardly. Unbeknownst to the girls, Adrian had been looking for ways to contact Emilia and set a plan. But before that, he needed to find a way to nullify the seal on the heroes to return their powers. Thankfully, I put fake seals on Emilia and Sophia, but I don't think they'd be much use if my plan was exposed, Adrian thought. We need more power, and unsealing the heroes should cause enough chaos to keep the tribe busy till Emilia arrives with the rest of the banners. Unfortunately, Adrian didn't know of any methods to unseal them. Even his analysis skill was proved useless. Just then, Adrian saw Akili and Skaha busy caring for the Mamoroth and Sully, and an idea struck him. If anyone in the tribe knew about the unsealing methods, it had to be Skaha. It could be a rune or something similar, but it was unlikely he would carry such an important thing with himself. Thankfully, it was the perfect time to check his home, which was quite close to Adrian's new living quarters. It looks like luck's on our side. Come on, let's go. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Final step 2. Adrian crouched low in the bushes, observing the guards outside Skaha's home. Their eyes scanned the surroundings for any signs of trouble. Moments ago, he, along with Sophia and Emilia, had entered his house to fool everyone into thinking they were going to spend some quality time together. But in reality, Adrian used his mimic skill to slip out of the place unnoticed and was now hiding in the dense bushes, forming the next stage of his plan. Adrian knew he had to slip past them without being seen if he wanted to get inside and find the scroll he needed. He had heard about the scroll from the shaman's mouth while Adrian was marking Sophia and Emilia. Apparently, while the shaman knew how to seal someone's abilities, he didn't know how to unseal them, and it was a secret that Skaha had been guarding for years. Even Akili had no idea about the scroll's existence, and the shaman only knew about it in case something happened to Skaha. However, he wasn't aware of its content or its hiding place other than that it was somewhere in Skaha's home. The problem is, how do I get inside without alerting anyone? At first, Adrian had hoped the guard would move about and rotate. He planned on using that moment to try and get past them, but it didn't seem like they had any intention of budging from the place. It looks like there's no other way. Adrian sighed. Slowly, he blended into the foliage, his form shifting and melding with the bushes until he was nearly invisible. With regular, short breaths, he waited for the right moment to make his move. Soon enough, the guards turned their gaze away from the bushes, and Adrian made his move. The guards stood watch, eyes scanning the area for any signs of activity. With careful steps, he approached them, mindful of his surroundings and actively changing his skin to become one with the area around him. But then things took a drastic turn. As good as Adrian's control over the mimic skill was, it wasn't perfect for such a recon mission. As Adrian invisibly moved behind him, a flicker of something caught the guard's attention. He noticed something off from the corner of his eyes, and for a brief moment, his gaze fell right where Adrian was standing. Adrian froze, holding his breath as he prayed the guard wouldn't notice him. Seconds stretched into eternity as the guard stared intently at the spot, looking suspiciously at nothing. "What is it?" another guard asked the former, who shook his head. "Nothing of concern," the guard replied. After a final look, the guard dismissed the thought, chalking it up to his imagination. He turned his gaze away, convinced that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Adrian exhaled slowly, feeling relieved. He realized his mistake and slowly made his way towards Skaha's home instead of rushing ahead. With careful steps, he crept past them, his movements silent as a whisper. He slipped through the gate and into the courtyard, his heart racing as more and more adrenaline was pumped into his blood. Phew, that was a close one, Adrian thought while jumping through the window, landing inside with a soft thud. Now, where would an old man hide his stuff? Once inside, Adrian began his search for the scroll. He darted from corner to corner, avoiding making any noise to alert the guards. After looking for a while, he found himself in a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by shelves lined with ancient tomes and artifacts. This has to be it, Adrian thought as he got to work. He had been inside the tribe's armory quite a few times, and while they had their impressive tomes and artifacts the tribe had found during cave exploration, that was nothing before Skaha's personal collection. Adrian was tempted to take a few things for himself, but decided otherwise, pushing the greedy thoughts out of his head. The old man might not notice a missing scroll, but if he realizes things have gone missing, he would definitely look for the scroll first. But as Adrian searched frantically for the scroll, he couldn't find it anywhere. Skaha was too smart to put all his eggs in one basket, but Adrian didn't know that. Fucking hell! Where's that damned thing? Adrian's frustration was evident. The final phase of his plan wouldn't work without the scroll. Unsealing the other heroes was crucial. The banner's attack wouldn't work without it. Frustration boiled within him, and he lashed out, kicking a nearby column in anger. To his surprise, the column shifted, revealing a hidden cabinet behind it. A scroll tumbled out, landing at Adrian's feet. The entity, broken through gacha mechanics, excitedly looks at the user and asks him to roll the dice for her. The entity, Sin of Sloth, yawns, congratulating her beloved user on his good fortune. The entity, Conqueror of 12 Labors, is in disbelief, wondering what kind of horse poop he witnessed. He feels upset and expects the user to succeed through hard labor, not accidental luck. With a triumphant grin, Adrian waved off the prompts and snatched up the scroll, his fingers trembling with excitement. But before he could open it, he heard Skaha's voice from the outside and realized he used all his luck to find the scroll. But why is he here so soon? Adrian panicked, and he quickly stashed the scroll in his inventory. Adrian quickly hid the secret compartment before turning invisible once again. He had finished cleaning the mess when Skaha entered the room and began looking for something. Duh! Adrian cursed silently, praying that he wouldn't be discovered. He held his breath, trying to remain absolutely silent. Skaha's gaze swept over the chamber, his eyes narrowing. It almost felt like he was staring at Adrian as the old man stretched his hand towards him. The entity, Conqueror of 12 Labors, laughs and says, "Be a man and confront your problems. There's a difference between being a man and a dead man. So, no thanks," Adrian thought, slowly stepping backwards. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. Final step 3. Sweat beaded on Adrian's brow as he fought to keep his composure. But just as Skaha was about to touch him, a voice called out from outside, distracting the old man. "Uncle, are you there?" Ahilai asked. "Yes," Skaha replied, turning around. "I'll be there in a moment." After taking another look in the room, Skaha turned and left. Adrian sighed in relief as Skaha's footsteps faded in the distance. That was close, Adrian mumbled before rushing toward the window and returning to his house. However, Adrian was still worried. The expression on Skaha's face told him that the old man knew something was off. Adrian wanted to slowly work his way around, gradually unsealing the heroes' abilities. But that's out of the window now, Adrian thought, walking inside his room where the girls awaited him. "How was it?" Amelia asked, getting off the seat. Adrian smiled, showing them the scroll. "I got the scroll, but we need to move fast. I suspect Skaha would start looking for it soon." "You fucked it up?" Sophia asked, giving Amelia a look, and they both smiled. Back when they were in the guild, Adrian rarely ever made mistakes. They used to find it funny to even think of Adrian messing up because it never happened. So now, when Adrian did make a mistake, they couldn't help but smile. "Haha, very funny." Adrian rolled his eyes before handing them the scroll. "I'll help you translate the text with the help of analysis, but you're on your own after that." "Are you going somewhere?" Sophia asked. She sensed Adrian wasn't telling them something and feared it meant he was up to something risky. "Some has to bring in the cavalry." Adrian winked and got to work. Adrian carefully unfurled the old paper while the girls leaned in, curious. They studied the faded letters etched on the parchment with eager eyes. He reached out to touch the writing, but as soon as his finger made contact, a sharp sensation pierced his skin, drawing blood. The girls followed suit, and as their blood dripped onto the paper, it vanished as if it was never there. Adrian furrowed his brow, puzzled by the strange occurrence, and the girls shrugged. Suddenly, the letters began to glow with a faint light, lighting up the chamber with a strange glow. The following moment, the words came to life and began floating before their eyes. Adrian recited the words with broken pronunciation, unaware of what would happen next. The girls listened intently as the letters flew past them, burning into their hands. Even though their flesh sizzled as if they were being burnt, the sensation calmed them. Once they were done, the words disappeared from the scroll and were etched into Sophia's and Amelia's arms. A strange power surged within them as the girls looked at each other and then back at Adrian, who had no marks on his hands. "I can't let myself be marked," he explained. "I have to leave, and I can't risk anyone noticing the letters." "Fair enough," Amelia shrugged. "So what do we do next?" "According to the texts, you just need to touch their marks to undo the seal," Adrian replied before getting up. "It won't be easy, but I trust you girls." He continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to where the others are being held. That way, no one would be suspicious seeing you walking around alone." The girls nodded, covering the markings on their hands. Adrian, Amelia, and Sophia walked toward the slave barns, the sun beating down on their backs. As they approached the barns, an elder appeared, his weathered face creased with lines of age. He squinted at Adrian and addressed him by Milka, which was something rare nowadays as most referred to him as Talshira. Milka, where are you going with your slaves? Adrian turned toward the slaves with a disdainful expression, his eyes narrowing. The slaves forgot their place and disobeyed my order. He glanced at Amelia before replying. I'm taking them to see their kin and show them how well I'm treating them compared to others and what would happen if they test me again. Yes, it's important to keep your slaves in line. The elder smirked and nodded in agreement. Treat them like they're less than human, or they'll try to take advantage of your kindness. Indeed, Adrian replied, cursing the old man under his breath. Meanwhile, the old man's gaze shifted to the girls, lingering on their curves, and he couldn't help but wonder how it would feel to enjoy them. Since you're headed to the barns, mind if I try teaching them a lesson? He asked slyly. Adrian chuckled before walking uncomfortably close to the elder. Sure, be my guest if you want to regret it. Remember, they're my slaves, not the tribe's property. Don't take this old man seriously. The elder chuckled nervously. I wasn't, Adrian replied with a straight face, scaring the elder even more. Noticing his reaction, the elder's smile faltered, and he quickly excused himself and hurried away. Adrian sighed in relief before ushering the girls toward the barns. No time to waste, Adrian said, walking toward the barn. Unfortunately, a few guards stood near the barn, and Adrian knew they would have to deal with them. Don't waste your time here, Sophia mumbled, placing her hand on Adrian's shoulder. Leave them to us, and you do what you must. Adrian nodded and told them to take care of themselves before hurrying toward the enclosure. He would need Fenris's speed to return before sunrise. However, someone had been waiting for Adrian when he reached the massive building. Going somewhere? Achilai asked as Adrian got on Fenris's back. Oh, chieftain, Adrian said, snapping back to attention and giving Achilai a nod. Not much going on, so I figured I'd head out to the forest for a hunt. Achilai grinned. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. Just let me finish up here, and I'll come with you. Adrian forced a smile, though inside he was seething with frustration. He muttered every curse word he knew under his breath. Bringing Achilai along was out of the question. All he could do now was hope for a miracle, which did happen as Skaha burst into the room, frantically searching for Achilai. Adrian's hunch was correct. Skaha had gone back for the scroll, but he found it to be missing and was now in a panic. Achilai! Skaha yelled, and Adrian, being the ever-hopeful soul, pointed Skaha towards him. The two exchanged a few words and walked out together. While Adrian was safe to leave, it also put a stink on his plan as the girls would have to hurry. I can't do much for them now. Adrian shook his head, instructing Fenris to rush. Getting to the banners is more important at the moment. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Final step for the scroll. It disappeared. Skaha whispered, his voice barely audible. What scroll? Wait, that scroll? Achilai replied, taken aback. How did it happen? Keep it down. Skaha replied anxiously, looking around. Despite capturing countless heroes, the average level of the tribe was below level 40, with the exception of Achilai, Skaha, and a few others. The only reason the tribe walked without fear was because of their slaves. However, if the tribe learned about the missing scroll, all hell would break loose. The scroll was missing, but they had to act quickly and discreetly to find the culprits before chaos erupted. I interrogated the guards, but they didn't see anyone entering or leaving, Skaha urged. We need to do something, and we gotta do it fast. I'll tell the gatekeeper to lock down the settlement, Achilai nodded, grabbing his spear. Meanwhile, you should keep an eye on the slaves. Even if someone has the scroll, it would take some time to decode it. Skaha understood what Achilai was going for. He wanted to ensure that even if someone had the scroll and managed to decode it, they would never reach the slaves to unseal their abilities. In the meantime, Achilai and his hounds would look through the settlement to find the culprit. Skaha nodded and left the enclosure. Achilai returned to where Milka was, but he was nowhere to be seen. It couldn't have been him, could it? Achilai wondered. While the situation made it seem like that, it couldn't have been possible. Achilai trusted Milka and dismissed the thought. He wanted to go hunting, so he probably figured my talk with Uncle would last a while and left. Little did Achilai know that his way of thinking would ruin the tribe. The security around the barns quadrupled within minutes, and all the slaves were instructed to go inside the barns. While the tribe guarded the barns against the outside, Sophia and Amelia worked their magic on the inside. Slowly, the shackles binding the heroes were released, and they were itching for revenge. But Amelia and Sophia calmed them down. While they understood their raging emotions, the girls knew the heroes were out of practice. Despite regaining their abilities, they were weaker than they used to be due to lack of practice. If they attacked the tribe now, quite a few might die, and Adrian had warned them about it. Their turn for revenge would come, but they had to bid their time now. In reality, Adrian knew the heroes could handle the Tulkas on their own, but he didn't want them acting alone. It would ruin his plan if they rushed into battle and Achilai managed to overpower them. Adrian aimed to launch a coordinated attack from two sides on the Tulkas, and for that, he needed the heroes to wait for the right moment. That was one reason he instructed Amelia and Sophia to unseal the heroes from one barn. They could help the rest when he returned, and the battle started. And that's it! Amelia smiled as she unsealed the abilities of yet another hero. She grabbed a healing potion and drank all of it. While it might not seem like it, unsealing the heroes was more challenging than she had expected. Depending on the hero's level and rank, unsealing them could take anywhere from 30% to 60% of their HP. Amelia then picked up someone else to help carefully unseal the abilities of one of the heroes. Her brow furrowed. Suddenly, Sophia walked up to her, her expression urgent as she grabbed Amelia's arm and pulled her away. "What's going on?" Amelia asked, confused by the interruption. "You know already," Sophia replied tersely. "Everyone is getting restless. As the number of unsealed heroes increases, so does their tantrums. We need to do something before they lose control." Amelia sighed as she looked around. She knew the heroes had endured years of enslavement, and the desire for revenge burned fiercely within them. But they had to stop them before they did something rash. "We have to keep them under control till Adrian returns," Amelia muttered to Sophia. "But I don't know how much longer we can hold them back." Just then, Nicola, the centaur from the previous generation of heroes known for his mastery over dual swords, trotted over with a frown. "How much longer are we supposed to wait, Gear?" he grumbled, crossing his arms before his chest. Amelia exchanged a worried look with Sophia. "Just give us a little more time. A little more time," she says. With a snort, he turned away, muttering under his breath as he stomped off. Sophia and Amelia didn't know, but Nicola's reaction was a signal to the others. The heroes seized their opportunity. They charged out of the barn with a roar, their powers cackling as they descended upon the tribal guards stationed outside. "Oh!" Sophia cried, lunging forward in a futile attempt to stop them. But it was too late. The heroes had already killed the guards and were now charging toward the main settlement. Amelia watched helplessly as chaos erupted around her. Just then, a horn echoed through the air, signaling that the tribe had been alerted of their little stunt. "We have to go," Sophia said, her voice strained and anger leaked from her eyes. "We can't stay here any longer." "But," Amelia cursed, rushing outside. It was pandemonium. As Adrian predicted, the heroes couldn't control their powers after so long and were causing unnecessary damage wherever they went. Grabbing Sophia's hand, Amelia led her towards another barn. Their plans had been thrown into disarray, but they couldn't afford to give up. As the tribe scrambled to respond to the attack, they knew they had to act quickly. "We need to free the others," Amelia said with urgency as they rushed toward the barns where Vincent and the others were being held. "Before it's too late." Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Final Step 5. The girls approached the barn cautiously, their steps slow and silent. The settlement was already in chaos, with the tribals rushing all over the place. They didn't want any problems before they managed to unseal the remaining heroes. Thankfully, the others had gotten everyone's attention, as no guards were stationed outside the other barn Adrian had told them about. "It's strange," Sophia commented. "I have expected a few guards here, at least." "It doesn't matter if they are here or not," Amelia whispered as Sophia nodded back. "Come on, let's get this over with." As they pushed open the heavy door, their worst fears were realized. The barn was filled, but not with heroes but tribals. Their eyes shone with malice as the girls walked through the doors. "Shit," Sophia cursed under her breath. Amelia's heart pounded as she took in the scene before her. Skaha and Achilai stood at the forefront, weapons in hand. Behind them, rows of tribals stood ready for battle, their eyes on the girls. Sophia's mind raced as she tried to make sense of the situation. How had the tribe known about their plans? It seemed impossible unless someone sold them out. But who could it be? Adrian was gone, and other than him, only she and Amelia knew about the move. Before she could voice her thoughts, Vincent emerged from the shadows behind Achilai, a malicious grin on his face. He stared at the girls as if he had won some competition. Well, Vincent sneered, his voice dripping with venom. "Look who decided to show up. I must say, I'm surprised you had the guts to come here after what you did." Clara stood by Vincent's side, her head bowed in shame. She had betrayed her friends, siding with Vincent and the tribe in a moment of weakness. It was not like she had a choice. Vincent had made it clear what he planned to do to the girls and didn't want to end up like them. Still, she was unable to meet her friends. Nez, Amelia's blood boiled with anger as she locked eyes with Vincent. "You're the one who betrayed us," she spat, trying in vain to control her emotions. "You turned your back on Adrian and joined forces with these savages. You're the real traitor here." "Ah, but you see, my dear Amelia, I had no choice." Vincent's grin widened at her words. "Adrian made his decision, and now I'm making mine. You should have known better than to think I'll stay down like a dog. You left me for dead and expect me to side with you?" The girls watched in horror as Vincent's words sank in. They had been betrayed by someone they once considered a friend. Someone they had trusted with their lives countless times. "Adrian was right," Amelia replied softly, with fury in her eyes. "I don't know why I served someone like you who was bound to show the true colors of his illegitimate lineage one day. You, how dare you, me shut it? You crybaby," Sophia scoffed, conjuring flame magic. "You can cry all you want when Adrian gets here." Sophia was right. There was no time to dwell on Vincent's betrayal. They had to get out of there and inform Adrian about the change in plans. However, the tribals were also closing in on them from the outside. There was no escape as their weapons were raised and ready for battle. Skaha and Ahila exchanged a knowing glance, but Vincent made a strange request before they could do anything. "Please let me handle the bitch. I don't care what you do with the rest of the heroes, go ahead." Ahila waved his hand without giving Vincent another thought. While Vincent had informed them about what Adrian could be planning while they were checking the barns for the scroll, in Ahila's eyes, a betrayal was a betrayal. Someone capable of betraying their friends because of misplaced ego would also betray him in the future. As such, Ahila had no use for Vincent or Nyxarians as a whole, and he planned on selling Vincent to Ulfania in exchange for resources. From that moment on, Ahila decided to fight his wars by himself. He won't need the church or anyone's help to deal with the banners. But for now, he kept that thought to himself. With a fierce battle cry, the tribals rushed forward. The girls braced themselves for the onslaught, their hearts pounding with adrenaline as they prepared to defend themselves against their attackers. Amelia was the first to react. She didn't have her bow with her, but as a member of the Royal Guard, she had been trained to use plenty of weapons, and her reflexes were honed from years of training. With a swift motion, she defeated a tribal, took his sword and met another opponent head-on. Loud clanging sounds were heard as she parried blow after blow. Sophia fought alongside her, her powers surging through her veins as she unleashed a barrage of magic against her foes. With a wave of her hand, she sent arcs of lightning crackling through the air, striking down anyone who dared to come too close. Torn between loyalty to her friends and guilt over her betrayal, Clara hesitated momentarily before joining the fray against her former teammates. She drew her sword and charged into battle. The barn echoed with the clash of metal and battle cries as the girls fought tooth and nail against their enemies. Despite their best efforts, they were outnumbered and outmatched, and eventually, the tribals slowly got the upper hand. Meanwhile, Vincent watched from the sidelines, his smirk never faltering as he egged on the tribals with taunts. He knew in order to defeat Amelia and rub it in her face, he had to be careful and wait for her to tire out. He would strike once he had the upper hand. Until then, he reveled in the chaos unfolding before him. As the battle raged on, fatigue began to set in for the girls. Their muscles ached, and their breath came in ragged gasps as they fought to keep their enemies at bay. But no matter how hard they fought, it seemed as though the tide of battle was against them. In a last-ditch effort to turn the tide, Sophia unleashed a powerful wave of magic, sending a shockwave rippling through the barn. For a moment, it seemed as though their enemies had been defeated, their bodies strewn across the ground in a tangled heap, but their victory was short-lived. Ska had chanted a spell, and everyone got back on their feet the next moment as if nothing had happened. But they didn't attack them. Instead, Vincent launched himself at Amelia, ready to strike. A fight broke out between Vincent and Amelia. Despite her skills, Vincent seemed to have the upper hand, overpowering her with each blow. Sophia attempted to intervene, but Achilles swiftly moved to stop her. "You're not interfering anymore," Achilles snarled. "Besides, I need you so I can punish your lover. Or should I perhaps call him Adrian? Like hell, you will." Sophia cursed, taking a swing at Achilles, but Achilles grabbed her hand and slammed her on the ground. The air was kicked out of Sophia's lungs as she fell, but that wasn't all as Achilles stomped her hand till her fingers shattered. "Destroy them, but keep them alive," Achilles instructed the tribe and walked toward the exit. Vincent saw him leave and yelled, "This wasn't what we agreed on. Get used to it." Achilles scoffed. "Plans change." One of the tribals yanked Vincent off Amelia and jumped on her. Sophia tried to help, but with her fingers shattered and missing staff, she couldn't use magic as the tribals jumped on them like hyenas. They tried to fight back, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and soon, the barn was filled with their cries as their bodies were stabbed over and over. Vincent maintained a straight face, but Clara turned away, covering her ears as she could no longer see or hear their cries. Meanwhile, Adrian was rushing back with the banners in tow. It took them longer than he had thought since they had to take the longer route to avoid attracting any beasts, and it was already dark. Who would have thought the elves would turn into our allies? Adrian said as a killer rode beside him. You can thank yourself for that, Aquila replied. The elf couple Adrian had saved and sent to the banners turned out to be a part of elven royalty. In other words, they were Rowan's distant cousins who were kidnapped and sold as slaves to the Tulkas by the church. Once the banners learned about their identity, they immediately released the elven slaves they had as a gesture of goodwill toward them. While not all was forgiven and forgotten, the group knew the Tulkas were responsible for the elves mistaking banners as the kidnappers and attacking them. That's why they decided to join the banners to rescue the others and then deal with their disagreements later. Yes, I would like to thank you as well, Shu, the elven prince replied, riding by Adrian's side. Had it not been for you, we'd still be there serving them. Don't worry about it, Adrian replied. But Shu continued, I don't have much to give you at the moment, but I assure you, Alphania will be by your side whenever you need us. Adrian gave Shu a curt, but short bow. He already knew of ways to make use of Shu's kind offer, but first, he needed to rescue the heroes and deal with the Tulkas once and for all. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 The Price of Betrayal 1 Adrian wanted to deal with the Tulkas, but by the time they arrived in the settlement, things weren't as Adrian had expected. Fire and smoke it billowed from several buildings, casting an eerie glow against the dark sky. The rain poured down relentlessly, dousing the flames in some places but failing to extinguish the fire entirely. A third of the settlement lay in ruins, the charred remains of homes smoldering amidst the downpour. Despite the destruction, the rest of the village stood relatively intact, which bothered Adrian the most. As Adrian surveyed the scene, a disturbing thought crossed his mind. It almost seemed like those places had been intentionally set on fire to give any intruders a false sense of the Tulkas being an easy target. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of their involvement. Standing on a tree, Adrian could see the people of the settlement, undeterred by the devastation, scurrying about, tending to the wounded and salvaging what they could from the wreckage. Something's off, he mumbled, climbing down from the tree. They most likely know about us, or at least me. That's not good, Amila sighed. Their entire attack was planned around the element of surprise. But if they had lost that edge, then charging into the settlement would have been the worst decision they could have made. That's not an option, he said. If they already know about us, they will soon attack us. It's better to take advantage of whatever little benefit we'd have now and be done with it. People nodded, agreeing with Aquila's decision, but Amila raised her hand, silencing them before turning towards Adrian. What do you think? I'll go alone. That's not happening, Amila intervened, but Adrian wasn't in the mood to argue. They're expecting me, not you lot. If I go there, they should drop their guard, Adrian continued. It'll allow you to attack them, and that's that. Aquila and Shu nodded in agreement. He hadn't shared banners, part in it with anyone, not even Amelia and Sophia. So the Tulkas tribe wouldn't see their attack coming, and even if they did, they wouldn't anticipate the elves teaming up with the banners. So, as long as Adrian showed up, the tribe wouldn't be able to retaliate against their assault. Fine, but take this with you, Amila sighed, handing Adrian a hand cannon and overpowered handheld firework. Use this before engaging them so we know when to attack. Adrian nodded and stored the explosive in his inventory. He then instructed Fenris to stay before he used Mimic to enter the settlement undetected. However, a horrifying sight awaited him as he made his way to the square. This can't be happening. He hadn't been able to see that far before, but Adrian was glad he didn't, or else he didn't know what he had done. Several severed heads were grotesquely decorated around the main square, mounted on spikes, a morbid display of Tulkas brutality. Most of the heads belonged to the captured heroes, while the rest were of the Nexarians who were living amongst the tribes. Tears welled in Adrian's eyes as he saw his friends, their faces contorted in pain. Oh no! Adrian forgot all about his camouflage state and ran towards one of the heads. His heart sank as he recognized Sarah's head. Her once vibrant eyes of the Naga were now lifeless, her expression frozen in a state of agony. I'm sorry. Tears flowed through his eyes, mingling with the rain as he approached her face with trembling hands. Memories flooded his mind of Sarah's laughter, her unwavering courage, and the hope in her eyes when they had last spoken. He remembered the promise he had made to her, the promise to rescue her from the clutches of Tulkas and bring her to safety. And now, that promise lay shattered at his feet, along with Sarah's lifeless remains. "They'll pay for this," Adrian silently whispered, closing Sarah's eyes. The sight of Sarah's head ignited a fire within Adrian, a fire fueled by grief and unadulterated rage. His hands curled into fists, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. All thoughts of not punishing the innocent left his mind. He had promised to hand over the Tulkas to the banners, but those thoughts had vanished at that moment. There was only one thing left: burning desire for vengeance. However, that wasn't all. Adrian's gaze shifted to the center, where Sophia and Amelia hung, their bodies battered and bruised, but they were alive. Yet, they won't be for long. One of Amelia's hands had been brutally torn off, while the other was nailed to the tree. Sophia's face was swollen beyond recognition, her eyes shut. Their breaths were ragged and desperate, as if clinging to what little life they had left in them. The Tulkas' entire combat force was assembled around the tree. Akulai, Ska, Suhai, everyone was there, but they weren't the only ones, as Vincent and Clara were sitting beside them, and at that moment Adrian knew what had happened there. That bastard sold them out, Adrian thought, his fists clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white with fury. At that moment, Adrian didn't know what to do. Then, out of nowhere, his chest tightened. It was a familiar feeling, and the system confirmed his doubts. Warning: emotional instability detected. The system advises the user to regain control before Minotaur instincts override rational thought and trigger Soul Devourer's skill. With a deep breath, Adrian forced himself to focus, to push aside the overwhelming emotions threatening to consume him. He couldn't afford to lose control now, not when Sophia and Amelia's lives hung in the balance. But that didn't mean he would let them get away with it. He retrieved the explosive from his inventory, got inside a broken house to shelter himself from the rain, and lit it before hurling it toward the square. A loud explosion followed with confused cries from the tribals as they were alerted. The smoke faded as Akulai and the rest were confused, and a stranger appeared before them. "That's him!" Vincent yelled. "He's Adrian, the one I told you about." The tribe's gaze shot towards Adrian, who silently walked in front. His gaze fell upon Vincent and Clara, his eyes devoid of emotion as if carved from stone. "I'm going to kill you," he said. His voice was cold and void of emotions, barely above a whisper, yet they heard him clearly over the noise of the rain. "And by the time I'm done, there won't be enough left of you to recognize, let alone bury." Vincent and Clara recoiled at the venom in Adrian's tone, their faces pale with fear. They had never seen him like this before, his usual warmth replaced by an icy resolve that sent shivers down their spines. Without waiting for a response, Adrian turned towards Akulai as he continued, "The same goes for you, all of you." But unlike Vincent and Clara, Akulai didn't recoil in fear. Instead, he broke down laughing. "Take a look around before you speak, traitor." Akulai yelled, "You're already dead, and soon your head will be amongst your friends." "Traitor? How am I a traitor when I never belonged to your pathetic tribe?" Adrian began laughing like a maniac. "But don't fret. Soon enough, you and your sorry tribe won't be around to worry about betrayals anymore." Chapter 130. Chapter 130. The Price of Betrayal 2. While Adrian thought of ways to deal with the tribe without depending on the Minotaur's heart, a familiar face appeared before him. "Milka, my son, what did you do to him? Where is he?" Suhai yelled, breaking from the crowd. Adrian could have given him a straight answer, but not anymore. He was going to toy with them, just like they had played with the heroes. "What do you mean, Dad?" Adrian replied in his altered voice to replicate Milka's. "I'm here, right in front of you. I never left our tribe. At the moment, I'm just hanging out with the slimes, feeding myself to them. But don't worry, soon you'll be joining me." "You bastard! How could you?" Suhai's voice trembled with anguish as he cried for Milka, even though he knew his son wasn't returning to him. "You will never know peace. This is a father's curse, as if I have ever felt at peace." Adrian shook his head, mumbling to himself as Suhai collapsed to his knees, cursing Adrian through his tears. "Stop with the crocodile tears. Think about the families of the heroes. Imagine the pain they would feel, seeing the severed heads of their loved ones." Adrian continued, "Your tribe started the war. I'm only here to put an end to it. You're some messiah, huh?" Vincent scoffed, pointing his sword towards Adrian. "You low-life bastard. All of this happened because of you. If only you had died that night like planned, none of this would have happened." At that moment, Vincent had a strange look on his face. He realized he had messed up by saying those words. Although he had been aware of Adrian's assassination plan, he had no part in it. But for Adrian, it would seem that it was Vincent's plan to get him killed. Vincent looked at Adrian, expecting some reaction, but Adrian was as cold as ice. It didn't appear that Vincent's words had any effect on him, and he was right. I forgot about your betrayal once, but this time, there will be no second chances, Adrian replied without taking his eyes off Ahuli. He continued, but don't worry, I'll deliver your head to Ulvania with a speed post, so your family and experience a fraction of what you have done today. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea who your Clara went berserk as if her outburst would do anything to help them? SHHI have special plans for you, too. Adrian turned towards Clara, his eyes shining red. Sophia spoke highly of you, so I let you be. But after witnessing your betrayal, I have no qualms about feeding your corpse to the dogs. And mark my words, it will happen, even if it's the last thing I do. Clara got quiet after that, probably planning an exit strategy that would never come to be. Witnessing Adrian's reaction, the tribals tensed up, ready to attack Adrian. But Ahuli held his hand and stopped them. In his eyes, the words out of Adrian's mouth were nothing more than the rambling of a dead man. Ahuli listened silently and instructed the other to do the same as if granting a dying man his final wish. But it was a grave error, for Adrian was merely biding his time, a ploy to buy time for the banners. Those were quite big words coming out of your mouth, Ahuli scoffed, rolling his eyes. I hope you're satisfied and ready to die now? I wanted to ask the same, are you ready to die now? Ahuli shook his head, pitying Adrian's stupidity as he raised his spear. He'd have let Adrian live had he begged for mercy. After all, he was a skilled soldier, but it seemed the outsider had made up his mind, and being the benevolent leader Ahuli was, he decided to cut Adrian's life short then and there. However, an arrow whizzed past Adrian just as Ahuli was about to strike. He jumped to evade the attack, but the arrow its mark on his shoulder with a sickening thud. Pain shot through Ahuli's body as his collarbone snapped under the force of the impact. Stunned, Ahuli staggered back, his grip on his spear loosening. He turned to see Amila standing amidst the banners, her bow still drawn and ready for another shot. Don't you dare lay hands on my pet, she snarled. FRUDML.O. Her eyes blazed with determination as she met Ahuli's gaze. Her message clear: she would protect Adrian at any cost. Protect the chieftain, Skaha yelled, and the tribals formed a human shield around Ahuli. But they were slow. Amila fired another arrow as the elves and the banners charged into the battle, yelling their battle cries. A few brave souls jumped in front of Ahuli, only to have their heads severed by the arrow. Their blood splattered everywhere as their heads rolled under their feet. Meanwhile, Fenris, ever loyal to her master, rushed to Adrian's side. She had grown slightly in that moment as her massive form was a shield against further threats. Her ability, called Alter Form, allowed Fenris to change her size on command. With a low growl, she bared his teeth, warning the Tulkas to think twice before attempting another attack. However, Fenris wasn't the only beast with special powers. Seeing things going south, Skaha whistled loudly, and everything went silent. The Tulkas knew what was about to happen and scattered away from Skaha and Ahuli. The following moment, the ground trembled beneath their feet as a deafening roar shattered the silence. From the horizon emerged a colossal figure. Its massive form was all one could see as it thundered forward like an unstoppable force. The creature's massive tusks gleamed even in the dark as it barreled through buildings and obstacles in its path. Its sheer size and power struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Is that Tequila? Mumbled, joining Adrian. A Mammoth, Adrian replied, taking out his sword, but there was something else he wanted to get out of his inventory. Can you keep it busy for a while? There's something I need to do. Are you serious? Aquila stared at Adrian but sighed, scratching his head when Adrian's expression remained unchanged. 5 minutes, that's all I can do without risking the life of the others. That'd be more than enough, Adrian replied, dumping the Arachnid Queen's corpse before the crowd. Chapter 131 Chapter 131, Massacre 1. What is that? Aquila asked as soon as Adrian brought out the Queen's corpse. The entire thing was marred with burn wounds and melted body parts. But the worst thing about it was the smell. It felt like 1,000 rotten eggs had been dumped on the battlefield. People frowned, covering their noses as the smell of dried sulfur overwhelmed them. While the banners didn't recognize the beast, the Tulkas did, which was part of Adrian's intention. Tulkas might refer to Adrian as a traitor or an outsider, but there was one thing they couldn't take away from him. It was him who killed the queen, not Milka, but him. If he could single-handedly defeat Queen Arachnid, dealing with the tribe would be a child's play. That's what they'll think, Adrian thought, his fingers brushing against the queen's corpse. He planned to play with the enemy's mind. After all, an enemy with a troubled mind already had 1 foot in their grave. And he was right. The morale boost the Tulkas got from having Mamoroth by their side was thrown out of their minds as soon as they saw the Queen's ghastly-looking corpse. After all, they knew that in a fight between the Queen and the King of Beasts, the Queen would win with relative ease. As such, someone who had defeated the Queen would likely also defeat the Mamoroth. Only Adrian knew how he had defeated the Queen and why it wasn't possible for him to deal with the Mamoroth himself. He couldn't understand why Shu was there either, but then it hit him. Shu and his wife, Rina, disappeared a couple of years back. Could the Tulkas be mixed up in their disappearance? If that's true and he sides with the tribe, it could mean trouble for him. Alfania would see that as an act of betrayal, possibly costing him his life. What's going on here? He gritted his teeth, not knowing which side to fight to win. On one hand, he wanted to kill Adrian, but on the other, he had the support of his cousins, which made matters complicated. However, it also worked in his favor in a twisted sense. As long as my people are here, Adrian wouldn't be able to lay a hand on me. Vincent smiled, turning to face Clara. Don't worry, I'll protect you from him as well. Clara smiled weakly, grateful that her loyalty to Vincent was finally paying off. But somewhere in her heart, she knew someone as trivial as a few elves wouldn't be enough to save them. Not after what they had done to Amelia and Sophia. Yet, she hoped for the best. Something in his eyes tells me Adrian won't let go of what we have done so easily. She was right. At the same time, I'll leave my life in your hands, Adrian whispered, looking at Fenris and Aquila before beginning the absorption process. I'm not even going to ask what you mean by that, Aquila replied, knowing that something was off with Adrian ever since he entered the enemy settlement. Adrian ignored the comment and got down to business. Every second was precious, and he had no intention of wasting his time. All slots are full. Please select an organ to be replaced and try again. Ogre skin patches? Adrian replied. He had thought about it for some time and figured out that wearing the ogre skin boosted his defense stats. Nothing more. Adrian could just raise his stats himself for the same effect. Meanwhile, the Queen was his ticket to getting rid of his fatal weakness, poison. He hoped that having poison in his body would make him immune to poison, figuratively turning the troll's blood into an elixir. Here goes nothing. Adrian pursed his lips and steeled his nerves, for he knew he'd be in a world of pain within seconds. His compatibility with the poison gland of the Queen was on the lower side, which was expected. Hence, the pain of integration would be amplified by a large margin. Initializing integration process ***** on the other side of the battlefield. A fight raged on. The Tulkas outnumbered the Banners by 2 to 1, but their numbers were matched since the elves had joined the fray. While unexpected, Ahilai and Skaha had already prepared their soldier for such a scenario. They understood that if the Banners ever attacked, they'd have to seek assistance from someone. It could come from other tribes or even a group they didn't know about. So, they weren't worried about their numbers. But even in all their knowledge and experience, the Banners have bested them time and time again. Besides, since they had no experience in fighting against the elves, they were in a worse position than they had thought. But there was still hope for their victory. Mamoroth's presence would have a massive impact on the result of the war. Nothing can beat a raging beast. Skaha laughed while the healers quickly worked their magic on Ahilai's wound. That bitch, I'll have her head. Ahilai cursed Amila in pain. Had it not been for her arrows, he would be out there fighting with his people. But now he had to stay back, hoping the healers would manage to heal his broken collarbone so he could participate in the battle. However, that seemed unlikely. Unlike the Banners, the Tulka healers had little experience dealing with such wounds. Their Nyxarian guests were the ones proficient in such practice, but in a fit of rage, Ahilai had all of them slaughtered, and now he was helpless. Suddenly, the cries grew louder, alerting Skaha and Ahilai. What is going on there? Ahilai asked, trying to get up, but Skaha forced him to lie down. Don't stress yourself. I'll go and see what's happening. With that, Skaha left the house, leaving behind a couple of elite guards to protect Ahilai while the rest followed him outside. However, he heard a swish of arrows flying toward them, with death written all over them. Chapter 132 Massacre 2 Shields. Skaha yelped. The old man's voice was followed by a muffled cry of pain as an arrow slammed into one of the guards' throats. The guard stumbled backwards, clutching onto his neck as he fell to the ground with a thud. What the hell? How did they reach so far into our territory? Skaha yelled again. Where is that damned creature? On cue, his eyes went towards his ace, the Mamoroth, trapped by the Banners. They couldn't finish off the massive creature with just a dozen of them, but they could distract it while the rest took care of the Tulkas, and that's how Amila and her legion of archers broke through their ranks. Damn it! Skaha cursed his oversight. His overconfidence in the Mammoth was backfiring on him big time, but that was the least of his concerns as more arrows followed. Thankfully, all the guards had raised their shields by then, but it was in vain as the arrows rained on them in every direction, the raging wind helping the arrows to disperse and hit more targets. More importantly, the worst part was that the rain was helping the archers conceal themselves. Couple that with the dark, and things got worse for them. All the conditions should have worked against the archers, yet somehow, they were able to take advantage of nature and turn the situation on the Tulkas. Skaha could only curse his fate while hiding behind his shield. After all, how could they protect themselves from a shower of arrows and archers they couldn't see? Skaha had never felt so helpless in his life. They were forced to cower behind their shields, yet more and more guards fell to the downpour of arrows. But that was only the beginning of their problems. The roar of approaching elves only added to their horror. There was still some distance between the two groups, but it meant nothing. They couldn't lower their shields as the arrows would mow them down, and they wouldn't be able to attack the elves if they remained as they were. Suddenly, Skaha grabbed one of the guards, unleashed the frenzied wolves. But my lord, they can't differentiate between friends and foes. Don't argue with me, and do as you're told. Skaha yelled, pushing the man away. Unleash the wolves and be done with it, or else I'll have your head. The soldier gulped down his saliva and rushed toward the enclosures, knowing he was headed towards his death. After all, the frenzied wolves would attack the nearest thing first, and since he was releasing them, he would die first. But there was no choice. If the soldier was going to die, he decided he would rather die helping the tribe, hoping his efforts would be recognized. Skaha sighed as he watched the soldier disappear into the night. I can't believe it came to this. As excellent of a tamer as the Tulkas were, there were wolves that even they couldn't tame and had gone mad due to constant taming attempts. Such creatures were known as frenzy wolves. The tribe didn't have much use for such creatures other than entertainment. They would usually pit them against some slaves and watch them tear apart the slaves alive. But now, they were the only hope for saving them. Retreat into the building, Skaha instructed the group, but stopped when he heard someone approaching them. To his surprise, the soldier from before came rushing back, panting as if his life depended on it. What happened? Skaha asked, looking around him. Where are the damned creatures? They are all dead. The soldier panted. Not only them, every creature in the enclosures is dead. What? How can this be? They were alive and well a couple of hours ago. Someone must have poisoned the ponds, the guard suggested, informing Skaha about the usual signs of poisoning he had observed, prompting Skaha to angrily throw away his staff. It must have been that bastard, that fucking outsider. As usual, Skaha was right in his deduction. After defeating the spiderlings, Adrian removed their venom glands and added them to the pool in the middle of the enclosures before leaving the Tulkas. Adrian was well acquainted with the Tulkas' strength when it came to tamed beasts and knew he would have to deal with them sooner rather than later. That's why he had been going around the enclosures, and given his status, no one questioned him as he did whatever. With so much water and potent venom, just one poison gland in each pool did the job. It would be a long while before the poison spread through the water. So, it would be a while before the animals started feeling sick or died. As such, the tribe wouldn't know anything was off until it was too late. Adrian hadn't expected his plan to be revealed and the heroes to die, but in the end, that, too, worked in his favor. As the chaos ensued with the heroes, the Tulkas were too preoccupied to attend to the beasts. Hence, no one found out about their condition until it was too late. It was a bold move on Adrian's part that paid off tremendously. Just then, another thought hit Skaha and cautiously glanced behind his shield. While it was still alive, it moved slowly, and the poison was slowly taking its effect on it as well. We're doomed, he mumbled under his breath. All the planning and plotting he had done over the years had been ruined by one man. As much as the thought infuriated him, there wasn't much he could do about it. My lord, order the retreat. We can't win like this. The guard was still speaking when his head flew off, but this time, it wasn't Mila or her archer who killed him, but Achilai. Retreat? Only cowards do that. Achilai snarled as the healers tried to pull him back inside, but the chieftain pushed them aside. Skaha could see his nephew was in pain, but his bloodlust overpowered the pain as he looked at his soldiers. Anyone else wants to retreat? Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Massacre 3. Achilai's words hung in the air while the rest maintained absolute silence. No one wanted to face the chieftain in a maniacal state. With a surge of adrenaline, Achilai pushed the guards aside and strode forward, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene. Their prized beasts lay on the ground, twitching in pain, and the elves were overpowering the tribesmen. We got played, Achilles spat, gripping his spear tightly. Where are those women? Right where we left them, Skaha replied, pointing at the square. The enemies hadn't reached the spot yet, but they were closing in. Ahilai understood that those girls were the key to victory. Adrian had shown a deep concern for them, which meant that as long as they had the girls, Adrian would be compelled to fight for them or at least stop the banner's advance. Skaha noticed Ahilai's gaze and realized what was happening inside his head. We can't get to them, Skaha replied, pointing at the elves charging toward them. The archers and those fools plan on pinning us here, so we can't help the rest. Ahilai remained quiet, analyzing the situation. He knew every corner of the settlement and hence could figure out the rough position of the enemy archers. As for the elves, he would also find a way to deal with them. Gather your wolves, Ahilai instructed his people. We'll charge ahead. Charging toward the enemy with their numbers was suicide, but none dared to voice their thoughts before Ahilai, not after what he did to the soldier earlier. They quickly got the wolves while the elves raced towards them with weapons in hand. Without delay, Ahilai kicked his wolf into action, and the rest of the squad did the same. Soon, they were galloping wildly, screaming maniacally to encourage each other. Duh! Amila cursed, realizing what Ahilai was up to. Focus on the females! Under her command, the archers revealed their position and began firing arrows at the group, hoping to stop them in their tracks. Shu realized the same, instructing the elves to move towards the girls. The elves were faster, and within moments, they were right in front of Ahilai's group. Do not stop! Ahilai yelled at the top of his lungs, ignoring the pain in his hands. Fight through the enemies! Stop them at all cost! Shu rallied the elves behind. We cannot let them pass. When Shu noticed Ahilai leading the troops, his eyes were filled with rage. He remembered his face and knew both Amila and Adrian would be pleased if he captured the man alive. However, it wasn't going to be that easy. Shu shot numerous arrows aimed at Ahilai, but his men willingly sacrificed themselves to protect their leader. Frustrated, the elf dropped the bow and drew his sword. However, the crazed tribal proved too much for Shu to handle himself. Ahilai, with his speed and spear, had an advantage over the elf and was about to impale the man, but one of the elves put Shu out of harm's way, sacrificing himself in the process. Lucky bastard, Ahilai clicked his tongue as he rode onwards. Ahilai might have rushed past Shu, but Skaha was right behind, and he swung a sword in Shu's direction, aiming for his neck. Thankfully, the elf rolled by the side and slashed at the wolf's feet, hoping to injure the wolf and bring down the rider with it. However, Skaha wasn't born yesterday and had already prepared Sully for such attacks. 2 layers of rugged leather had been wrapped around the wolf's legs, protecting it from such attacks. Damn it! Shu cursed under his breath, and Skaha aimed to deliver the final blow. But as he was about to bring the sword down, an arrow struck his hand, cleanly severing it from the rest of his body. Oh! Skaha exclaimed as his eyes fell on Amila, rushing towards them and riding Bakira. Ahilai, watch out! Ahilai raised his arm, ready to pierce Amila's chest. But Amila was no newbie either. She put one foot on Bakira's shoulder and used it as a platform to launch herself into the air. Once in the air, she swung her bow, hitting Ahilai's injured shoulder. The chieftain yelped in pain as he lost his balance, and they tumbled to the ground together. Ahilai's wolf tried to protect its master, but Bakira pinned the wolf to the ground before biting off its neck. The rest of the squad tried to rush past the elven barrier but got caught, and the elves struck them with all their might. As the 2 chieftains rolled away, Amila flipped back on her feet while Ahilai was busy caressing his refreshed wound. Without wasting any time, Amila dropped her bow and delivered a roundhouse kick to Ahilai, forcing him back to the ground. Ahilai lay on the ground, his injured shoulder throbbing with pain. His arm hung limp at his side. Useless. Amila stood before him, her gaze cold as she panted. Ahilai tried to push himself up with a grunt, but his weakened state betrayed him, and he fell back to the ground. It's over, Ahilai, Amila said as the sky thundered over their heads. Like hell it is, Ahilai scoffed. Amila shook her head, looking at the enemy chieftain with pity. Watching her reaction, Ahilai struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth, his good arm trembling with effort. He knew he was at a disadvantage, but he refused to give up without a fight. Even so, Amila kicked him again, and he was back on the ground. As Amila moved in for the kill, Ahilai lunged forward with a desperate roar, swinging his one good arm with all his strength. But Amila sidestepped effortlessly. With a swift motion, she delivered a powerful blow to Ahilai's injured shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony and fall to his knees. You're finished, Ahilai, Amila declared, her voice cold and unforgiving. Ahilai stared at her with deadly eyes. Had it not been for his injury, he would have no problem dealing with the bitch. He wasn't going to give up, but he couldn't see any other outcome till something appeared before his eyes. Do you want strength? the holographic screen read before his eyes. Achille had never seen anything like it before and thought he was hallucinating. But then, all of a sudden, the pain in his shoulder diminished, surprising him. The entity, Sin of Pride, looks pitifully at the user and offers you his aid. Will the user accept it? Yes, the entity, Sin of Pride, smiles and tells the user not to disgrace his name. Amila was about to deliver the final blow to Achille when she noticed something odd. As if by magic, Achille's wound healed right before Amila's eyes. With a sudden burst of power, he pushed himself up from the ground, surprising Amila. Amila tried to attack him, but he kicked her backwards, flexing his healed shoulder. A smirk crossed his lips as he taunted her to come forward, ready to face her again. Amila's eyes narrowed as she regained her balance. A flicker of surprise was on her face. She had seen something like that before. It was the same as the Nyxarian who had attacked them a while ago. Demonic transformation, Amila mumbled, contemplating whether she should do the same as only a demon could defeat another. Chapter 134 Chapter 134 Massacre 4 Meanwhile the ground trembled as the Mammoth charged into the tribal army. With each thunderous step, the earth shook beneath its massive weight. The warriors scrambled to evade its path, and the beasts roared drown out their shouts. Achille managed to get away in time, but not everyone was that lucky. Mammoth swung its mighty tusks, sending soldiers flying through the air like leaves in a storm. Spears and arrows bounced harmlessly off its thick hide as it trampled everything in its path. Panic swept through the ranks as banner warriors struggled to regroup and form a defense against the rampaging creature. Achille shouted orders, trying to rally his troops against the formidable foe. But Mammoth seemed unstoppable even though the poison had slowed it down. The creature plowed through the army with rage-induced fit, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. Despite their bravery, the tribal warriors were outmatched by the sheer power of the mammoth. They fought bravely, but it was clear the creature would overwhelm them sooner or later. Adrian, we can't hold much longer, Achille yelled as he turned around to see Adrian knocked out cold. What happened to him? Achille frantically looked around, but no one could have put Adrian in such a state. As much as he wanted to check up on him, he knew better than to leave the Mammoth unchecked. Just then, two members of the tribe rushed toward the Mammoth. Achille noticed them from the corner of his eyes and yelled at them to stop, but they thought only about the glory of slaying a Mammoth. Retreat, damn it! Achille yelled, but in vain. The youngsters jumped up and climbed using the creature's trunk, avoiding its attacks, then stabbing Mammoth's eyes. They looked proud as they jumped off the creature's back, unaware of the catastrophe they had committed. Unlike other creatures that relied on multiple senses, the Mammoth relied heavily on its eyesight because its sense of smell and hearing were mediocre at best. With its eyes gone, the creature went berserk, and the youngsters became the first victims of its rampage as they were crushed to death. It wasn't the kind of snooze-new any man would want. Those idiots! Achille yelled and rushed towards Adrian, who was still unconscious. Take cover! While the others could save themselves, Adrian couldn't. The rest of the banners noticed what Achille had in mind and disobeyed his orders. They charged toward the Mammoth, hoping to draw its attention with loud noises. They danced around the creature, dodging its frantically swinging trunk and tusks. Some met their demise, but they knew they'd have to put the damned creature down before it caused any more damage. But it was easier said than done. They won't be able to hold it back for long, Achille mumbled, turning towards Fenris, unsure if the creature would understand him. Take him away. No! Surprisingly, the wolf understood and took Adrian's other hand, trying to yank him away, but it didn't work. Achille saw what was happening and dashed to assist Adrian, but it seemed like his hand had fused with the queen's body. No matter how much they tugged, his hand remained stuck to the corpse. What the hell is going on? Why won't it come off? Achille cursed under his breath. Because I was asleep, Adrian replied as he woke up from his slumber. The hell were you doing? Achille sighed in relief. I thought you died or something. I know. Doing this on the battlefield was a terrible idea, but I didn't have a choice, Adrian replied, not elaborating on it further as he didn't want to trigger Achille's PTSD by mentioning sin of sloth. When Adrian was about to join the fight, Sloth had something to say. He was about to dismiss it in his rage, but then she told him something that would completely alter the course of the battle ahead. There was a reason why Vincent suddenly got so cocky and betrayed Sophia and Amelia. It was the support of a strange entity simply called the Observer. Vincent was given a particular skill from the Observer that made him almost invincible to harm. The skill wouldn't heal him as Adrian's blood did. It only meant he couldn't die, no matter what happened to him. Even if someone cut off his head, he'd still be alive. Adrian thought this power seemed too good to be true, but then, Sloth pointed out a big problem with it, and Adrian finally understood what she was trying to say. Just because Vincent couldn't, I didn't mean he couldn't be hurt. But that revelation about Vincent's new skill made Adrian wonder about the Observer, and he asked Sloth about it in his sleep. However, even Sloth seemed wary of the Observer, and didn't tell Adrian much about them. She was afraid the others might not take kindly to her actions, as what she did was against the rules. I don't know what rules she talked about, but I'm thankful she did what she did. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead by now. Adrian sighed, waiting for a confirmation to appear before him. Integration complete. Incorporating a skill into Chimera physiology. Please hold on. The user has obtained the active skill, Blood Poison. The sound of the notifications was music to his ears. Now he wanted to deal with Vincent, but first, he had to take care of the beast, charging straight towards them. Adrian grinned as he sliced his arm, smearing blood on the Minotaur's sword. The Mammoth sure is a good boy, he said, ready to try out my new skill as a test subject. Fenris responded with a fierce growl as Adrian climbed onto her back. She shrank to gain maximum speed and raced alongside the oncoming mammoth. Adrian gripped his blood-smeared sword tightly as they closed in on the monstrous creature. As they drew nearer, Adrian could feel the ground trembling beneath them. Even with the spiderling's poison coursing through its veins, there was no stopping the massive being. What a ferocious creature, Adrian mused. It's deserving of its title, the King of Beasts. With a steady hand, Adrian guided Fenris closer to the beast, his eyes locked on his target. They were on a collision course when Adrian stood on Fenris's back. Now, Fenris, get away, Adrian commanded, jumping off the wolf's back. Fenris obeyed without hesitation, veering off to a safe distance as Adrian braced himself for what was to come next. He landed on the hind legs of the raging Mammoth, his grip tight on his sword, and used the creature's own momentum to propel himself upwards. With a bit of a struggle, Adrian scaled the towering beast's back, his heart racing with adrenaline as he neared the beast's head. This will sting a bit, Adrian mumbled, raising the blade over his head. With a primal roar, Adrian plunged his sword into the back of the Mammoth's head, the poison blade sinking deep into its flesh. But once wasn't enough, he withdrew the sword, stabbing the creature over and over. In time, the creature staggered, and a painful scream escaped its massive jaws as Adrian's blood venom took effect. Just die already, Adrian shouted as he delivered the final blow. With a deafening thud, the Mammoth collapsed to the ground. It was still alive, but barely so. The poison would soon end the creature's misery. Adrian stood triumphant atop the fallen creature, his chest heaving as he surveyed the aftermath of the battle. That took a bit longer than I expected, Adrian mumbled, looking around for Vincent. Now, where's that bastard? Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Chimaeras rage won in the blink of an eye. Aculi had morphed into a demonic being like no other. Forget about the banners. Even his own people were scared of the evil aura that surrounded him. But Amila's concern was not just for Aculi's appearance. The deathly aura that emanated from him was more intriguing for her. It was a force that brought destruction wherever it touched. The grass beneath their feet was the proof. Once vibrant and green, they lay dry and lifeless, as if Aculi's presence had poisoned them. Noticing his newfound strength, Aculi lunged at the enemy, but Amila rolled away in time. Aculi collided with a tree where she was standing a moment ago, and similar to the grass, the tree also dried up before crumbling to dust. Aculi had banged his head on the tree, but began laughing like a maniac instead of feeling pain. It works, he laughed maniacally. I can't feel anything. Amila frowned. She had seen a similar reaction a while back when the banners were about to be exiled. Her father had the same expression when everyone turned their backs on him following his betrayal. I never wanted to face you again. Amila curled her fist, remembering what happened to her father, and the entity that sponsored him. The entity, Sin of Pride, laughs, remembering the user's previous encounter with one of his vassals. It was the first time an entity had communicated with her directly, but Amila couldn't be bothered by such words and ignored Pride, something he didn't take kindly. She had hurt Pride's pride, so she'd have to pay for it. Pride instructed Aculi to kill Amila, and he'd get more rewards for that. Aculi didn't need a reason, but he was glad at the same time. Aculi attacked once more, but this time, Amila stood her ground and hit back. Their fists met with a loud crack. Skaha, busy fighting the elves, heard the noise and grinned, assuming Amila got hurt. But it turned out differently. Amila's hand was fine, but Aculi had lost 2 fingers, which dangled from his hand like jelly. They were broken, barely holding on to skin and muscle. Aculi awkwardly noticed his arm but couldn't feel any pain, thanks to his sponsor. Meanwhile, Amila noticed a black patch rapidly spreading through her fingers. It was the effect of Aculi's poisonous aura. After finishing, she focused on the tiny amount of magic she had left around the wounds. Several popping sounds followed as blood gushed out of the cuts along with the poison and landed on the ground, making a sizzling noise. While getting rid of the poison was a quick fix, Amila knew the solution wouldn't work in the long run. She would have to find a way to deal with Ahuli without touching him. Being an archer, defeating an enemy from a distance wasn't a big deal for Amila. But now, with her bow on the ground and Ahuli blocking her path to it, things got tricky. She eyed her dropped weapon. It was a mere few feet away, but reaching it wouldn't be easy. Amila couldn't risk touching Ahuli, but she knew he would attack her the moment she moved toward her bow. Unless Amila threw her knife towards Ahuli's eyes. While he didn't feel any pain, it didn't mean he wouldn't lose his eyes if the knife hit him. As such, Ahuli had to dodge the attack. Taking advantage of the situation, Amila rushed toward the bow, but as she had predicted, as soon as she stepped a foot forward, Ahuli jumped at her, wildly swinging his massive fists. Amila dodged and weaved, careful not to let him land a hit. She dodged another swipe from Ahuli, but she wasn't fast enough this time. His claws ran across her thighs, leaving behind a searing pain as the poison spread through her veins. Since she was already poisoned, Amila dropped the careful act and kicked him away. It brought her a couple of precious seconds, but Ahuli was already onto her and punched her in the back. She fought back, but Ahuli wasn't finished yet. With a cruel grin, he launched himself at her once more, this time aiming for her shoulder. A sharp pain shot through her arm as Ahuli's fist connected, injecting poison into her arm. Amila stumbled forward and fell face first next to her bow, clutching her wounded arm where the poison was yet to spread. All that strength for what? Ahuli laughed, confident in his victory as he closed in for the kill. In the end, you're on the verge of death, and soon your tribe will join you in the afterlife. I'm not that frail. Amila's laughter surprised him. With a defiant grin, she grabbed the bow with her good arm and turned to face Ahuli. For a moment, Ahuli was shocked, but then he realized that his opponent had lost all the senses in her other arm, thanks to his poison. He sneered, thinking she was incapable of launching an arrow with just one arm. But Amila had other plans. She grasped the bowstring between her teeth, holding the arrow in place with her tongue. Pain surged through her body, but she ignored it, focusing solely on her target. Ahuli's laughter turned to shock as Amila released the arrow, sending it hurtling towards him with incredible speed. The arrow found its mark, severing his left arm right from the shoulder. She had aimed for his heart, but due to unsteady aim, it hit his shoulder. But Amila wasn't done yet. She kicked Ahuli's leg, making him fall over next to her. Ignoring her aching body, she forced a smile as she said the words that enraged Ahuli. An arm for an arm, Amila muttered through clenched teeth, her voice barely a whisper. Soon darkness crept into the edges of her vision, the poison coursing through her veins finally taking its toll. As the world faded to black, Amila's last thought was a victory, of sacrifice. And then, there was nothing. ***** author's note. Thanks to my beloved partner, I'd have to upload 6 bonus chapters. The chapters will be uploaded next week, i.e. from 1st April to 7th April. Feel free to thank her in the comments, lol. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 Chimaeras Rage 2 Seeking bitch Ahuli mumbled through gritted teeth. He couldn't feel any pain, but the weakness from blood loss was a separate matter. With an entire hand missing, things didn't look good for Ahuli as he struggled to get up. He might have defeated Amila, but the price he had to pay wasn't worth the trouble. Once he returned to his feet, Ahuli's eyes scanned the battlefield. It was obvious his tribe was losing. They had heavily depended on their captured beasts, and with them gone, the soldiers kept falling like a house of cards. Even Mamoroth was gone, with it, the tribe's final hope of victory. Eventually, Ahuli's eyes fell on the woman lying before him. Amila was unconscious. The poison was working, but she kept breathing, showing her strength. Ahuli couldn't take it. How could the bitch be alive after severing his arm? I'll kill you, even if it's the last thing I do, Ahuli snarled, reaching out towards Amila's neck. The air was turned hot as Ahuli breathed heavily, moments away from ending Amila's life. But suddenly, the place went cold. Ahuli could feel the change in the air as he looked up. Someone's here *POW exclamation *. No sooner than those words escaped his mouth than someone kicked Ahuli in the face. Ahuli, weakened from the blood loss, couldn't react in time and was flung away from his prey. Who the hell? Oh, it's the traitor, Ahuli snarled, staring at Adrian standing over Amila. You can't save her, just like you can't save yourself. But then Achilai remembered about Sophia and Amelia and turned around to see the banners, and the elves had taken down the hostages and were treating them. The bastard must have rescued them before heading here, Achilai mumbled, slamming his fist on the ground. No matter, it's too late to save his beloved chieftain. At least I'd be taking away something from you. Adrian didn't say a word and kept staring at Amelia as the poison slowly took over her body. While he didn't care about the dark spot spreading on his leg, Achilai was eagerly eyeing Adrian's leg. However, he was shocked when the poison stopped spreading and disappeared from Adrian's body. How did you? Achilai exclaimed, briefly frozen in shock as he turned to see both Sophia and Amelia were down and being treated. Adrian didn't pay any attention to Achilai's yelling and put a tiny cut on his palm before dropping a few drops over Amelia's body. Unlike Achilai's poison, Adrian's blood poison wouldn't hurt Amelia unless it got into her bloodstream, but it was potent enough to cancel out Achilai's poison, and the troll blood would help fight off the rest of the poison. It wasn't the perfect treatment, but it was the best Adrian could do for her, given the situation. Once he was done, he lifted her, preparing to take her away, but Achilai wouldn't make it easy. "You're not leaving this place! Not on my watch!" Achilai yelled, lunging towards them, only to be kicked away. Adrian didn't even bother dropping Amelia as he kicked Achilai away. "You're an annoying cockroach, aren't you?" Adrian finally replied, placing Amelia under Fenris's protection. "Why don't you do yourself a favor and stay down? It'd be easier for both of us." Achilai didn't reply as his eyes were fixed on Adrian's legs, and the effect of his poison was negated once again. "How are you doing this? Who knows?" Adrian shrugged, turning to face the demonic chieftain. As he turned, he felt someone grab his arm. He glanced over his shoulder to see that Amelia had regained consciousness and was holding his arm. "Be careful," she spoke weakly, her voice barely a whisper. "I know," Adrian smiled, placing his hand on hers. "Why don't you take a nap, and I'll wake you up once I'm done dealing with the demonic doofus." It looked like Amelia wanted to say something but gave up and went back to sleep with a slight smile. "Now then," Adrian said, flexing his neck, "let's get this over with." Achilai warily glanced at Adrian's sword, feeling something was off about it. Adrian noticed Achilai's gaze and placed the sword in his inventory. It wasn't like he would need the weapon to kill someone who already had one foot in his grave, but Achilai saw it as disrespect. He was weak, but not weak to be disrespected in such a manner. The entity, Sin of Greed, brings out his prized betting table, urging fellow entities to put a wager. The entity, Mother who loves her plants, places her 420th most favorite plant on the line. The entity, Sin of Sloth, yawns and throws the closest item next to her futon. The notifications popped off after that. Entities that Adrian had heard about and those he hadn't were eagerly placing their bets. "Your plan worked, Sloth," Adrian thought. The entity, Sin of Sloth, smiles and places a finger on her lips. When Adrian was looking for Vincent earlier, Sloth urged him to fight Achilai instead. At first, he was confused, but Adrian readily agreed when Sloth explained the reason behind her request. According to her, the Observer was a crook who often used underhanded tricks to make others suffer. Since not many entities were interested in Vincent anymore, it was likely the Observer would mess with Adrian's fight with the elf and even get him killed. However, he won't be able to pull such tricks with other entities watching the fight. That's why Sloth urged Adrian to fight Achilai first. Greed would want to take advantage of the situation and propose a bet. After all, Sloth knew her brother well. Once the betting table was up, many entities would join in. After that was accomplished, all Adrian needed was to win the fight and rush to find Vincent, who was hiding himself, probably on the Observer's instructions. In this manner, they'd force the Observer to do just that and observe without interfering in their business. The entity, illegitimate war god, starts the countdown for the battle. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Chimaeras Rage 3. Adrian shot out, his punch directed towards Achilai's chest. Achilai gasped, barely deflecting Adrian's strike. Though Achilai managed to deflect the attack with his only arm, the force behind Adrian's attack left his hands numb to the point that it felt as if it would fall off at any moment. When did he get so strong? Achilai wondered, recalling his first encounter with Milka. Even then, Adrian's attack was decently strong, but now, it seemed to be on a different scale. Achilai had thought it would be easy to deal with Adrian even in his condition, but that no longer seemed to be the case. The chieftain was unaware, but Adrian had gained several levels since their last battle. However, this wasn't the sole reason for Achilai's impending defeat. He was also weaker than before, which he couldn't ignore, no matter how much he wanted. With him continuously losing blood, it was only a matter of time before he collapsed either from exhaustion or blood loss. But Adrian wasn't going to let that stop him. Giving up already? Adrian snarled, kicking Achilles' injured knee. Achilles' legs buckled beneath him, forcing him to kneel. He glanced up in Adrian's direction and saw a face filled with anger and hatred staring back at him. Achilles didn't get much time to react as Adrian grabbed his head, slamming his knee into it with brute force, shattering his nose. But Adrian wasn't done and kicked the chieftain's face again as he fell over. He stood over Achilles, his chest heaving with rage. Achilles lay on the ground. He still couldn't feel any pain, but for the first time in his life, he was scared of something. He was afraid of the Reaper standing before him. Achilles tried to escape, but Adrian grabbed his leg and pulled him back. "Sorry to disappoint you, but we're just getting started," Adrian mumbled, mounting Achilles and began hammering his face with his fists. Adrian did not stop once he started. He relentlessly punched the chieftain, and the force of his punches drove Achilles deeper into the ground with each strike. Between the strikes, Achilles' eyes fell on the severed heads of the heroes he had killed. Moments ago, they were twisted in pain, but now the faces were laughing at him, taunting him for his miserable situation. He had killed them all, but now one of them was beating the crap out of him. Despite his injuries, Achilles weakly attempted to defend himself, but Adrian's fury knew no bounds. He grabbed his hand and snapped it like a twig. The sickening crunch echoed through the now silent battlefield. The fighting between the tribes had ceased, and all eyes were fixed on Adrian as he unleashed his wrath upon Achilles. Tulkas had a reason to be scared. After all, they'd be next once Adrian was done with their leader. But even then, the banners didn't have a joyful expression. Strangely enough, their expressions mirrored that of the Tulkas, one of fear and confusion. Blood sprayed through the air as Adrian's fists collided with Achilles' shattered face, crushing bones and tearing flesh. One of Achilles' eyes was obliterated in the assault, leaving a gruesome, empty socket. Even as his fist began to fracture under the force of his blows, Adrian showed no mercy. With each punch, he saw Sophia's, Amelia's, and Sarah's faces before his eyes, and he kept blaming himself for their condition. At that moment, a system prompt flashed before Adrian's eyes, a warning that his Minotaur heart was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. But Adrian ignored it as all his bottled-up rage poured out. "You killed them, my friends!" Adrian's voice trembled with barely contained anger, his fists raining down upon Achilles' broken body. "You butchered them like animals and paraded their heads for all to see." With each mention of his friends' deaths, Adrian's fury only grew, his fists becoming relentless in their assault. They were warriors, not playthings for your sick amusement. Achilles tried to speak something, but Adrian had none of it and tore off his tongue. The human and heroic he had in him died in that instance. All that remained was a vengeful chimera. "You thought you could get away with it. You thought there'd be no consequences," Adrian yelled as he continued ripping Achilles to shreds, one piece at a time. "I'll make you pay for what you did. I'll make you suffer like they did." The once proud warriors of both tribes now stood frozen in place, their weapons forgotten as they witnessed the devastating display of violence before them. The elves, known for their composure, watched in horror as Adrian's bloodlust consumed him. Their usual peaceful faces were contorted with fear, but they weren't the only ones. The entities looked at the fight with awe and concern, long forgotten about their little bet. Though they were beyond mortal fears, even they could not deny the primal power coming from Adrian's rage. Something was different about him, and it made them even more fascinated. More and more entities joined those who came before, taken aback by the rage a mere mortal had. Usually, it would be a chaotic scene with constant notifications. But this time, the entities chose to remain silent and, for once, do what they were supposed to: observe the exchange between two mortals without interfering. None of them, mortals and immortals, dared stop the Chimera until Aquila noticed the chaos. He was busy supervising the capture of the Tulkas, who had surrendered when everything went silent. Worried, Aquila left to check on the rest, and that's when he saw Adrian tearing Achilles apart. "Adrian, stop this madness!" Aquila called out, rushing towards him. But as Adrian turned to face him, his eyes bloodshot with rage, Aquila hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. It almost felt like merely looking at Adrian would kill him. Nevertheless, he pushed forward, knocking Adrian off Achilles and pinning him to the ground. "Stop it! You've done enough!" Aquila yelled, trying to calm Adrian. "This isn't you. You're better than this." Adrian didn't reply, but his struggles grew more frantic as he fought against Aquila's hold. All the while, his eyes remained fixed on Achilles, bathed in his own blood, seconds away from death. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Pike Joville experiments eating out of hand now, ma'am. Which type of when living an experiment if he didn't go rabbit one for a while. Enjoying her bat. Besides, he isn't an experiment. He's my Adrian. Never mind his name, I wouldn't have spared a thought if it was a rampage, but this is a different matter, the voice responded. That guy just wrecked our only lead to find the beacon. Without Achilli, things might take a ugh, let me get out first. The woman rolled her eyes, slipping out of the bathtub. The steam from the shower curled around her, wrapping her in a soft embrace as she stepped out. Her pristine white skin gleamed in the bathroom's low light. Despite her annoyance, she remained as graceful as ever. Once out of the bathtub, she reached for the towel, its thin fabric clinging to her damp curves as she wrapped it around herself, leaving little to the imagination. She took toward the phone as water drops raced down her curvy body. With a flick of her finger, she deactivated the speaker, bringing the phone close to her ear. What did my beloved Adrian do now? The woman spoke. He killed Achilli. That's what he did. The woman broke down laughing. Adrian killed someone as strong as Achilli? Yeah, that would never happen. Not in a world they lived in. Adrian? He killed Achilli? She scoffed, clearly in disbelief. You must be joking. Adrian wouldn't harm a fly without good reason, even if he had the strength to do it. The woman expected the man on the other end to say something, but when he didn't, the woman realized her butler wasn't joking. A stunned silence followed his revelation as the gravity of the situation sank in. The woman's laughter faded, replaced by a deep sense of unease. John, tell me the truth. What happened there? Achilli, at Moron slaughtered them all, the heroes, the Nyxarians. John McIvely sighed, looking at the scene from his binoculars. As if that wasn't enough, he displayed their heads like trophies in the village square. Arya, have mercy, the woman gasped, cupping her mouth. This wasn't part of the Zodiac's plan, and the implications were far more complex than she had anticipated. They needed Achilli alive as he was the only one who knew the beacon's location. It was for that reason they had ignored the Tulkas' crimes for so long. Her mind raced as she processed the implications of Adrian's actions and the impact it would have on the Zodiac's plans. If Achilli indeed was responsible for such heinous acts, then Adrian's response, however extreme, could be seen as justified. But now, because of Adrian, it all slipped away. They couldn't allow it to happen. I need to contact the others, the woman thought, about to disconnect the call when the voice called out again. Lady Seraphina, are you there? Do you have a death wish, John? Seraphina snarled, but John recoiled in fear as if Seraphina was standing before him. My apologies, Madam Pisces. John hastily corrected his mistake. Seraphina sighed, shaking her head. No need to apologize, John. Just be careful where and when you call me by that name. After all, I'm merely the saintess, nothing more. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and John? Yes, thank you for informing me about the little incident. Seraphina sighed. I'll handle it from here. Of course, ma'am. Glad to be of service. Saying so, John disconnected the call. Seraphina smiled. Walking up to the mirror, slowly her face changed, resembling the face of one of the barmaids from the inn in the slums. Things are about to get hectic in Nyxaria. At least we'll have Adrian by our side once all hell breaks loose. Asterisk. Back in the wilderness it took a while, but things eventually calmed down following Adrian's rage-filled rampage. A third of the Tulkas surrendered to the Banners following Achilli's death, while the Banners only lost a tenth of their forces. The Tulkas had accepted their defeat, but no one had been hit harder than Skaha as a result of their loss. Achilli's death had thrown him into a downward spiral, and his eyes were lifeless with no desire to carry on. As for Sophia and Amelia, the elves Undershoe and Rena were treating them and were confident in their recovery. However, Amelia would never be able to use a bow again now that she had lost an arm. Amila would have faced the same situation had it not been for Adrian's intervention. As absurd as it sounded, his blood had saved her arm. As for the Tulka settlement, the Banners took over it as it was better developed than their settlement. Achilles sent some of the people to carry their traps from the old settlement to the new one. While that was being done, the Banners and the elves, together, cremated the fallen heroes, praying their souls to find peace despite the horrors they were forced to endure. However, it wasn't all good news. In the heat of battle, Vincent and Clara managed to slip away unnoticed. By the time the tribe realized it, it was too late and searching for them in the forest was next to impossible. It's a good thing Adrian is knocked out, Amila mumbled, sitting on the makeshift infirmary created by the elves. Or else he'd go on another rampage. It's not a matter to laugh at, Achilles scolded his sister. You didn't witness the hunger in his eyes. It brought back memories of that dreadful night, except this time Adrian remained aware, not consumed by the beast within. Amila nodded before staring out the window. It had been a couple of days since the battle, and time again, someone would tell her about Adrian's rampage. At first, she thought everyone was messing with her, but the expression in their eyes told her all she needed to know. Those eyes still carried the fear of what they had witnessed that night. At least we won, so there's that. Amila smiled wanly. But it's a shame that the hero of the battle is out cold while we celebrate. Yeah, Hakulai smiled. One of the tribesmen rushed inside their room as if on cue, panting. He's awake. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Another battle won. As Adrian slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a soft bed, sunlight filtering through the curtains. He looked around the room, but everything felt unfamiliar following his dream-like state. It was as if he had been abruptly transported from one reality to another. In the dream, he was back on Earth, living peacefully with his friends. Life was good, but suddenly, everything disappeared. All he saw was blood and a minotaur's laughter chasing him into the darkness. That's when he woke up with a start, trying to piece everything together. Only then did he realize he had been dreaming all along. What the hell was that about? Blinking away the grogginess, Adrian tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his body, forcing him right on his back. It was then he heard someone's voice. "Easy there, Adrian," came a gentle voice beside him. Startled, Adrian turned his head to see Amila sitting in a chair beside the bed, looking at him with a smile. Her arm and most of her limbs were wrapped in bandages. She had a smile on her face, but even though she was smiling, Adrian noticed the concern in her gaze. "Hey," Adrian replied in his broken, groggy voice. "How was your sleep, princess?" Amila teased him, waiting for the healers to arrive. "Yeah, feels like I've been out for ages," he murmured with a weak smile. "How are you feeling?" Aquila asked, her arm touching his. "Like I've been hit by a truck," Adrian replied, trying to sit up, but the pain shot through his body again. "No, more like I got to run through by a train." "Forget what I said. It sounds so wrong." Amila looked at him, not knowing what he meant. She reached out to gently push him back down. Adrian managed a weak smile in return, but then, memories of his encounter with Aculai flooded his mind. All the blood and rage he saw in his dreams suddenly made sense. It was his mind's twisted way of reminding him of what he had turned into while fighting against Aculai. The more Adrian remembered what he had done, the more he couldn't believe he was capable of something like that. As the memories returned, his heart also got faster and faster, as if it was trying to break out of his chest. It was as if he was once again slipping into that state of absolute madness during the fight before everything went dark and he blacked out. Maybe Amila noticed his struggle, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. Her grip around Adrian's hand got tighter, pulling him out of his thoughts and calming him. "Agula," he murmured, his brow furrowing in concern. "Did I? Yes, he's dead. He died shortly after you passed out," Amila replied, rubbing his arm. "The blood loss and fractures we gave them were too much for him to be saved. Not like anyone was trying to save him, so there's that." Adrian nodded. He thought he would feel something when he got the confirmation, but there was nothing. If someone had informed him about the weather, he would have shown more emotions than he did then. Something in him had changed. Adrian could feel it, and he didn't know whether it was for the good or not. But for now, he had more significant concerns. Adrian opened his mouth to ask about Vincent and Clara. After all, his revenge was incomplete without killing them. No, killing them would be too easy, almost an easy way out for them. Instead of ending their pitiful existence, he would make an example out of them, so no one ever thought about messing with him. But before he could say anything, the door creaked open, and Aquila entered the room with a couple of healers to check on him. "Adrian!" Aquila exclaimed, a bright smile lighting up his face. "It's good to see you up and about." "Up and about? I can barely sit," Adrian replied, and everyone chuckled. The trio talked for a while as the healers did their checkups. As usual, there wasn't much for them to do as the troll blood had been at work, healing Adrian one cell at a time. Aquila commented about Adrian's healing, but he just laughed it off, once again hiding the truth about his powers. Asterisk, 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 Adrian had many more visitors within the next hour. It was as if everyone wanted to meet him, including Shu and Riina. Adrian wasn't in the mood to meet with unnecessary people, so he only invited the elves to meet, hoping they'd have some good news regarding Vincent and Clara. However, their meeting didn't go the way he had imagined. Upon entering the room, Shu and Riina immediately apologized to him on Vincent's behalf for his part in the massacre of the heroes, but Adrian saw right through their act. After all, he had been to enough balls in Nixeria to know how a noble thinks despite their species. "Let's cut to the chase, shall we?" Adrian said, gazing out the window where the blood still marked the grass. "Oh, of course," Shu stuttered, taken aback by Adrian's shift in the mood. While the elves had expected Adrian's cold demeanor, Shu had hoped Adrian would let go of the thoughts involving revenge. As big of a moron as his cousin was, the Ophanian royalty won't let Adrian live peacefully if he harmed Vincent. He wanted to tell Adrian that, but it seemed he already knew why they were there to change his mind about killing Vincent. Obviously, Shu wasn't stupid enough to blurt out his thoughts like that, not after what he had seen him do to Aculi. But he didn't expect Adrian to ask them to leave so coldly. As you might already know, Shu continued, Vincent went missing in all the chaos that ensued following the fight, and you want me to let him be missing? Adrian interrupted him mid-sentence. Yes, can you tell me one thing? Adrian said, changing the topic. The couple looked at each other before nodding, but they had a feeling that things were about to go south. What will you do if someone hypothetically walks into Ulfania and kills everyone in sight and decorates your palace with their severed heads? Will you allow the perpetrators to leave unharmed if someone asked you to? Shu sighed. He knew it wasn't easy to persuade Adrian to let go of the matter, but he hadn't expected him to shoot back at him. It's not a matter of what we might have. Rena interrupted, but Adrian raised his finger, looking at Shu as if saying he wanted him to speak, not anyone else. They'll be dead the moment I get my hands on them, Shu replied honestly, knowing there was no point in arguing anymore. Then you already have my answer, Adrian said before turning away from them. I have another question for you, and you might want to think about it for a while before replying. As Adrian's words sank in, the elven couple's eyes widened in shock. They exchanged a glance, realizing that their secret had been uncovered. They tried maintaining their composure, but fear and guilt were evident in their eyes as Adrian confronted them about their betrayal. What do you mean? Adrian pretended to be surprised by their question and said, It's a hypothetical question, just like the one before. Minutes passed in silence, but the elves didn't speak a word. It was then Adrian broke the silence. I would have gathered proof, Adrian mumbled before laughing like a maniac. Proof? Haha, as if I'd need proof of someone's wrongdoing to kill them. The elves gulped their saliva in fear as Adrian's laugh got louder. They wanted to say something to salvage the situation, but Adrian stopped them. You better leave before I turn the hypothetical situation into reality, he warned them, suddenly getting serious. Oh, and be sure to tell Vincent. It was fun knowing him. Also, tell your people to prepare a speech for his funeral. I hope you don't make any choice that'll make you regret later, don't worry. I already regret saving you, Adrian scoffed, shaking his head as the elves left the room. So much for having my back. Adrian had expected Shu and Rena to try and protect Vincent, but watching them go through with it despite witnessing the results of their cousin's betrayal told him a lot about their allegiance and character. The heroes weren't the only ones who died at the hands of Tulkas, the elven slaves did as well. If even that wasn't enough for Shu to know what was right, then he wasn't the kind of person Adrian wanted to associate with. She wanted Vincent to face proper justice and wanted to capture his cousin and let the royal family decide his punishment. Adrian already knew why the elf was asking about it. After all, their justice would be nothing more than a figurative slap on the wrist, especially after they had helped Vincent escape. Adrian knew Shu and Rena were behind Vincent's escape because the elves were supposed to ensure no one escaped. He didn't know what was more absurd, how Vincent and Clara managed to slip past the expert trackers among the elves or how Shu wanted him to believe it was a mistake. That was why he asked them to leave instead of killing them. He was in no position to wage any more wars, but he wasn't just going to let them go either. The time for his revenge would come, but first, he would have to get strong enough to take on an army without passing out. Royalty saving royalty, why am I even surprised? Adrian scoffed. No matter who is on your side, Vincent, our next meeting will mark the final chapter of your life. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Another battle. Vincent and Clara were setting up a fire in their makeshift camp when they heard footsteps rapidly approaching. They were alert, but didn't draw their weapons. The elven guards stationed around them would be dealing with the danger, if any. Yes, the guards were there for protection, and that was their sole duty. The responsibility of setting up the fire, preparing the food, and maintaining the camp fell squarely on the shoulders of Vincent and Clara. They were left to fend for themselves. As per Shu's orders, the guards weren't permitted to lend a hand. Since the guards didn't react, he knew it had to be his cousins arriving, which they did. Vincent immediately got up and put on his best fake smile as Shu walked in, accompanied by his wife, Rena. It's good to see you. Vincent moved to greet them but was met with a resounding slap, which threw him on the ground. The elven guards standing nearby observed the scene impassively, making Clara wonder if they were even alive or mere robots. What the hell, Vincent yelled, only to be kicked by Shu, who then began pummeling him with his fists. Clara took a step to break the fight, but the elven guards withdrew their swords, and that was all they had to do as Clara retreated, watching Vincent be beaten to a pulp by his cousin. Vincent clenched his fists as the beating continued. Had he wanted, he could have put Shu in his place by retaliating in kind, but he held himself back. He knew better than to provoke a confrontation with Shu, especially in front of his guards. Shu's status in the elven royalty was superior to his own as he was a member of the direct bloodline, and any altercation would only end in disaster for Vincent. Besides, he was confident in defeating Shu, not his wife. No one in the royal family wanted to mess with Riina due to her connections, and Vincent was the same. If I lay my hands on her dearest husband, she'd make it her mission to turn life into hell, Vincent thought as the beating continued. As humiliating as this is, I'll have to endure. Shu ignored Vincent's shocked expression as he finally had his fill. The encounter with Adrian and his warnings had put him in a foul mood, so he took it out on the brat responsible for the mess. Be grateful I stopped when I did, Shu mumbled and snapped his fingers, summoning an attendant who handed him a towel. Your stupidity has ruined any chances of us monopolizing the resources the wilderness has to offer. With a casual flick of his wrist, Shu wiped his bloodied hands clean and tossed the towel at Vincent's feet. Then he threw a potion towards Vincent before continuing. I was this close to accomplishing the Elder's orders. We could have formed a partnership with the Banners and reaped the rewards after getting rid of the Tulkas. But you just had to mess it up, didn't you? He continued. Thanks to your foolishness, Adrian has turned against us, and so did the Banners. It's a miracle we're still alive. How was I supposed to know? Vincent tried to shoot back, but Shu cut him off. Of course, you didn't know anything. Why would the family bother telling a useless bastard like you anything? Shu sighed, taking deep breaths to calm himself. If only you had been half the man Rowan is, we wouldn't be in this situation. Vincent dug his fingers into his palm at Rowan's mention. No matter where he went or what he did, Rowan would always be stuck to him like a thorn. Clara noticed the blood coming from Vincent's palm but didn't dare interfere in their royal business. Besides, the more distressed he got, the more vulnerable he'd be. It might not be too bad if Shu drilled more into him, Clara thought, hiding her smile behind the veil of concern. Get ready, Shu commanded everyone. We're leaving for Nexaria. Then, we'll arrange our return to Ulfania. The sooner this imbecile is back at home, the better for our plans. At that moment, Vincent forgot about everything and got into Shu's face. The guard immediately drew their weapons, ready to kill if necessary, but Shu raised his hand, stopping them. I can't leave without dealing with that swine, Adrian. Vincent yelled. Shu looked at him and smiled before his hand struck again, delivering another sharp slap to Vincent's cheek. He proceeded to grab Vincent's collar and got into his face. All facade of calmness was gone from his face. Don't you ever dare to cross paths with Adrian again if you value your life, Shu snarled. You didn't see what Adrian did to Ahilai. He tore him apart with his bare hands. You think you can fight against someone like him? Vincent's eyes widened in shock. He knew Shu wouldn't make such a big deal about Adrian without reason, but he couldn't believe someone like him could do such a thing. That you're lying. Look at this brat, Shu sighed, raising his hand to hit him again. But what good would that do? Vincent was probably grown to be shit upon in his time in Nexaria. No amount of hitting from Shu would make a difference now. That's when Riina stepped up, caressing Vincent's cheek and said, I don't care what your deal with that human is. All I know is that Adrian is not your concern anymore. She continued, our priority is to return to Ulfania safely, and you're coming with us. The only question is whether you'll walk beside us or be forced in chains. Vincent stared at his feet, realizing he had no choice in the matter. With the decision made, Shu turned away, ordering his soldiers to prepare for departure. Suddenly, Shu's gaze shifted to the dense foliage surrounding their camp. A feeling of unease settled over him, and he gave Riina a concerned look. What is it? Riina asked. Shu shook his head, looking around carefully. Nothing to worry about, he said shortly, gripping his sword tighter. Let's go. We don't have time to waste. With one last glance at the dense foliage, Shu led the way as they left the camp behind, their footsteps echoing in the forest silence. But even as they disappeared into the forest, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched and that their troubles were far from over. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 Another battle. 3 You were right, Aquila announced, entering Adrian's room. Having them followed paid off. What's going on here? Adrian sighed, rolling his eyes as Amila kept shoving more fruits his way. Adrian had insisted he wasn't helpless, but Amila was already force-being him by then. Don't mind me and continue, Amila shrugged. Even I would like to know what the scouts found. They were the ones who helped that Vincent guy escape, Aquila mumbled, picking off a berry from Adrian's plate and promptly receiving a smack as payment. Ouch! What was that for? I thought there was a fly on it, Amila replied with a smile. But I guess I was wrong. Watching their interaction, Adrian couldn't help but smile. He wondered how his life would have turned out if his step-family had been on friendly terms with him instead of how they were. What's the point in remembering them? Adrian thought. It's not like we would ever see each other again. Pushing aside his thoughts, he decided to focus on the present, especially on the elves. They helped him escape. I already knew that. What else did your people find out? He asked. They are heading back to Nyxaria, Aquila continued. They want to stop there for a while before heading to Wolfania. A wise choice, Adrian replied, his chin resting on his hand. They know no one in their right mind would ever attack them there, not even the Nyxarians. He continued. They would probably head to the church first to nullify Vincent's hero contract. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter Wolfania. Why is that? Aquila asked. Adrian proceeded to tell them about the hero contract. Essentially, it was an initiation ceremony for the heroes to gain their powers. Still, it also came with restrictions that were valid until they fulfilled their mission to conquer the Nether, nullify the contract, and, finally, by death. It was the church's way of ensuring the heroes wouldn't join other factions without their knowledge or permission. As cruel as the terms in the contract were, Adrian understood the importance of said rules and terms. Each of us is like a weapon, Adrian continued. Any commander, in this case the church, would force measures to keep weapons in control. So, are you bound by those terms as well? Amila inquired and was relieved when Adrian shook his head. I already died once. The contract became invalid with my last breath, Adrian replied. He didn't realize the siblings weren't aware of his tale of Genesis, and by the time he did, it was already too late. What do you mean you died once? Aquila eventually broke the silence, and Adrian finally told them about the incident with the ravens and his resurrection. Adrian didn't tell them everything about him, but he told them enough so they wouldn't question him again. What followed the revelation was another bout of absolute silence. Neither of the siblings knew what to say, and Amila just wrapped her hands around Adrian, silently embracing him. She knew he must have been through a lot to turn out as he had, but never in her wildest dreams could she imagine the extent of Adrian's misery. Trying to lighten up the mood, Aquila returned to the topic of the elves. So what do we do about the elves? We can't let them escape after what they did. He's right, Adrian. We've got to make sure they don't leave the wilderness, Amila insisted. If they get away, we'll never catch them. Who says that? Adrian interrupted as he smiled. Let them escape the wilderness. But hear me out first. They would need to approach one of the Nyxarian outposts to leave the wilderness, which would work in our favor. The siblings were puzzled for a moment until they realized what Adrian meant. Amila had explained to him earlier that the tribe couldn't start a war with the church because they didn't know how to get to Nyxaria. After all, only the Nyxarians knew how to navigate the Vale. The banners and the church weren't getting along, so they didn't have any idea where to find an outpost they could take over and force their way into Nyxaria. But the elves seemed to know of an outpost and were headed that way. All they needed to do was follow them, let them pass, and take down the outpost so no one would suspect anything. Before anyone entered a peep, there would be another elf at one go. You've thought long about it, haven't you? Aquila smiled as Adrian was done telling them his plan. Not really, Adrian shrugged. I came up with right now. It wasn't a big deal. The elves only made the task easier, or we'd have to scan the entire wilderness ourselves. Adrian didn't tell them, but he had plenty of other reasons to head to Nyxaria. The most important one was to rescue Vesper. Following his altercation with Red, Adrian had a hunch the church wanted her alive. Even though it was a hunch, he was prepared to risk it all. It was something the old him would have never done, but the old him had died long ago, and with him, his cautious nature. An analyst indeed, Amila smirked, nodding her head. So when do we leave? Once we're ready, Adrian answered, then looked at Aquila. Until then, make sure your people keep tabs on the elves. Knowing the outpost's location is crucial for the plan to work. Consider it done, Aquila said, leaving them. Once he was gone, Amila returned to the conversation she had had with Adrian before involving Sophia and Amelia. You know you'll have to face them someday, she said. Besides, they have been asking for you since they woke up a couple of hours ago. I know, but I just can't. Not after what I did to them. Adrian was interrupted as Amila cupped his cheeks. You didn't do anything. No one is blaming you for what happened, and I know those girls wouldn't either. So stop being a coward and face them. You're right, they deserve that at the least. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Harmony 1. Adrian hesitated outside the door to the room where Amelia and Sophia were being treated. He glanced through the small window and saw the healers inside. They were about done changing bandages around their injuries, so it seemed like the right time to enter. Taking a deep breath, Adrian knocked softly on the door. The healers noticed who it was and hurried out, leaving him alone with Sophia and Amelia. Seems like they're still scared of my outburst, Adrian thought, watching them leave. I might have to use Query and see if it has any way to get this rage under control. But for now, he had more important things to deal with, like facing Amelia and Sophia. Sophia looked up as Adrian entered, her bandaged hands fidgeting nervously. One of her eyes was wrapped in bandages that went around most of her head. Only her mouth and eyes weren't bandaged, while the rest of her body looked worse than Adrian anticipated. "Adrian," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Amelia lay nearby, her arm missing and bandages covering the rest of her bruises. She turned her head slightly to acknowledge Adrian's presence, but her expression was unreadable. "Hey," Adrian replied, forcing a smile on his face that never came. Upon Amelia's insistence, Adrian had come to talk with Sophia and Amelia, but as he looked at them now, he began regretting it. Their injuries were a stark reminder of his hasty decisions that put the girls where they were, and he couldn't bring himself to meet their eyes. I'm sorry," Adrian began, but choked mid-sentence. "I should have been more careful. I never meant for any of this to happen." Sophia raised a bandaged hand, gesturing for Adrian to sit beside her. Amelia did the same. "It's not your fault, Adrian," she said gently. "We knew the risks when we joined this fight. Things did go wrong, but it wasn't your fault." Adrian shook his head, his guilt weighing heavily upon him. "But if I had been more cautious, if I had stayed and not rushed into things, what's done is done." Amelia spoke up, her voice firm despite her injuries. "We can't change the past, but we can focus on moving forward and deal with Vincent." Adrian nodded, grateful for their words. However, he could feel the hidden revengefulness in Amelia's voice. Vincent's betrayal would have hurt her the most. After all, she was the one who protected him and didn't leave him for Rowan. Yet, instead of being grateful, Vincent betrayed her in the worst way possible, causing countless deaths and nearly getting her killed as well. "I promise I'll make him pay," he said, holding her hand. "I won't let anything like this happen again." "We know you won't, Adrian." Sophia smiled softly, her bandaged face wrinkling at the corners. "We trust you. You need to rest, so I'll come by tomorrow," Adrian said, getting up. "I'm here if you girls want anything, all right?" The girls nodded, and Adrian left the room. But as he did, he couldn't help but notice how he acted closer to Sophia, as if it was the most natural thing, even though they had known each other for a few weeks. "Looks like I got another question to ask the system." Once Adrian got comfortable on his bed, he promptly opened the query tab. It had been a while since he last used the function, so he hoped to get a few answers from it. "Are you there?" Affirmative. Remaining questions for the day. 4 stingy fuck. Adrian sighed before asking the first question on his mind. "Lately, I've been feeling all over the place with my emotions. I'm getting upset about stuff that never used to bother me, and I can't get control over my rage. I'm not sure why it's happening. The user's harmony is messed up, causing the monster organs to run amok." Remaining questions for the day. 3 Harmony. What's that? In the Chimera class, there's a hidden stat called Harmony. It helps control the organs the user absorbs and integrate them to work together. Right now, the user has 2 S-grade organs clashing for dominance and making the user act out. Remaining questions for the day. 2 A hidden stat. Wait, that wasn't a question. You don't need to answer that. Adrian was acquainted with the term hidden stat. In his past life, he had gained a stat called Oversight, which helped him know about hidden classes and other details that good old analysis couldn't show him. "I gained Oversight when I had leveled up analysis to level 10, Adrian thought. But I lost it after analysis got reverted to level 8 following my death. If I had Oversight, I'd probably have known about Harmony from the start and wouldn't have ended up in this mess." Adrian wanted to know more about Harmony and how to cure himself of the backlash of having both Minotaur's and Queen Arachnid's organs. But there were more pressing matters he wanted to discuss. Besides, he gets 5 questions daily to use on query, so he would be okay with waiting a day to learn more about Harmony in detail. "Explain to me how an elf can grow back their arm." Adrian was skeptical that the system would be at the forefront of such methods, but surprisingly, it gave him plenty of ways to do so. The solutions ranged from divine intervention to forming pacts with fairies and even having a companion like the mythical phoenix turn into an arm from its ashes. Unfortunately, the tasks were either too complex to do or too time-consuming. So, it looked like Amelia would have to go without an arm for a while longer. And with that, it was time for the final question. "Sophia, what is my relation with her?" That information is classified. Remaining questions for the day. 0. The user can access this tab again after 23:59:52 hours. Classified. What the hell? Chapter 143. Harmony 2. Adrian was baffled as the tab closed automatically. He wasn't surprised by the tab closing but by the revelations he just had. Why was his relationship with Sophia considered restricted information? But more importantly, the system's response indirectly confirmed they shared some sort of relationship. I don't think we had an intimate relationship. I could be wrong, though, Adrian mumbled, his confusion turning into a furrowed brow. But why would it be restricted information? What could be so significant about our relationship that it needs to be hidden? As far as Adrian knew, a piece of information was restricted in only 2 cases. First, when the system itself blocks the user from accessing certain information, and second, if an entity had requested it. Since Adrian couldn't see a scenario where the system would care about someone's personal life, so he knew it wasn't the first case. However, he couldn't say the same about the entities, as they often seemed to be vested in the personal aspect of the mortals. After all, it gave them more ammo to torment them with. So, it has to be an entity, but why? Adrian sighed, staring into the night sky. He kept thinking, but couldn't find a reason for an entity to block off his memories. His mind then went to the hidden stat harmony. Although he didn't ask the system for an explanation, he had a rough idea of how it worked. It was a rocket science to figure out what was going on. Adrian has had mood swings since the moment he absorbed the Minotaur's heart, but it got worse after he took apart the arachnid in him. Both of them are boss-tier monsters who hadn't had someone above them, Adrian mumbled, watching Fenris sleep peacefully next to him. Looks like they don't want to let go of their status even in death and are causing an issue for me. Each dungeon had its own hierarchy, with its boss at the top. Since both the Minotaur and Arachnid Queen were used to ruling over the rest, they weren't ready to submit to the other, and their unnecessary conflict caused problems for Adrian. Since I killed you both, you should be bonding over your loss instead of fighting it out, Adrian sighed, shaking his head. But what should I do next? Even though he knew the problem, there was no way for him to deal with it. It wasn't like he could travel inside his body and get the Minotaur's essence to have a meeting with the Queen. Things will have to remain as they are. Adrian felt uneasy at that thought. The completionist in him wanted to do something now that he knew about the problem, but he wasn't sure what to do. His solution at the moment was not to disturb whatever harmony the organs had, as doing so would put him at risk. Unfortunately, it also meant not absorbing any organs till he figured out a way to deal with the existing issue first. I need some air. With a sigh, he made his way towards the balcony, seeking solace in the cool embrace of the night air. The next moment, the cold breeze of the wilderness greeted him. The fresh air brought a smile to his face. No wonder they don't need air conditioners here. He closed his eyes for a moment, surrounded by the silence of the night. When he opened them again, he found himself gazing over the settlement, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. It had been a couple of days since the banners captured this territory, but Adrian had been here for a while. His focus had always been on finding ways to deal with the Tulkas, so much so that he never appreciated the place's beauty. Tonight, however, he allowed himself the luxury of simply taking in the sight and appreciating the beauty of the forest surrounding them. The balcony was no oakville bridge his father used to take him, but it was a good enough replacement for some self-reflection. Better enjoy the scenery while I can, Adrian mumbled with a sad smile. It's not like I'll stick around here for long. Unbeknownst to him, Fenris had silently joined him on the balcony. When he spoke those words, the creature nudged him gently with her nose as if to tell him she had no intention of leaving. Of course, you're coming with me, Adrian chuckled, reaching to pat her head. The two watched as the trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling as if whispering to one another. The starry night sky stretched out above, looking over the nocturnal beasts as they went about their business. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice spoke from behind, breaking the silence. Adrian turned to see Amila standing there with a smile on her lips. Yeah, Adrian replied, his voice soft. It's wonderful. Trouble sleeping? She inquired, and Adrian nodded. Same here. It's as if our bodies have grown weary of too much rest. Saying so, Amila stood beside him, her eyes following his gaze out over the settlement. It's weird, don't you think? She commented, and Adrian raised his eyebrow, confused by her statement. Ugh, isn't it odd how we're always preoccupied with the future? Constantly pondering what lies ahead, she mused. We're so consumed by what's to come that we often forget to live in the moment. Ah, coming from someone as ancient as you, that's quite a sentiment. Adrian chuckled as Amila playfully smacked his arm. Come on, Fenris, let's go for a walk. Adrian mumbled. You too, let's go. Fenris let out a low yawn but rose to her feet and padded over to Adrian's side, her tail wagging lazily. Go where? Amila asked as Adrian grabbed her hand and dragged her with him. To live in the moment. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Weekly bonus. Chapter 1/6 poised for battle 1. 3 days later, a meeting was being held amongst the council. Adrian and the girls. Although Amelia and Sophia hadn't recovered completely, they were more than eager to fight. Adran was against it, but under a predominantly female council, there was no way he would win a vote to have them kept out of the upcoming battle. Besides, something Amelia said struck a chord within him. They deserve their revenge as much as you do. Adrian wasn't pleased with the decision, but had no points left to argue. With a sigh, Adrian admitted defeat, and their meeting finally began. If we ride the wolves without prolonged breaks, we can reach there in a day. A day's journey, huh? Amila added, nodding in agreement. They are closer than we expected. It's logical for them to be nearby, Adrian mused. Easy access would streamline the flow of goods, slaves, and whatever else the church may be sending to the Tulkas. That reminds me, did you? Nothing, Akila replied. Skaha is as tip-lipped as the rest of them. They wouldn't reveal anything. I see. Well, they had their chance for redemption. If they aren't so keen on taking it, then it'd be a waste to keep them alive, Adrian remarked, his tone as casual as if discussing the day's forecast rather than the fate of hundreds. Sophia and Amelia exchanged glances, somewhat startled by Adrian's indifferent demeanor toward the Tulkas. They also hated them but wouldn't go as far as killing them. But Adrian wasn't the same man who once protected a goblin's child when everyone was hellbent on killing it. They hadn't taken the tribe seriously when they recounted the tale of Adrian's fight with Achilles, but now it seemed they were telling the truth. But the two were struggling to wrap their heads around the fact. I'll see to it, Aquila mumbled, looking at Amila. It was then that someone else from the council interrupted, asking Adrian why he was making all the decisions himself. Adrian looked around and realized most of them thought the same thing, which made him chuckle. Did any of you witness the atrocities committed by those Tulkas? Did you endure the horrors inflicted by their hand? Adrian scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Let me tell you, if I had my way, I wouldn't kill them. No, I'd subject them to a fate far more torturous than anything you could even imagine. The way I see it, killing them is an act of mercy. He continued, if anyone still has any objections, we can settle this matter in the old-fashioned way, just like before. The council went silent after that, mainly because even Amila didn't object to Adrian's proposal. Her silence was seen as agreement with Adrian's words, but eventually, objection came from an unexpected place. Amelia threw her knife at him, which Adrian caught without bothering to turn around. The banners were taken aback, thinking the elf wanted to hurt him, but that wasn't the case. Tossing her knife toward him was a silent declaration of a duel. The heroes were aware of the elven way of challenging someone to a duel. Even in her condition, she had more courage than the tribals who were stronger than her to do the right thing. What are you doing? Sophia urged, but Amelia's gaze remained fixed on Adrian, awaiting his response. And respond he did, by throwing the knife back at her. I'll be waiting outside, Adrian mumbled before leaving the room. Amelia turned to join him, but Sophia grabbed her again, and this time, the elf responded to her. He's losing his path, Soph, Amelia said with sadness in her eyes. Maybe you can watch him turn into someone heartless and not be disturbed, but I can't do the same. Saying so, she pushed Sophia's arm off hers and marched outside to see Adrian warming up. With a deep breath, Amelia joined him as the rest of the council rushed out along with Sophia. Amelia already knew she was going to lose, but she couldn't give up without trying like the rest of them. Are you sure about this, Amelia? Adrian asked, his voice void of emotion. You know I don't want to hurt you. I know what I'm doing, Adrian, she replied firmly. But I'd understand if you're scared to continue. You can even surrender now if you like. Haha, I've missed these talks from our training sessions, Adrian chuckled. You can use a weapon if you want to even the odds. I won't let my disability hold me back. You should know it better than anyone, Amelia retorted. Besides, since I'm the one who challenged you, it's only right for you to use a weapon, not me. Still as stubborn as ever, Adrian sighed, knowing he could not change her mind. With a resigned nod, he assumed a defensive stance. Amelia lunged forward, her only hand poised to strike, but Adrian sidestepped with ease, letting her momentum carry her past him. Amelia whirled around, her eyes blazing with frustration as she launched a kick at him. Adrian, anticipating the attack, jumped back and evaded the blow. Do you plan on dodging like a coward or fighting back like a warrior? Amelia taunted, but her tactic might have worked against someone like Vincent, but not Adrian. I don't remember you ever being so delusional before, Adrian mumbled, ducking to evade another attack. He watched the elf move with concern and newfound admiration, but he knew it was time to end the farce, and that's what he did. As Amelia charged at him again, Adrian feinted to the side before sweeping her legs out from under her with a swift kick. She hit the ground with a thud. Her breath knocked from her lungs as she struggled to regain her footing, but Adrian promptly held her to the ground. He offered her a hand once she stopped struggling, but Amelia wasn't having any of it. "I don't need your pity, Adrian." "I'm not pitying you, Amelia." Adrian held his hands in surrender. "I respect your bravery and your strength, but this fight is over." Amelia sighed, taking his offer. She knew Adrian would win against her, but it didn't alleviate the guilt she felt at the moment, not until Adrian spoke again. "You don't want me to kill them, right?" he asked with his back turned. "Fine, I won't, but you will have to punish them instead." With that, he walked back inside the room as if nothing happened. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Poised for battle 2. The rest of the meeting was carried out in silence for the most part. Adrian tossed his strategy of allowing the elves to pass and attack the outpost the following day. Once they have the outpost under their control, his small group would head into Nyxeria to scope out the situation and gather intel regarding the ongoings of the church and the ravens. Since Adrian, Amelia, and Sophia had lived in Nyxeria, they would be included in the task force along with Amila and a few others from the tribe. Much to Akila's annoyance, he would become the next chieftain just in case they didn't return, which meant Akila would stay behind in the wilderness. The banners would hold their control over the outpost for 2 days. If the task force didn't return, they were instructed to destroy the outpost, denying the Nyxerians a path to their new settlement. This decision carried heavy consequences if things went south. Akila and the council understood the risks and were against that idea as they thought 2 days wasn't enough time for such a complex mission. But Amila silenced the objections. Adrian had already informed her about his plan when they went to live in the moment. Last night, there was a high probability that they won't return to the wilderness. They were about to launch an assault on the church, a mission that would likely end in tragedy. After all, unlike the Zodiacs, Adrian lacked the manpower and resources necessary to bend the church to his will. He was acutely aware that their mission had real possibility of failure, but he and Amila were hell-bent on saving Vesper, no matter the cost. If things went south, Adrian was even prepared to unleash the Soul Devourer to buy the rest some time to escape. However, he conveniently hid this fact from everyone, knowing they would disapprove of it. It won't be an act of heroism but a planned retreat. Adrian could figure out a way out of the church's clutches later. However, he would do absolutely anything to save Vesper. Hopefully, things won't come to that, but it is better to prepare as if everything would go wrong, Adrian thought while the others reviewed his plan. "I still think the time limit for the plan is too strict," Akila voiced his concerns once more. "Even if you're familiar with Nyxeria, 2 days won't give you enough time to accomplish anything." The voices rose, backing Akila, but everyone went silent once Amila sighed. "It's not about what we can do, but what we'll be able to," she said, her gaze following everyone's face. "You might think we want this done quick, but the truth is time's not on our side. We might only have a few days to do something before all hell breaks loose. For all we know, the church and the Nyxerian army would periodically check on the outposts," Adrian continued. "Once they find something amiss, they wouldn't hesitate before retaliating. The deadline of 2 days is to prevent that from happening." "That is true," Sophia chimed in. "After what I've seen here, even I can't say for sure what the church might do once they realize what we have done." Amelia silently nodded, not speaking much. Akila realized he couldn't do anything to sway their minds, so he didn't even bother speaking anymore. The meeting ended quickly, leaving only preparations to be done. The group members began to filter out of the room one by one. Adrian watched them go until only Sophia remained. "Sophia, could you stay back for a moment? There's something I need to discuss with you," Adrian said, his tone more of an order than a request. Sophia nodded before glancing at Amelia, hoping she would stay too. But Amelia just shrugged and flashed a playful grin before strolling out of the room, twirling her knife in hand as if she hadn't a care in the world. "This bitch!" Sophia cursed the elf. Sophia let out a soft sigh, then turned her attention back to Adrian, who was watching her expectantly. They used to be lovers, but since Adrian lost his memories, things have been different between them. Sophia wasn't sure if he still felt the same way about her or if he was even the same person she had known before. "Sophia, I need to ask you something." Adrian cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. This was the moment she had been both dreading and longing for. Questions rushed through her mind. Did Adrian regain his memories or a fraction of them, and did he want to know more about them? Or did she do something to upset him? "What is it, Adrian?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "I was wondering about us." Adrian hesitated momentarily, then continued. "Did we know each other or share something special? You know, like I mean." Watching him nervously stutter was all Sophia needed to see to realize that Adrian was still the same man she fell in love with. Technically, he had changed, but a part of him remained unchanged, relieving her. But then Sophia felt a pang of uncertainty. How could she explain everything to him? The memories they had shared, the love they had once felt for each other, how could she put it into words? What if he decided it wasn't something he could expect and moved on? No matter what he says, I should be honest with him, Sophia thought to herself, remembering the time in the Instance dungeon when Adrian got really mad at her for not telling him about the entities. We were lovers, Sophia began, her voice barely above a whisper. But things changed. Circumstances beyond our control pulled us apart, and when we met again, you didn't remember me. Sophia then looked at Adrian, hoping to see some emotion, but there was none. It was as if he had expected her answer all along. What is going on inside his head? Chapter 146 Chapter 146 Harmony Trial 1 I see, Adrian murmured, his tone neutral. So, that's what it was. Sophia felt a knot form in her stomach when Adrian said those words. Deep within her, she had been hoping for some reaction, some indication that he remembered their shared pasts. But it seemed too early for that to happen. Is that all? Sophia asked. He only realized what was happening inside her head when he heard her strained voice. Unlike him, who viewed their conversation logically, Sophia, who remembered their love and interactions, would view it emotionally. As such, being void of emotion as he was could hurt her feelings. Thinking so, Adrian quickly dropped his poker face and took on a more serious expression. Yeah, I think so. I need some time to process this. Adrian nodded, his gaze distant. Sophia, I know this isn't what you had hoped for, but forcing myself to love you back when I don't even remember you won't be right for either of us still. I'd like to apologize. No, you don't need to. Sophia smiled wanly, trying to hide her pain. I'm the one who should be sorry for dumping all this on you during such a critical time. Adrian smiled, nodding. She took it better than I expected. Maybe she isn't as frail as I thought. Besides, it's not like I'm going anywhere. We'll have a lot of time to catch up later. Of course we will. Then I'll take my leave, Sophia mumbled and turned to leave, her footsteps echoing in the empty room. Meanwhile, Adrian was lost in thought, his mind swirling with questions. Why would someone want to erase his memories of Sophia if that was all there was to it? What was it about their relationship that someone would go to such lengths to hide? The more Adrian tried to solve his problems, the more entangled he got into them. It was the same with his quest to understand harmony. After another day of questioning, the only answer he could get from the system was to wait. Just a few more minutes to find out what all this waiting is for, Adrian mumbled, glancing at the prompt before him. Time until the harmony trial begins, 57 minutes. Adrian tried asking everyone who'd listen about the harmony trial. From the system to the entities, no one answered, not even Sloth. But she did tell him he'd have fun during the trial and didn't want to spoil it by telling him more. Fun for them or me? Adrian sighed, opting to find a sparing partner to spend the time. Thankfully, he didn't have to look for long as Amila was already at it. She was in the middle of practicing with a spear, a weapon she took up after her fight with Aculi. Copying her, Adrian picked up another spear nearby and twirled it in his hand, walking towards her. Care for a spar? He asked with a hint of mischief in his voice. Seems like the others have been too scared to face me since the incident with Aculi. Is that so? Amila grinned and gestured for him to step forward with a flick of her fingers. Beating you should relieve them of their fear. Just imagine what would happen if things go the other way. Adrian chuckled, stepping into the imaginary fighting ring. We shall see. The two warriors circled each other, their gazes locked. The news of their spar spread like wildfire, and soon the others had gathered around them, drawn by the promise of a thrilling fight. With a nod from Amila, the fight began. Adrian and Amila clashed with wooden spears. The sound of their clash echoed through the settlement as people started cheering. Despite the weapon's unfamiliarity, Adrian fought quite well with it thanks to his instinct, recent combat experience, and a bit of luck. Amila, however, was no stranger to the spear. While she didn't actively use it, she had trained with a spear when she was younger, just like everyone else in her tribe. As the fight continued, Adrian found himself struggling to keep up with Amila's skillful maneuvers. His breath came in ragged gasps as he pushed himself to match her relentless pace, his muscles burning with exertion. Meanwhile, Amila got faster with each attack that Adrian blocked or dodged. You're quick to adapt, Amila said between her attacks. People didn't call me a quick shot for nothing, I meant a big shot, not quick shot. At that instance, Adrian had fumbled more than mere words, and Amila took advantage of his little incident. With a swing, she hit Adrian's wrist, sending his spear clattering to the ground. Adrian tried to push her away and pick up the spear, but Amila was quicker and kicked the spear away before doing the same with Adrian. Adrian landed on the ground with a thud. Before he could recover, Amila was upon him, her body pinning him to the ground with surprising strength. Their faces were mere inches apart as they panted, their eyes locked into one another. "Is that all you got, pet?" "You're good," Adrian admitted, his voice slightly breathless. "But not good enough." With a sudden surge of strength, Adrian pushed against Amila's hold, flipping them both over so that he was on top. "Did you forget? This pet can bite as well," Adrian mumbled with a smirk. "What a bad pet," Amila chuckled. "Thankfully, I know how to handle pets who bite back." "We'll see," Adrian whispered and got into action. With their positions reversed, he seized the opportunity to press his advantage, his hands moving with lightning speed as he attempted to pin Amila beneath him. But Amila was quick to react, her strength matching his as she fought to break free. The two warriors grappled with each other like two fighting snakes. Finally, Amila managed to kick him off herself. Adrian rolled back to his feet, only for her to put her spear at his throat. "Looks like it's my win, Adrian." "A lucky win," Adrian rolled his eyes, accepting her hand to get up. "But still a win." "Good fight," she said, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "But next time, maybe choose a weapon you're more familiar with." "How about the bow?" Adrian commented, but his attention went someplace else as the prompt appeared before him. "The Harmony trial will begin shortly. Please be prepared." Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Weekly Bonus Chapter 2/6 Harmony Trial 2 Harmony Trial will start in 3 minutes. The user is requested to get to a safe place. The user's body would fall asleep at the start of the trial and would remain as such till the conclusion. The user should find a protector to protect their physical form from harm. The messages kept flashing one after the other, but the system wasn't the only one high of substances. The entities were excited as well. Something big was about to happen. "Gotta get out of here," Adrian thought and rushed towards his room without saying a word. Everyone was surprised to see Adrian run away like that, especially Amila. Thinking something might be off, she followed him and found him shirtless as he locked the windows while Fenris stood beside him. "Good thing you're here," Adrian exclaimed before jumping on the bed. "I need your help." Amila's cheeks flushed at the sight of Adrian lying shirtless on the bed. Her imagination began to run wild, wondering what kind of help he could possibly need in such a situation. Sure. Adrian, what do you need help with?" Amila asked, her face red as the setting sun. "I'll tell you, just get over here already." Amila got lost in her thoughts. It was the first time she had seen Adrian act with such excitement. Although she was old, her appearance remained young. That may be why Adrian saw her in that light and was excited. "But I'm the matriarch." As Amila thought that, her mind went back to the meeting. She won't be the matriarch for long, so her life of celibacy won't be valid anymore. Therefore, she would be free to pursue anyone she likes. "He wants me to have the first experience with him?" Amila could feel the smoke coming from her ears at the mere thought of spending intimate time with Adrian. She had tried to suppress her emotions previously following his departure, but maybe it was time for her to let go. "I don't have much time," Adrian said, interrupting her thoughts. "Could you come here, please?" Suppressing her embarrassment, she nodded and stepped closer, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She braided it into a ponytail, a nervous habit that helped her focus. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Amila asked, trying to sound composed despite the heat rising to her cheeks. "There are plenty of others who would gladly do it for you. You know, like Sophia and that elf. I mean, yeah, they are strong, but there can't be anyone better than you for this," Adrian said, smiling back at her. With her cheeks visibly red now, Amila slowly climbed on the bed beside him and was about to take her top off when Adrian jumped up. What are you doing?" He stuttered, covering his eyes. "Why are you taking your clothes off?" "What do you mean?" Amila yelled back. "You're the one who wanted this." "You're right. I never said I wanted this. Not like I'd mind it or anything, but no, it's not the time for this, whatever it is." But you said you needed my help," she stared, feeling utterly embarrassed. "I meant to help protect me, not like that," he said, trying to defuse the situation. "I just need you to stay close and make sure nothing happens to me while I'm unconscious. Can you do that?" Suddenly, all embarrassment disappeared from her mind when Adrian said he needed protection. Her demeanor changed from that of a young woman on her first night to that of the matriarch Adrian knew. "Protect you? What do you mean?" "I need you to help protect my body when I fall unconscious," Adrian said, turning serious, mirroring Amila's expression. "Wait a moment. What do you mean you'll be unconscious?" she asked, her concern growing. How do you know Harmony trial will start in 32 seconds? Adrian sighed, realizing he didn't have time to explain everything in detail, so he cut her off and gave her only the information she needed. It's a long story, but I might be in danger, and I need someone to watch over me while I'm out cold. Amila was still worried but nodded without hesitation. Of course, Adrian. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe, but I'll need a thorough explanation later. Sure, before Adrian could say what he wanted, his head suddenly drooped forward and he slumped against her thigh, unconscious. Adrian? Amila sighed, shaking her head in disbelief. Well, this was embarrassing. Fenris came sniffing at Adrian, bringing Amila out of her embarrassment. He'll be fine, Fen, Amila mumbled, scratching the beast's head. Don't worry about him. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Adrian was back in a familiar place. The first place he visited as a Chimera, the Minotaur's dungeon. What am I doing here? Adrian mumbled as he opened his status page. Name, Adrian Fenrir. Race, Chimera, Human. Former class, Devourer, Analyst. Former affiliation, None. Level, 22. Attributes, Strength, 117 plus 20. Agility, 109 plus 15. Precision, 43. Audiobook.com. Intelligence, 63. Magic affinity, 72. Defense, 69. Luck, 30. Charisma, 59. 1. Status, Active 2. Health, 2100 plus 103. My capacity, 90%/100%. 4. Skills, Analysis, Level 8. Upgrade requirement, Unravel 3 secrets. Progress, 1/3. Enhanced Strength, Level 3. Enhanced Agility, Level 3. Illusionary Eyes, Level 3. Upgrade requirement, used the skill on 10 different creatures. Progress, 5/10. Monster Codex, Level 4. Upgrade requirement, register 10 monsters in the index. Progress, 2/15. Organ Absorption, Level 3. Upgrade requirement, absorb 10 organs from different beasts. Progress, 3/10. Mimic, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, use the skill and assume the identity of 5 unique individuals. Progress, 1/5. Resurgence, Level 2. Upgrade requirement, evade deadly damage thrice. Progress, 1/3. Blood Poison, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, kill 5 beings with the help of blood poison. Progress, 1/5. Soul Devourer, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, devour 10 souls. Progress, 8/10. Note, skill progress resets after each level up. Everything seems to be in place. So this isn't a memory. Adrian was lost in his thoughts when someone approached him from behind. He turned around and saw a rattling standing there. However, unlike before, it was injured. I see. Adrian smiled, retrieving the Minotaur's broadsword from his inventory. So this is the trial. No wonder the entities were excited about it. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Harmony Trial 3. You have received a unique quest. Quest title, Harmony Trial. Quest level, Epic Quest. Commissioner, Chronos. Objective, subdue the raging beasts within you. Quest description, the lingering souls attached to the user's body are causing chaos within. Subdue the beasts to restore order and bring forth harmony. Task, subdue the rattling. Unknown. Complete the previous task first. Unknown. Complete the previous task first. Click to expand. Rewards, restores rattling's harmony. Unknown. Bonus rewards for optional challenges. Unknown. Penalty for failure. Failing the quest might cause the user to lose control of the organs. The user will likely go berserk. Class qualification will be revoked. Time limit. Each stage must be completed within an hour. Time will transfer between the quests. An epic quest. This will be interesting, Adrian mumbled while mindlessly dodging the rattling's attacks. Adrian could have killed the creature right from the start of the quest if he wanted, but being curious about the task, he decided to understand more about the trial first, as it was the best time to do so. Since the rattling seemed like the easiest foe and he had a whole hour to defeat it, Adrian chose to use the time to figure out what the quest was really about instead of finishing it in a hurry. Judging from the language used in the quest details, Adrian had to fight the beasts whose organs he had in him. As such, he should have been fighting mermen, minotaurs, and whatnot. But why is this brat here? Adrian mused, kicking the beast backwards. While he used to have the rattling skin, he had long since replaced it with a slime's. As such, the rattling skin shouldn't be incorporated into his body. Therefore, he shouldn't be facing the rattling during the challenge. Yet here we are, Adrian mumbled as the rattling struggled to get to its feet. The situation was weird, not troublesome. The rattling's presence meant that he would eventually be facing every beast whose organ he had ever absorbed. It's gonna be a long trial. The rattling scurried and jumped on Adrian. Unfortunately, that was the wrong move as Adrian grabbed the creature by the neck. With its feet dangling in the air, the rattling tried with all its might to free himself, desperate to break free from Adrian's grip. But the struggle only hastened his death as Adrian, annoyed by the creature's squeaky voice, snapped his neck in one swift move. The entity, sin of sloth, yawned, struggling to keep her eyes open for the fun. But the entity, conqueror of the 12 labors, excitedly punches a hole through his celestial abode. You have killed a rattling. Trial complete. Please collect the loot before heading to the subsequent trial. Rewards: Rattling's essence. Consuming the essence grants the user a portion of the rattling's abilities and enhances the user's mastery over the creature's spirit. Level 1 loot box. Adrian looked on as a door opened before him. But that wasn't all. A glowing orb and a small chest appeared in the place of Rattling's corpse. He put the chest in the inventory before swallowing the essence. It tastes sweet. He had assumed the essence would taste bitter and foul, but to his surprise, it felt more like honey. Stats increased. Agility +3, strength +1. Please proceed to the subsequent trial ***** as expected. Adrian smiled, shaking his head. Once again, he was back in a familiar place. But this place had lots of bitter memories attached to it. It was the slime pond where Adrian had saved Shu and Riina from Milka and his underlings. If I'd known saving them would come to bite me in the ass, I would have gotten rid of them myself. Shaking his head, Adrian walked toward the slime-filled pond. But something felt off. Unlike before, the pond seemed restless. Suddenly, a low, guttural rumble echoed from the pond, causing Adrian to tense and reach for his sword. From the depths of the pond, a massive slime monster appeared before him. Its gelatinous form shined in the moonlight while acid oozed out of the creature's body. Strangely enough, the slime took a familiar shame. It looks like Milka? Adrian mumbled, scratching his head. It seemed the tribe's golden child had come for revenge. Either way, Adrian placed the sword back inside the inventory. After all, he knew all too well that conventional weapons would be useless against a creature like this. With a sigh, Adrian stretched himself, knowing he would have to face the creature with nothing more than his fists and intellect. But before he could strike, the slime monster lunged forward with surprising speed, its slimy tendrils moving to grab him. Adrian jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. You're still a lazy bum like before. Adrian shrugged. What would Suhai think if he saw his son like this? The slime monster let out a gurgling roar, its form quivering with rage as if it understood every word Adrian spoke. The entity, sin of pride, smiles and praises your confidence. The entity, sin of sloth, stares at her brother with murderous intent. The entity, ouch, got too close to the sun, wonder how the user would deal with the beast. Give me some stat points, and I'll show you how it's done. Adrian smiled, dodging the slime's acidic tentacles. The entity, sin of greed, can't control his laughter. The entity, ouch, got too close to the sun, shakes his head and sponsors 3 unallocated stat points to the user. Thank you. Adrian smiled as he grabbed one of the tentacles, pulling the beast closer to him. Despite its massive size, the slime monster weighed less than 30 kilograms, 90 pounds. As the creature stumbled down, Adrian delivered a series of powerful punches. Each blow tore off a part of the creature's gelatinous form. With each strike, Adrian felt the searing pain of the creature's acidic touch, his skin burning and blistering upon contact. But thanks to his blood, the wounds healed instantaneously. Slowly but surely, Adrian was closing in on the slime's core. As long as he crushed the slime's heart, it would turn into the limp, acidic mass Adrian had seen before. Adrian launched himself into the air with a mighty leap, retrieving the sword. While it might not permanently damage the slime's form, it should help clear a path to the creature's heart. The next moment, he unleashed the full brunt of the Menon Fury on the beast, slicing it in half. Before the slime could heal itself, Adrian grabbed the monster's core, tearing it out of the creature's form before crushing it with his hand. The next moment, the beast exploded, raining its acid everywhere. And just like that, the battle was over as quickly as it had begun. You have killed the Emperor Slime. Trial complete. Please collect the loot before heading to the subsequent trial. Rewards: Acid Resistance Level 2 Passive Skill Level 2 Loot Box Elemental Resistance. Adrian mumbled, his eyes widening. These rewards ain't that bad after all. The entities were impressed as well. It was the first time they had seen anyone deal with a slime monster in such a manner, and they couldn't wait to see what else the mortal had to offer. Please proceed to the subsequent trial. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. It wasn't supposed to be this difficult. Finally, it's done. Adrian mumbled, standing atop a troll's corpse. The following challenges were easy to deal with. There were no sudden surprises, and all Adrian did was use blood poison to deal with the ogres and the trolls. But there was something weird. Unlike the last time he fought and defeated the trolls, this time, despite having a more potent poison, it took him longer to beat them. It almost felt as if they had somehow gained poison resistance. I should probably watch out for the anomalies, Adrian wondered while storing the rewards inside his inventory and absorbing the essences. He benefited from the trials as his defense increased by 5 points after absorbing the ogre's essence. Similarly, he leveled up his resurgence skill while defeating the trolls. The only downside was that he didn't gain any experience from defeating these foes. It wasn't surprising as those creatures were more like the system's recreation within his mind. Still, it would have been nice to gain a bit more. Still, his mind returned to the anomalies he had experienced during the trials. First, the slime monster turned from a simple slime to a massive monster. Then came the ogres, while Adrian didn't kill the creatures whose organs Dr. Victor had transplanted into him. He knew ogres were supposed to be slow creatures and not as agile as monkeys. Lastly, there were the trolls with their poison resistance. Adrian hoped he was imagining things, but the creatures inside him seemed to be trying to eliminate their weakness and evolve strangely. Now that I think about it, even the rattling felt stronger than before. Adrian mumbled as the troll corpses disappeared, replaced by the gate for the next trial. I should be careful now. The following moment, he stood at the 5th gate, awaiting the subsequent trial, but he wasn't expecting to be thrown into the depths of the ocean. What? Adrian panicked. Adrian's heart pounded as the ground beneath his feet vanished into thin air. One moment, he stood on solid ground, and the next, he was plummeting into the ocean's depths. Shocked and confused, he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. Before long, he found himself deep in the ocean. It was so dark that even the kitsune's eyes could only make out blurry shapes. The cold embrace of the water enveloped him as he sank deeper and deeper into the abyss, the pressure around him rising with each second. I need to get up. Adrian panicked. I might not need to breathe underwater, but this pressure would crush me if I don't do anything. Adrian tried to swim to the surface that was no longer visible, but every time he tried to go against the plunging ocean, he was dragged back even more fiercely. With no way out of the mess, Adrian decided to heighten his senses and hope he'd find a way out of the mess. Soon, he became aware of the slightest change around him, movement or sound. Nothing went unnoticed by him. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something swimming past him. He turned to get a better look, but to his disappointment, nothing was there anymore. He hoped his mind was playing tricks on him, but it was clear that wasn't the case when he noticed the same creature repeatedly. It almost felt like a predator was eyeing its prey before making a move, and it happened. Taking advantage of the dark, the creature shot towards Adrian like a harpoon. Adrian noticed it and tried to move sideways. But fighting underwater wasn't his forte, and that, coupled with the water pressure, made his reactions extremely slow. The creature bit into his shoulder, drawing blood. Enraged by the incident, Adrian rushed to grab the creature, but the damned thing realized it and let go of him, disappearing in the dark yet again. But Adrian cursed, feeling the sting of his wound intensify in the salty ocean water. The wound quickly healed, but Adrian was surprised to see the creature remain unaffected by his poisonous blood. While the creature took its time attacking him, Adrian took advantage of the silence to figure out the creature's identity. Plenty of monsters lived deep in the ocean beneath Nyxaria that had poison resistance. But when he thought about all the monster organs in him, only one creature came to mind. Merman! As on cue, the merman shot towards him again. But thanks to its slow movements, Adrian could barely dodge it. Not only that, he also got a look at the creature's face. Unlike how the Earthlings portrayed these creatures, they weren't handsome or beautiful out of the world. They were grotesque creatures who looked more fish-like than anything else despite having a human-like upper body. Fuck! It got away. Even though the creature moved slowly, it was still quicker in the water than Adrian. The Chimaera's only shot at victory was when the beast would attack him. He would have to defeat the damn thing when it got close enough without losing any opportunity. Catching fish underwater with your hands, Adrian mused, scanning the darkness with analysis to prepare for the merman's next attack. This trial wasn't supposed to be this difficult within a moment. The creature struck again, but this time, it came from the top and tore a chunk of flesh from Adrian's back before disappearing below. Gosh darn it! Adrian winced in pain as the creature outsmarted him. Weren't these things supposed to be foolish? How does it cover its tracks so well? It's the goddamned anomaly, isn't it? The creature struck again, this time even slower than before. The poison seemed to be taking effect, and Adrian knew he would win in time. But he wasn't a masochist, and the sensation of his skin and flesh being torn while salt was rubbed into his wounds felt terrible. Let's take this fight somewhere else, shall we? Adrian grinned as an idea hit him. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. It wasn't supposed to be this difficult too, since the water impeded his movement. Adrian decided to take the fight elsewhere. Although he wasn't sure, he was willing to take the risk. As the creature approached, Adrian took out the Minotaur's sword and swung it around with all his might. He then proceeded to trigger Minon Fury to hasten the process. The sword sliced through the water, creating a swirling vortex that protected him from the water's pressure while shielding him from the merman's attacks. The merman shrieked as it realized something was amiss. However, it was too late to back down. The vortex sucked it inside like a black hole, with no hope of escaping. The water churned and toiled around Adrian as the vortex intensified, its spiraling currents threatening to engulf everything in their path. Adrian stopped once the vortex turned into a whirlpool of massive proportions and could carry the momentum itself. It was time to enact his plan's next phase, and he began hunting for the merman in the chaotic currents. He noticed the merman's tail from the corner of his eyes and jumped toward the beast, grabbing its tail. The merman tried to bite him again, but Adrian smacked it in the head with the hilt of his sword, knocking it out. It should happen at any moment now. On cue, the whirlpool began collapsing. The pressure from the collapse flung them upwards, as Adrian had predicted. It was a gamble, but it paid off. Now, all that was left was to use the momentum wisely. Adrian's heart raced as they left the darkness of the deep ocean behind, greeting the sun above. All the while, Adrian had a tight grip around the merman's tail, refusing to let go of the beast. Hurtling through the sky, the wind whipped through his hair as he soared ever higher. Once their descent was about to begin, Adrian let go of the merman before turning to slash it with the blade. Safe to say, the merman eventually went back into the water but as freshly cut sashimi. You have killed a merman! Trial complete. Please collect the loot before heading to the subsequent trial. Rewards: Merman's Essence Level 5 loot box. I never really liked seafood, but I gotta admit, it's kind of fun chopping the fishies. While most entities laughed alongside him, being in awe of his presence of mind, not everyone was pleased with his comments. The higher entity, Tamer of the Raging Seas, is displeased with the user's attitude and feels disrespected. The higher entity, Tamer of the Raging Seas, is trying to curse the user. The entities were shocked to see a higher entity getting so enraged or a joke and rushed to stop the mishap. The entity, Sin of Sloth, objects to the request but is too powerless to do anything. The entity, Mother Who Loves Her Plants, urges fellow entities to protest against the blatant misuse of power. The entities are causing chaos. The broadcast would be blocked temporarily. Any issued sponsorships would be handed over to the user later. Adrian was taken aback by the sudden notifications. Moreover, he was surprised that merely commenting on chopping fishes would get an entity so enraged that they'd try to place a curse on him. Unfortunately, Adrian had other things to worry about, like surviving the fall without getting injured. If he wanted to continue with the trials, his arms flailed wildly the next moment as he plummeted toward the sea. Suddenly, a door materialized below him, waiting for him to fall through. After what happened with the last gate, Adrian didn't want to take any chance and end up in a pool of lava. I'm done for the day. Let me leave! Adrian shrieked, hoping to dodge the door. Instead, he banged his head on the door frame before slipping into the darkness within the portal. For a moment, he felt weightless, disoriented, and utterly confused. But that all disappeared a moment later. Slowly, Adrian opened his eyes, blinking until his hazy vision improved. Adrian stirred from his slumber, blinking sleepily as he gradually became aware of his surroundings. His eyes widened in confusion as he found himself nestled between Amila's squishy thighs, his head resting comfortably against her soft skin. Thankfully, Amila was also asleep, helping Adrian dodge a weird conversation. I should probably get up, Adrian thought, but as he was about to move, a blinking system notification appeared in front of his eyes. The Harmony trial would resume the following day, granting the user another 5 attempts to progress through the subsequent stages of the trial. Completion rewards for Stage 5 of Harmony trials can be claimed now. Click yes to claim the rewards. 5 attempts each day, Adrian thought, forgetting about Amila and everything else. It should be plenty to clear the trial tomorrow. Without a second thought, he reached out to tap yes. Unfortunately, the notification was blocking the side of what was behind and his hand inadvertently brushed against Amila's chest. Adrian, she murmured, still sleepy, but that didn't remain the case until she realized what Adrian was doing. Adrian's heart skipped a beat as he realized his mistake. his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. They looked at each other and then at his hand, repeating the motion a couple of times. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to," he stammered, but his words got cut off abruptly as Amila's hand shot out, delivering a swift and powerful slap across his cheek. "You pervert!" The strike sent Adrian tumbling down the window and crashing on the ground with a loud thud. The scuffle woke Fenris up, who was sleeping peacefully, but instead of rushing to her master's aid, she yawned and went back to sleep. Why should she waste her precious sleeping time on her perverted master? Amila, on the other hand, rushed to the window and noticed Adrian lying face first on the ground. "Are you okay?" she called out, her voice filled with worry. "I didn't mean to hit you that hard." "It's fine," he groaned in pain, his body aching from the impact, but he managed to raise a shaky thumb to reassure Amila. "I shouldn't have touched you like that." Adrian stopped once he realized he wasn't alone there, and a small crowd had gathered around who could listen to their conversation. Only when the tribals pointed at him did Adrian realize he was shirtless, and thanks to his sudden trip downstairs, his appearance was disbelieved. Everything pointed towards a disaster. Meanwhile, the crowd whispered amongst themselves, wondering about the nature of Adrian and Amila's relationship. Some assumed they were romantically involved, while others speculated that Amila's reaction was due to her inexperience in matters of intimacy, or she was just as bold in bed as she was in real life. Ignoring the talks, Adrian scrambled to his feet, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Without wasting another second, he rushed inside, leaving everyone wondering what happened between them. Chapter 151 Chapter 151 Storming the Citadel. Won as much as the tribals would have loved to gossip about Amila's affair, they wouldn't get a chance to do it in front of her or Adrian. After the incident, Aquila informed everyone to be prepared to leave as the elves had passed through the veil, the mystical barrier that separated their world from the rest. The entire tribe underwent a transition as soon as the news was delivered to them. No one was smiling or playing around anymore. They only had one thought: revenge. The banners wanted revenge against the Nyxarians for causing irreparable damage to them. At the same time, Adrian and the girls wanted Vincent and Clara to pay for their crimes. But first, they had to get to the outpost. But they couldn't simply storm the fortress. "I have a plan," Adrian smirked. The next day, Fortress Nova, in the wilderness. Shiroa sighed as the soldiers hurried an injured soldier into the infirmary. The soldier had his head busted open but miraculously remained semi-conscious. "What happened to him?" Shiroa asked while performing primary checkups. "We were attacked during the patrol," one of the soldiers replied. "The cowards sneaked behind our backs. Jerome was the first to get hit and dragged by those savages, but we chased the tribals away, and they left him behind in that state," another soldier replied, caressing a wound of his own. "It seems the elves were right," Shiroa replied as she cleaned the wounds. "The Tulkas have been annihilated. We need to inform the commander-in-chief about this new development." The soldiers nodded before turning to healers to treat them. "The elves went through the veil yesterday and suggested that the rest of the Nyxarians do the same." Shiroa was there when Shu recounted the events of the Tulkas incident, and at first, she didn't believe it. She had seen how strong Ahuli was and couldn't believe someone could kill him in such a vicious manner, especially Adrian since he was dead. But now that the tribals had found and attacked them, she couldn't help but think there could be some truth to Shu's words. "Jerome, how many fingers am I holding out?" Shiroa asked, holding 4 fingers. "4, Jerome weakly replied. "Good." Shiroa let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like being thick-headed saved your life. Now follow my finger." Shiroa moved her finger sideways and thankfully, Jerome was responding well. But then it hit her. The wound on Jerome's head appeared to be healing on its own despite the significant damage. With this, Shiroa turned, alarmed by potential deception, when Jerome suddenly grabbed her hand. "Don't do anything that would put your life in unnecessary danger," Adrian whispered, his grip tightening around her wrist. "Nod, if you understand." Shiroa gulped down her saliva and nodded, but in her mind, she was thinking of ways to get out of the mess without causing much harm. As she looked around, she realized her hands were tied. A few combat personnel were in the infirmary, and most of them were injured. Besides, Shiroa didn't know what the enemy was capable of or if the force could deal with him. "Good, now look at me." Shiroa did as she was told, unaware that it would be her biggest mistake. Adrian used illusionary eyes on her without wasting a second, turning her into a faithful servant. Once she was under his control, Adrian put his plan into action. "Make everyone else leave the room, now." "As you wish," Shiroa replied, ushering everyone out of there. The soldiers and the staff were confused, but they knew better than to argue with Shiroa, given her temper, and did as they were told. Once the task was over, she returned to Adrian's side like a faithful dog. Meanwhile, Adrian returned to being himself as he got off the medical table. Do you have access to the armory? In case of emergencies, each personnel member is allowed free access to the armory, Shiroa replied. You would need a key card to access the armory. Do you have explosives in there? Affirmative. Set the infirmary on fire, Adrian instructed her nonchalantly. Also, hand over your key card. While Shiroa handed him the key card, Adrian changed his attire into scrubs and wore a mask to hide his face before heading out of the infirmary. But he returned a moment later. Set the place on fire and then run out of here. Don't stand there like a fool. As you wish. Shiroa turned around for a moment before getting back to destroying the place. The Nexarians, being the clever souls they were, had plastered the entire building with directions. It only took a few minutes for Adrian to reach the armory, but someone stopped him as he was about to enter the keycard. Hey, you! What is your business here? A man with a burly figure asked. Adrian sighed, slowly turning around. He really didn't want anyone bothering him right now. That's why he had told Shiroa to start a fire in the infirmary to create a distraction. But it looked like she was running a bit late. Are you deaf? The man barked again. I'm asking what the hell you're doing here. Your squeaky voice doesn't match your figure. Has anyone ever told you that? Adrian shrugged, approaching the man. Yup. Before the man could speak, Adrian lunged and struck his throat. The man grasped at his neck, dropping to his knees, gasping for air. With a swift motion, Adrian twisted his neck, ending his life. Funnily enough, the alarms went blaring as the man's lifeless body fell limp on the ground. Tisk, your luck is even worse than mine. Adrian clicked his tongue before unlocking the armory. Once inside, he quickly found the explosives and armed them. Seconds later, a hole was blown through the thick anti-magic walls as the banners trotted inside without a care in the world. Told you I had a plan. Adrian welcomed the kill with a smirk. Take all the weapons you need. Time to show them what happens when you mess with the hornet's nest. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. Storming the Citadel. 2. Upon walking out of the armory, the group stumbled upon the Nexarian Adrian had killed moments ago. While the banners ignored the corpse, Amelia and Sophia exchanged glances before staring at Adrian's back. Killing without a second thought, Sophia murmured so only Amelia could hear her. He's changed. Can you blame him? Amelia replied in a cold tone. I felt it when we sparred yesterday. It's true Adrian has changed a lot, but he still cares about us and our opinions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to let those Tulkas go. Yeah, Sophia sighed. That reminds me, what did you decide to do with them? Turn them into laborers who'd replace the farm animals. Just because I didn't want to kill them doesn't mean I'd be kind to them. I thought you'd do something much worse, considering what they did to you. Sophia raised an eyebrow, surprised by Amelia's leniency. You know me well, Amelia replied with a straight face, but the venom in her voice conveyed her true intentions. I'll starve them. Give them just enough food to ensure they live a long and miserable life. Sophia nodded before looking forward. Adrian, who always used to walk behind her, was now leading a charge against people they thought were their friends. In just a few months, everything had changed. Friends became enemies, and their faith in each other was shaken. Some of her friends didn't survive, while others suffered because of one person's greed. But Sophia was grateful that those she cherished were still by her side. However, she couldn't help but wonder when someone else would break. The events had traumatized her to an extent, and she couldn't trust anyone unquestioningly like she used to earlier. No one seems to be here, Amelia commented, staring into the empty halls of the outpost. They are further down, Adrian replied confidently. I instructed someone to cause a problem and distract them, but the explosion wouldn't have gone unnoticed by them. They could be here at any moment. True to his words, they heard the approaching crowd of Nexarians heading toward the armory. The two factions stopped, staring at each other. The Nexarians were surprised by the presence of the tribals inside the outpost, but they were even more surprised to see who was leading them. It was a hero they knew and adored, but how was he even alive? Unfortunately for them, the questions remained unanswered as the tribals launched themselves at the Nexarians. Earth shook as the two forces collided. Soon, the alarms went off, alerting everyone about the invasion. But alas, the Nexarians couldn't do much. Nothing happened momentarily, but soon, loud howling noises were heard as Fenris rushed inside the outpost with hundreds of direwolves following her commands. A moment later, the Nexarians were sandwiched between the banners and the beasts in a crowded hall. Needless to say, they were about to be slaughtered. Content with the proceeds, Adrian grabbed one of the higher-ranking officials of the Nexarian army and dragged him back. I'll leave the rest to you, brother, Adrian said, embracing Aquila before heading toward the transfer station along with Amelia and Sophia. Amila hugged her brother before hurrying to join Adrian and a couple of her closest aides. Aquila didn't know it then, but it was the last time he would see Adrian or his sister at least for a while. Why are you doing this? The officer yelled as Adrian dragged him away. You were our heroes. Leaders summoned to help Nixaria *smack ! Adrian got fed up with the man shouting and slapped him a few times. The man kept on yelling until he realized that Adrian would slap him whenever he spoke. So he just glared at the heroes, cursing them instead. Heroes, saviors, protectors, and all that nonsense. Adrian scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you knew half the shit that church did to us and the rest of the heroes, you wouldn't be here barking at us. So save me your moral policing. The people were surprised to see Adrian yell like that, but the officers seemed more shocked than all of them combined. Adrian didn't remember it, but he had saved the officer's life once. That was the kind of man he remembered Adrian as. Unfortunately, that man seemed long gone, replaced by a raging husk with none of his kindness. As they approached the room, Adrian noticed there were quite a few guards stationed there. He could have used illusionary eyes to get them out of there, but there was a problem. The skill was in cool down. Get rid of them, Adrian mumbled into the officer's ears. You're a higher-ranking officer. You should be able to do. I won't. The officer yelled, but Adrian placed his hands on his mouth before shoving him backwards. He couldn't allow the guards to notice him because of the officer's stupidity. Thankfully, the guards didn't notice them amid all the chaos. But Adrian wasn't happy with how the officer acted and made it clear with a stiff punch to the midsection. The officer dropped to his knees, gasping for air. Adrian grabbed him by his shirt and effortlessly lifted him off the ground before whispering in his ear. I don't give a shit whether your men live or die, he said. If you send them away, they might live another day. But if you refuse, I'd have no problem killing them all. He continued, his gaze intensifying further. So think carefully. Will you save them, or will you watch them plead for mercy right before your eyes? The decision is yours. Having said his piece, Adrian dropped the man before drawing his sword. But before he could take a step, the officer grabbed his hand and agreed to help. With a nod of approval from the former hero, the officer left to do as he was told. In no time, the soldiers rushed out to join the fight while the officer stood there, his head bowed in shame for his obedience to the enemy. Chapter 153 Chapter 153 Weekly Bonus Chapter 3/6 Back in a familiar place in the desolate slum streets, rain poured down in sheets, soaking everything in its path. Neon signs flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows on the empty sidewalks. Puddles formed in the potholes, mirroring the flickering lights above. Some faces could be seen peeping through the broken windows, and boarded-up storefronts lined the streets. Yet they were unaware of what was happening in the alley behind the buildings. Out of nowhere, a small portal appeared in one secluded alley. Without any warning, 4 figures were hurled out of the portal, including a small, cuddly wolf, landing in a tangled heap on the wet pavement. The next moment, the portal disappeared as if it had never been there. Adrian got up, shaking off the dizziness, and checked on the rest. Amelia and Sophia threw the helmets away and puked their guts out right then and there. Since Adrian had been through a much worse dimension hopping session, he wasn't fazed this time. As for Amelia, she tried to be tough, but when Adrian pointed his head toward the girls, Amelia joined them. While they did that, Adrian got rid of the protective suit and wore Nixarian clothes they took from the outpost. 4 of us against the church, Adrian sighed. I don't like those odds. Initially, 6 others were supposed to accompany them. However, due to the lack of protective suits, only the 4 of them could make the journey. The lesser entity, let me YOLO her, scoffs and feels ashamed by the thoughts of a fellow man. Your name is a bit suggestive, don't you think? Adrian smiled. Adrian knew someone who had a similar name. He was a great guy who helped him in a game he used to play before being summoned to Nixaria. Those were great times, what I wouldn't give to experience the fucking boss battle again. But then another thought hit Adrian. Weren't the entities busy dealing with the problem? He thought, and the system responded promptly. While the entities and higher entities are solving their feud, the channel was open to the lesser-known entities to compensate for the interruption. I see, Adrian mumbled. He turned to see the girls dressed and ready to leave, but something was missing. They intentionally picked old torn clothes to adjust to the slum's environment, but now it seemed like the wrong decision. Even in the shabby clothes, the girls stood out with their bold figures, and it wasn't a good thing. Not while they were in the slums. Adrian chose the slums as the best place for them to lay low and investigate the ravens. But none of that would be possible if the women took everyone's attention, and having unnecessary attention was similar to announcing that they didn't belong there. Unlike me, they can't change their appearance. Adrian scratched his head, thinking of a way to make them look unpleasant. This is going to be a problem. These tight clothes are uncomfortable, Amila said, fidgeting with her crop top. This won't work, Adrian announced, looking around for anything to help him deal with the situation. I agree, Sophia mumbled, looking at Amila. We need to figure out something else to lay low. Just then, his eyes fell on the garbage stacked up in the corner and an evil idea sprouted in his mind. The girls followed his gaze and their smiles dropped. Oh, hell no! Amelia and Sophia yelled simultaneously, but it was too late. Sorry for this, girls. Adrian grabbed 2 smelly garbage bags and tossed them onto the girls. Sophia quickly cast a spell to push the bags away, but they burst open when her spell hit them, showering them with their stinky, rotten contents. With that smell, no one would bother coming near you, let alone find you attractive, Adrian. Amila snarled, but she had a smile on her face. Adrian glanced at them, and they all wore the same cruel grin as they pounced on him. Goodbye, cruel world, Adrian mumbled, giving up on his existence. Why would he mind? Amelia scoffed. 3 beauties just jumped him in an empty alley. Some people would kill to be in his place. The lesser entity, Dragon Empress with 1,000 anal piercings, jealousy looks on with flushed cheeks. And here I thought the higher entities were weird. I guess there's always someone worse. The lesser entity, Dragon Empress with 1,000 peach piercings, begs for more verbal abuse from the user. Ban her, I beg you. The lesser entity, Dragon Empress with 1,000 peach piercings, has been banned from chat for a day. I didn't think that would work. An unknown entity sponsors a stat point to the user. Ignore her. She'll go away if I ignore her. An unknown entity sponsors 2 stat points to the user. Datamnet! Asterisk asterisk asterisk, here we are, Adrian mumbled, standing before a familiar inn. The girls looked at the place, and Sophia and Amelia usually made faces when asked to spend their time there, but not anymore. Amila, on the other hand, found everything so new and intriguing and was busy gawking at every little thing. Thankfully, their disguise worked, and no one bothered them while on the way there. It's not that bad from the inside, Adrian reassured the girls as they walked through the doors. As they entered the inn, the foul smell from their clothes and hairs flooded the place. The patrons seated at nearby tables wrinkled their noses in disgust as they caught a whiff of the newcomers. Adrian approached the innkeeper, who hastily covered his face with a handkerchief to ward off the offensive odor. Before the innkeeper could say anything, Adrian tossed a bunch of radiant shards onto the counter, the shiny gems catching the innkeeper's eye. This much should be enough for 2 rooms and a secret, Adrian mumbled softly. The innkeeper got wide-eyed, his gaze shifting from Adrian's cloaked face to the radiant shards lying on the table. Initially, he was about to turn them away due to their smell, but he changed his mind when he heard Adrian's voice. Bless my stars, it's been ages since we've seen you, the innkeeper exclaimed. Welcome back, my beloved sir. Let me find you the finest rooms available, and as always, drinks are on the house. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. Dishonored 1-1. Adrian stepped out of the steaming shower as water droplets trailed down his toned physique, highlighting the outlines of his muscles. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sophia glanced up and smiled at him. Adrian had never been in a bad shape per se, but now his physique was on a different level. He wasn't buff, but just the body she had always desired. Noticing her gaze, Adrian turned around and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Knowing she had been caught, Sophia blushed and quickly came up with an excuse. "I was just looking at your hair," Sophia mumbled, a smile tugging at her lips. "You kinda need a haircut." "Yeah, it's been a while," he admitted, running a hand through his damp hair. "I've been too caught up with everything else to worry about it." With only 2 rooms available, Amila and Amelia were to share one, leaving Adrian, Sophia, and Fenris in the other. Amila tried to object but was silenced by Amelia, who ushered her into the adjacent room, leaving Adrian and Sophia, the 2 former lovebirds, in a room. Amelia had hoped that Adrian might remember something by being near each other. Once again, she was willing to sacrifice her feelings for them to be happy. Besides being an honorable elf, even if she wooed Adrian in his state, she would never be able to forgive herself for it. She cared about Adrian more than anyone, but like her, she wanted him to choose her when he was complete, with his unfractured memories and all. "You still look good, though. Better than you did after, well, you know," Sophia said, falling on the bed. "After what Victor did to you." Adrian's expression darkened at the mention of Dr. Victor, the mad scientist who revived him only to turn him into a monster. But some part of him was glad about it. Had it not been for Victor and his goons, he would have never had an opportunity to get his revenge. Yeah, he muttered bitterly, tracing the scars and ugly skin patches that once marred his body. Those weren't the best times. I can only imagine, Sophia mumbled, walking up to the window and gazing into the night sky. You told me about it when we were in that instance dungeon together. I did? Adrian asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. I remember the dungeon, but I don't remember being around anyone. Yeah, you opened up about it one night after defeating the trolls. Sophia smiled wanly, a bit sad that he forgot about their time together. How can I blame him when I did the same, Sophia thought, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Adrian tried to remember every detail about the dungeon. Strangely, talking with Sophia brought something back to his mind. He always thought he had been alone in the dungeon, but now he remembered the silhouette of a woman accompanying him. However, with that feeling came a crucifying headache. Adrian grunted in pain before grabbing his head. Adrian! Sophia's voice sounded distant, muffled by the throbbing headache. What's wrong? My head, Adrian spoke through gritted teeth as if something was tearing his mind apart, trying to break through a barrier. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt himself swaying on unsteady feet. His peripheral vision turned dark, slowly consuming everything. You're pale as a ghost! Sit down! Sophia tried to push him toward the bed, chanting a healing spell, but it did not affect him. Even Fenris rushed to help as if she was aware of her master's pain. But none of it mattered as Adrian's feet buckled beneath him, and then, with a final, agonizing throb, the pain became too much to bear as he crumpled to the ground. Adrian's eyes fluttered open, but he couldn't see anything. It was too dark wherever he was. What is this place? He mumbled, trying to ease his stiff body while looking around. It looks like a maze of sorts. Confused, he struggled to remember how he had ended up here. After all, the last thing he recalled was sitting in the inn, chatting with Sophia. Now, suddenly, he was in a place he didn't know. Did an instance dungeon open or something? Before he could ponder any further, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Adrian spun around, and in an instant, the surroundings shifted, changing into the dungeon's dimly lit corridors where he had faced the Minotaur. But that wasn't a place where Minotaur's court should have been had been replaced by something grim. His friends Vesper, Sophia, Amelia, Seraphina, Amila, Aquila, Fenris, and many more all lay lifeless, their bodies strewn across the cold stone floor. However, unlike before, Adrian didn't lose his mind over it. In fact, it was then he knew he was in a dream. No one could have killed them so viciously. Moreover, Aquila wasn't even with them, so how could he have died? This damn mind of mine think tricks on me. With that thought, Adrian shook his head and pinched himself, but nothing worked. He was still in a dreamlike state. Just then, the scene changed again, replacing the dungeon with a run-down throne room. No, it's the church, Adrian mumbled, recognizing the place. But that wasn't all. Someone was sitting in the center of the run-down place on top of a throne made of skulls. Adrian stepped closer, only to realize it was him, but he looked different. His skin was tinged with an unnatural red hue, and horns protruded from his skull like twisted branches. Two draconic wings emerged from his back as he stared at him. Beside his demonic self was the bloodied Minotaur's sword, waiting to be fed more blood, more chaos, more death. The twisted faces of his friends didn't shake him like seeing himself like that did. His demonic self noticed him standing there and scoffed. You dare show me your face again? He said, grabbing the sword. Leading your friends to death wasn't good enough for you? Who are you? Adrian asked, retrieving his sword. But the mere action made the demon before him laugh. You want to know who I am? The demon snorted, then suddenly vanished, grabbing Adrian by the neck when he reappeared. I'm what's coming for you. The end of your pitiful existence. With those words, the demon threw him toward the throne, such that Adrian ended up sitting on the throne, his head bleeding. Live wildly, dishonored one, for the life you've lived till now pales in comparison to what lies ahead. Adrian heard the demon mumbling before passing out yet again. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Dishonored 1-2. The morning sun shone through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. Suddenly, Adrian jolted awake with a start, his heart pounding wildly, trying to force its way out of his chest. He remained in bed, his body drenched in sweat, his mind still foggy from the weird nightmare he had. Blinking rapidly, he looked around, trying to make sense of everything. Where am I this time? Adrian muttered to himself, his voice hoarse with thirst and tiredness. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear the foggy thoughts from his mind. Adrian looked around, and only then did he realize he was in his bed in the inn. But something was different. Something was off. Someone or something was on his chest. As he glanced down at himself, he froze. He was naked, entirely and utterly naked, with only the thick bedsheets covering him. Panicked, he turned to look for his clothes in order to cover himself with before anyone saw him like that. The fuck was I doing last night? Adrian mumbled, trying to get up. I don't remember getting drunk or shit. Did I know that his cheeks burned with embarrassment as he tried to piece together what had happened the night before. He wondered if something happened between him and Sophia. And then he felt it. Something warm and soft resting against his chest. Slowly, he looked down to see Fenris, his loyal companion, curled up next to him. But Fenris wasn't the one touching his chest. Fearing the worst, Adrian slowly turned to the other side, only to see Sophia lay sleeping peacefully, her arm draped over his chest, her naked body pressed against his own. What the? Adrian's eyes widened in shock as he realized they were both naked. His mind raced, remembering how they had ended up in this compromising position. But nothing came to his mind. Did I do something to her? Adrian whispered, but immediately shook that thought out of his head. There was no way he would take advantage of someone. He tried to get out of bed to avoid any weird conversations, but his movement stirred Sophia and Fenris from their sleep. Sophia's eyes fluttered open, and she noticed Adrian standing beside the bed. Without a second thought, she jumped from the bed and rushed to Adrian's side, clearly worried about something. Adrian, how are you now? Is everything fine? Sophia asked, concerned as she cupped his face. Are you still cold? At that moment, all thoughts of awkwardness fled from Adrian's mind as he focused on Sophia's concerned eyes. They were standing naked in the room, yet none of them seemed to be worried about it. Her reaction to the situation made Adrian realize they were indeed close once, or else Sophia wouldn't be okay with it as they were. He reached out and gently took her hand, smiling. I don't know what happened, Adrian began, but I think I'm okay. Sophia closed her eyes, sighing in relief. Last night had been like a terrible nightmare for her, but apparently Adrian didn't remember anything. And so, she recounted the events of the previous night, from his sudden passing out to the violent shivering and sweating as if he was having a seizure. She rushed towards Amelia's room to get help, only to find a note saying they were leaving to collect some intel. Sophia panicked and returned to the room only to see Adrian's condition worsening. She did everything she could, from using spells to warming him using traditional methods. But nothing worked, and his condition kept getting worse. I didn't know what else to do. So, I stripped both of us naked and held you close, hoping to warm you up, Sophia sheepishly admitted. Fenris also climbed on the bed, warming you from the other side. Strangely enough, it seemed to calm you a bit, and before I knew it, we were already asleep. Adrian's mouth hung open by the time Sophia was done explaining everything. Although he didn't tell her about it, Adrian was sure his body was reacting to the nightmare he had. I can deal with it later. Gotta save Vesper first. However, there was something he needed to do before that. Thank you, Sophia, Adrian whispered as he hugged her tightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck. And I'm sorry for whatever trouble I caused. There's nothing to be sorry for, Adrian. Sophia shook her head, her arms tightening around him. You might think it's weird, but I liked being close to you again. The following moment, Sophia's grip tightened around him. It felt weird at first, but strangely, hugging Sophia so intimately seemed natural to him. But just as they began to relax, a sudden noise from the doorway startled them. Adrian turned to see Amelia and Amila standing there, their expressions mixing surprise and amusement. I see what you people were busy with, Amila commented. Shacking bones, were we? Sorry to interrupt, Amelia said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pushed Amila with one arm and closed the door with her leg. Well, just leave you two alone. They retreated from the room without another word, leaving Adrian and Sophia alone once more. Adrian and Sophia exchanged a sheepish glance, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment again. But in that moment, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Adrian couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Here they were, standing naked in his bedroom, with their friends immediately assuming the worst about them without any questions. Well, he said, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he squeezed her hand, I suppose we have some explaining to do. I don't even know what to say now, Sophia chuckled softly. I suppose we'll have quite the story to tell them later. Yeah, Adrian mumbled. Let's get dressed first and see what they found from their nightly escapades. Sophia left to get dressed. Adrian was about to do the same when a prompt appeared before him. The ****, dishonored one, looks at the user intently, waiting for a response. Attention! An entity from beyond the realm has breached the stream, initiating automatic measures to block the intruder. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Infiltration 1 So that's why you were naked, Amila nodded, scratching Fenris's ears. And here I was about to think the worst. Let's forget about that, Adrian interrupted, getting serious. What did you find out about the church and those ravens? There's not much to say, Amelia replied, retrieving a map showing the church's layout. except that the church has been transformed into a fortress. It's something they did after the Zodiacs attacked? Adrian asked, moving his hands across the now heavily guarded entrances. That's unlikely. They must have done it after deploying all the heroes to prove their loyalty, Sophia remarked. Most likely, it was another one of the Ravens' ideas. The Ravens, they seem to have gained a lot of influence following the Pope's announcement of joining forces with the church. Even in the slums, while no one outright cursed the Ravens before, they were scared to death of them. However, things seem to have changed a lot. The slum dwellers now straight up refused to mention them as if taking their name would curse them or something. They who must not be named, Adrian mumbled, thinking he had heard the phrase before someplace. Must feel good to have such fear over the public. Who would have known these people would turn out to be Potterheads, Sophia commented, making Adrian chuckle. The two Earthlings knew what the term meant, but Amelia and Amila didn't seem interested in that discussion. You two can joke later all you want. Amelia rolled her eyes before pointing at the map. Let's figure out this shit first. If the Ravens were responsible for this, then I might have an idea for dealing with them, Adrian replied. But what about the elves? Are they still here? Amelia nodded, not saying a word. Sophia grabbed her hand, trying to console her friend. Adrian didn't say anything, either. He knew it would be difficult for Sophia to go against her people despite what they did to her. As strong of a warrior she was, it had been ingrained in her mind always to help the elves, and now they were headed toward a war with them. Adrian knew the exact scenario would occur, so he delayed coming to Nyxaria in hopes that the elves would leave for Ulfania by the time they attacked the church. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The elves were still hiding in the church, probably negotiating terms for voiding Vincent's hero contract. As much as I would love to hunt Vincent, a fight against the church, Ravens, and the elves simultaneously would be suicidal, Adrian thought. Judging by the situation, stealth is our only way in. However, something else was bothering Adrian even more. If the elves were there, they'd probably tell the church he was alive. Then, the Ravens would be ordered to search for him in the wilderness. As such, it was only a matter of time before they realized the Nyxarian outpost was no longer theirs. From there, it would only take a few minutes for the Pope to figure out that Adrian was already in Nyxaria. They're gonna tighten security around the church soon, Adrian commented before getting up and preparing to leave. I'll be gone for a bit. Could you fill Amila in on the church's forces while I'm out? Sophia stood up, ready to go with him, but Adrian asked her to stay seated. Adrian knew he could handle what he was about to do, but he wanted the girls to stick together and watch out for each other. That's why he was going alone, not even bringing Fenris with him. The innkeeper might not tell the Ravens about us, but I can't say the same about those who watched us arrive yesterday, Adrian thought, climbing the stairs. I need to distract them while I can. Thankfully, I know exactly where to find them. Asterisk. Recently, every day was a day to party for the Ravens, and this day wasn't any different. People were enjoying their newfound fame with booze and women who were more than willing to entertain Nyxaria's new protectors. However, suddenly, someone kicked open the doors leading to their private bar, and a man came walking inside as if he owned the place. The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. Their eyes widened with shock and disbelief when they saw Red walking in. The last they had heard, Red had jumped into the Vale, chasing after the man who had been seen with Vesper. Many had assumed he was dead, but here he was, walking into the bar as if he had never left. As the murmurs grew louder, a burly figure pushed his way through the crowd, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Ugh," the chubby man explained, choking as emotions ran wild. "Stop crying, you moron!" Red rolled his eyes, but Chubby wasn't paying attention. Without hesitation, he wrapped Red in a bone-crushing hug and lifted him off his feet. Red's lips curved into a wistful smile as he gently patted the man's back. "Easy there," Red winced before forcing a smile. "It might not look like it, but I'm injured in a lot of places." "Sorry," Chubby mumbled, releasing Red with a sniffle, wiping away his tears with the back of his hand. "I thought you were gone for good, and after what happened to Dad, all right, enough with the crying." Red shook his head, smacking the giant. "Man up and stop crying like a bitch." Before the reunion could get any deeper, however, the mood was interrupted by Tim's arrival, and he didn't look as pleased with Red's arrival as the rest of them. Tim looked around, and everyone returned to business as if Red had never arrived. Even Chubby stepped out of the way as Tim approached Red, placed a hand on his shoulder, and welcomed him back. "It took you a while," he said. "Did you lose your way, or something? Try jumping into a vale and see if you can last there," Red replied nonchalantly. "At least your loud mouth is still the same," Red smiled. "Come, the boss wants to see you. Says he's got something important to discuss." Chapter 157. Chapter 157. Infiltration 2. So far, so good, Adrian thought as he followed Tim. He hadn't forgotten the two assassins who had accompanied Red in killing him. As such, Adrian had to fight the urge not to kill them then and there. After all, he was there to find a way to sneak into the church, and saving Vesper took precedence over getting his revenge. Once Vesper was safe, he could return to collect his debt later at any time. Eventually, Tim led Adrian underground through the lift protected by a handful of level 40 people. Even though Adrian was at level 21, his stats were comparable to those of a level 78 brawler. As such, Adrian knew he could easily overpower the level 40 guards, but Tim was a different story. With a level of 87, Tim was a formidable opponent. The level gap between the two helped Adrian calm down and think rationally. I'm in their hideout, and I need to keep my feelings in check if I don't want the same thing to happen again like it did last time I was here. The memories from the last time he was there were fresh in Adrian's mind. He remembered how the ravens jumped him, ready to hack him to death. Remembering how weak he had been at that moment was infuriating, but he ate it, bidding for his time to strike. Their walk ended abruptly, and they stood in front of a wall. Adrain was a bit confused, but didn't let it show on his face should it raise suspicions. Tim looked behind before quickly tapping on a few tiles and then stepping back. The solid wall vanished in the blink of an eye, revealing a dark alley with many doors. Strange sounds echoed from behind the door. Some resembled monsters' cries, while the others were the people screaming for help. The atmosphere around the hallway felt heavy and unsettling, but to Adrian, it didn't look that troubling. After all, the howling screams weren't as bad as the things he had seen while living amongst the Tolkas. "We're here," Tim announced, pushing open the farthest door from the entrance, the room marked by the number 117. Adrian nodded and walked inside as Tim entered after him, closing the doors. The room was in stark contrast with the hall he had just walked through. Unlike the dark hallways, the room was bright and cozy. "Welcome, Red. I've been waiting for your arrival." A voice came from behind the office chair. "I hope you had no difficulty returning to where you belong." "None at all," Adrian replied, wondering how the oldie knew anything about his visit. Adrian looked at Tim, who was staring at the ground with respect toward the old man, wondering if he had informed the man beforehand. He thought he should do the same as Tim, but the chair turned around before he could, revealing the boss. A bald, muscular man sat in the office chair, his imposing aura filling the room. With his legs crossed, he turned to greet Red, a warm smile spreading across his old, wrinkly features. Even though the boss looked old, there was a particular fire in his eyes that even the youngster didn't. But what Adrian noticed first and foremost was his demeanor. The man was calm yet confident as he folded his hand in a namaste. Adrian did the same, feeling a bit out of place. It then struck him that the old man looked like one of those yogis from Earth, and it made him wonder if the boss was summoned to Nexaria just like him. He let go of his unnecessary thoughts and peeked into the old man's stats. Even though he was pretty strong, his magic resistance was negligible, just enough for Adrian to go through with his plan. "Tea or coffee?" the old man asked with a smile and began brewing some tea without Adrian's reply. "How does it feel?" ProWebNovel.com feel what exactly? Adrian asked. "Cheating death," the man replied without looking at him. "People like me have no bearings on death. We're okay if it comes knocking anytime. But still, I can't help but think about what it would be like to dodge death. A feat you seemed to have accomplished miraculously." Adrian thought the man meant to discuss Red's time in the wilderness, but it became evident the old man knew much more than Adrian expected him to know as it became apparent with his next question. "Tim, could you wait outside while I discuss Red's miraculous reincarnation with this gentleman?" "Of course, sir." Tim spoke softly before looking at Adrian and leaving the room. "Where's Red, and what have you done to him?" the old man snarled, grabbing Adrian's throat from across the table. It all happened so quickly that Adrian didn't register the old man's movements until it was too late to act. "What do you mean?" Adrian struggled to free himself but couldn't. "It would be wise for you to drop the act, young gun. It'll lessen the pain you feel when I kill you." Hearing those words brought Adrian to a smile. "Kill me? Those underlings of yours tried, and look how it turned out for them." The old man raised his eyebrows. It didn't take a genius to know what he was thinking. But suddenly, his grip tightened around Adrian's neck even more, forcing Adrian to intensify his struggles. "The rumors were true," the old man scoffed. "The hero Adrian is back from the death, not the hero." Adrian snarled back at the old man, his eyes glowing red. "Adrian, the Chimera." Just then, the old man's grip around Adrian's neck loosened. He tried increasing the pressure, but it was as if he was trying to grab slimy water as Adrian slipped out of the man's grasp. "What is this?" the old man mumbled, looking at his slimy hands. "That's my skin," Adrian replied, caressing his neck to ease the restricted blood flow. He then performed a leg sweep to get the old man off his legs. Well, he tried to, but the old man didn't budge an inch. My bad. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. Magic in the eyes of the beholder. Adrian tried to pull back, but before he could react, the old man's hand shot out, grabbing his leg with his vice grip. With little to no effort, the old man then proceeded to toss Adrian across the room. With nothing to hold onto, Adrian flew across the room, stopping after hitting the wall on the opposite side. The cracked plaster splintered under the force of his impact, leaving Adrian dizzy and disoriented. But his troubles were yet to appear. Weak, that's what you are. How dare you seek revenge on us with that pathetic strength? Adrian couldn't hear the old man's words and grabbed his head as blood trickled down. His vision turned blurry, like he was underwater. He blinked rapidly, trying to shake himself to his senses. That hurt, it was the only thought in Adrian's head. Groaning, Adrian struggled to get up from the floor, his muscles protesting against every move he made. Impressed by his resilience, the old man raised an eyebrow. Not a lot of people would have the guts to stand back up after what he had done to Adrian. You managed to crack the wall. Impressive, the old man mumbled, walking towards Adrian. You see, it isn't any ordinary wall. It's made from the bones and hide of the toughest monsters Nexaria has ever encountered. Cut the crap, old man, Adrian replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm not here for a history lesson. Ah, the fiery blood of the youth, the old man sighed. Unfortunately, it looks like no one taught you how to respect the elders. Don't worry, I'll correct that mistake now. You can't really blame them. I always had a knack for pissing off people. Adrian smiled, flipping the bird at the old man. The old man shook his head before delivering a kick to his midsection. Adrian could hear his ribs break with a nasty crunch as he once again collided with the walls. But this time, the old man didn't stop and kept hitting Adrian until he was gasping for air, covered in his own blood. Give up, boy, the old man said, his voice gruff with authority. And I'll give you a quick death after you have answered my questions, of course. Have you ever heard of the word masochist? Adrian tried to laugh, but ended up laughing. I might be one of them, so keep those girly hits coming. The old man ignored his comments and instead was lost in his thoughts. Out of every opponent he had faced in his years as a raven, Adrian was the first person to last this long without breaking. I know my hits are doing damage, but how's he still talking after all I've done to him? It's almost as if his wounds are healing the moment I hit him. The old man was intrigued by Adrian's seemingly endless healing abilities, but it only made him lash out more fiercely since he knew Adrian's wound would recover no matter what he did. But then he changed his mind. While Adrian's physical wounds may heal, there was no guarantee that he would recover mentally, and a mentally broken man was no good for him. Stay down, the old man snarled once he saw Adrian trying to get up. You cannot hope to defeat me. Silho? Adrian scoffed, refusing to give up. With a defiant growl, he pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the pain in his broken bones. After all, his blood would soon heal him, and the pain would disappear. Adrian lunged at the man, but he sidestepped and tripped the Chimera after punching him in the face. Adrian fought back with all his strength, but it was clear that he was outmatched. Each blow from the old man landed with the force of a dozen sledgehammers, driving Adrian further and further back into a corner. The desperation in Adrian's eyes was all the old man could see. He knew the doppelganger was just a push away from succumbing to the fear of death. Adrian darted to the side, narrowly avoiding another devastating strike from the old man's fists. But even as he tried to gain the upper hand, the old man remained one step ahead. Even though his body kept healing the wounds, it could handle only so much. Even the unrelenting adrenaline in his blood couldn't help Adrian. But when it seemed like all hope was lost, a glimmer of opportunity shone before his eyes. With one of his eyes swollen shut, Adrian was mindlessly throwing punches. The old man didn't have any difficulty dodging him, but then he heard its sound of his fist connecting with the old man's jaw. The old man stumbled backwards, caught off guard by the unexpected blow. Seizing the moment, Adrian rushed forward, raining down a flurry of punches with all the strength he could muster. For a brief moment, victory seemed within reach, but the little spark went out just as quickly as it had begun. Within moments, the old man was on top of Adrian, beating him to a pulp. You should have obeyed me, the old man yelled, but Adrian still smiled as he mumbled something. Have you decided to give up already? Assuming that Adrian wanted to surrender, the old man leaned in, but it was a mistake. One should always beware of their surroundings in a fight, Adrian whispered, but before the old man could do anything, he bit into his ear. The old man struggled to free himself, but it was Adrian's turn to show the man his vice grip as he clung onto him, chewing his ears. The old man stumbled on something and fell back, with Adrian sitting on top of him now. With his underhanded tricks, Adrian bought enough time for his eyes to heal, and once they did, the game was over for the old man. The following moment, Adrian forced the old man to look into his glowing eyes and their struggle ceased. Eventually, Adrian released his hold over the old man, watching as he collapsed beside him. Breathing heavily, he sighed in relief. His kitsune eyes returned to normal. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Secrets revealed. One after some time passed, the old man, whose name Adrian discovered was Belian, sat with his hands folded across his chest, waiting for Adrian to start asking his questions. Adrian hadn't mentioned anything about asking questions to Belian, who was under his control now. But it seemed that even though he was under Adrian's influence, the assassin in Belian was as cunning as ever. "You're too smart for your own good, old-timer." Adrian shook his head, sitting across the table. "Had it not been for my eyes and your low magic resistance, I'd be gone for good. The Yum-Num these days are too weak," Belian scoffed. "How is it my fault?" "Of course, it's not." Adrian rolled his eyes before turning the conversation in the intended direction. "I know for a fact that my disguise was impeccable. Still, you knew I wasn't red but an imposter." "Huh?" Belian smiled and pointed above. Adrian followed his hand and noticed a detail that he had missed before. The room's ceiling was covered in a mysterious design, a constellation of sorts carefully etched with glowing lines and symbols. But that wasn't all. Adrian noticed that all stars had names, and some of the spots were blank, but the name below that spot made it evident that there had been something in those places before. One such spot had the name red etched onto it, and Adrian understood everything he needed to. "That's the list of all the ravens?" Adrian asked, still looking at the constellation above. "Not all, only those deemed worthy of the organization's trust," Belian replied. "As you might have guessed, this is how I keep track of my underlings. Once their heart stops beating, their star disappears as well. It's quite convenient and hassle-free." "I can see that," Adrian mumbled, thinking how stupid he had been to charge into the lion's den without any intel. "Does anyone else know about this list?" Belian shook his head and said, "It's something I'd like to keep a secret. It wouldn't fulfill its intended purpose if everybody knew about it. Besides me, you're the only one who has seen it." "What do you mean?" "I saw Tim entering the room. Couldn't he have noticed it?" "Did you notice it, Mr. Analyst?" Belian asked with a cocky smile. Adrian wasn't surprised that Belian was aware of his previous class. After all, unlike some other heroes, he had never been secretive about it. Rather than that, Adrian was more intrigued about what Belian meant. It was true that he didn't know the ceiling was anything special until Belian pointed it to him. "Invisibility enchantment," Adrian mumbled, nodding his head. "Where did you get your hands on something like that?" 2/3 secrets unlocked. Unravel one more secret to level up analysis skill. Adrian ignored the system notifications and waited for Belian's reply. Not everyone could use enchantments, even in Nyxaria, and even those who could have a tough time enchanting an entire ceiling. "Somebody that I used to know," Belian mumbled. "She was a netherite, but a damn pretty one. Too bad she turned out to be a succubus who sucked all my magic resistance out of me. She drained me for 5 days and nights but couldn't finish the job, so left me in this state. Funny thing is, I'd do it all over again if I could, haha. You're one weird geezer, that's for sure." Adrian shook his head. "Well, it makes sense why your magic resistance was so low. Since no one else knew about the constellations, Adrian had room to work his magic and deal with the ravens. As nasty as these bastards were, it would be a waste to kill them all. Moreover, since he now had one of their leaders under his influence, he could use the ravens against the church very well. But before all that, Adrian had a few more questions that needed to be answered. "What did you guys do with Vesper?" Adrian asked, getting all serious. "Delivered her to the client per their request," Belian replied nonchalantly. Although his attitude infuriated Adrian, he got his nerves under control. It meant what Red told him before dying was true. Vesper was with the church, but he needed the confirmation. "By client, do you mean the church?" "The Pope, to be exact. I don't know the details, but he wanted something from her, and it also had something to do with you." "But what could the Pope possibly want from me?" Belian shrugged. He was just as clueless as Adrian. However, he told him what he knew about the Pope, including how many times the Pope had availed of their services. To Adrian's surprise, the Pope had often used the Raven services to deal with people standing in his way. The targets included, but were not limited to, other candidates for the Pope's position. All of them had died of natural causes, so no one ever suspected the current Pope to be behind their deaths. Bellion was the only one who knew the truth and kept his silence in exchange for power and influence, which the Pope had promised him. So that's why the Pope has been working against the heroes, undermining their authority and brainwashing the public to idolize you people. Bellion nodded with a smug smile. It's just an exchange of services. We helped him become the Pope, and now he's helping us become the heroes Nyxaria never deserved. Freebnicom Adrian thought the Ravens and the Pope had some grand scheme to accomplish. But it was just a case of rotten ambitions. So I take it that Vesper is somewhere in the church? In the hidden cellar under the bell tower, Bellion replied. I have a map that you can take. Was there a place like that in the church? Adrian asked, surprised that his analysis skill had never picked up on something as significant as that. You have no idea about the secrets hiding in that center of damnation, Bellion replied, his voice serious. Forgive me, but that's all I know. Adrian nodded, processing the precious information Bellion had given him on a silver platter. But he had a final request for the Raven Guildmaster. Do you have some spots open in your ranks? Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Secrets revealed too. After chatting a while longer and learning about the church and the newly installed defenses, Adrian was about to end their little get-together. But he had a final question to ask of Bellion. What about me? Adrian mumbled. Who gave you the contract to kill me? You know I can't tell you that. Adrian was surprised to hear those words coming out of Bellion's mouth. After ensuring Bellion was still under his control, Adrian asked him again. But Bellion's response remained the same. Even under Adrian's influence, Bellion wasn't going to abandon his morals as an assassin and leak his client's name. But there were ways to say things without uttering them, and Adrian's control compelled Bellion to find a way to convey the truth, which he did. I can't tell you the names, but I can tell you this, Bellion replied. There were more than 7 contracts offered to us, all demanding your debt. 5 came from the church, and the other 2 were private requests from people you already know. Adrian didn't know how to react to that news. All along, he thought only one person wanted him gone, but now he realized there were many who wished the same. He thought he had been kind and just to everyone, but it appeared not everyone thought the same of him and wanted him dead. Vincent, or someone related to him, has to be one of the 2 clients that I know of, Adrian mumbled. As for the contracts from the church, I don't care about those. But who is the other client? Adrian turned to find a way to force Bellion to reveal the name. But before he could do anything, the Raven Guildmaster raised his hands and surrendered. He wasn't going to say a word even if Adrian killed him, and getting someone like Bellion to open his mouth by force was impossible. If he didn't give in to Adrian's deadliest weapon, the Kitsune eyes, there was no way to force him to tell the truth. Watching Adrian wonder about the hidden enemy was fun, almost as much fun as torturing an innocent person to admit to a heinous crime. But under the eye's influence, Bellion had a sudden urge to help him, which led to him giving the Chimera another clue. I'm crossing the line, but here's a final clue, Bellion said with a sadistic smile. It's someone quite close to you, someone you won't believe even if I took their name outright. Stop with your mind games, Adrian cut him off. You've done more than enough already. Just call Tim and get me out of this maze. Oh, so you realized? Bellion said with a smile. Looks like I have underestimated the analyst quite a bit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Tim entered the room, he saw Red and Bellion sitting together, chatting like long-lost friends. It was weird to see them like that, especially since it was the 3rd time they met and the first time they had spoken together. Usually, Tim was responsible for acting as the bridge between Bellion and the rest of the Ravens. Judging by how merrily the 2 were getting together, he felt his position threatened by someone who was supposed to be working under him. You called for me, sir? Tim asked, interrupting their conversation. Ah, yes. Please guide Red outside, Bellion replied before turning towards Red. It was nice to meet you, son. I hope you'll continue to work for the Ravens and help us reach new heights. I'll try my best, sir, Adrian replied, getting up. As for that mission, you have nothing to worry about. I'll deal with it. I have no doubts about it. Bellion nodded before ignoring them, his way of telling them they were done. Tim bowed before Bellion, but saw that Red didn't do the same. While it bothered him, what bothered him even more was that Bellion didn't seem bothered by Red's behavior. When before, Bellion would have punished anyone who didn't show him respect, but now he didn't seem to mind. What was it all about? Tim asked Adrian. Clearly, Tim wasn't okay with their interaction. Adrian sensed he was jealous and decided to play with his emotions more. The man had killed him once, so messing with his mind was the least he could do. It might sound a bit ridiculous, Adrian mumbled, but I can't tell you about it since the boss asked me not to share the details. All I can say is I've been given a mission to complete back in the wilderness. You're going back there? Tim raised an eyebrow, shocked. Out of everyone who had been to the wilderness, only a handful had ever made it back. Tim knew Red must have suffered a lot during his time there and couldn't wrap the thought that he was eager to return to such a place. I know what you're thinking, Adrian sighed, touching Tim's shoulder. But the Ravens need someone to be there, and because I've been there before, it makes sense for me to go back. Tim nodded. It did make sense. But what puzzled him was why Bellion was suddenly interested in the wilderness. There was something off about it, but Chubby came rushing toward them before they could get deeper in their discussion. Where are you going off to? He asked, stuffing an entire roasted chicken in his mouth. Eat up first before you speak. Adrian lashed out, hitting him in the stomach, and Chubby hurled everything onto Tim, who stood before him. It all happened in less than a second. One moment, Chubby was standing before them, and the next, he was hanging over them, his head stuck in the ceiling while the rest of him dangled down like a pendulum. I'll appreciate it if you get out on your own, Tim mumbled, and he turned to leave. I have to get clean. Sure, Adrian replied, giving them one more look before heading toward the bar. I'll just drop a gift there and be out. See you later. He might not want them dead without making proper use first, but he sure wasn't letting the Ravens go unscathed after what they did. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Accidental Saint. As nothing you do surprises me anymore, Amelia whispered, staring at the hall Adrian had brought with him. Adrian had just returned from his little escapade and brought several treasures with him, but no treasure was as important as the map he brought with him. Sophia was analyzing the map and realized all the plans they had made would have either gotten them captured or, worse, killed. The new security was impeccable with its hidden traps and vigilant guards. So much so that even if all the heroes that Tulkas had caught were still alive and attacked the church together, only a few of them would make it to the end. How did you get your hands on this? Sophia asked Adrian, not lifting her gaze. I have my ways, Adrian curtly replied. Even though he tried to make it seem that Bellion's words did not affect him, Adrian was doubting his every interaction with everyone. Only Amila was not on his radar, as he hadn't known her before his death. He hated to think about it, but the remark about the contractor who issued his death notice was someone close to him, someone he wouldn't ever doubt. Thanks to his stupid nature, there were quite a few people he thought were close to him. Vesper was one of them as well. The thought that he doubted her made him sick. Vesper had been nothing but helpful to him. She even sacrificed herself to ensure his safety, so there was no way she would even think about getting him assassinated. I need to clear my head. Adrian took a deep breath. I can't lead the rescue with all these thoughts in my head. Meanwhile, Amila was busy trying out the weapons and gear Adrian had borrowed from the Ravens. She didn't say anything, but judging from the smile on her face, she was more than pleased with them. We got the map, but how do we get through all this? Amelia mumbled, pointing out the countless checkpoints around the church. No matter which way we take, we must cross at least a dozen checkpoints to reach the bell tower. I already got that figured out. Adrian smiled and threw 3 freshly prepared Raven Guild cards next to the map. Amelia looked at the cards and then back at Adrian dumbfounded, while Sophia smiled and shook her head. They were getting worried for no reason at all. As usual, their beloved strategist had figured it all out, but something wasn't right. Only 3 ID? Sophia commented, looking at Adrian. You know we are 4 then because I won't be joining you guys, Adrian replied, sharpening his blade. What? Amelia and Sophia yelled simultaneously. Don't what me? Adrian looked at the two. You both know how cunning those bastards are. Even with the ID and all the preparation we do, it won't be enough to outsmart them. So, someone has to distract them, and that's going to be me. Adrian, I get what you're saying, but if someone's gonna be bait, it should be one of us, Amelia said. Sophia and I are in the worst shape we have ever been in. Oh, I see what you're getting at now. Sophia understood Adrian's reasoning as well. Given their condition, they wouldn't last long enough for the entire church and the Ravens to mobilize against them. Besides, Shu and Vincent would have already informed them about Adrian and his fight with Aculi, who was stronger than most heroes, so his appearance would get them on high alert. But those weren't the only reasons Adrian would be the best bait for them. The church wanted him dead, and they did it. But he returned, and for all they knew, he was thirsty for revenge. The moment he strikes the church, all hell would break loose, and that would be the perfect moment for the girls to slip in and get out with Vesper. Once they were out, Adrian would figure out a way to escape. And that's why I have to be the bait, guy, Adrian asked, explaining his reasons. The girls nodded. While they understood his reasons, they still hoped there would be some other way to approach the situation. But given they were short on time, there wasn't much room for changes. Within the next hour, the group had their plans ready. But as they were wrapping up, there was a knock on the door. Adrian looked around the room, speaking through his eyes. The girls knew it was trouble and picked up a weapon each, ready to strike. "To it?" Amila asked upon Adrian's instruction. "Room service," the voice announced from behind the door. At that point, Adrian knew it was an uninvited guest. After all, he had explicitly instructed the innkeeper that no one was to disturb them in any case. As such, it was unlikely he had sent someone up there. Amelia cautiously reached the door on Adrian's signal while Sophia, Amila, and Adrian positioned themselves for an attack, ready to strike whoever was behind it. But all their plans were useless as before they could react, the figure rushed past Amelia, catching Sophia off guard and knocking her to the ground. With the assailant's agility surprised Amelia, and she rushed to Sophia's aid. The following moment, she was busy exchanging blows with the woman who appeared to be dressed as a barmaid. But despite her best efforts, Amelia was caught off guard and struck in the back of the head, collapsing to the ground unconscious next to Sophia. Watching things slip out of the hands, Adrian sprang into action next. He launched himself at the woman, wanting to subdue her as he hoped to interrogate the intruder later. But the woman fought dirty and attempted to strike him between the legs. Thanks to his quick reflexes and a timely intervention from Fenris, Adrian was spared from the blow. However, the woman got caught lacking as Fenris bit onto the woman's skirt and threw off her balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Amila tried restraining the woman, but she turned out to be quite flexible and slipped between her legs before lunging at Adrian. Adrian raised his sword and was about to swing it in full force when he noticed the woman's face and hesitated. The next moment, he was pinned to the ground, with the woman sitting on top. "It's been a while." Adrian the woman smiled, watching Adrian shake his head in disbelief. "I won't exactly call this a greeting," Adrian smiled back. Serafina. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Wherever I go, death follows one. Serafina was there, but it was only her appearance that seemed familiar about her. Sophia, Amelia, and Adrian were all confused by the sight of her. The usual saintly and pure aura that always surrounded Serafina was conspicuously absent, as if a doppelganger had taken her place. But Adrian confirmed it was her, using analysis on Serafina upon her request. "It feels weird, doesn't it?" Serafina smiled. "Watching me like this, without my church habit, you indeed caught me by surprise. I didn't know you could fight like that. Otherwise, we would have busted ourselves trying to protect you," Adrian replied, keeping his poker face. "But no, your appearance doesn't surprise me, Saintess. Not a lot surprises me anymore. You want to know where I learned all that?" Serafina mumbled. "What's the point? It's not like you're planning to tell us about it." Serafina chuckled at Adrian's remark. Yes, it was true. She had always been the helpless saintess, or at least acted the part well. How could she have shown her true self to them when they were working against the Zodiacs? Still, seeing her deal with the heroes easily must have shocked them, and while Adrian and Amelia were good at masking his emotions, the same couldn't be said for Sophia, who was still coming to grips with Serafina's true self. "What are you doing here, in the slums?" Amelia asked her. "I'm looking for all of you. What else?" Serafina replied, massaging her temple before putting a cigarette in her mouth and lit it up. "I'm not the only one who is, but that's not the point right now." Adrian sensed there was more she wanted to say, so he remained quiet, wanting to gather all intel he could before opening his mouth. "You're not going to ask how I know you were here?" Serafina asked after letting out a puff of cigarette smoke. "I know already. I recognize the clothes you're wearing," Adrian replied. "You are the one whom the innkeeper sent for service on my first night here. Nothing gets past you, does it?" Serafina smiled, nodding her head. "Then you also know why I am here? To stop us from doing anything irresponsible?" Adrian retorted. "Let me tell you something. I don't know about the rest, but nothing you say or do will stop me from rescuing Vesper." "Ah, finally, something that you don't know." Serafina clapped, looking around the table, but no one else shared her enthusiasm, much to her dismay. "You guys are no fun. Get to the topic, please. We need to prepare for tomorrow." Adrian sighed, trying to deal with this situation before his head exploded. "They know you're coming for them," Serafina interrupted, suddenly getting all serious. "That's no surprise," Sophia finally spoke. "Shu and Vincent told you about us, so it was only a matter of time. Not all of you, just Adrian. They know he will attack them," Serafina said, raising a finger and stopping Sophia. "Neither Shu nor Vincent mentioned anything about anyone else, especially not this tribal woman." Amila was busy tending to the weapons, but her ears perked up upon hearing her name. "What's your point?" Adrian asked her, point blank. Honestly, Serafina mumbled, getting off her seat as she approached Adrian. I just wanted to do this. Before anyone could react, Serafina hugged him, something she had always wanted to do but couldn't do as it would have caused a scandal. They held each other for a couple of minutes before Serafina let go, and when she did, Adrian smiled. I guess I'll be seeing you all tomorrow, Serafina said, bidding them farewell before jumping out of the window. What did she tell you? Sophia asked as soon as the saintess disappeared. A vote of confidence, Adrian replied, returning to planning. I guess things will be easier than expected. Asterisk 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 as the first light of dawn began to streak across the sky. 2 guards stationed atop the walls surrounding the church suppressed yawns. Their eyelids were heavy with exhaustion, having been up all night, and the gentle morning breeze only added to their struggle. With few minutes left for their shift, the 2 leaned on the stone walls, casually chatting to keep the sleepiness at bay. Did you see that new girl in the church yesterday? One guard remarked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The one with the long, golden hair? Frau Bovoldotsim, yeah. What about her? I think I'm in. How many times have you fallen for someone this week? 67? 69, but it's different this time. Yeah, I believe you. Their banter was interrupted by a sudden movement ahead. Someone riding a beast was headed in their direction. Hey, look, the first guard said, nudging his companion with his elbow. Who's that heading toward the church? An uninvited guest, the second guard replied, squinting to get a better look. Per the Pope's instruction, no one is allowed to visit the church. However, he couldn't see much and reached for the binoculars slung over his shoulder. But before he could use them, his companion snatched them away, eager for a better view. Let me see, the first guard insisted, adjusting the focus. As curious as he was to uncover the man's identity, his curiosity turned into shock when he noticed the smile on Adrian's face. He is here. The first guard turned to his companion. We need to alert everyone. Now, the other guard replied before rushing toward the stairs while the first guard looked at Adrian again. Where did he get a wolf that big, he wondered, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud thud. The guard turned around, his eyes wide in horror. His partner was sprawled on the ground. In place on his head was an arrow with the guard's face splattered around the walls. Before he could react, another arrow whistled through the air, finding its mark with deadly accuracy. In an instant, both guards lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies sprawled atop the castle walls, their blood staining the ancient stones beneath them. Meanwhile, guards in the courtyard below remained oblivious to the tragedy unfolding atop the walls, unaware that a similar fate awaited them. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Wherever I go, death follows. Duamila took down the tower guards. Amelia's voice echoed in Adrian's earpiece. We're heading toward the church now. Copy that, Adrian replied, retrieving a handheld explosive from his inventory. I'll send a signal soon. Feel free to rush toward the objective after. Got it, 3 feminine voices replied. The news came after a minute. The girls were inside the compound, and now was the time for the Chimaeras' sweet revenge. Asterisk 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 the people inside the church's courtyard were laughing and smiling and having a good time, but then it all came to a halt. A series of explosions rocked the courtyard, each more powerful than the last. The air was filled with dust and debris, and the once joyous crowd was now stumbling and disoriented as they ran for cover. At the same time, the rest helped those injured. Within moments, the dust and smoke surged to the sky, shrouding the entire courtyard, but they could make out the shape of a massive hole created in the church's so-called impenetrable walls. Disgruntled and disoriented, the guards scrambled to their feet, their training triggered as they scanned the courtyard for signs of danger. But there were none. While the guards didn't drop their guard, they weren't prepared for what would happen next. From the swirling cloud of dust and smoke, a massive wolf emerged. Its pristine white fur was covered by a thick layer of leather armor, protecting it from the attacks as it lunged at the nearest guard. Oh! The man roared as he was dragged away from his comrades. Get off him! Someone, help! A priestess yelled, but the guards were too shocked to do anything. Panic gripped the guards as they recoiled in horror, their swords drawn but trembling in their hands. The wolf's jaw snapped shut with the man's hand inside its mouth, crushing it. Its teeth sank into flesh as it tore through the helpless guard. The courtyard erupted into chaos as screams filled the air. The guards, training no match for the sheer brutality of the wolf's onslaught, they fought desperately to defend themselves, but their efforts were in vain against the relentless fury of the beast. One after another, the guard lost all his limbs until only his sword arm remained. Even in such a dire situation, the guard didn't lose hope and wildly swung his arms around, trying to hit the wolf somewhere, anywhere, as the beast dug its teeth into the guard's neck, snapping it in half before standing before the makeshift entrance. Arya, help us! What is that thing? Another one of the pastors commented. We need reinforcements. Now, Jake Callahan, one of the Raven's elites, barked the order into one of his underlings. "Face us, and get these useless fucks out of here." "Why yes, sir," the man replied before running toward the church along with the clergy people. Once the church personnel were safe, the remaining guards took positions before the wolf. The clergy people were safe, but it didn't mean they could relax. They had to keep the creature busy until the reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, fate was dealing them the worst cards, one after the other. Their fears were compounded by shock when they saw a man entering through the hole in the wall. Jake didn't know what to expect, but he was expecting anything but a dead man walk inside. Upon entering, Adrian surveyed the scene. The once serene garden he had spent countless hours in was in tatters as if a cyclone had hit it. He felt a bit uneasy, but shrugged and moved on. His eyes then fell on the dead soldier, and all he did was scoff before turning his attention toward the remaining guards. "No Tim or Chubby? Ha!" Adrian mumbled, shaking his head. He had hoped to get his revenge in one swift move, but fate seemed to have other plans. The assassins would have to wait, but for the rest of them it was a different case. "What are you doing here?" Jake mumbled, his red hair furling behind his head. "Are you surprised?" Adrian acted offended. "I thought you all were ready for me. You had a big welcoming party planned, didn't you? Cut your bullshit. How are you still alive?" "To answer your question, some of your moronic teammates couldn't do the job properly. So I'm here to teach them, but it looks like they'll miss the lesson." Adrian sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "I guess you people will have to do." Jake drew out his blade without saying another word. He had simply named it the Widow. It was a broadsword, like Adrian's, but with a sawtooth edge. "Don't worry about them," Jake replied, but was interrupted by Adrian. "You're not as many as I thought." Adrian smirked, playing mind games with Jake. "It feels like someone messed with the ravens, like they poisoned them or something." Jake heard those words, and his mind went to the scene that had unfolded last night. Red had brought them all a giant barrel of fine wine and told them to enjoy it. However, after drinking the wine, all hell broke loose in the Raven Guild. Everyone who had touched the wine began puking their guts out and eventually passed out. A handful of them with low poison resistance also died. Moreover, it was a kind of poison for which they had no antidotes. So, even the ones who didn't die were still in danger of losing their lives at any moment. "It was you," Jake snarled, rushing towards Adrian in anger. "You planned all this?" "Oh, come on. No need to be angry just yet." Adrian smiled, blocking Jake's attack as sparks flew everywhere when their blades clashed. "I'll give you plenty of reasons to get even angrier." Inspired by Jake, the others were about to rush in, but they only managed to take a step when Fenris jumped between them, attacking whoever got too close. Clearly, the wolf wouldn't let anyone interfere with her master's duel. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. Unexpected helpers won. Even then, the Ravens knew they had the number advantage. While some of them would have to make a sacrifice, the others could help Jake. However, as soon as they stepped forward, Fenris let out a howl. The familiar, Fenris, has used Wolf's Call LVL2. The guards were puzzled and didn't see it, but Fenris's shadow split into three. Two smaller but ferocious wolves emerged from two split shadows, joining Fenris. The Ravens still had the numerical advantage but lacked the guts to face the wolves. Fenris alone was strong enough to deal with them, but now that two more had appeared, the Ravens were thinking of ways to deal with them. However, Fenris wasn't about to hesitate and lunged at the enemies along with her shadow wolves. Jake's most loyal underling, Nicola, charged at Fenris, wielding a massive axe. Unlike the rest, he knew if they hesitated anymore, they'd be dead before the reinforcements from the church arrived. Nick groaned as Fenris's claw connected with his axe. Nick, having a tank warrior hybrid class, was used to taking on stronger opponents. However, it had been a while since countering a beast attack made his hands numb. But that wasn't all. The next moment, he was struck by Fenris's tail and sent flying into the others from his group. *****. Meanwhile, Adrian was enjoying his scuffle with Jake as the latter tried to overwhelm the Chimera with agility. To an extent, it was working. Jake had stabbed Adrian countless times. While all attacks resulted in superficial wounds, Jake was hopeful his poison would soon begin taking effect on Adrian. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Jake realized his attacks weren't having the desired effect. Not only did the poison not work on Adrian, his wounds were also healing rapidly. Frustrated, Jake went a step ahead and doubled his efforts while dodging Adrian's attacks. Rushing for a kill only worked in Adrian's favor as his opponent kept drawing his stamina reserves. In just a few moments, Jake began to move more slowly, and that's when Adrian attacked him with all his force. Jake lifted the widow to shield himself, but the feigned blade shattered upon impact. Jake had managed to save himself, but how long could he last without a weapon against Adrian? The Raven looked at his opponent, expecting him to land a final blow, but it never came. Adrian was just standing there. If he wanted, he could have easily killed Jake, but he didn't because he wanted to conserve his strength for actual opponents, not a side character with no value to his life. As Jake watched Adrian staying still, he thought the poison must have done its job. Feeling puzzled by the sudden development, he quickly reached for another blade from his inventory and was about to attack. But Adrian surprised him by grabbing his neck and shoving him to the side. Confused by the change, Jake barely had time to react before several arrows pierced his back. Blood gushed from his mouth as he looked into Adrian's eyes, realizing he had used him as a shield. With what little strength Jake had in him, he turned around and smiled when he saw the reinforcements were there. Then he turned towards Adrian and flipped him off before taking his final breath. The reinforcements were undoubtedly there, and surprisingly, not only the paladins but also the elven army, led by Shu, were there. It seemed that instead of leaving Nyxeria as planned, Shu decided to bring a small fraction of Ulfania's army there. Adrian was impressed. How could he not be? The elven royalty sent their army to deal with one man, an honor that even the Nether wasn't given. You missed again. Adrian smirked, looking in Vincent's direction as he threw Jake's corpse. Taking Rowan's balls wasn't enough for you. Now you took a poor man's life? What kind of hero are you? Rowan, standing next to Vincent and Shu, had his eyes turned red with anger upon mention of his injured manhood. While he had healed from the injury, the mental scars remained, and the elven prince was enraged by his remarks. Adrian was surprised to see the three royals standing together. He thought Rowan might be more thoughtful and not support someone like Vincent, who was involved in the mass murder of the heroes. But it looked like the elves only cared about saving each other's asses, even if it meant ignoring their crimes. Either way, Adrian was thankful that they decided to show them his true colors. Now he won't regret what was about to happen, not even a bit. Stand down, Adrian, Shu advised. Your lust for revenge would get you killed once again. Ulfania would ignore my indiscretions. Adrian taunted them, laughing his heart out before looking at Fenris, who ripped another guard to shreds. Does it look like I give a rotten fuck about you or Ulfania? I'm here for war, not a debate competition. What did you say? Vincent yelled. He was about to jump at him when Shu stopped him. Is that your final decision? He asked Adrian again. Are you deaf, retarded, or both? Adrian rolled his eyes. I don't have all day, so let's get this over with. I never thought Nyxeria's greatest strategist would turn out to be a fool. Shu smirked, shaking his head. You think you can take all of us down by yourself? He continued. I saw what you did to Aculine, but he was just one man and injured one at that. I had hoped you would come to your senses, but I guess I was wrong. Fra Bovavent calm, that's what you think about me. Adrian mumbled, acting hurt. Didn't your cousins tell you about me and our adventures together? They probably didn't because they were ashamed of how many times my plan saved their sorry asses. Shu raised an eyebrow. Unlike his imbecile siblings, he knew how to differentiate between confidence and someone's ego. And at that moment, there was no ego in Adrian's eyes. How can he be so confident standing alone against an army? Could he have reinforcements of his own? Shu thought and looked around, but there was nothing. For a moment, the thought of a portal spell crossed his mind. But that wasn't possible anymore, as Rowan had informed him that the church had created an anti-magic area around its territory to prevent anyone from invading it like the Zodiacs had before. There could be no sudden surprises there, but just then, an explosion was heard from beneath them, and the anti-magic barrier surrounding the church was destroyed. What the hell was that? Rowan yelled, but everyone was just as baffled as he was. Despite your flaws, you are right. Shu Adrian smiled, watching their confidence fade away. I'm not foolish enough to take on an army alone. Moments later, Adrian said the elves rushed towards him while the paladins retreated to the church. The elven army knew Adrian was up to something and wanted to take him down before he could do anything. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. As you expected, a portal opened behind Adrian, and three masked people walked out of it, scaring the elves with their presence alone. Thanks for your help. 14th, Leo replied as Taurus and Ares took charge. You can leave the rest to us. The name is Adrian, not 14th, Adrian retorted. Of course, Leo replied with a charismatic smile. Hyces has secured the target, as per the deal. You should leave to join them, Adrian. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Unexpected helpers too. I knew it. Rowan exclaimed. I knew that human bastard was one of them. Hearing such language from Rowan's mouth irked Adrian. Before his death, Rowan had always treated him kindly. But it seemed all of it was a facade to take advantage of his analysis skill. Now that Adrian realized it, Shu and Vincent were similar to their brother in that aspect. While Vincent was a poor imitator, he still acted kindly to the strangers, only revealing his true side to his guildmates. But the team was aware of his two-faced nature. As for Shu, he was all buddy-buddy with Adrian when they were attacking the Tolkas, but changed tone immediately after he saved Vincent from Adrian's rightful wrath. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if Amelia was also like them. Adrian didn't want to feel like she would betray him, but what Bellion said about the contractor being someone close to him had messed up his mind. Regardless, Adrian knew he had done his part, as Serafina had requested when she hugged him back at the inn. However, her request made him wonder about their relationship. Why would the Saintess ask him to help the Zodiacs, their known enemy? Adrian asked her about it but didn't get an answer. While Serafina didn't disclose the relationship between her and the Zodiac, between the show she put on and her shape-shifting abilities, Adrian figured it out on his own. She had to be one of them. As surprising as it was, Adrian was going to judge her. Besides, the deal was mutually beneficial. So Adrian decided to go for it and asked Sophia to get rid of the anti-magic barrier, which she did by destroying the magic circle holding it up. Once Leo gave him the cue to leave, Adrian jumped on Fenris's back to go and join the girls, who were already making their way to the cellar under the church's bell tower. But he had something to say to the Zodiacs before departing. "You see the guy with the bow," he said to Leo. "Try not to kill him. He's my prey. I don't care what you do with the rest." "It would be difficult not to squash an insect while playing around," Leo replied with his characteristic smile. "But I'll try my best." Adrian nodded, giving the elves a final look before leaving. "I like that kid, but not as much as Gemini," Ares murmured, staring at Adrian's retreating back. "Don't forget the mission. You can take him to your dungeon later," Leo replied, taking out 2 daggers. "Besides, 14th, Adrian isn't officially a part of the group yet, so you're not allowed to lay your hands on him." "Tusk, you're no fun," Ares pouted. While the two argued, Shu's mind was running on overdrive. With the anti-magic barrier gone, there was no stopping the Zodiacs. As far as fighting them was concerned, it meant certain death, and neither of the elven princes was willing to face them. "We need to get out of here," Shu mumbled so that only Vincent and Rowan could hear him. "I'll go get help." Vincent yelled and ran back to the church before anyone could protest. Forget about helping them. All Vincent cared about was his own life. Shu and Rowan had similar thoughts, but Vincent jumped the gun and got away before anyone could stop him. Despite being the coward he was, Vincent was planning to inform everyone about the appearance of 3 Zodiacs. After all, since he was abandoning the battlefield, he had to make up an excuse for doing so. But before Vincent could get far, he stopped and noticed someone's shadow flying over him. A moment later, Taurus landed before him, creating a small crater where he landed. Had he taken a step further, the elf would have been squashed like a tomato. "Where do you think you're going?" Taurus snarled in his hoarse voice, swinging the morning star in his hand. Vincent noticed the strange weapon. While it was a morning star, the weapon's body had been replaced by a chain, giving it a range it usually wouldn't have. Taurus swung the morning star in Vincent's direction. Vincent quickly brought out his blade to counter, but it was a foolish move. Although Vincent managed to evade deadly damage, he was still flung back to his brothers. Taurus's attack was so strong that it shattered Vincent's sword arm despite his blocking it. As such, he didn't even want to imagine what would have happened had he not acted involuntarily to save his life. What the Shu was shocked to see Vincent lying on his back with one attack. But what happened next left him utterly baffled. Taurus once again began swinging his weapon before throwing it in the air. The weight of the morning star lifted the Minotaur into the air, and he landed in front of them with a loud thud. Shu could only imagine the weight of the weapon that quickly lifted someone of Taurus's stature. "Still alive? Huh?" Taurus mumbled before taking another swing. However, a soldier jumped in between and took the hit, which was meant to end Vincent. The soldier spewed a mouthful of blood as his body was bent out of shape due to the sheer strength behind Taurus's attack. Several of his ribs broke from the impact as the poor man was sent flying a great distance across the ground. The bone fragments from his ribs had ruptured his lungs, making him gasp for air. Fortunately for the soldier, the pain and struggle only lasted for a moment before he took his final breath. However, the soldier wasn't any ordinary soldier but the general leading the elves. "General dies," Shu exclaimed, but the elf was dead, and with him, so was the elves. "Wow, Tesk, that's the general?" Ares mumbled and rolled her eyes. "I was expecting more from them, but all of them are wastes." Even Leo, who wasn't one to underestimate the opponents, was slightly taken aback. He expected the elves to be strong, but they turned out to be pathetically weak. Something feels off. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Breakout 1. Meanwhile, inside the church, Sophia, Amelia, and Amila moved cautiously through the church's grand halls, their footsteps silenced by the noise outside. They hadn't seen the proceedings, but judging by the chaos, Adrian was busy raising hell. "I told him not to overdo it," Sophia exclaimed through gritted teeth, only to be snapped by Amelia on the wrist. "He knows what he's doing. Just focus on doing what we're here for," Amelia replied while Amelia remained vigilant, scanning the place for any oddities. With the map Adrian had given them, they slowly made their way to the underground cellar. But it wasn't easy. Despite the commotion outside, quite a few guards remained behind, forcing the girls to be careful not to raise an alarm. However, their luck ran out as soon as they got past the last of the guards. As they entered the church's main building, a stern-faced priest stepped into their path, his eyes scanning the masked strangers. Everything came to a halt as the girls contemplated what they should do next. "Who are you?" the priest demanded to know, clearly suspicious of their presence. Amelia, the quickest thinker in the group, stepped forward and replied in a confident tone, "We are ravens here on patrol. We were asked to check things out in case any intruder made their way inside." "That makes sense," the priest replied with a smile and walked to one of the support pillars holding the ceiling. "Unfortunately, I know a liar when I see one." "The girls?" Calm looks turned to panic as they considered what to do with the priest now that their identities were at risk of being exposed. But the priest continued yapping. "The ravens have been given strict instructions not to venture into this part of the church," he said. "And yet, here you are, loitering about instead of defending the church as you should be." Sensing the situation's urgency, Sophia tried defusing it before they had to do something they shouldn't. But before she could respond, the priest raised the alarm, reaching for the nearby bell rope. However, just when the priest was about to pull the rope, someone's gentle hand grabbed his, stopping him. Baffled, the priest turned to look around and noticed Serafina was standing behind him. "What is the meaning of this, Father?" she inquired, her voice calm and composed as usual. "Saintess Serafina," he stammered, I found these intruders wandering the halls. They claim to be ravens, but I'm certain they are intruders." Serafina listened intently as the priest relayed his concerns, her expression unreadable. "I see," she murmured, pretending to take his words seriously. "The situation is indeed suspicious. I'll let you deal with it." But as the priest turned to alert the guards, she acted swiftly, delivering a swift blow to his temple that sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. "You almost blew your covers." Serafina sighed before shedding her saintess uniform, revealing the sleek black bodysuit of an assassin beneath. "Yeah, thanks for the assist," Amelia replied. Even though her words thanked Serafina, she was still suspicious of her. After all, the saintess had fooled them once by hiding her true identity. There was no saying what else she could be hiding. But it seemed she was the only one suspicious there. "What about the anti-magic barrier?" Sophia asked Serafina as she joined them. "Are you Udvenko?" "I destroyed the magic circle. The reinforcements should be here already," Serafina replied, guiding them through the corridors. "Enough questions. We need to move quickly. The cellar is just ahead. Let's get Vesper and dip before anyone notices anything." The girls nodded and hastily made their way toward the cellar. However, as they arrived, they realized that rescuing Vesper wouldn't be easy. While the Pope wasn't in Nexaria, he had left some of his finest paladins to watch over Vesper. "What do we do now?" Sophia asked, but no one had an answer. Unlike the other paladins, the ones before them belonged to the Pope's personal guards. That meant they had top-notch armor and weapons and had already reached their first awakening, which basically meant they were level 105 or higher. While Serafina and Amelia could take them head-on, it would be a close competition and attract unnecessary attention. It wasn't an ideal situation since Serafina had hoped to get in and out of there quickly. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in Serafina's ear, "Can I assist you, ladies?" She instantly recognized the Pope's voice and swiftly swung her dagger behind her, only to find Adrian standing there. Serafina stopped her hand right before hitting his left eye. Still, Adrian didn't even flinch. "Judging by your reaction, I suppose my Pope impression was pretty convincing, huh?" he said, slowly lowering Serafina's dagger. "Yeah, and it almost cost you an eye." Serafina sighed before smiling. "Where's Fenris?" "Here," Adrian said, showing his hoodie. A puppy was inside the cap, sleeping peacefully. But it was Fenris who got tired after running around and fighting, so she used Altiform and made herself comfortable. Unfortunately, it was time to wake up. Adrian carefully lifted her and settled her onto Amelia's lap since she was the only one the wolf trusted, much to everyone else's disappointment, as they wanted to hold her. "All right then, but first, yeah, we'll keep it a secret," Sophia interrupted Adrian, waving him to get to it already. Within a moment, Adrian turned into the Pope. His transformation wasn't perfect since he had only seen him a few times, but it was good enough to fool the paladins. Asterisk, 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 your holiness," one of the paladins said, bowing to the Pope. I didn't expect to see you here. Why are you supposed to be back next week?" But the Pope remained silent, his eyes filled with disdain as he stared back at the paladin. Sensing the Pope's foul mood, the paladin swallowed nervously and stepped back, hastily moving to open the cellar door. "I apologize for my rudeness, but as per your instructions, unlocking the door would require a password, sir," the other paladin interrupted. The paladin's partner widened his eyes in disbelief, but the paladin played him to play along. The soldier found it suspicious first, the attack, and then the Pope's unplanned appearance. Something was off, so he devised a lie of a password to gauge the Pope's reaction. "I would expect nothing less from my loyal soldiers," the Pope smiled. "However, you need not worry. It is I, and unlike what you said, there is no password. My sincere apologies, Your Holiness." The paladin immediately went on his knees, realizing it was indeed the Pope. "I'm willing to accept any punishment for my rudeness. There's no need for that," the Pope replied. "You only did what you thought was for the best. Now, open the cellar. There's something I would like to discuss with Vesper." "At once, my lord." Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Breakout 2. Adrian sighed inwardly when the door was open. He didn't show it, but he was surprised when the guard blatantly asked him for a password. It was a surprise for Adrian, as he didn't think someone as drunk on power as the Pope would allow a paladin to ask him for a password. Had he not noticed the paladin's signal to his partner, he would have fumbled the ball, and God knows what would have happened then. "I couldn't even use illusionary eyes on them since their magic resistance is off the charts." Adrian breathed a sigh of relief. "The only way to stop them is by physical force, and I'm unsure if I can do that." Adrian's relief at successfully passing through the doors was short-lived. As he entered the room, his relief turned into a seething rage. In the cold, dark cellar, Adrian could hear chains clanging. As he looked around, all he could see were blood-drenched weapons and torture devices. A knot formed in his throat as he began imagining what the Pope might have done to Vesper. Adrian curled his fists as Vesper's smile flashed in his mind right before she pushed him inside the veil to save him. "These bastards! Is everything all right, Your Holiness?" one of the paladins asked Adrian, concerned that the Pope had suddenly gone silent. "It's nothing," Adrian somehow managed to reply. As they got deeper inside, Adrian peeked into the room and noticed someone at the center of the room. A woman hung naked, her bruised and battered body adorned with the scars of relentless torture. There wasn't an inch of her body that wasn't covered in insects trying to feast on her injuries. Vesper's overgrown hair covered her face, obscuring her view as she lifelessly struggled against the chains that bound her. The sight of Vesper's sorry state made Adrian see red. His vision blurred as his heart rate jumped significantly, so much that he couldn't hear the paladins talk beside him. All he could hear was his heartbeat. He didn't even realize that the paladins had opened the final door and gone inside. Vesper's heart sank with despair as the heavy wooden door creaked open. She knew what awaited her: a fresh round of torture at the hands of her ruthless captors. She had miraculously held on to her sanity until now, but she wasn't sure how much longer she could take. She didn't know how long she had been kept in the room. It could have been days, weeks, months, or even a year. However, none of it mattered to her as long as Adrian and the rest were safe. With a trembling voice, she mustered what little defiance remained within her heart and said, "No matter what you do, I'll never betray Adrian or any of the heroes. Stop wasting your time." "This imbecile!" One of the paladin gritted his teeth, picking up the bloodied whip lying nearby. "How dare you speak in such a manner before His Holiness?" With that, the soldier stepped forward, ready to deliver another round of punishment upon the helpless woman before him. But before he could strike, Adrian grabbed the whip, snatching it away from the paladin's hands. His sudden force made the paladin lost his balance and fell on the rat-infested floor. Shocked, he looked at the Pope and, for a moment, saw his death in his eyes. The other paladin was surprised as well. In all the years he had faithfully served the Pope, he had never seen him so enraged as he was in that moment. "Leave us alone," Adrian instructed them, slowly wrapping the whip around his arm. "I'll deal with her myself." The paladins didn't know what was happening, but they thought the Pope meeting must have gone wrong, and he was angry. As such, he was there to take it out of Vesper, much like they had done in the past. However, a paladin remembered the one rule the Pope had always abided by: not to get involved in violence directly. No matter how angry the Pope had been previously, he wouldn't do anything to harm his position, and violating the oath of non-violence would get him in trouble. Concerned, the paladin turned to remind the Pope about the oath. But things didn't go as planned. Out of nowhere, Adrian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the paladin's face. The paladin recoiled in shock, his hand instinctively moving to his cheek as he stumbled back, momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. "I set leave!" Adrian yelled, gritting his teeth. The paladins hesitated, still concerned for the Pope. However, the command left no room for argument, and with reluctant nods, they turned and filed out of the cellar, leaving the Pope alone with Vesper. As the door closed behind them, Adrian slowly approached Vesper. He knew she would be in a bad state, but not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought to see her like that. Adrian knew he had to be strong at that moment, but his eyes teared up as he took in the sight of her broken and battered form. Gently, he reached out to touch her face, but Vesper flinched in fear the moment his hand brushed across her bloodied face. "It's all right, Teach," Adrian said softly. "You're safe now. I won't let them do anything to you," Adrian, Vesper mumbled, trying to lift her face, but she didn't have the strength to do it. "It's one of those dreams, isn't it? He isn't here. Adrian is safe somewhere." Adrian couldn't hold it anymore as tears overflowed his eyes. Even though Vesper was broken, she was still more concerned about him than herself. However, the moment didn't last long as the paladin returned, weapons at hand. But unlike before, they weren't being polite and were openly hostile as they pointed their swords towards Adrian. "Who the hell are you?" The paladin whom Adrian had slapped yelled at the top of his lungs while his partner stared at the imposter. "You shouldn't have returned," Adrian snarled. His eyes turned crimson as he dropped his disguise. "But I'm thankful you did." Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Weekly bonus chapter 4/6 Breakout 3. Right after going outside, the paladins were contacted by none other than the Pope himself, inquiring about the attack he had heard about. His message shook them to the core, not because of its content but because it was supposed to be inside a cellar. At that moment, everything became apparent and the two charged right back inside, only to find the imposter's true identity as the dead hero, Adrian. Adrian's sudden appearance took the paladins by surprise. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Adrian sliced his palm up on the chains binding Vesper and shoved it inside one of the paladins. "Mouse!" The other paladin swung his blade, trying to get Adrian off his partner, but Adrian pulled the paladin in the way, using him as a meat shield. Thanks to their armor, the attack didn't do much. However, it gave Adrian time to push the paladins out of the room, locking it to keep Vesper safe from any more harm. The paladins hastily got back to their feet, standing before Adrian, wondering if the former hero had a death wish. "You think you can take us both at the same time?" one of them barked, readying himself for another attack. "I don't swing that way. But even if I did, which two are you talking about?" Adrian smirked, and suddenly, one of the paladins grabbed his neck and fell to the ground. The other paladin was stunned to see his companion lying on the ground, his mouth foaming as his body went limp. The paladin's eyes widened in disbelief as he knelt to check on his partner, only to realize his pulse was fading and he had been poisoned. "What did you do to him?" the paladin screamed, trying to fetch an antidote. "What do you think, genius?" Adrian replied, but didn't bother stopping the paladin from administering the antidote. Ignoring the warning, the paladin forced his partner to drink the antidote inside, thinking the job was done. However, the paladin's status didn't improve despite the antidote. "What's wrong? Why isn't the antidote working?" the paladin stammered. He poured another antidote, then another, but nothing seemed to work. Within a moment, the paladin's body had started turning blue. The man was slowly losing control of his body, but he could feel everything around him and saw Adrian laughing at their misery. The antidote didn't work for a reason. If it were just the Arachnid Queen's poison, it would have worked just fine. But combining it with troll blood changed the poison's properties. Like troll blood adapted to it, the poison also learned to protect itself. In other words, as Adrian's troll blood gained poison immunity, the poison in him learned to counteract the effects of an antidote. The paladins were overcome by despair. But Adrian wasn't done yet, not after seeing what they had done to Vesper. The paladins had to die, and everyone working for the church had to die, but for now, Adrian would be happy by getting rid of those before him. "I can save him if you want," Adrian mumbled, casually picking up the poisoned paladin's arm to check his pulse. "Surprisingly, he is still alive, but he won't be for long. I suggest you make a decision fast." The healthy paladin shot Adrian a dirty look. However, getting emotional wouldn't do him any favors, and he could also get rid of Adrian later. With a deep breath, he got on all fours and begged Adrian to save the other paladin. "Fine then, cut off your sword arm," Adrian told the paladin with a straight face as if he were discussing the weather. "What? You heard me," Adrian shrugged, handing the paladin the Minotaur's broadsword. "Chop chop. Oh, and do the same with your friend. If you do, I'll cure him from the poison." The paladin stared at the sword and then back at his companion. If he had to pick between their lives and arms, the choice would have been easy. However, in that state, the paladin couldn't help but wonder if Adrian would follow through with his promise. "Oath," the paladin mumbled, picking up the sword. "Take an oath, and I'll do it." You know you're not in the position to make demands, Adrian replied, shaking his head. But that's fine. Being the kind and generous man I am, I'll do it. The two then proceeded to take an unbreakable vow in the name of Goddess Aria. With his mind at peace, the paladin raised his sword and cut off his partner's arm in a swift strike. Despite having his hand severed, the man didn't even flinch. It was as if being poisoned had worked in his favor. It was the other paladin's turn now, and severing one's own arm was a lot more difficult than he had imagined. Don't forget the oath, the paladin sternly reminded Adrian, who was busy yawning. Of course, he reassured the man. The paladin clenched his teeth, steeling his resolve. He raised the blade with trembling hands before steadying it, eyeing his forearm. With one swift motion, he brought the blade down upon his arm. Pain rushed through his hand as it clattered on the ground. The man stifled a cry of anguish as blood spurted from the wound before picking up his arm and offering it to Adrian, who graciously accepted it. It's a pain working with your family, isn't it? Adrian remarked, waving the severed arms. How do you? The paladin mumbled, but Adrian cut him off. You know who I am but don't know the skill that made me famous. Adrian scoffed before slapping the man with his own arm. I was an analyst before. I peeked into your stats, saw your names, and put 2 and 2 together. Adrian continued, your last names match, and from the age gap, that guy's gotta be your son or little brother. Besides, a true soldier would rather sacrifice their comrades than give the enemy what they want. But you readily gave your arm to me, confirming my theory. The paladin stared at Adrian, viewing him as the dirty manipulator he was. However, as long as Adrian kept his word and healed his son, they could still take him down. But fate was hellbent on making one cruel joke after another. Heal my son, the paladin mumbled, his vision getting dark all of a sudden. I don't think I will, Adrian replied before unlocking the cellar. You can't do this, the paladin screamed, getting back to his feet. You took an oath. Yeah, an oath in the name of a goddess I don't believe in, Adrian laughed. Why the fuck would I care about a god whose disciples are pure evil? You bastard! The paladin grabbed the big sword and charged at Adrian, aiming to cut off his head. But just as he was about to swing, his legs buckled and he tumbled to the ground. Thinking it was the result of his blood loss, he tried again. But once the numbness took over, the paladin realized he, too, had been poisoned just like his son. When did you? The paladin mumbled as Adrian picked up his sword. It's the sword that Dan's sword was poisoned, ding. You're correct. And you've won 2 tickets for a trip to hell. Adrian smiled while swinging his sword to sever the paladin's head. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Death awaits one. Serafina, Amelia, Sophia, and Amila sprinted through the corridors of the church, worried about Adrian's safety as Fenris rushed ahead. The original plan was for Adrian to distract the paladins and for Amila and Serafina to deal with them. However, one of Serafina's traps triggered, and she realized a group of low-ranking paladins was heading toward the cellar. They had sensed trouble brewing and feared the worst. The girls had no choice but to deal with the mess. The paladins were rushing to the cellar, a clear sign that they had learned Adrian's identity and were now rushing to deal with the intruder. Unfortunately, it took them longer than expected, and Amelia got injured, which made things a bit worse. They were late, but were rushing to help Adrian, praying it wasn't too late. However, as they rounded the corner, they were relieved to see Adrian standing tall atop 2 fallen paladins. He was expressionless but not in a good way. Serafina had encountered many dangerous situations in her career as a Zodiac and knew what that vacant expression meant. It was a look someone had right before they lost their mind. Whatever had happened to Adrian must have troubled him deeply. Serafina knew she had to act fast, or else the Zodiac's trump card would be ruined even before they could use him. Adrian! Serafina called out, rushing to his side along with the others. Are you all right? When Vekam Adrian nodded, his gaze shifting from the corpses to the girls. But he didn't say anything and turned to unlock the gate leading to Vesper. At that moment, Serafina wanted to ask him about the paladins to engage him in a conversation and stop his mental breakdown. But Adrian cut her off even before she could speak a word. Don't think about coming in if you're weak, he softly murmured before entering the chamber. You won't be able to handle it. Despite his warning, everyone entered, but soon they realized why he had warned them and dealt with the paladins by himself despite the risk. The room reeked of rotten blood and flesh, and the presence of rodents and insects didn't help either. Sophia couldn't help but puke. It was the same with Amelia, while the rest held onto their emotions. However, what terrified them was Amila's shriek when she saw Vesper dangling helplessly. Nyxaria's famed assassin had become a shadow of her former self, and even Serafina couldn't help but shed a tear upon seeing her in such a state. Amila swiftly severed the chains that bound Vesper to the ceiling. With a soft thud, Vesper landed in her arms. She weakly opened her eyes, still believing it was a dream. After all, Amila logically couldn't be there. Vesper lay limp in Amila's arms, her body battered and broken from the torture she had endured all this time. Her mind drifted in a haze of pain and confusion, unable to distinguish between reality and the dreams that had plagued her since her capture. "It's good to see you, sister. Even if this is a dream," Vesper mumbled, raising her arm to touch Amila's face, expecting it to pass through her as it always had. Yet, to her shock, her trembling fingers touched something real: Amila's wet cheeks, stained with tears. Vesper recoiled instinctively, expecting it to be another cruel trick of her captors, but with time, it became apparent Amila was there with her. "Amila, is it really you?" Vesper weakly murmured, her voice strained as tears welled up in her eyes. Amila's eyes glowed with relief as she nodded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Of course it's me." Vesper looked around and saw Serafina, Sophia, and Amelia looking at her. They all had tears in their eyes and smiles on their faces. At that moment, Vesper knew she was safe, rescued from the clutches of her tormentors. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she buried her face in Amila's shoulder, her body shaking with sobs, and she mumbled incoherently, letting all her sorrows away. Adrian had conveniently placed himself out of Vesper's immediate sight. He knew no one blamed him for what happened to Vesper, but he did, and to an extent, he was right, and that guilt didn't allow him to face her. Not yet. While everyone was focused on Vesper, Sophia noticed and approached him, wrapping him in a comforting embrace. "It's okay, Adrian," she murmured, her voice soothing his troubled soul. "You did everything you could to save her, and she's safe now, thanks to you." Adrian buried his face in Sophia's shoulder. His defenses crumbled as he allowed himself to release the weight of the burden he had been holding on to. He had been strong all this while and thought he could allow himself a moment of vulnerability. Fenris also noticed her master's emotional state and leapt on his lap, licking his face. However, Adrian knew they weren't out of danger yet. Despite their happy reunion, they had to leave the church in Nyxaria. Holding onto Sophia's hand, Adrian whispered, "Take her away. There's a veil crack a couple of miles to the north. A couple of zodiacs are waiting for us there. They'll help us leave." "Why are you telling me this?" Sophia asked, thinking the worst. "I have a few things to wrap up here," Adrian replied, letting go of her hand. "I'll be there as soon as I'm done dealing with things here." Sophia sighed. Usually, she would have stopped Adrian from doing anything reckless, but this time she didn't. He wasn't the man she needed to protect anymore. Adrian had repeatedly proved it, and Sophia realized he didn't need her babying him. But there was something she needed to do. Without warning, Sophia closed the distance between them, her lips meeting Adrian's in a tender, heartfelt kiss. Adrian was slightly surprised, but then a memory flashed in his mind. It was the memory of the first kiss they shared years ago. The kiss still felt strange but not as odd as before, and Adrian went along with it. Time seemed to stand still for the moment as they lost themselves in the warmth of each other's embrace. When they finally pulled away, their lips lingering in the memory of the kiss, Adrian felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense of belonging that he had never known before or thought he hadn't. "Don't make me wait long to do it again," Sophia whispered before taking Fenris with her. "And try not to be reckless, will you?" Chapter 170. Chapter 170. Death awaits. To Serafina blew a section of the wall for them to escape. As for Fenrir, she expanded to her maximum size. Her towering figure could carry everyone except Adrian, who decided to stay. Everyone was confused with his decision as it wasn't the plan, but Adrian insisted he needed to deal with something before he could leave with them. The girls weren't pleased with the change but followed Adrian's request. Before they departed, Adrian looked at Vesper. She had fallen asleep in Amila's arms without seeing Adrian's face. After that, they left and Adrian made his way back to the church. By now, everything was in chaos. The once decorated walls of the church were now littered with rubble and debris. Adrian could still hear the battle raging outside, but surprisingly, no one was inside. However, as Adrian entered the main halls of the church, it became clear why everything was calm inside. Countless bodies lay strewn about, their lifeless faces twisted with agony. Adrian might have felt some sympathy for them, but what they did to Vesper, coupled with the contracts they put out for his death, were enough to kill any affection he might have had for them. "It's a good thing they're dead," Adrian mumbled, kicking away a priest's corpse, "or I would have killed them myself." With half his job taken care of by strangers, Adrian decided it was time to get rid of the pinging notifications. He was flooded with messages from the system and various entities when he opened the prompts. Some were pleased with what he did, while some were strictly against what he did by essentially causing dozens upon dozens of deaths. However, Adrian had one thing to say to them: the entities could go and fuck themselves. "I don't care what you might have to say," Adrian mumbled, closing the prompts without even glancing at them. This is personal, not something for your entertainment. If that upsets you, you're free to leave. Adrian expected them to make a fuss. After all, who would take kindly to someone lower than them, barking obscenities at them? But to his surprise, the entities simply got quiet and stopped commenting on him or his actions. With that out of the way, Adrian moved on to more important matters. As he checked his stats, he realized he had jumped from level 21 to level 25 despite not killing any monsters. It was weird because killing humans granted little to no experience points. But he had only been killing humans for a while. That's why it made no sense for him to have gained 4 levels. Unless the ones I killed were human, Adrian mumbled, but there was something else. Or I'm no longer considered a human. Staring at his hands, Adrian wondered if the increasing number of monster organs inside made the system recognize him as a monster. Therefore, he leveled up after killing the paladins. Adrian's laughter echoed through the chamber as he processed the absurd revelation. Killing humans was somehow granting him more experience than slaying monstrous beasts. The thought seemed ridiculous, almost comical. While laughing his heart out, Adrian realized something. If he was truly gaining more experience from killing humans, he was about to amass an unprecedented amount of experience far beyond anything he had ever imagined. But that wasn't all. Upon killing the paladins with blood poison, he had fulfilled the condition for an upgrade, making the poison in his blood even more lethal. He no longer needed to force his blood into a target's body. Merely smelling it was enough, as the skill blood poison had been upgraded to blood mist. The only drawback was that the skill had been turned into an active skill from a passive one. This meant Adrian would now have to make a conscious effort to trigger the skill and turn his blood into poison. Adrian pricked his finger to test the changes, allowing the blood to ooze out before activating the skill. The moment he activated the skill, his blood changed into a mist that spread fast. Upon canceling the skill, the fog vanished, along with his wound. Without a word, Adrian headed into the courtyard, where the battle was still raging. His eyes turned completely red, with rage and bloodlust. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the church's interior had been thrashed, the courtyard was no better. The lush green garden had turned crimson with blood and gore spread everywhere. The ground churned to mud with all the blood that had flowed through there. Craters covered the ground wherever Taurus had landed or one of Ares' spells hit. Broken weapons and armor lay scattered across the battlefield, discarded by those who had fallen in combat. It was evident the Zodiacs had decimated the elves. Now, only a handful of soldiers were left standing, and they formed a circle around the 3 princes to protect them. But the protection didn't mean much when Taurus was busy using them as ragdolls for target practice. Upon reducing their numbers to such an extent, Leo and Ares left to execute their plan after invading the church, leaving Taurus to do as he pleased. One after another, Taurus's weapon picked them off, and they couldn't do anything about it. As if things couldn't get worse for them, Adrian appeared. Vincent forced his battered self to get up when Adrian emerged from the church. The elf didn't know why, but the human looked different. However, Adrian ignored them and climbed to the church's water reservoir. Cover your nose and mouth and tell the rest to do the same, Adrian mumbled to Taurus before slashing his hands. But he didn't stop there. He proceeded to make several cuts in his legs and back. Everyone was stunned, wondering if Adrian had gone crazy. But then, a vast cloud of red mist spun around Adrian from his cuts. Suddenly, the wind carried the mist to the elves. Taurus didn't need to cover anything as he already had a mask covering his face. But it wasn't the case for the elves. Cough, what is happening? Rowan mumbled as the elves collapsed around him, one after another. Suddenly, everyone began to cough blood while holding onto their chest. But it was only the start as they began bleeding from their eyes, noses, ears everywhere, before dropping like flies. Shu tried covering his mouth, but it was too late. He was already infected, and soon his vision began blackening. Revenge will be waiting for you, Adrian, Shu mumbled through clenched teeth. You will pay for what you did to us. Oh, I'll be waiting, Shu, Adrian replied with a twisted smile, and I'll gladly send more of your backstabbing clan your way. Shu wanted to curse at him, but he didn't have the strength as his conscience faded, and he could only think about what he wanted to say. The monarch shall deal with you. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Weekly bonus. Chapter 5/6. Death awaits 3. Somewhere in Alphania, female elf sat beneath the shade of a towering tree, its branches laden with hundreds of delicate glass fruits. Tending to the tree of life had been her favorite thing to do in recent years. She looked around the expanse. Countless attendants surrounded her, waiting for her command, and they would even move a mountain for her. There was nothing more she wanted for herself. But the sound echoed through the air, and the concerned attendants rushed to her side. Lady Alara, are you all right? Jonah, the head maid, asked. Alara remained silent, her eyes fixed on the shard of glass scattered at her feet. Slowly, she bent down and picked up one of the pieces, her fingers trembling as she examined it. To her dismay, the glass had turned a deep shade of red, a sign of a noble elf's death. Turning to her attendants, Alara's voice was calm but firm as she spoke. Arrange a meeting with the monarch. There is urgent news that he must hear. Your father isn't here, my lady, Jonah replied, bowing her head. However, a meeting with the queen can be arranged. Hearing the news, Alara sighed. She had never gotten along with her stepmother, but in the monarch's absence, she was in charge, and it wasn't a matter Alara couldn't ignore because of personal grudges. With a resigned sigh, she instructed the attendant to prepare to leave for the capital, all the while holding the crimson shard in her hand, hoping for the safety of her siblings. May Elenium protect them all. Back in Nexaria, the deadly mist disappeared with a snap of his fingers, prompting Adrian to continue with the next step. However, before he could leave, Taurus stopped him, and although the soft-spoken Minotaur didn't say a word, Adrian knew what was going on underneath his mask. Something you want to ask? Adrian asked. Taurus thought for a moment before shaking his head and stepping back. Leo instructed him not to indulge with Adrian for the moment, and that's what he did. Adrian nodded and turned to leave, but he had a few parting words for the Zodiacs before leaving. I hope you're not looking for a person in there, Adrian said, pointing at the church, because there's no one you'll find there. Not alive, at least. Taurus remained silent but nodded, acknowledging Adrian's words. They weren't looking for someone, but an artifact, so it was all right. Simultaneously, Adrian unintentionally answered the question troubling Taurus. The Zodiac member now knew why Adrian reeked of death. Just moments ago, Adrian had filled the church's living spaces with blood mist, killing everyone there. Although he aimed to take out everyone who had wronged Vesper, him and the heroes who died at Tulka's hands, in the end he failed. Many of the top leaders escaped and were nowhere to be found. They either left when the attack began or were away with the Pope in the Holy Realm, a place only the most devotees of Aria could enter. All Adrian knew was that they weren't dead, and this angered him, but there was nothing he could do about it. You have leveled up. The same notification went off 5 times, stopping only when another notification was put up. You have reached level 30. Please proceed with the advancement quest to continue leveling as usual. Until the advancement quest is completed, all earned experience will be accumulated and used later. Adrian glanced at the notification before closing it. He knew it would happen sooner or later and was prepared for it. Unfortunately, he won't be able to do it for a while. Let's deal with this mess first. Without delay, Adrian retrieved the Minotaur's broadsword and walked to the pile of elven corpses. They all appeared dead at a glance, but Adrian knew better than to take things at eye value. Stop pretending to be dead, Adrian mumbled. I can see right through it, because I still have my analysis skill, you royal bastard. Vincent knew Adrian was talking to him, but he remained stubborn, lying perfectly still, thinking he would eventually leave. When that didn't happen, Vincent held his breath, steeling himself for what was to come. True to his instinct, Vincent felt a sharp pain shoot through his leg as Adrian stabbed him. He bit down hard on his lip, trying to stifle the scream that was on the verge of escaping his mouth. But as Adrian kept twisting the blade, the agony was too much to bear, and Vincent couldn't help but cry out. "Out!" Adrian's hand shot out before the scream could subside, grabbing Vincent's head before slamming it down onto the ground with brutal force that shattered the elf's nose. But Adrian wasn't done. He kept slamming Vincent's head to the ground until the elf had none of his teeth remaining, and his handsome face was shattered beyond repair. An entity views the user with hostility. Send the fucker my regards, Adrian scoffed, flipping off the observer. Adrian knew it must be the observer, because he was thrashing his apostle. Sloth had warned him not to unnecessarily provoke him, but Adrian couldn't care less at that moment. Although he didn't say it, he was grateful to the observer. After all, the moron had made Vincent immortal. In other words, Vincent was the perfect punching bag for him. Since learning about Vincent's betrayal, Adrian has thought about the perfect way to deal with him. However, killing him wasn't an option. He won't leave the damn elf off the hook so easily. Thanks to the observer, Adrian didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Vincent. You should have left while you had the chance. Pulling his head close, Adrian whispered in Vincent's ear in a cold, menacing tone. Thankfully, you didn't, and now I'll get to make you regret that decision all your pathetic life. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Arbiter 1. True to his word, Adrian turned Vincent into an origami project. By the time he was done, Vincent didn't even have the strength left to groan in pain. His immortality had turned into a curse from a blessing. Every bone of the elf's limbs had shattered several times, to the point that Vincent appeared to have no bones left. They were just a mass of flesh that Adrian tied together, turning the left into a glorified backpack. Even Taurus was surprised to see Adrian's cruelty, but he was more surprised by the fact that Vincent was still alive. The elf's shattered facial bones had punctured an eye, and he accidentally bit into and tore his tongue while Adrian was smashing his face on the ground. It was truly a pitiful state. Rowan and Shu were gone, and now that Vincent had been reduced to a vegetative state, Alphania's future looked bleak. Adrian would have done a lot more to the poor elf, but he was short on time. After doing everything he did to Vincent, he only had a minute before he had to leave. Thankfully, it was enough for one final act of revenge. I've already initiated a war by killing 2 princes. I might as well rub some salt on the wound. With that thought, Adrian grabbed a bunch of spears left by the fallen soldiers and impaled Vincent to them before putting him up in front of the church's door. As much as Adrian wanted to sever the bastard's head and put it on a pike like Achilles did with the heroes, he decided he didn't want to test the limits of Vincent's immortality and kill him accidentally. Besides, he wanted the elves to remember the price of messing with the wrong people and thought that watching Vincent in such a state would pull their minds out of their asses and correct the errors of their ways. It was wishful thinking on Adrian's part, but he was willing to give them a chance to change. Duh, I got carried away. Adrian panicked when he realized that dealing with Vincent had taken longer than expected. However, help was already there. Which direction? Taurus asked Adrian, his figure towering over the human. What? Which direction do you have to go? Taurus asked again. Southwest. Distance 3 miles, more or less, Adrian replied, wondering if the Minotaur had a portal stone or something that would get him to the destination. Unfortunately, Taurus believed in only one thing, strength, and he flexed his muscles. Adrian had a bad feeling about this and was about to reject the proposal, but Taurus had already made his mind up. Without a warning, he took a few steps back, dragging a hoof on the ground like a bull would before a charge. What are you thinking? Adrian smiled nervously. However, Taurus didn't reply and grinned mischievously as he eyed Adrian. With a hearty laugh, Taurus lowered his head and charged forward, his massive horns shining in the sunlight. Adrian was taken aback and barely had time to react before being scooped up by the Minotaur's massive arms. What the hell? Before Adrian could protest further, Taurus increased his speed, his hoofs thundering against the ground as he gained momentum. With a triumphant shout, Taurus swung Adrian back like a human javelin and released him with a mighty roar. Adrian soared through the air, his arms flailing wildly. As Adrian sailed through the sky, Taurus watched with a satisfied grin, his chest puffing out with pride at his quick thinking. There you go, he said before leaving to join Leo and Ares. Asterisk. Amila paced back and forth, agitatedly glancing everywhere, hoping for Adrian's arrival. Where the heck is Adrian? She asked Sophia for what felt like the 100th time. Sophia sighed, her patience wearing thin. I've already told you, he's at the church dealing with something. He should be here in a while. That's all I have been hearing for a while, and yelling at me will get him here faster. Sophia rolled her eyes, getting off the boulder she was sitting on to make some distance from Amila, or they would be at each other's throats. Meanwhile, Vesper lay nearby. As they arrived near the crack they were about to jump into, the girls met Gemini and Libra, who were waiting for them there with medical supplies, just like Adrian had informed Sophia. They immediately got to work and patched Vesper and the rest of them up, and within moments, they were ready to leave Nyxaria behind. However, Adrian wasn't there, and they couldn't go early or the crack might close and cause problems. Vesper was resting on top of Fenris, whose fur served as the best makeshift bed for her. At the same time, Seraphina, Amelia, Gemini, and Libra stood guard, their eyes scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of danger. We're running out of time, Gemini mumbled in their distorted voice. Leave him behind and go before the arbiters find us. Libra didn't say anything but expressed himself, shaking his head. Adrian needed to leave Nyxaria before the Pope returned, or they would have difficulty keeping him safe. After their attack, Adrian was declared public enemy number 1. He was only alive because the celestial arbiters rarely involved themselves in Nyxarian affairs and were only interested in studying the veil and keeping the cracks in check. As they debated whether they should wait for Adrian or leave, they heard a strange noise from above, causing them to look up in alarm. Something was heading their way, and they were worried that they might have been discovered. Is it a bird? Amila wondered aloud, squinting up at the sky. Amelia shook her head, her brow furrowed. No, it's too big for a bird. Wait, is that? There's no way, Sophia mumbled, and sure enough, Adrian crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing them to mutter, "Oh, it's Adrian. Are you all right?" Sophia and Amelia rushed to Adrian's side and checked him for injuries. "I'll live," Adrian groaned in pain before turning towards Serafina. "Someone needs to restrain that bull of yours." "Who, Taurus?" Serafina asked, trying her best not to laugh. "Who else?" Adrian retorted, wincing as he sat up, rubbing his head. "The fucker threw me from the church all the way here." Gemini couldn't hold it any longer and burst out laughing. The rest followed behind them. However, the fun time didn't last long as an uninvited figure appeared before them. "There's no way," Gemini mumbled, rushing ahead. "Everyone get back." Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Arbiter 2. Gemini rushed past Adrian and the rest to conjure a shield from the shadows. However, the shield was shattered the next moment, knocking everyone back. The Zodiacs have had their fair share of encounters with the Arbiters, but it was the first time Adrian had seen one. Who could have blamed him? The way the Arbiters were talked about, they were more like a myth. The Celestial Arbiter towered over them, embodying supreme power and unchallenged authority. However, Adrian couldn't help but notice something weird about the Arbiter. The guy looked more like an android than a human, with his eyes covered by a strange device that seemed to have become one with his skin. However, what felt even more bizarre was seeing the man unaffected by their presence. It almost felt like he considers us as mere insects so far. Adrian had known the Zodiacs to be the strongest, but his perception was shattered when he peeked into the stats of the man clad in black. Due to the level difference between the user and the target, only partial information can be displayed. Class, level, rank, est role, Celestial Arbiter skills, Soul Grapple active skill, Dark Vision active skill, HP, 9,800, 9,800 strength, 210 defense, stamina, intelligence, 120 agility, precision, 167 charisma, luck, threat level, catastrophic probability of victory, none. Remark, run. Adrian couldn't believe his eyes. No matter how formidable an opponent he had faced, their stats and skills were always visible to him. That alone explained the severity of their situation. Riedvold.com, they were doomed, and everyone's faces reflected that. The powerful Zodiac, which even made the church and the Nexarian king bow down, was now brought to its knees by just one man. "Intruders detected," Arbiter announced. "Enacting elimination protocol." "How about you enact getting scrapped protocol?" Gemini mumbled through gritted teeth before summoning thousands of shadowy tendrils to hold the Arbiter. "Everyone inside the crack, now!" Serafina shrieked, knowing it was their only shot at escaping. They didn't need another reminder. Even without the analysis skill, the girls knew they were going to die if they remained there for even a second longer. Amelia grabbed Vesper and jumped inside without a second thought, followed by Amelia. Adrian hesitated momentarily before grabbing Sophia's hand and pushing her inside along with Fenris. "What about the rest of you?" he asked Serafina. "I'm coming with you," Serafina replied. "Libra and Gemini can deal with the mindless freak." As soon as she said that, Libra undid the blindfold and opened his eyes. At the same time, Gemini jumped out of his vision, saving himself from harm. The Arbiter stumbled for a moment but quickly regained his balance. Adrian checked his stats again but couldn't see much change, even though Libra's move should have halved the Arbiter's stats. What kind of monster is it? The revelation was enough for Adrian to jump into the crack without another thought. Serafina looked around for a second before leaping as well. "I'll leave the rest to you guys." "What?" Gemini scoffed. "Like hell, I'm going against this piece of mind-washed crap." "I would expect nothing less from you, Gemini," a distorted voice replied. At the following moment, a portal opened behind them, and the other Zodiacs, led by Nameless, walked out of it. It was rare for all of them to move simultaneously, and this was one such occasion. "Keep our guests entertained," Nameless waved his hand before walking up to the crack Adrian and the rest had jumped into. "Your presence will be missed, Dishonored One." With a snap of his finger, the crack in the veil disappeared without any evidence. It was a power only the Arbiters had, and watching someone else do it took the Arbiter by surprise. But he had more things to worry about as the Zodiacs jumped him. Asterisk, 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 somewhere unknown. Raiding dungeons is an easy way to make money. What could go wrong in a low-grade dungeon? Stop fussing and get going already. 5 teams should be more than enough to raid a large dungeon. The words kept repeating in Alexander's head as they made their way out of the dungeon, which was scheduled to overflow within 7 hours. Usually, no one would be allowed to enter a dungeon so close to overflow, but since it was a low-ranking dungeon that had been ignored by the officials, 5 teams, mainly consisting of C-rankers, were sent to deal with it. However, it turned out to be disastrous. Due to the neglect of the association's higher-ups, the dungeon monsters were left unchecked and fed on each other, a phenomenon that was never heard of and evolved. While the dungeon was still at D grade, the monsters within were all B rank or higher after evolving. The teams that were supposed to hunt separately had to join hands, but that wasn't enough. Ultimately, Alexander had to order the team to leave and wait for the overflow. His decision had saved the lives of countless hunters, but his money-mongering superiors couldn't care less about it. They were more worried about their image and the economic loss they'd have to take because of the overflow. Fucking bastards, all of them! Alexander cursed under his breath. Scanning the area, he saw many hunters gathered near Ogle Bridge, eagerly awaiting the overflow. They had an hour to go, but the surveillance team had picked up odd signals from the dungeon, so the hunters were on high alert, ready for action. As the portal began to cackle ominously, the hunters braced themselves for the onslaught of monsters that would soon come pouring out. Adrenaline kicked in their blood, and everyone was on edge, wondering what kind of monster would appear out of there. However, they weren't expecting a massive white wolf to emerge from the dungeon portal. What in the world? One hunter muttered, his confusion mirrored by his comrades. Is that a wolf? Another whispered, eyeing the creature warily. But the wolf wasn't alone. With it were humans. The humans looked as surprised to see them as the hunters were shocked to see humans walk out of a dungeon. What the hell is going on here? Alexander mumbled. Wait, is that Adrian? I can't believe this. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Back home, the ABC News logo flashed across the screen as the camera zoomed in on a reporter standing at the scene of the dungeon portal incident. Good evening. I'm Jane Smith reporting live from Miami, Florida, where hundreds of hunters were preparing to subdue an overflow earlier today. However, their plans were thrown into disarray when a massive white wolf emerged from the portal, accompanied by several individuals instead of a monster horde. Behind her, everything was in controlled chaos, with hunters and military personnel still roaming about while the DRA or Dungeon Research Association team was busy with the problem at hand. The camera panned back to Jane, and she continued, gesturing toward the crowd of nearby hunters. As you can see behind me, the situation is still unfolding as authorities work tirelessly to determine the nature of the threat and the identities of the individuals involved, Jane explained, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. She paused as a group of officials approached, their faces tense as they conferred amongst themselves. We got some DRA officials heading towards Ground Zero. Let's see if we can get a comment from them. Jane raised her microphone, ready to ask questions, but the officials brushed past her without a word, much like before. Despite repeated attempts to contact the Dungeon Research Association of the UNSC for comment, they have so far refused to provide any information, she sighed, continuing as if nothing had happened. However, credible insiders have claimed that the association is currently interrogating the individuals who emerged from the dungeon portal, and we are awaiting the results of their investigation. Back to you, Noah. Thank you, Jane. It's always a pleasure to see you, Noah Schmidt commented as the camera went back to him. Despite the DRA's attempt to keep everything hush, he has some plausible information to share with our viewers. One of the hunters on the Oakville Bridge earlier has identified one of the individuals from the incident as Adrian Fenrir, the charitable millionaire who went missing 6 years ago and was believed to have committed suicide following a private ordeal. At the moment, that is everything we know about the incident, he concluded before the screen cut to black. For more information on this developing story, stay tuned to ABC News Network. A man sat sipping his coffee in a high-rise penthouse overlooking the city as he watched the news report. But as Noah mentioned Adrian Fenrir's name, the man's eyes widened in shock, and he nearly choked on his coffee while his hand shot toward the phone. With trembling hands, he dialed a number, his heart pounding as he waited for someone to answer on the other end. Pick up the phone, the man mumbled, pacing around. That it? Finally, have you seen the news? What's wrong, Josephs? What happened? His father's voice crackled over the line, concerned upon hearing his son's frantic voice. It's Adrian, the man replied. He is alive. They found him near the dungeon portal we paid to have overflowed. There was a stunned silence on the other end of the line before his father spoke again, his voice barely a whisper. Are you sure? Yes, I just saw it on the news, Joseph confirmed. The internet has probably gone haywire with the news by now. The imbecile won't leave us alone. Calm down, don't let Mom hear you, Joseph reminded him. She still blames herself for his death. We can't blame her after the shit you pulled. Out of billions of women, you had to get with his fiancée, the father replied, rolling his eyes. Thankfully, Anna is stable now, but God knows what she'll do when she gets to know about it. He continued, I'll call the lawyers and see how we can keep that bastard away from us and our golden goose. In the meantime, don't do anything stupid. The call disconnected before Joseph could say anything else. That fucker, we've worked too hard to let him ruin everything now. Asterisk. Adrian sat in the interrogation room, his hands bound by handcuffs. The rest of them were in a similar state, though they could have disagreed to follow the DRA. Adrian decided against it as Vesper needed medical attention, and it seemed the DRA could provide them with that. I still can't believe I'm back. It felt weird. Adrian had spent 3 years in Nyxeria looking for a way back, and there he was, accidentally slipping into a portal that brought him back to Earth. But what was even more weird was that they landed inside a dungeon. Thankfully, the dungeon boss was only a lizardman, and they could defeat it. However, he didn't think they'd be on Earth upon exiting the dungeon. It was a genuine surprise and a much welcome one. Still, even then, he couldn't help but feel something was missing. They were on Earth, with no way back to Nyxeria. This meant that Adrian wouldn't know the Pope's reaction upon seeing one of his beloved churches destroyed, nor would he know what happened to the elves. While he was lost in his thoughts, a male officer from the DRA entered the room, his demeanor apologetic as he approached Adrian. "I'm sorry about the restraints," the officer said, handing Adrian's expired driving license back to him. "Now that we have confirmed your identity, we can remove the restraint." As soon as those words escaped the officer's mouth, Adrian twisted his wrists, breaking the handcuffs with ease. "Or you could do that," the officer sighed, looking sideways at his superiors. "As much as I would love to let you go, there are some formalities that we need to deal with first." "Sure. What do you want to know?" "Everything," the officer replied. "From where you have been for the last 6 years to who are the people accompanying you." "Wait, how many years did you say it had been?" Adrian interrupted. 6 years, I thought you knew that." The DRA officials were more than pleased to learn about Adrian's stories about Nyxeria. Adrian knew the officials didn't believe most of what he said and didn't blame them. He would have a similar reaction if someone told him a far-fetched tale. However, Adrian wasn't foolish enough to reveal everything he knew, not because he didn't want to, but because he had no reason to. He fed the DRA enough information to make them interested in them so that Vesper's treatment could continue. Adrian was prepared for when they left the dungeon and found themselves in a weird place. So, he made up a story for the girls to narrate in case they were interrogated. As such, even if anyone interrogated them for information, they would only reveal what they wanted to. And since all of them would say the same thing, the DRA would most likely believe their story. He didn't tell them everything because Adrian was not interested in helping solve humanity's problems, not at the moment. Also, because he wasn't a fool to realize the position he was in. To the DRA, they were a treasure trove of information, and Adrian wouldn't let them have it for free. Then, it was the DRA officer's turn to answer Adrian's questions, which he did diligently. Adrian wanted to know about everything that had happened since his disappearance, and the officer was willing to share any information that was present in public records. According to Officer James, the first dungeon opened in the middle of the Indian Ocean on the day of Adrian's disappearance. But it was only one of the many dungeons that popped up out of nowhere. They weren't prepared for such attacks, and most countries managed to subdue the monsters. But it was the case for some smaller countries, and now they were overrun by my monsters. These countries were now referred to as blight zones, or, in other words, regions that the world had given up on. Those were the zones even the strongest hunters didn't dare step foot in. But that wasn't all. A week after the initial contact, the UNS made a special force to take issues related to the dungeon, called the Dungeon Research Association. Officer James informed him. At first, we were the only association dealing with anything related to dungeons, but several organizations have emerged in the last 4 years and eased our burden. The people you encountered on the bridge belong to one such org. I see, Adrian commented. So far, the development surrounding the issue has been similar to that of Nyxeria. As such, Adrian believed the Netherites were behind this mess as well. Seraphina did tell us this would happen if the Nether were left unchecked. Thanks to the stupid power struggle on Nyxeria, the Nether must have breached the veil, and now here we are pushing those thoughts aside. Adrian asked if the so-called hunters had gained any abilities or other powers to tackle the issue, and James replied positively. Although he couldn't discuss it in detail, he told Adrian what he could. According to him, a pandemic had hit Earth once the dungeons began popping up. The DRA believed it was due to the dungeon's latent energy, which they called the Aurora. Adrian suspected it was the same energy that the Nyxerians used to measure a dungeon's difficulty. However, he didn't share the information with James, and he continued. As per James, the pandemic affected 20% of the world's population at the time, half of whom didn't make it through. but those who did had their lives changed forever and went on to inherit mysterious powers. So most of the world is still more or less human? Adrian asked. Yes, that's why the hunter organizations are always on the lookout for talented hunters, Officer James replied, but it seemed the higher-ups didn't want him to tell Adrian all that. Adrian wasn't blind to what was happening. The DRA probably wanted him and the others to work for them, and knowing there were others who would do the same would put their ambitions at risk. However, James didn't care about all that, wanted Adrian to make a conscious decision. Even though Adrian didn't let it show, he was impressed by the officer's honesty. That's why when others rushed to replace James with another officer, Adrian calmly got up and walked to the solid wall, staring intently at it. The next moment, he raised his hand and carefully traced his fingers in a circle. The next moment, the circle popped out of its place, revealing a one-way mirror behind which the DRA's higher-ups stood, observing the exchange between Adrian and James. Thanks to the kitsune eyes, Adrian was already aware of the one-way mirror and those standing behind, but he let them be since they weren't causing any issues. Unfortunately, they did interrupt, and Adrian had to do what he had to do. The look on the faces of the higher-ups told the entire story. They were shocked to see Adrian break a barrier that would easily make a C-ranker sweat bucket before they even scratched it, and Adrian broke it as if it were no big deal. Interrupt our session once more, and that'll be the last you'll see of me and my party, Adrian commented before calmly returning to the seat. Where were we? Right, the organizations. As great as it sounds, I think I'll hold off for a while before deciding. Who in the world is this guy? James thought, turning to see the faces of his subdued bosses, not paying attention to what Adrian was saying. Officer James? Ah, yes. I got lost for a moment. I was wondering if we could end this meeting here, Adrian asked, but it sounded more like a demand than a request. Since you know, I've returned after a long time, and I would like to meet my friend before heading home. Oh, of course, James stammered, hastily getting up. I can drive you and the rest of your party to the hospital. That will be great, thank you. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Facing the family, Adrian stood alone on the hospital's terrace, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of the night sky above. It had been 3 long years since he had last gazed upon Earth's night sky, and it brought back memories, both good and bad. The gentle moon and shimmering stars weren't just lighting up the city below. They were outshining the neon-soaked streets that were trying their best to compete. However, Adrian appreciated the cool night air brushing against his face. The more he looked around, the more he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the world he had left behind. I never thought the skies would ever be this clean, Adrian mumbled as he enjoyed the Earth's night sky for the first time in a while. Maybe I undersold Earth to Nexarians. Just then, Adrian heard footsteps behind him, and he turned to see Sophia approaching. Upon reaching the hospital, he had left the girls to visit Vesper while he spent the time on the terrace. The girls didn't understand him, but Sophia did. She knew he still blamed himself for Vesper's condition and didn't want to face her just yet. Also, he had a lot going on his mind. Riwabov come after all. He was summoned when his life was a mess and wondered how things had turned out. But one thing was clear, he didn't give a rat's ass about his family. They had screwed him over enough times, and now he was planning to settle the score somewhat. Beautiful night, isn't it? She remarked, leaning on the walls like Adrian was. Yeah, it is. Adrian nodded, smiling. Did you contact your family yet? Not yet. Sophia shook her head. Unlike Adrian, who landed in his hometown, Sophia was thousands of miles away from Russia. At least that's where she had last seen her family. For a while, they stood in comfortable silence, content to simply enjoy each other's company and the peaceful night. But like always, the silence lasted only a short time, and Adrian did something unexpected. Adrian's sudden movement caught Sophia off guard. He pulled her close, his intense gaze locking with hers. She felt her heart skip a beat, and her eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected closeness. What are you doing? Sophia nervously chucked, but Adrian didn't respond. Adrian leaned close like he was going to kiss her, but instead, he whispered gently, his warm breath brushing against her ear. It looks like the association isn't planning on leaving us alone, he said, hinting toward the other end of the terrace. Can you feel them? Sophia paused momentarily, tuning up her senses as she focused on the subtle energy shifts around them. Despite the spies' best efforts to erase their presence, she could sense the lingering traces of their mana, watching them from the shadows. How long have they been here? Sophia asked, wrapping her arms around Adrian's neck. Pretty much since I got here, Adrian replied, resting his forehead on Sophia's. They play spies beforehand, even though I asked them not to. Well, it's not like I can blame them. They have the right to be suspicious of us since we walked out of a dungeon. Be as it may, what do we do about them? I'll deal with them, Adrian replied, finally parting. For now, you should go back and check if there are others, though I'm sure Serafina would have noticed them already. Roger, Sophia replied, turning away. By the way, that guy, James, wanted to ask about our sleeping arrangements. He said the association would be more than happy to arrange something for us. Not after the shit they pulled now, Adrian replied. Tell him you'll be staying with me in the villa. If he has any more questions, he can ask me directly. Got it. Sophia disappeared through the gate, but only after reminding Adrian not to be too harsh on the spies. The spy heard Sophia and knew their cover had been blown. However, as they turned to leave, they realized Adrian wasn't in his spot anymore. In fact, he was nowhere to be seen. Panicked, the spies rushed to where he stood to find any trace of him. Where did he go? One of the spies muttered, his eyes darting around the empty terrace. It doesn't matter, another one replied. Inform everyone to be on the lookout as they scan the area for any sign of Adrian. They failed to notice the faint flicker in the air. By the time one of them did, it was already too late. Adrian appeared behind them and struck two spies in the head, knocking them out. The third tried retaliating, but Adrian grabbed him by the collar and pushed him over the railing. Impressive gear, Adrian mumbled while dangling the man from the terrace. The skills, on the other hand, need some work. The spy struggled against Adrian's grip, but otherwise remained calm, almost too calm. You can put him down now, Mr. Fenrir, Officer James said, standing behind Adrian. And if I don't, then things would get unnecessarily ugly, James replied. I'm here to apologize on my seniors. Half. But if you kill them, there won't be much to apologize for, I see, Adrian mumbled. The next moment, he released his grip, draining the colors of both James and the spy. But just as the spy began to fall, Adrian's hand shot out, grabbing his arm and pulling him back onto the terrace with surprising strength. James was taken aback as the spy slammed into him, and they fell on the floor. I thought you wanted my cooperation to work with the association, Adrian mumbled, looking down on them. But I guess that was all just talk. I know it looks messed up, James grunted, pushing the man off himself. Believe me, I had no part in this. Some higher-ups wanted to test your skills and, unfortunately, made a poor decision. I rushed here as soon as I got to know about it. Tell me, if they want to test anything, try asking. They'll be surprised how easy that would make things. Adrian shook his head, wondering what kind of mess he got landed into. Also, hand over your phone. I need to make a call. Chapter 177 Chapter 177 Facing the Family 2 DRA Class 2 Special Agent. It was a fancy title, but that was all there was to it. In reality, it was but a glorified term for a punchbag with responsibility of correcting the superiors' mistakes and taking the fall when necessary. Doubts, as they were usually referred to, were the ones who kept the system in check, even when it meant shouldering the blame, just like James was doing now, while Adrian was busy making call after call. I heard he was supposed to be a kind and caring man, James thought. But this guy seems nothing like those media people portrayed him to be. His eyes then fell on the spies, all C-ranked assassins, with surveillance being their forte. While James had diffused the situation by spinning a tale about some test, he knew the association wanted to keep an eye on Adrian and his party but went about it the worst way possible. James couldn't do much but let out a frustrated sigh. The association wanted Adrian to work for them, but their acts would just push him away. It wouldn't have been much of a concern if they could have made at least someone from the group join them. However, the girls seemed dedicated to Adrian and would follow in his footsteps. It increased Adrian's value even more, but for some reason, the association seemed to be hellbent on pissing him off, if not worse. It appears I'll be busy for a while investigating the higher-ups. There has to be a reason why they are acting hostile towards a golden goose like Adrian. James had been suspicious of the local branch of the DRA. They had done too many suspicious things and made illogical decisions, including ignoring a dungeon on the verge of an outbreak for him to ignore. But then again, he was a Class 2 special agent. What could he do even if something was going on? Fortunately, Adrian's approaching footsteps snapped James out of his thoughts. I'll be heading home now, Adrian remarked, handing James his phone back. And please convey my thoughts to the association. I would rather have them take a direct approach than use such cheap tricks of testing. My ability. Well, do. By the way, do you need a vehicle or something? No need. I got my own. Asterisk, 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 he's alive? Anna Fenrir broke down crying upon receiving the news. 6 years ago, she had made the worst decision of her life and taken her son for granted. When news of his suicide reached her, Anna had a mental breakdown. The only thing she could see was Adrian's defeated face when they told him about Joseph's and Emma's relationship and that he would be losing the company Anna and he had worked together to create. Her son's expressions had haunted her for 6 long years, but now her husband, Jacob Taylor, informed her that he was alive and she couldn't be any happier. However, in her happiness, she didn't notice that she was the only one pleased with the news. Emma, Joseph, and Jacob all had a strange, sad look on their faces as if someone had stolen something from them. "Mom, don't be too happy about it," Joseph yelled, his anger boiling over. "Do you think you won't be mad about what we did years ago? If we don't act, he'll come and ruin everything we've worked for." "That's right," Emma said, rolling her misty blue eyes. "The way things are now, nothing is stopping him from walking in and throwing us out of the villa and taking over the company we poured out blood and sweat over." "What are you two talking about?" Anna yelled back at them. "They are right, Anna," Jacob mumbled. "If the company stays under your name, which it has been since Adrian's disappearance, there's nothing we can legally do to stop him from taking over. Just think about Joseph and our grandchild that Emma is carrying. It would be better if you signed over the company to them for their future." Anna couldn't believe it. She had already lost her son once because of them, and now they were planning to do something to cause him more harm. She couldn't allow it to happen. Fortunately, there wasn't much she needed to do either way. The villa's doors burst open the next moment, catching everyone's attention. They all turned to see Adrian and a dozen others standing in the doorway. While the family didn't know who most of them were, they recognized Adrian and Jones, his longtime redhead lawyer friend. "Oh, good. All the backstabbing bitches have gathered in one place," Adrian smirked. "That'll make your job easier, George." "That it will," George replied. "Not to mention, it will cut the cost of serving them individually." "What are you doing here?" Joseph snarled, threateningly stepping towards Adrian. Guides! These rotten bastards allowing anyone to enter the villa." Joseph was itching for a fight. He'd hired some D and C grade hunters to keep watch ready for this showdown. If Adrian showed up, those guards would take him down, no questions asked. But things didn't go as planned. Joseph hollered for his guards, but nobody came running. Once he peeked outside, Joseph understood why no one was answering him. All the guards were down on the ground, and a massive wolf ensured compliance. "And it would," Adrian scoffed. "You're standing on my property, your property?" Jacob stepped forward, but so did George. "Yes, it's his property," he said, waving a copy of Adrian's will. "According to my client's will, in the event of a presumed demise, the distribution of his assets is deferred until 7 years and 11 months from the supposed date of passing or until his remains are discovered." He continued, "Moreover, should my client reappear subsequent to his disappearance, any properties under contention would need to be promptly relinquished to him by all claimants. Since my client is alive and none of the stipulated conditions have been fulfilled, you all are encroaching upon his property, thus rendering yourselves liable to trespassing charges. That's all." Adrian thanked George before turning to his family. "You heard the man. In other words, pack your shit and get lost before I throw you out myself." Chapter 178. Facing the family 3. Throw us out? Joseph began laughing hysterically at those words. His face twisted with anger, and he grabbed Adrian, his half-brother, by the collar of his shirt. Despite his blatant provocation, Adrian remained calm and unaffected by Joseph's little outburst. "Look at this guy's guts," Joseph sneered. "He always used to grovel before us, and now he's acting all high and mighty. Wasn't taking your fiancée as my wife enough to teach you a lesson?" Adrian tried maintaining a straight face but couldn't hold his laugh. His reaction took everyone aback, but what he said next had them sniggering. "I mean, I can't blame you," Adrian replied. "You always loved second-hand things. First, it was my clothes, then my fiancé, and now my house and company. Come on, bro, try to get something for yourself once. All right?" Joseph saw red, and before he knew it, he punched Adrian in the face. Unfortunately, with his stats, hitting Adrian was like hitting a truck, and he ended up breaking his fingers. "You got that?" Adrian turned around, and George nodded. The next moment, he turned off his phone camera and entered the garden. George didn't want to witness what was about to happen as much as he would have loved to. "I'm a lawyer. I shouldn't encourage violence. Too bad I had to walk out and call the cops and couldn't stop Adrian from defending himself with excessive force." Joseph cursed loudly, grabbing his broken arm. Even though his fingers were broken, Joseph kept yapping on and on. "I should have known you'd turn out to be nothing but trouble." Joseph spat at Adrian, knowing his punches wouldn't do anything. "You think you're better than us, don't you? Well, let me tell you something." But before Joseph could finish his tirade, Adrian's hand shot out, backhanding him across the face with a resounding crack. Joseph stumbled backwards, his jaw dislocated from the force of the blow, and he fell to the ground in shock and pain. The family's mouths fell open as they watched in silence. That's why Joseph spat on him and thought there would be no consequences. In their eyes, Adrian had always been the quiet one, the peacemaker who avoided confrontation at all costs. To see him fight back with such ferocity was a shock to them all. As Joseph writhed on the ground, clutching his injured jaw, Jacob rushed to his son's side, his face contorted with anger and concern. Anna did the same, but it only irked Adrian even more. Adrian couldn't care less about Jacob and Joseph, but watching his mother take his side over him even after all this time hurt him, primarily because she didn't flinch when Joseph punched or spat on him. But he pushed that thought out of his head. In that instant, Adrian made up his mind. He only had one parent, his father, who died over a decade ago. The rest of them weren't his family, and he would treat them as such. "I'll sue you for this, Adrian!" he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. "Go ahead," Adrian smiled, walking to his stepfather, face and grabbing him by what little hair he had. "It won't matter to me if I have to dig another grave to put you beside your beloved son." "Adrian!" Anna shrieked, shocked to see her son utter such words. What surprised her even more was the pure look of hatred in his eyes. "The fuck do you want? You can't talk to them like that. They are still your family?" "Ugh, now, they are my family." Adrian let out an over-exaggerated sigh. "I wonder where all of you were when I needed you." "Oh, right. You fuckers were busy playing a happy family while enjoying the fruits of my hard work." "It's not like that, son." Anna looked terrified, her eyes filled with tears as she reached to touch his face. "Adrian, my sweet boy, you don't know how much I have missed you. How much I've regretted my decision every single day." But before she could finish her sentence, Adrian smacked her hands away, his eyes blazing with anger as he recoiled from her touch. "Don't you dare," he spat, his voice cold and unforgiving. "I would never let someone as filthy excuse of a mother as you touch me." Anna's heart shattered at her son's words, her eyes welling with tears as she struggled to find the right words. "Adrian, please," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "I know I've made mistakes, but mistakes?" Adrian cut her off, his face twisted with pain and resentment. "You call abandoning your own son a mistake? I needed you decades ago when I lost my father, but you were too busy finding a new man to shack up with and play happy family." He continued yelling, and Sophia, Amelia, and Serafina saw firsthand how much Adrian had downplayed his situation to them, choosing them over me every fuck it. Stop, he scoffed bitterly. "That is not a mistake, but a choice." Tears streamed down Anna's cheeks as she listened to her son's accusations, her heart breaking at the pain she had caused him without ever realizing it. "Adrian, I'm so sorry," she whispered. I didn't realize despite her plea, Adrian had already made his decision and was going to stick by it. "It's too late for apologies now," he mumbled, turning his back on Anna. "I no longer have a mother, and I sure as hell don't need one like you." Anna wanted to say more. This wasn't the reunion she had in her mind, but she couldn't speak as she was too busy crying. It was then Adrian put the final nail in the coffin of his relationship with Anna. "Take your family and get out," he ordered. "I don't ever want to see any of you again." Anna nodded, surprising Jacob, and silently retreated to gather her belongings. Jacob made a feeble attempt to intervene, but the look she gave him made him think twice. Reluctantly, he followed suit and told Emma to take Joseph to the hospital while he joined Anna in packing things. Just then, the police showed up. George had already shown them the clip, and after having a quick word, Joseph was taken into custody. Jacob had to leave packing and hurried to get his son out of prison. Before he left, he glared at Adrian, who wasn't bothered by it. He had lost his mother because of them, and that was more heartbreaking than anything Jacob could do to him. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. Interlude. It took them a while to leave, but Adrian ran out of energy once his ex-family left and collapsed on the sofa. He wasn't delusional to think their meeting would have been any better, yet he didn't know confronting them would drain so much out of him. "You really ripped into them, huh?" George said, joining him on the sofa. "But then again, I expected you to be angry after so long." "Shut it, asshole," Adrian replied, before they both broke down laughing. The girls were a bit taken aback by their reaction. They had never seen Adrian laugh like that, and George noticed their curious gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself," George said, exaggerating his greeting by bowing to the ladies. "The name's John Mean, George Jones, this idiot's childhood friend, probably his only one." Adrian rolled his eyes as quick introductions were made. But he knew George wasn't lying. He was the only friend who saw him as something more than a bank. Adrian's life perfectly represented the words, "I don't have many friends. I just know some people." But George was the exception and always treated him as a friend. While Adrian was lost in his thoughts, George couldn't help but comment that Adrian had done well for himself, making a harem to get over one girl. Thankfully, Adrian was the only one who heard him. Otherwise, it would not have been good for George's health. However, the girls were quite interested in learning about Adrian's past. George, the expert wingman he was, told them Adrian's most humiliating childhood stories, which made them all laugh, including Adrian. For a moment, he forgot about everything that happened hours ago. George ordered some food for them since the staff had left along with the rest of the family, but Adrian wasn't worried about it. In the upcoming days, he will have access to all his estate, and then hiring a bunch of people will be easy. Until then, George will arrange stuff for them since they have been separate from Earth for a while, and a lot has changed. The girls got tired one after another, and Adrian showed them to their rooms before returning to George for drinks. Sitting in the dimly lit bar, the guys had their talk while George mixed and served the drinks. Everything has changed so much, Adrian mumbled, twirling the glass. It's hard to believe all this happened in just 6 years. You're not wrong, George replied. Ever since those damn dungeons started popping up all over the globe, everything's gone to hell. Oh yup, color me surprised, Adrian said sarcastically, but it seemed to have gotten over George's head as he kept yapping. It's not just the monsters, though they're bad enough, George continued. It's the ripple effects they've had on everything else: the economy, politics, society as a whole. At first, the economic effects were massive, George explained. With the sudden emergence of monsters, many industries were disrupted. Agriculture, tourism, transportation, you name it. People are scared to travel, afraid to invest, and terrified to spend, which has had quite a ripple effect throughout the global economy. But like Adrian expected, it wasn't all bad. On the positive side, the emergence of dungeons created a whole new industry. There were new jobs for explorers, researchers, and monster hunters, all dedicated to exploring and combating the threats posed by the dungeons. More importantly, the technological advancements spurred by the need to combat monsters led to incredible breakthroughs in various fields. Significant advancements were made in weaponry and defense technology. New weapons and armor designed specifically to combat monsters have been developed, along with enhanced communication and surveillance systems to monitor dungeon activity, George informed. Looks like I missed the party. A world close to its end sounds like a party to you? Now that I think about it, Adrian was about to say something, but George stopped him. Why don't you and the girls become hunters as well? Adrian looked at him for a moment to see if he was being serious or not, which George was. Since he had said about becoming a hunter, Adrian wanted to know his reasons for saying so. If you become a hunter, the standard laws won't apply to you. As such, you won't require my help like you did tonight. Adrian considered George's words. He was planning on living a peaceful life, or at least try to, but it was worth looking into whether becoming a hunter could offer him benefits to achieve those goals. Where can I get tested? Adrian asked. The association, of course, George said, getting tipsy. I'll make some calls tomorrow and let you know. Meanwhile, I'll take the couch in your room. Good night, Adrian mumbled before gulping down the remaining liquor. As I thought, the stupid poison immunity won't even let me get drunk. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back in Nexaria, the Pope arrived at the now-destroyed church. The cleric had a forced smile on his face while a silent storm raged inside. His heart pounded with fury as he surveyed the devastation before him, his once proud sanctuary reduced to rubble and ruin. Beside him stood his paladins, awaiting further orders while most of them helped restore order in the city. The Pope's hands clenched to fists at his sides as he fought to contain his anger. His mind raced with thoughts of the setback and the losses they had incurred. He couldn't care less about those who died. After all, they were replaceable tools. But the artifacts that were stolen were invaluable. Years of work were reduced to nothing, and there wasn't a single thing he could do about it. The next moment, Belian was brought to the Pope by the Paladins. The Paladins were kind enough to treat the regional leader of the Ravens beforehand to ensure his compliance. How could you let this happen, Belian? The Pope demanded, his tone laced with barely concealed fury. I don't know, he stammered. Most of us had been poisoned the day before the attack, rendering us useless. Your incompetence has cost us dearly. The Pope cut him off. Your mistake isn't something that can be forgiven. Turning to the Paladins, he continued, round up the Ravens. Destroy their guild, root out every last one of them. I don't want anyone to even remember them. The Paladins bowed, acknowledging the command, and promptly acted on it by severing Belian's head right then and there. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. The Cursed Blacksmith 1. Adrian got busy early in the morning. 3 hours of sleep were enough for him. Besides, since there were no staff there, he had to do the cooking. After all, Adrian couldn't ask the girls to cook as a host, and he knew anything George would cook would be poison, so he didn't bother asking him. The room was soon filled with a tempting aroma as Adrian worked his magic. Just then, the door opened, and Serafina and Amelia entered, their noses twitching at the delicious scent flowing through the air. Something smells amazing, Serafina remarked, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, Amelia commented. The two had planned to cook the food for everyone, but it seemed Adrian had beat them to it. Good morning, ladies. Adrian turned to greet them with a warm smile, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Have a seat. The food will be ready in just a few minutes. As Serafina and Amelia took their places at the table, Serafina glanced over to where George sat. His mouth was full of food, and he savored each bite as if it were the last. You seem to be enjoying the food, Serafina chuckled. It's delicious, George nodded enthusiastically, his cheeks bulging as he struggled to speak. Adrian rolled his eyes at George's antics before returning to the stove. The next moment, he was putting the finishing touches on the meal. Once everything was ready, he began to plate the food and served the girls whose mouths were watering. The entity, sin of sloth, wipes her mouth, hoping to taste the dish. I'll cook for you some other time. The entity, sin of sloth, warns the user not to back down from his commitment. The entity, sin of sloth, sponsors 5 stat points to the user and says it's the reservation amount. Adrian shrugged and got back to work. But before that, he pointed at the boxes on the table, telling the girls to have their pick. Curious, Serafina and Amelia exchanged glances before opening boxes. Inside, they found phones. They were no strangers to it since the Nyxarians had their own version of the device. However, Serafina couldn't hold back and commented that the phones looked primitive compared to what they were used to. George threw up as soon as he heard it. The phones in their hands were the latest models yet to be released to the public. As far as he knew, less than 100 hunters had the same model, and even then, it was the first model that could operate inside the dungeon, where most modern tech wouldn't work. I agree, Adrian said, but Earth only received new materials and ores 6 years ago, so it would obviously take time for them to catch up to Nyxarian standards. I suppose you're right, Serafina commented, pocketing the device. I'm surprised you managed to snag prototype hunter gear, especially since you're not even a hunter yet, George said, reaching for more food, only to have Adrian smacked his hands away. We have the DRA to thank for that, Adrian replied. They seem to be quite interested in us. After all, Officer James was here with the phones when I asked him about the hunter evaluation. Typical DRA behavior. George clicked his tongue, getting serious momentarily. They probably want to get in your good books after what happened at the hospital. Yeah, that's what I thought. Adrian nodded. Well, hey, I'm not complaining. I had to get phones for everyone either way, so they helped me save some money. He also gave me this. Adrian tossed a card at George, which read, Weapons Manufacturer Shinon Flintlock. Wait, the S-grade blacksmith. How do I know who he is? Adrian shrugged, setting up plates for Amila and Sophia as they walked in. James said Shinon owes him some favors. He'll make the weapons I want if I say James sent me. As if George spoffed. Shinon doesn't roll like that. I may not know everything, but he only crafts weapons for folks who earn his respect. He is the type to turn away even S-rank hunters if he doesn't dig their vibe. All the more reason to visit him then, Adrian replied, taking off his apron. In the meantime, George, get my accounts back up. I need the money, and give me your car keys. Oh, hell no. George jumped top. You won't be taking my car until you clear the test and get your license back. I'll call a cab for you. Tesk, stingy bastard. Asterisk. Since Miami had been the hive for dungeon breakouts, it was only natural for businesses based on such scenarios to thrive. Shinon Flintlock was the same. Adrian did some research and found that the Flintlock family had a history of working in the arms industry. Shinon was the first to take advantage of the dungeon breakouts to craft new weapons using monster materials. He looks to be doing quite well for himself despite being 20, Adrian thought as he got out of the cab in front of the mansion. Now that Adrian thought about it, Shinon would have been 14 at the time of the first outbreak. It seemed unbelievable that someone so young could have been behind the creation of one of the leading economic sectors in the world. Adrian was about to enter when 2 Hulk lookalikes stopped him at the gate. What business do you have here? One of them asked, blocking the path. Adrian took out the card and showed it to them. The guard nodded, returned the card to Adrian and slammed the door shut. Baffled, Adrian knocked on the door again, but there was no response. What the hell? Adrian checked the address, thinking he was at the wrong place, but that wasn't the case. After waiting for a few minutes, Adrian turned to leave, only to have an elderly man walk out and greet him. How may I help you? The man asked, his voice quivering. I was looking for Shinon Flintlock, Adrian replied. You're looking at him. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. The Cursed Blacksmith 2. Wait, let me get this straight, Adrian said while Shinon took a sip from his de-aging potion. You mean you got cursed, and that's why you're aging super fast? Shinon nodded, his eyes pleading as he put the cup down. Our mutual friend thought you might be able to help me with the situation at hand, but Adrian got lost in his thoughts. If it was someone like Shinon, plenty of people should be willing to help him, like one of those guilds that James talked about. But then Adrian remembered George's words. Shinon had turned even the biggest, most influential guilds away from his doorstep. Given their status, Shinon might have unintentionally hurt their egos. As such, those guilds would either refuse to work with him or have an outrageous demand for doing so, Adrian thought. Hell, now that I think about it, it could be one of those guilds is behind Shinon's situation. That's why Shinon would have asked the DRA for help, or James to be precise, and approach them. But why would James approach him with the offer? After all, they were strangers. Something was off. That's why I need your help with all due respect, Adrian replied, interrupting Shinon. I'm not here to cure illnesses, and it's not because I'm not willing but because I lack the required talent for the situation. He continued, I'm a warrior, not a healer who guys see. You wanted the help from my colleagues, not me. Shinon smiled wanly. During their interrogation, one of the girls might have let it slip that Seraphina was a saintess. As such, she had a plethora of recovery magic. Shinon had hoped to get help from someone like her. Of course, I don't expect you or your friends to work for free, Shinon commented. I'll be willing to pay you handsomely. But I don't think you need the money. Adrian looked at Shinon, and the kid was right. Soon, he would have all the money he'd need, and being a businessman at heart, Adrian knew he could always make more money. However, connections, on the other hand, took a lot of work to come by. If it was someone like Shinon, being on friendly terms was more important than some meager change. That said, Adrian wasn't planning on leaving empty-handed and tossed a condition out there, something that wasn't over the top but beneficial for all parties involved. Fine, I'll see what I can do, Adrian nodded, scratching his chin. But in exchange, you'll have to be my personal blacksmith. Mr. Adrian, I don't think hear me out first. I'm not asking you to work exclusively for me. I just want first dibs on your services and maybe a little discount too. Shinon raised his eyebrow. Ever since he was cursed 2 months ago, he had reached countless guilds for help, and all of them had one condition: he'd only make weapons for them. At first, he thought Adrian was suggesting the same, but he had a unique proposal that most benefited Shinon. For a moment, he thought Adrian had to have some other ploy behind such a strange proposal, but it was clear Adrian just wanted to do business. Asterisk. A couple of hours later, I've got 2 things to tell you, Seraphina said with a shrug, looking at Shinon. First, I know what kind of curse it is. Second, it won't be easy to get rid of. Shinon shook his head and got up. It might not be all good news from Seraphina's perspective, but it was the best news Shinon had heard in months. So far, no one knew the cause of his curse and couldn't remedy it. But now that Seraphina had figured out the first step, it was only a matter of time before they'd be able to solve the issue. It's a phase curse, and male phase to be precise, Seraphina informed Adrian. That certainly complicates things. Shinon observed their expressions and knew it had to be something bad for them to react in such a manner. But before he asked them about it, Adrian had a question of his own. Forgive my rudeness, but did you have intimacy with anyone before the curse fell on you? Specifically, someone who frequents dungeons? What does that have anything? The sooner you answer, the sooner I'll be able to treat you. Shinon took a deep breath. The news could lead to a lot of trouble if it was leaked. However, he had no choice in the matter as it concerned his life. Eudora Black, the guild master of the Misty Sword Guild, a Cheme guild master. Adrian raised an eyebrow. I thought you don't associate with guilds. Shinon sighed, knowing there was no turning back now that the secret was out. He told them about his relationship with Eudora, who happened to be his childhood friend and lover. But back then, he was a nobody. As such, she was forced to marry someone else due to her father's pressure and his declining health. Eventually, they lost all contact until several months ago when she contacted him. At first, Shinon thought it was because she wanted to rekindle things. But she was only there for business. It irked Shinon, and he declined to do business with them as he would with any guild. But Eudora knew her way around his heart, and soon, they began their secret extramarital affair. Eudora didn't want to do business with him but to reclaim what they had lost. That was until he was cursed, and she never contacted him again. She told me her husband had gotten suspicious, and we couldn't continue as her husband also a hunter. Adrian asked, and Shinon nodded. In fact, he was one of the few A-rankers on the continent. Yup, it checks out. Serafina shrugged, sitting beside Adrian. The husband might have contracted a fae, get the creature to track Eudora and curse whoever she was having an affair with. So, what now? Shinon asked, afraid they won't be able to do much. Can you arrange a meeting with Eudora? That should be enough to help you out. Adrian commented, and Shinon immediately snatched the phone from his servant's hands. Someone looks excited, Serafina whispered in Adrian's ear, watching Shinon frantically dial the number. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. The Cursed Blacksmith 3. Eudora stepped into the room, confident as usual. Her bronze skin shone in the soft light, and her long white hair fell down her back like a waterfall. She walked into the mansion as if she owned the place until she saw Shinon. Shinon, I told you not to contact me anymore, she called out as she approached the old, frail-looking man sitting in the corner. Oh my god, what happened to you? You look like you aged decades in mere weeks. Shinon glanced up at Eudora with tired eyes. It's complicated. Eudora rushed to him, pulling his head into her chest to soothe his conflicted mind. You can tell me anything, Shinon. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. However, as she tried her best to console Shinon, he pushed her away with surprising strength. But the look in his eyes caught her off guard. Those were the eyes of suspicion, free no conchit. You know what happened to me, Eudora, Shinon accused, his eyes boring a hole in Eudora's soul. I know what you did, and you're not as innocent as you pretend to be. Shinon, what are you saying? Eudora said, pretending to be shocked. I'd never do anything to hurt you. You know how much I care about you. I even left my husband for us to be together, but as she talked, something inside her broke, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Within seconds, she burst into laughter, pushing Shinon away. Oh, Shinon, she giggled, unable to hold back her laughter anymore. It took you all this time to figure it out? Were you that blinded by love? Shinon looked hurt upon Eudora's admission. Despite everything, he had hoped she wasn't involved in the mess, but his heart was shattered then, and his face reflected that. Watching him with his head down, Eudora stopped laughing and hugged him from behind, kissing the back of his wrinkled neck. I'm sorry, my love, she said. I did what I had to do. You can call me heartless, but our lovemaking was genuine. Unfortunately, it all changed when John found out about us. She continued, you never want an A-ranker to get angry. So I lied to him, saying you forced me to sleep with you in exchange for crafting weapons for us. You lied to him, Shinon replied before shedding a few tears. All that talk about leaving him was a lie, too. Watching him cry was disgusting, and Eudora let go of him before rolling her eyes. Of course not, she claimed, sitting beside him. But, like I said, plans changed. He was irate and hatched a plan to get back at you. I don't know how he did it, but now that I see you, I'd say it worked. Saying that, Eudora got up and gathered her purse. Be glad I changed his mind about killing you. Of course, I had to endure his anger at night. Your little sacrifice brought the fire back in my marriage, so thanks for that. How could you? Shinon yelled, once again taking Eudora by surprise, as he couldn't possibly have that kind of energy left in his frail body. Quit it while I'm being nice. Eudora lashed out, her hands cackling with lightning. Besides, consider it a payback for not working with us. She continued, if you had agreed to make weapons for us, I would have swayed John to let you be, as you would have been helpful to us. Now look at yourself, a mere shell of your former self, unable to make weapons for anyone ever again. Either way, we are done, and I'm leaving. As Shinon stared into Eudora's eyes, he knew she wasn't the person she had thought her to be. Their connection was nothing more than a stepping stone for her. Now, she had destroyed him and didn't need him any longer. However, suddenly, Shinon smiled and said, You got all that? Have you gone senile? Eudora scoffed and turned around to see another Shinon walking into the room along with a few DRA officials. What is this? Allow me to reintroduce myself, the first Shinon said, his form changing to reveal Adrian. Adrian Fenrir, at your service. James, you heard all that? Heard and recorded, James replied. You planned this? She stammered. Her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth fell open in disbelief as she realized it had been a trap. Something changed in her as she stared at Shinon as if cursing him all over again. As much as she wanted to attack him, she knew acting out in front of the DRA would be a bad decision. Even if she had planned something to do to Shinon, she couldn't because James stepped forward with special handcuffs. You're under arrest, Mrs. Black, he said, slapping the cuffs on her hands. What? There's a mistake. Shinon made me do it. Eudora's tone shifted when she realized nobody was listening. Do you even know how many of your men I have under my payroll? Do you see any of them here? James replied, and it was enough to silence Eudora. That's what I thought. Take her away. Once she was out of the building, Shinon couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the sofa. His butlers rushed to help him, but he asked them to leave him for a bit. I can't believe she did this, he mumbled, his head between his hands. All the years we spent together meant nothing to her. I take your time, Shinon, Adrian sighed, patting his back. The truth might be out, but you're not out of the woods yet. We still need to lift this damn curse off you. Thanks for your help, Mr. Fenrir, Shinon replied, getting up. I'm confident you can sort this mess for me. If you want anything, one of my attendants will help you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to take a nap. While Shinon retreated into his room, James thanked Adrian for his help, assured him he would pull the curse's truth out of Eudora's mouth, and left. Although he said that, Adrian wasn't too sure about it. Judging by Eudora's reaction, it didn't seem like she knew much about the curse besides her husband John's involvement. Fenris, you got the scent? Adrian asked the tiny puppy hiding in the corner. Good, then let's end this farce and get those weapons. Chapter 183, Chapter 183. Weekly bonus Chapter 6/6 You Naughty. Naughty 1. The heavy wooden door creaked open to reveal rows upon rows of gleaming weapons and armor. The room was well lit, with fluorescent lights casting a bright glow over the polished surfaces of the equipment. This the armory, the head butler, a tall man with a stern expression, informed, leading Adrian to his storeroom. You will find most of the young master's creations here. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call me. Adrian replied as he and Serafina went to take a look inside. The higher entity, creator of deformed perfection, eyes the armory and feels jealous not to be there. The entity, sin of sloth, snarls at the presence of the entity she's at odds with and warns the user not to accept any gifts from them. Adrian sighed, ignoring the prompts altogether. After all, he had more important things to do than watch two entities fight. I'm surprised, Serafina mumbled as they looked around. No wonder everyone wants to have his gear. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I guess not, Adrian replied, picking up a dagger. As they looked around, they saw weapons of all shapes and sizes hung from hooks on the walls, from swords and spears to rifles and pistols. Alongside them were rows of armor, ranging from lightweight vests to heavy-duty suits designed to withstand the most brutal battles. With armories like these, they would have taken the fight to Nyxeria long ago. Obviously, the weapons before them weren't enough to arm an entire army. However, they could arm a small elite force for any challenge. Let's see if we can find anything useful, though, Adrian said, putting back the dagger. While there were plenty of weapons, most wouldn't be useful against a Fae. Not because they weren't deadly, but because Faes couldn't be harmed by physical attacks as they were primarily astral creatures. Astral creatures were beings that existed in two planes simultaneously. While they could see, heard, and felt in their reality, killing them was a different matter. To kill them, one would first have to sever the creature's connection between the two planes of existence, and only then could the beast be killed. That would eliminate them from their reality, but the other part would remain in the astral plane forever. Essentially, killing them was more like banishing them from one realm while trapping them in the other. Magic weapons, those were difficult to come by even in Nyxeria, Serafina commented, feeling the guns for a hint of mana. I would be surprised if there's any here. Adrian replied. By the way, you never told me about you, the real you, that is if you want to know more about Pisces, you just need to ask, Serafina grinned. But there are some things I might not be able to share, even though I trust you. I hope you understand that. I know. I wouldn't have mentioned anything if I had doubts about your character, Adrian mumbled, eyeing his sword. How long have you been Pisces instead of Serafina? Years before you and the rest were summoned. And before you ask, I've been trained as an assassin long before I was bestowed the title of the Saintess. Isn't it odd, Adrian chuckled, to be skilled in both taking lives and saving them? It is, but you eventually get the hang of it, Serafina replied, but then she caught something. I found something. Adrian hurried to take a look and smiled upon using analysis on the dusty black whip. Whispering Serpent. Weapon type, whip quality, rare damage, 101-139 arcane damage, 57-89 physical damage bonus attributes, plus 15 intelligence, plus 10 agility, plus 80 mana special ability. Serpent's Wrath unleashes a wave of arcane energy when activated, ensnaring and stunning all enemies within an 8-meter radius for 3 seconds while dealing an additional 50% arcane damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Enchantment slots, 4/4 enchantments, 1. Serpent's Swiftness grants the wielder increased attack speed for 10 seconds after successfully landing a critical strike. The Serpent's Shield provides a 15% chance to create a protective barrier, reducing incoming damage by 20% for 5 seconds. 3. Mindbind inflicts a psychic disruption upon striking, causing enemies to suffer from confusion and reduced accuracy for 5 seconds after being hit. 4. Ethereal protection provides a 20% chance to partially phase out of reality upon receiving a critical hit, reducing incoming damage by 50% for 3 seconds. This is perfect, Adrian said, giving the whip a swing. Ooh, someone seems well acquainted with whips. Serafina teased Adrian, and it worked as his ears turned red. However, Adrian quickly gathered himself before heading out along with Serafina. At first, Adrian wanted to take Serafina with her, but on second thoughts he decided against it. The news of Eudora's arrest must have reached John by now, and God knows what he might do to Shannon. Besides, since John was one of the few A-rankers, Adrian knew the police wouldn't do anything, and even the DRA wouldn't confront him directly, or at least they would try not to upset him even more. As such, he needed someone to stay behind and protect Shannon, and someone like Serafina was more than capable of the task. Asterisk, 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 an hour later getting Jane's number was worth it, Adrian commented, remembering how he had been stopped by the cops for riding on a wolf in the middle of the streets. With no way to prove he was a hunter, Adrian had to call James to sort out the mess, which he did promptly. He really wants me to work with the DRA, ha ha ha. Either way, Adrian rode Fenris to where the phase trail ended abruptly near an abandoned warehouse, or at least it looked like one. Adrian looked around but couldn't find anything. The warehouse doors were chained shut, and since nothing was outside, he decided to force his way inside and worry about the rest later. Using Minotaur's sword, Adrian managed to slice through the chains like a knife through butter. Let's see what's waiting inside. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. You naughty. Naughty too. The creaky doors groaned in protest as Adrian pushed them open. Dust and cobwebs filled the air, and everything smelled old and rotten. The place was dark, with sunlight sneaking in through holes in the boarded-up windows and the cracked ceiling. Trash was scattered around, leftovers from when the place was functional. However, something else caught Adrian's eye. Monster blood. It wasn't fresh, and if Adrian had to guess, the rotten blood must have been years old. It was strange to find a place like that in the city. It almost felt like the warehouse had been deliberately kept like that, perhaps to hide some secrets or illicit activities. I can't imagine a Fae living under these conditions. Faes were nature-loving creatures. At least, that's what he had learned in Nyxeria. Based on that, it seemed unlikely that the Fae was there. But since Fenris had led him there had to be a clue or something there. Who are you? A voice echoed, prompting Adrian to turn around and Fenris to start growling. A man, way past his 40s, popped out from behind a bunch of boxes. He looked as grimy as the warehouse itself. If he stood still, he'd blend right in with the place. Adrian tried to get a better look at the man's face but couldn't as his long, unkempt hair covered his eyes, which meant using illusionary eyes was out of the question. However, Adrian noticed a strange tattoo poking through the man's torn-up sleeve. It was the same tattoo Eudora had on the back of her neck. Did they belong to the same guild or something? I know appearances can be deceptive, but he is in her guild? Now that he thought about it, it would make sense why the Fae's scent led them there if that's the case. Adrian could keep his theories to himself as he needed to get the Fae first. Are you deaf? The man barked again, this time less polite than before. My sincere apologies, Adrian remarked, gathering his thoughts. I didn't know someone lived here. Well, now you do, so fuck off, the man said before turning around, and his eyes fell on Fenris. On second thought, leave that dog of yours. I'll treat her good. Fenris growled louder than before. Adrian noticed the man's reaction and was about to knock some sense in him, but then he thought he could use the situation to his advantage. You seem to have a thing for the beasts, Adrian commented, scratching Fenris's head. If that's the case, maybe we can help each other. What do you mean? The man stammered, and Adrian knew he had hit a sensitive spot. No need to hide it. There's no one here but us, Adrian continued. I'll let you stroke her fur if you can give me some information. What do you want to know? The man shrieked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Adrian felt uneasy at the idea of letting the man touch Fenris with his dirty hand. It made him feel like insects were creeping beneath his skin. He wouldn't let the man anywhere near Fenris, but he didn't need to know that. Have you seen a little fairy-like creature around this place? Adrian asked, and the man immediately went silent. Watching the man swiftly switch from bursting with excitement to stunned silence confirmed everything Adrian suspected. The man had somehow managed to capture the Fae. Hell, John could have given it to him just to hide the evidence and avoid trouble later on. Considering how horny the weirdo was, he would have gladly taken the creature. I don't know what you're talking about, the man replied, waving off his hand. You can leave and take your pet with you. I don't want anything but I do, Adrian interrupted, shooting toward the man. The next moment, the man was on the ground with Adrian standing over him. He squirmed, trying to escape Adrian's hold, but the whip around him only constricted further with every twist and turn. "Where is the Fae?" Adrian asked, ensuring the man knew he was being serious. "Are you then? I don't know. Listen," Adrian said with a heavy sigh. "I've just returned to the city, and I'm not eager to hurt anyone right now. So, if you tell me where the Fae is, I'll let you go in peace." He continued, "But if you don't, things will only get worse for you. Either way, I'll find out what I need to know. But I can assure you, no one will ever find you or your corpse again, Capich." "All right, all right. The creature is right inside one of those boxes," the man shrieked, pointing with his head. "Keep an eye on him," Adrian asked Fenris, leaving the man bound with the whip to investigate the boxes. For the love of God, Adrian couldn't help but recoil after what he had seen. He had thought the man was a pervert who enjoyed bestial relations, but things were far worse than expected. The Fae was there, but in a state that Adrian wouldn't wish anyone to be in. The beast had its limbs torn off by brutal force, and his eyes gouged out. The wings were also missing, and Adrian knew the thing was in agony. Since the Fae couldn't die from such wounds, he had lived on but had no desire to continue living. The sick bastard must have used enchanted tools to do this. Fuck, I can't even look at it anymore. As Adrian was about to turn away, he heard the Fae squeak with what little strength he had. Although Adrian didn't understand what the creature said, he knew what the beast wanted from him. "I understand," Adrian replied before walking up to the man and undoing the whip. Taking the opportunity, the man tried to run away, probably to inform John of what happened. But before he could take a step further, Adrian grabbed him by the back of his neck and threw him to the ground so hard that the whole warehouse trembled. "I'm not done with you yet," Adrian said calmly. He picked up his blade and stabbed it into the man's leg, crucifying him to the ground, making sure he couldn't move. "There's a lot more I want to know from you." Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Gluttony. With that done, Adrian returned to the Fae and gently picked him up. Even though he was there to kill the darn thing from the beginning, he felt strange about it now. Why did I angry after seeing the Fae's condition? Instead of attacking the man, he should have thanked him for making his job easier. Then why was he acting so sympathetic toward the Fae when he didn't care about the man? I'm really turning into a monster, aren't I? As much as Adrian wanted to solve his dilemma there, he didn't have the time to. The Fae, roughly the size of a newborn, could feel what was coming next, but he smiled instead of trying to escape. Adrian didn't know what was going on inside the creature's head, but he wrapped the whip around the Fae's head before snapping it in half. A bright light suddenly emerged from the beast, blinding Adrian. At first, Adrian thought the Fae had a card under his sleeve and prepared to face him. However, as the light disappeared, so did the Fae, leaving behind a small monocore. "You have killed Fae's visible form. X plus 500 total exp. 500 / the exp points will be accumulated for the user to use later. Please complete the Ascension quest to continue leveling up." Right, I forgot about it. But before that, Adrian eyed the monocore left behind by the Fae. Since the creatures were capable of astral travel, they must have a lot of mana. Fae's monocore, core level, 7 core type, growth quality, epic stage I attributes, plus 600% mana plus 25% mana regeneration special ability, Fae's blessing, upon activation, grants the wielder and nearby allies a temporary boost to their magical abilities, increasing spell damage and effectiveness by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Enchantment slots, 1/3 enchantments. 1. Nature's Resilience provides a 20% chance to absorb incoming magical damage and convert it into mana. Adrian couldn't believe his eyes. He expected the core to be something special, but not this good. Not only would he get a significant mana increase from 95% to 600%, but there were also abilities associated with the core. I'm afraid I'll end up using all my luck today. Between the weapons he would get from Shinon and the core in his hand, things were already better than they had ever been. But there was one minor issue. The monster index is still stuck at level 3. I need to register 11 more creatures before I can unlock more slots to absorb the core. Unless while he might not have any additional slots, Adrian could always make a sacrifice. He didn't want to sacrifice any of his existing organs, but the core was too good to pass up. But there was another way to increase his slots. Adrian opened the quest tab to take a look at his advancement quest. While he wasn't strange to such quests, there was something odd about the quest he received. Why is it a chain quest? Unlike regular quests, which usually tell users everything they need to do from the start, chain quests follow a stage concept. The user only knows about one task, and the others are revealed once the prior task has been accomplished. Quest title, Advancement Quest, Quest level, Rare Quest Commissioner, System task, Stage I, Devour a Human. Rewards, Plus 1 bonus organ absorption slot penalty for failure. None time limit. None. Devour a human? Just thinking about it made his insides churn. How can he indulge in cannibalism? While he had consumed humans before, it had happened when he was unconscious and facing the side effects of Soul Devourer. Doing something like that while being in control wasn't something Adrian even wanted to think about. Unfortunately, he didn't have much choice in the matter. If Adrian didn't do as asked, he'd be stuck at his current level and never have the strength he desires. Just then, he could feel a strange hunger rising within him. It wasn't anything like he had felt before. Soon, the hunger began gnawing at his insides, driving him to satisfy the primal urges of his monstrous nature. Adrian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to find the strength to resist the temptations, as the smell of fresh blood from the man's injured leg made him even hungrier. But as the moments passed, he felt his resolve weakening, the relentless hunger clawing at his insides until it became too much to bear. Torn between his humanity and the primal instincts of the chimera within him, Adrian knew he had to make a choice. Unfortunately, the instincts of a monster overpowered the little humanity he had left. Stepping toward the injured man, Adrian knew he had crossed a line he couldn't return from. However, just then, a prompt appeared before him that stopped him in his tracks. The entity, Sin of Sloth, instructs the user to hold for a while. The entity, Sin of Sloth, eyes her brother with puppy eyes asking for his help. The entity, Sin of Gluttony, tries to ignore his sister, focusing on the 420-course meal before him. Despite Gluttony's best efforts, Sloth managed to get Adrian's attention on the ongoing problem. Eventually, the brother relented, stopping his meal to get caught up to speed. The entity, Sin of Gluttony, burps loudly, shaking a circle of hell. He says he'll help the user on one condition. Adrian wondered what the condition would be, but it wasn't like he had a choice not to accept. The entity, Sin of Gluttony, instructs the user to offer him a chosen cuisine whenever asked. The condition will last a month and happen once a day. Is that it? The entity, Sin of Gluttony, eyes the user intently, asking if it wasn't enough. Oh, I'll do it. The entity, Sin of Gluttony, smiles and bestows the user with a skill. New skill, Gluttony obtained. Gluttony, active ability when activated. A swirling vortex of dark energy materializes around the user, targeting an enemy within range. The vortex rapidly absorbs the target, converting it into pure energy and transferring it to the user, enhancing their stats by 10% of the target's stats. Rank S mana cost, 90 cooldown. 1 day note. Upgrading the skill will shorten the cooldown and reduce the mana cost. Thanks for this, Sloth. The entity, Sin of Sloth, smiles before returning to sleep. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Ranker 1. While Sloth might have helped him, the other entities weren't pleased with the exchange. They wanted to see Adrian struggle and be thrown into the pits of despair as he was forced to consume someone of his kind. However, Sloth ruined the moment for them, and they weren't happy with her constant interference. It would have been fine if Adrian had been her apostle, but he wasn't, which meant she was crossing the limit with her continuous help to the mortal. Unfortunately, the system didn't seem to have as much control over matters on Earth as it did in Nexaria, so their complaints fell on deaf ears for now. But that didn't mean nothing could be done about it. The entity, Sin of Sloth, has been banned from the broadcast for 10 days. Repeating the same behavior will lead to more severe punishment. The decision brought some peace to the other entities, but Adrian felt a bit bummed out. But he got what he wanted from them and used the new skill to absorb John Black's lapdog. Standing over the man, he activated the skill, and the next moment, a violently swirling vortex emerged from Adrian's arm. The man struggled to free himself, but in vain. He cried for help, but the deafening roar of the vortex drowned out his cries for mercy. With a final, desperate cry, he was swallowed whole, disappearing into the vortex without a trace. The user's stats have increased due to the effects of Gluttony skill, Strength, +5 Agility, +3 Precision, +7 Intelligence, +1 Magic Affinity, +2 Defense, +3 Luck, +8 Charisma, +0 Not bad. While Adrian thought about the things he could do with the new skill, the entities threw another fit, calling the skill unfair and advantageous. However, this time, the admins had enough of their bitching and banned several others, which made everyone keep quiet. Why are they acting up so much now of all times? The entities were acting more strangely than usual. During his time in Nexaria, they would either ignore his progress or applaud him, but now they were acting wary of him for some reason. Adrian felt strange now that he thought about it, but he had other things to pay attention to, so he left the system to deal with the entities. It was not like he could have done something about them on his own. Congratulations! Quest completed. Ascension Quest Stage I. You have taken a step towards greatness. Keep at it. As a reward for your bravery, you have earned 1+1 organ absorption slot. Great. Now for the next step. Adrian drew the small bead from his pocket and grabbed it tightly. The last time someone put a mana core in him, he was dead, so it didn't matter. But messing with something so close to his heart could lead to deadly results now that he was alive. Caution! The user is advised to proceed cautiously while interfering with the mana core. Adrian knew the risks, but that wasn't stopping him from doing what he had to. With that thought in his head, he began the integration process. As the old mana core disappeared, his heart went berserk. It began beating so fast that the veins all over his body bulged up, ready to burst at any moment, causing him to grow pale. Within moments, his breath became shallow and rugged. Never in his wildest thoughts would Adrian think a mere mana core would cause such a reaction within him. Adrian was thankful for the pain, or else he would have collapsed long back, and in his situation, passing out could have led to death. Not wanting to meet Sloth and her siblings in hell just yet, he pushed through. Things gradually improved as Faye's mana core replaced the old one. As his mana core was restored, Adrian could feel a new energy coursing through his veins. Every cell of his body had gotten stronger than before. Getting up, he opened the system and there it was, the proof of his improved self. Status: Active Health, 3000 plus 1100 mana capacity, 600%/600% enhanced due to the presence of a mana core level, 30 attributes, Strength, 149 plus 20 agility, 141 plus 15 precision, 49 intelligence, 63 magic affinity, 73 defense, 77 luck, 38 charisma, 57 current exp, 0/3100 stat points, 7 accumulated exp, 750 slip. Watching his stats and everything, Adrian was quite pleased. He was now stronger than most people he had met in his life. Hell, maybe even stronger than Amila and Seraphina despite only being level 30. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a call he received. Seeing it was from Seraphina, he immediately picked it up. He had gotten so caught up with the quests that he forgot about Shinan altogether. "How's he doing?" Adrian asked. Instead of Seraphina, Shinan's energetic voice greeted him. "I can't believe it. You did it. I feel like myself again." Shinan yelled at the top of his lungs. "I'm not some shriveled old fool anymore." Hearing his excitement, Adrian chuckled. "Hold on to that feeling. I'll get there in a bit." Freebnava.com ****. Shinan rushed towards Adrian, hugging him tightly when he entered Locke's mansion. Everyone there was in a jolly mood. Even the straight-faced butler couldn't hide his emotions anymore. Surprisingly, even James was there. "Easy there." Adrian smiled awkwardly, pushing Shinan away and trying to hand him the web. "Here you go, you can keep it," Shinan enthusiastically replied. "Consider it a gift separate from the deal we made." "Are you sure?" Adrian asked, wondering if Shinan knew the value of his craft. "Of course," he replied. "Besides, procuring materials and making weapons for you would take some time. Meanwhile, you can use the whip, as I have no use for it either way." "I thank you. I appreciate it." "No," Shinan shook his head, extending his hand. "Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you." Just then, James stepped up. "Now that you have a weapon, how about we test you for your rank?" Chapter 187. Chapter 187. Ranker 2. I don't think that would be possible anymore, Adrian replied, massaging his shoulder. "Fighting the Fae took more than I expected. Moreover, I would like to be at my 100% before taking the test you mentioned." James looked a bit surprised but quickly covered up his emotions. If he wanted Adrian to join their fight against the corruption within the DRA, he knew he had to do everything in his power to please him. "I say, please take care of yourself then," James replied, walking toward the exit. "It would be a huge loss for us if something were to happen to you. You have my number. You can call me whenever you feel up to taking the test." "Will do." Adrian smiled, and James left. Adrian and Seraphina followed suit shortly. On their way back to Villa, he explained everything that happened to her, conveniently hiding that he had obtained a new skill. "Tesca worlds can change, but people's mentality wouldn't," she mumbled. "You might not know this, but the church had been conducting similar experiments to turn monsters into puppets and use them against the nether. They were creating chimaeras?" Adrian asked, intrigued, as he was one such being. Seraphina was about to say something foul about chimaeras but refrained herself. She didn't want to accidentally hurt Adrian's feelings, even though she knew he could handle it, but she held back, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble. "It's fine," Adrian shook his head before gazing out of the car. "One shouldn't keep things within their hearts. You're the one who told me that, remember?" Serafina nodded, choosing to stay quiet for the rest of the journey. Asterisk, 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 back at Fenrir's Villiers still here? Adrian asked George, who had made himself home. Don't you have work to do? Look at this shameless rascal. George jumped up, charging towards Adrian. I've been doing everything you asked regarding your accounts, and this is the thanks I get. It doesn't matter what you were doing if you do not have the results. Upon hearing those words, George smirked and slid some papers across the table. See for yourself, Mr. Results. Adrian glanced at George, doubting he could legally resolve his situation and quickly obtain the company and private accounts. But as he skimmed through the papers, his surprise grew. Everything was legitimate. In just a few hours, George had secured access to the companies and the funds and got Adrian declared a lie. How the hell you might not respect me? George scoffed, placing his feet on the table. But even the courts listen up when the top lawyer on the East Coast speaks. A little favor here and a little money there. Everything gets solved like magic. I don't know what to say. Thanks, man. I owe you one now. You don't. What? Adrian asked, squinting. I deducted my fees from one of the accounts. George shrugged. A meager sum of $150,000. Adrian immediately looked at the statements before shaking his head. He didn't believe that $150,000 was a meager sum, but his perspective shifted instantly once he saw how much money he had in those accounts. But he noticed something strange. The Fenrir's primary business, Fenrir Chase & Co. hadn't shown significant improvement over the years. While it was surprising at first, it also made sense since most of the cars didn't run on ancient fuels anymore. As such, their consultant company to various multinational oil and gas corporations would have suffered somewhat. However, what kept them afloat was the new construction company that his mother had opened. Despite being a daughter company to his greedy half-brother and stepfather had named the company after them. Joseph and Jacob's Company? Only those two self-centered jerks could think of a bland-ass name like that. Adrian sneered, then grinned. But hey, I owe them for giving me such a lucrative business. Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about that, George chimed in, sliding another letter to him. They are taking you to court for the rights to the company. What? Yeah, but don't worry, George casually waved his hand. They'll get nowhere, thanks to their greed. Adrian was still confused, so George explained it to him. In their greed, they had borrowed a ton of money from Adrian's mom, who gave it through Fenrir Chase & Co. in return for shares in the company. Adrian didn't get it, so George broke it down. They got greedy and borrowed a ton of cash from Adrian's mom, who gave it through Fenrir Chase & Co. in return for shares in the company. Since the company was still operating under Adrian's and his mother's names, they were both entitled to the shares. Moreover, as the investing company was now completely Adrian's, he had the right to at least half of those shares. I did some math, and once in court, we can argue that you have at least 34% of the shares, George said with a menacing smile. With that much, they'd have to buy you out if they really want you out. He continued, in the worst case, you might lose the business, but you'd walk away with a hefty sum, more than you'd ever need. In the best case, they'll have to add you to the board of directors, increasing your funds. In other words, it's a win-win situation for us. Adrian smiled. I always figured you were more like a dolphin, but it turns out you're a real shark. What can I say? George shrugged. Best lawyer on the East Coast, baby. George mumbled, getting a fetch. Yeah, you do that, Adrian barely managed to reply before they both broke down laughing. However, someone wasn't in such a good mood after what had happened earlier in the day. John Black was busy clearing a dungeon on the other side of the country, but the moment he stepped out, his assistant handed him the phone, and he received the worst news of his life. Eudora got arrested? Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Uninvited guest 1. Yes, sir. Michaela Williams, John's Secretary of Guild Affairs, murmured. The Devourer arrested Madame Eudora, accusing her of conspiring against Shin on Flintlock. Michaela waited, but no response came from the other side, just her boss's angry huffing. It wasn't a secret that John and Eudora shared a marriage of convenience, which she knew very well after spending most of her nights wrapped around John, so she didn't expect him to get so mad about the news. And she was correct. John wasn't enraged because of Eudora's arrest, but because his plan to get rid of Shinnon had failed, and now he was at the risk of getting into legal trouble. I can't let her open her mouth in custody, John thought, but I know that bitch wouldn't hesitate before blurting everything out. In many ways, Eudora was similar to him. That's why John knew what she was capable of and wanted to silence her before things got out of hand. But now, Eudora was already under DRA protection, and no matter how influential John was, he couldn't mess with the DRA without risking serious trouble. While John couldn't get rid of Eudora inside DRA custody, he could ensure his safety by throwing some money. DRA is a mighty organization, but it's also rotten to the core. As long as I pay the right people at the right places, my name won't be mentioned in any reports. However, merely getting his name off the reports won't be enough. Even though he's a big shot in America, with influence over the government, he still needs someone to clear his name in the court of public opinion. John couldn't risk having a stain on his reputation, especially since everyone sees him as a hero. Michaela, reach out to Ross and Jones's firm. Pay them whatever they ask, but make sure my name stays out of the mess. Tell them to prioritize my case and drop everything else. I'm already on it, sir, Michaela responded, adjusting her specs. But what do we do about Shinon? I don't think he'll stay quiet for long, and we can't even shut him up with money. I'll deal with him soon, John replied. Till then, warn the news stations and publications to ignore anything related to the arrest. Squash anyone who dares to go against and find the one responsible for this mess. I don't get it, sir. I know what Shinon is capable of, and this isn't something he could have pulled off without outside help. John's voice cut through the air like a blade, sending shivers down Michaela's spine. Track down the bastards who aided him. Roger. Asterisk. Back at Joseph's apartment while Ava was still mourning the loss of her son, Joseph and the rest were busy plotting their revenge. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do legally. Even our lawyers don't think we'll win, Joseph said through clenched teeth. And the others? When they hear they're up against George Jones of Ross and Jones, they back away from our case without hesitation. Jacob nodded, his gaze fixed out of the balcony while Emma watched them, wondering how their lives could get messed up within days of Adrian's arrival. She couldn't help but wonder if her decision to cheat on Adrian had been a mistake. Despite his faults and nice guy vibes, he had been a good partner, perhaps even the best she'd ever had. Yet, driven by her family's greed, she had chosen Joseph over him, believing he offered a more promising future. Now, that decision seemed to come to bite her in the ass. Suddenly, a thought crept into her head, and she got up, preparing to leave. But as she was about to walk out, Joseph stopped her. "Where are you going in the dead of the night?" he asked, putting his drink down. "Jessica had a bad breakup and wanted to meet me." Emma lied as she had countless times before to meet her lovers. Joseph, preoccupied as usual, accepted her explanation without probing further. She continued, "Since I'm not contributing much here, I thought I'd go and offer her some support instead." "Sure. Tell her I said hi," Joseph responded, casually waving his hand. Once she left, Jacob said, "You place an awful lot of faith in her." Joseph snorted at his father's suggestion. "Thea, if it weren't for her connections, I'd never have entertained the idea of marrying her in the first place. And as for the friend with the breakup, bet you can guess who her ex really is." "You're both despicable." Jacob shook his head in disappointment. "But your private life is none of my concern. Let's figure out how we can get rid of that bastard son of mine." Joseph nodded, getting lost in his thoughts. While they had silenced plenty of people before, this time, things were different, and they couldn't deal with the matter harshly, or it would cause trouble down the line. Dealing with Adrian is a sensitive matter because of Mom, Joseph thought. There's no saying what she would do if something happened to Adrian. But that didn't mean they could sit idly and not do anything. Since they would lose in the court, it was clear they had to handle the matter outside. At first, Joseph thought intimidating Adrian would work, thinking his brother was the same timid man he had been all those years ago. However, he remembered how easily the guards he had hired went down, licking the dust. While he wasn't sure if Adrian had done that himself or not, physical intimidation didn't seem like it would work on him. As for emotional blackmail, the only one capable of that was Ava, their mother. But it didn't seem like she would do anything to risk upsetting Adrian more than she already had. Things were not looking good for them. "Dad, let's contact them," Joseph mumbled so only Jacob could hear him. "By them, you mean the White Tiger clan. But not to kill Adrian, just to mess him up so bad he can't take care of himself," Joseph went on. "Then we can send Mom to look after him, and we'll handle everything else just like we always do. It's the only scenario where everyone would be happy. I'll contact them." The night was still and quiet as Adrian and Serafina prepared to face each other. While Adrian wanted to test his new skills, Serafina instead advised him to focus on his martial arts first, as she had noticed he depended too heavily on his abilities, which wasn't good. "Read it," Serafina called out. Adrian nodded, taking an offensive stance. With a sudden burst of energy, they launched themselves towards each other. Since everyone else had gone to visit Vesper, they had the house to themselves, and without any spectators, Serafina decided to go all out since that's what Adrian had asked of her. Their movements turned a blur as they exchanged blows and counterattacks. However, Serafina's prowess began to show as she deftly dodged Adrian's strikes while the latter struggled to do the same. Frustrated, Adrian tried harder. His punches and kicks were precise and powerful as he sought to gain the upper hand. But Serafina matched him move for move. Her defenses seemed impenetrable as she easily countered his every attack. "Take hold of your emotions," Serafina said, dodging another attack. "Blinded by frustration, you're leaving too many openings." "Dalit!" As the spar continued, the intensity of their movements increased, each of them pushing themselves to their limits. Sweat covered their skin and clothes, and their breath began to become unsteady, more so for Adrian than Serafina. Serafina had been dodging his attacks, but she underestimated Adrian's range and got hit in the face by a rogue fist, causing her to stumble. "Interesting." Serafina let out a menacing smile that Adrian had never seen before and knew things would get more intense. Unfortunately, he wasn't given any opportunity to prepare himself. With a sudden burst of speed, Serafina closed the distance between them, and before Adrian knew it, she was standing behind him. He tried to create some distance but failed as she executed a perfect sleeper hold submission on him. Adrian struggled against her grip, his breath coming in short gasps as he fought to break free, but Serafina's hold had no gaps. The more Adrian struggled, the tighter her grip got around his neck. She tightened her grip further, forcing Adrian to tap out in submission. She let go of him, allowing him to lay on top of her for a bit until he felt better. After coughing for a minute straight, he rolled off Serafina, allowing he to get up and offer him a hand. "I told you," Serafina stated, ruffling his hair. "You have way too many openings." "Yeah," Adrian sighed. "Fighting without abilities is clearly not my thing, and that's why you need to train more. Your hit hurts, but there isn't much you can do if it doesn't land." While Serafina explained things to Adrian, the main door opened, and a car drove in. "Were you expecting guests?" he asked. "Not at this hour." Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Uninvited guest. Too much to everyone's surprise, Emma stepped out of her car, her heels clicking against the pavement as she approached Adrian and Serafina, standing near the villa's entrance upon noticing the car. "What the hell does she want now?" Adrian mumbled as he watched her with his arms crossed over his chest. "It's been a while." "Adrian, what are you doing here?" "Emma." Adrian cut her off, not caring about her greetings. Emma waved the letters in her hands with a hint of annoyance. This was different from how she had imagined their meeting would start. After all, she had come all the way there to warm him up, and this was the greeting he was giving her. Emma knew Adrian had changed but didn't expect him to be that cold. Unfortunately for him, the reality checks would keep hitting her from then on. "I might have left the villa, but it's still officially my address," she replied, trying to maintain the sweet, innocent image that Adrian had fallen for years ago. "So I came to collect my mail. I hope you won't mind me dropping in unannounced. And you got that. So why don't you leave now while I'm being civil?" Adrian rolled his eyes at her explanation, knowing all too well the true reason for her sudden appearance. It was clear that Emma was trying to worm her way back into his life after cheating on him and turning his family against him. Considering how heartless she had been before, Adrian wouldn't be surprised if she was there to rub even more salt on a wound that had healed long ago. "Well, I was about to, but then I saw the gates were open. So, I thought I would come and greet you for old times' sake," Emma continued, her gaze lingering on Adrian's face. "And talk about there's nothing for us to talk about," Adrian said curtly, his patience wearing thin. "You should leave." His words took Emma by surprise, but before Adrian could turn away, Emma reached out, grabbing his hand and placing it on her chest in a feeble attempt to seduce him. After all, Adrian might not have been with her for a while, but she still knew the triggers around his heart. With that, her eyes locked onto his, pleading for a second chance at things. "Adrian, please," she whispered, her voice soft and pleading. "I miss you." But Adrian jerked his hand away, his gaze hardening as he stared back at her. He had already made up his mind. He wanted nothing to do with her anymore, and her actions had destroyed every bit of his maturity. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he yelled at her, surprising Emma as she didn't think Adrian would fight back like that. "I thought you would." Before Emma could protest, Serafina walked up to them. Emma saw her and was about to tell the woman to stay out of their private matters, but Serafina wrapped her arms around Adrian from behind, nuzzling her head against his shoulder as she eyed Emma with disdain. "Who's this bitch?" Serafina asked, her voice laced with hostility as she glared at Emma. Adrian looked slightly uncomfortable but remained composed as he responded. "This is Emma, my ex that I told you girls about." "Ah, now I remember," Serafina replied, eyeing Emma. "I'm sorry to say this, but what did you see in her? The five of us are way better partners than she ever could be, but still, her of all people. I'd rather have you sleep with a troll, to be honest." Adrian looked slightly awkward at Serafina's blunt words, but he remained silent, allowing Serafina to speak her mind. Emma's eyes widened in shock at Serafina's boldness. She could not believe the audacity of this woman who dared to encroach upon her territory and badmouth her at the same time. 5 partners? Oh please, Adrian wouldn't stoop to having a harem. Emma scoffed at Serafina's words. He wouldn't waste a second of his time on some superficial, good-for-nothing women like yourself. Is that so? Then will he let you do this? Serafina asked before planting a kiss on Adrian's cheek. I can let you sit and watch us 2 more if you keep your hands to yourself, you, how dare you. But before Emma could continue her tirade, Serafina's eyes met her with her icy glare and wicked smile. I'd watch my tongue if I were you, she said, or I'll make sure you regret it. Emma felt a surge of anger rising within her, and before she could stop herself, she lashed out at Serafina, hurling insults in her direction. But Serafina just laughed, unfazed by Emma's childish words. You're just jealous because you know you can't compete with me or the rest of us, Serafina taunted, her smile widening into a cold smirk. You do know who you're messing with? Emma yelled and clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to contain her anger. She then turned to look at Adrian, hoping for some kind of support, but he simply met her gaze with the coldness of a stranger. Stop looking at my man, will you? Or I'll have to call an ambulance for you, Serafina threatened, her voice cold and unwavering. You heard her, Adrian shrugged, not caring about her crocodile tears. Get lost, Emma, before Serafina does something she'll regret. If that's what you want. Emma's heart sank at his words, and she realized she had lost her puppet for good. Feeling defeated, she sighed and went back to her car. She could hear Serafina laughing, making it even worse. She knew she would never be able to win Adrian back while he had so many women around him, no matter how hard she tried. As she drove away, Emma wished she had been honest with him from the beginning, wondering how things could have turned out differently if only she stuck to him instead of Joseph's favor. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Toppling the order. 1. George was furious once Adrian told him about last night's incident, so much so that he almost instructed the juniors from his firm to write a cease and desist letter to them. But Adrian stopped him. Clearly, his former family didn't have much respect for the nation's laws, but if they wanted to test him, they would have to bear the brunt as well. But in order to do what he wanted, he would first need to become a ranker. Once he got his hand on the specialty laws that protect rankers, he was free to do with them as he pleased. By this time, the girls had joined in and were informed about the incident. Adrian then had to stop Sophia from doing something, but seeing her acting like that was quite nice. That's when Adrian explained his plans to them, and George got up and left. After all, what Adrian was planning to do was barely legal, and as a lawyer, George couldn't be a part of the discussions as much as he wanted to, not yet, at least. With their plan ready, Adrian scheduled a time for them to appear for the rankers test for the day, with James's help. Within half an hour, the group stood in front of a massive building in the heart of Brickell, Miami's financial district. Adrian remembered the place as a bustling and popular neighborhood full of lively bars, restaurants, art galleries, and entertainment venues. It was also one of the largest financial centers in South Florida and home to many corporate headquarters, banks, and foreign consulates. So, it wasn't surprising that a global association like the DRA had their regional headquarters there. James was already waiting for them when they arrived, and swiftly guided them inside while the others had to wait in long lines to be admitted. You look tired, Adrian commented, noticing the thick bags under his eyes. Yeah, the misty swords have been on DRA's ass ever since Eudora got arrested, James replied, covering his mouth to yawn. I can't blame them for trying. John Black has a reputation to maintain, so he's going all out. I thought her admittance to the crime was plenty to seal the case, Serafina inquired. Usually, it would be enough, but rankers have privileges, and rankers with money love to abuse those privileges, James shrugged, leading them through the reserved corridors, skipping most of the crowd. Let's forget about it for now. After all, you're here on business. It's sure nice to have connections, Adrian thought as another bunch of people shot their nasty gaze at them. It was confusing to know whether the men were pissed about someone having privileges or if it was because of the girls accompanying one man. Either way, they headed inside without talking much. What's with this crowd? Those were Adrian's first thoughts when they entered the first test chamber. The place was a massive auditorium with more than 100 people inside. Their numbers, coupled with those standing outside, could easily reach over 700. Most of them had expensive-looking equipment, while the others looked like they couldn't care less about anything, at least not their worn-down weapons. But one thing was common between them: their thirst for power and influence. Do so many people come every day to get tested? Adrian asked. James smiled and nodded. Ever since the people realized the riches associated with becoming a hunter, everyone wants to be one and hence get tested. But most of them don't really have the skills. Even if they do, it's usually just enough to land them in the lower ranks, like E or F. Interesting, Sophia mumbled while Amelia kept to herself as usual. As for Amelia, well, she was overwhelmed with the new sights. Adrian couldn't blame her. Compared to the wilderness, Earth was heaps and bounds ahead in terms of advancements, so her reaction was more or less expected. It's a pity most of them won't last a day in Nexaria, Seraphina shrugged. Adrian nodded in agreement. As he used analysis, only a handful of people caught his attention, but only 5 had talents comparable to those of an average Nexarian army soldier. In other words, while the hunters, as they were called, had pretty equipment, their skills were subpar at best. However, this also solved one of Adrian's queries regarding the ranking system employed by the Earthlings. It's way below Nexarian standards, which means it'd be easy to topple the order. Just then, someone approached Sophia. It was a young girl, probably 18-19, carrying a pen and paper. "Why, you're Sophia Fernandez, right?" she asked in her squeaky voice, and as she did, heads immediately began to turn. The others were surprised, but none more than Sophia. Meanwhile, Adrian kept watching them, wondering what it was all about. "Yes," Sophia admitted, and the next moment, the girl squealed in excitement. "I knew IT!" the girl cried out, thrusting the pen and paper towards Sophia for an autograph. "I adore your voice and own all your albums. Your fans have been so worried since you vanished suddenly, but meeting you here makes me so happy." Thanks." Sophia gave her an awkward smile, giving the girl the autograph she wanted from, but more people kept coming, and in the end, James had to call for security to get things under control. "That's why you wore a mask whenever we went out," Seraphina teased Sophia once things settled down. "I didn't know you were a singer," Adrian said, surprised. "Well, you did, but let's forget about that," Sophia said, shaking her head. "The tests are about to begin." Turning their attention to the stage, they saw a towering woman standing there. She was like an Amazonian warrior with her impressive height and muscular build. When the group caught sight of her, they instinctively turned to look at Amelia, who resembled her but with less muscle. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, and they all quickly turned their gaze back to the stage without saying a word. ***** bonus chapters for the golden tickets will be released tomorrow and the day after. Thank you for all the support. Chapter 191, Toppling the Order 2. It's good to see a lively bunch appear for the trials this time around, the Amazonian woman, Mei Ling, announced. Unlike the usual moppy, good-for-nothing brats. While she judged them, Adrian wasted no time and used analysis on her, and he was surprised. Unlike most people present there, she was no fluke. Interesting. Since the tests are about to begin, I'll be taking my leave, James informed the group, shaking Adrian's hand. "But I'll be in the building. Feel free to call me if you need anything." "Sure," Adrian replied, and the agent left without another word. I feel bad for him being overworked, but oh well, that's a government job for you. By then, Adrian and the rest of the crew had been given their registration numbers as well. Adrian's was 117, while the rest had numbers ranging from 108 to 111. "Seems like I'm the last person to get tested," Adrian shrugged, pocketing the token he had been given. "Before anyone asks, these numbers are assigned randomly and will determine the order of the trials and the opponents each participant would face." Mei Ling continued and snapped her fingers. On cue, several people dressed in suits rushed to the stage with strange-looking devices in hand. A few more arrived, and Mei Ling carried on with her explanation. "This beauty here is called Manicule Assessment Machine, or MAM for short. When your number is called, put your hands on the golden orb and pour your mana into it. Sounds simple enough, right? So don't dare fuck it up." Mei kept yelling and didn't stop until she was done saying her piece. "The machine will rate your potential. If you're D rank or higher, you'll proceed with the test. If not, go to reception to get your ranker card and other accessories. Is that clear?" With that, Mei stepped off the stage, but not without shooting glares at random people, including Seraphina. "Ooh, I like that one." Seraphina smiled, cracking her knuckles. "Can't wait to make her my bitch till we're here for the test." "Nothing else," Adrian informed her, weirded out by Seraphina's hidden side. "Of course, don't worry. The test and the taste go hand in hand." People were called to the stage one after another to be tested. But the more people were tested, the more Adrian felt James was correct. Most of the people there were C rank or below in terms of potential. Out of the 107 people who were tested, Only 3 were B rank, 21 were ranked C, and 23 were ranked D. The remaining 60 comprised E and F rankers who left the auditorium huffing and puffing. At the same time, they were also informed that the test was an assessment of their latent prowess. Subsequent evaluations would determine their proper ranks. In simple words, they were telling them that just because someone has the potential to be an A ranker doesn't mean they'll ever become one. The MAM only showed that the person has the potential to become an A ranker in future. Adrian knew this fact because even in Nixaria, they couldn't figure out someone's exact rank using their advanced technology. That's why they gave up on the idea and just used levels to classify people. The method had its flaws, but it was better than judging someone based on their potential rank. While he was lost in his thoughts, it was Amelia's turn next. The group noticed some people laughing and rolling their eyes when she approached the machine, probably because of her disability. Even the DRA members seemed to think she was wasting her time because she only had one hand and hence couldn't possibly be someone worthy of becoming a hunter. Sophia was enraged by their comments, but Adrian told her to calm down. Amelia is capable enough to make them eat their words. Sophia relented and stepped back, allowing the test to go as planned. Amelia took a deep breath and placed her hand on the device. Everyone who expected another E or F ranker had their mouth wide in shock when Amelia became the first A ranker in the room. Is that how, without saying a word, Amelia nodded and walked back to the group as the crowd parted, still in shock? However, things were about to get a lot more shocking. Sophia was next, and as they expected, she also ranked A. But the actual shock came when Serafina and Amila stepped up to take the test. As soon as they placed their hands on the machines, they went haywire and the damn meter broke. The DRA agents quickly swapped out the old machines for new ones, figuring the old ones were busted after continuous tests, but it didn't make a difference. And just like that, 2 S-rankers joined the rankings, increasing the number of S-ranked hunters in the USA from 3 to 5. Everyone lost their damn minds both inside the auditorium and outside. It hadn't even been a minute, but the news had already reached the online realm, causing scouters from the most prominent guilds to rush to the DRA headquarters and poach them away from the DRA. Even James Hurley called them to get the confirmation and said he was rushing back there and not to leave the room for their safety. Adrian shrugged and handed over the phone to Sophia. People were so preoccupied that they didn't even notice the rest of the gradings, and soon, it was Adrian's turn. People were too occupied with Serafina and Amila to notice him walk up the stage. It wasn't until they heard a loud explosion from the stage that they turned their attention back to the stage. Forget about the malfunctioning machine. Adrian's touch made the damn thing explode. Like before, the agents brought another machine, but it was also blown into smithereens. Adrian Fenrir, a staff member, announced the results after deliberating with the higher-ups. B beyond S grade. Adrian smiled once the result was announced and thought, try messing with me now, my dear brother. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Toppling the Order 3, James sprinted through the corridors with all his might. Being a hunter specializing in agility, it was easy for him to breeze through the building, but he found it difficult to control his raging heartbeat. 2 S-rankers in one day, James thought, rushing past another agent. Things are about to get heated here. By now, those guilds are probably already hovering outside like the vultures they are. I should tighten the security around here. As he sprinted, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and without breaking his stride, he fished it out and answered. Hello? James, it's me. His superior's voice crackled through the phone. We need to talk about the situation with the new hunters. Yes, sir, I'm aware of the situation with the S-rankers. I should be there in 20 seconds, James said, thinking his boss was, as usual, trying to take credit for it. Hence, he had yet to inform the association heads about it. I'm not talking about the S-rankers. There's something more important than that. Has this idiot gone senile? James thought but kept it to himself. What's that? Sir, we've received reports of not just 2 S-rank hunters, but also a beyond S-rank hunter having been identified there, his superior explained urgently. Do you not know what's happening right under your nose? I wasn't aware, sir, he stammered. James took a deep breath. Was his boss pranking him? There were barely any S-ranks on Earth. How could they suggest someone above the known limits had appeared there out of nowhere? But instead of acting up, James's phone pinged again. It was another message from Rico, the intern working under him. James had left him to monitor things in the auditorium and inform him about Adrian and his subordinates. Results. Rico had told him about Serafina and Amila's grades and had been pinging him continuously. James had chalked it up as the kid panicking under pressure, but now that he saw his messages, James was taken aback. James skidded to a halt, his mind reeling with the new information. Beyond S rank? He repeated. What the hell is this about? That's what I'm asking you. The boss roared through the phone. You're there, so tell me about it. However, instead of replying to the superior, James disconnected the call and immediately dialed someone else. Heightened security around the DRA building, he instructed the person on the other side. No one enters or leaves without my permission. I don't care if it's a superior or not. If anyone has problems, send them my way. With that, James was about to sprint again when the junior pinged him again. This time, it was a news article that stated, "Incident at the DRA Regional Headquarters, Miami. A new ranker was identified. Adrian Fenrir, the first ever Beyond S ranker. These bastards sure are quick *****. Meanwhile, inside the auditorium Beyond S rank, is that even possible? The entire auditorium was thrown into chaos. People didn't know how to react to the news of a Beyond S rank hunter among them. The staff tried to keep the public from approaching Adrian, but in vain. To their surprise, the DRA realized that some scouters from famous guilds had disguised themselves as examinees to take advantage of low security and competition-free Nocom, but that all changed when Mei Ling stepped back inside the auditorium. Being an S-ranker herself, no one wanted to face her, and even the scouters begrudgingly backed down. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mei Ling's thunderous voice roared over the chaos, silencing everyone. Everyone empty the halls except the S-rankers, and that's an order. The protests erupted once again, but one look from Mei Ling put an end to that as well. No one wanted to face the anger of the Crimson Siren, but someone still tried. You can't keep the rankers away from other guilds, one burly-looking scouter yelled. It can be considered malpractice under Section 69B if you're going to push the rules in someone's face. Make sure you understand them fully, Mei replied, getting into the man's face as her red hair turned even brighter. You're only allowed to talk to the hunters after their records are out for everyone to see. She continued, and last time I checked, that's yet to happen. Plus, sneaking in here with a fake identity? That's a serious crime, even for a hunter. And as far as I know, that's a felony with a maximum term of 15 years imprisonment. Do you want me to report it? The scouters backed up after that with no exceptions. All they could do was glare at Mei's back. Soon, the agents went to work, but as they were about to ask Sophia and Amelia to leave, Adrian stepped in. There with me doesn't matter, Mei interrupted. I've been instructed to make everyone leave. Kick them out, and I'll leave with them, Adrian replied, getting into her. The choice is yours, but I have a feeling your superiors don't want that. Mei stared back at him, but when Adrian didn't back down, she smiled and stepped back. You got a lot of guts for a freshie, Mei smirked before turning toward the agent. Leave them be. I would hate to be demoted because of this. *****. Meanwhile, being kicked out wasn't going to stop people from talking. In fact, it only made it worse, as the scouters waiting outside were craving any information about the Beyond S ranker because the DRA was busy striking down any article that mentioned it. However, no one had any substantial information about Adrian. It wasn't unexpected, as he had kept to himself throughout the trials, but that didn't stop them from making up random details and feeding them to the scouters. He has DRA in his pockets. The results were manipulated. He's handsome, being surrounded by women. Someone even went as far as saying that Adrian and Mei were in a hidden relationship. All sorts of rumors flooded the internet, and by the time Adrian learned about them, he had already been branded a genius, billionaire, playboy, and philanthropist. But not all attention was positive, as countless rankers felt their positions were in danger and wanted to do something about it, preferably something to put an end to Adrian Fenrir's unexpected rise. Chapter 193 Chapter 193 Weekly Bonus Chapter 1/2 Dracotaurus won the entity. Conqueror of 12 labors, puffs his chest, feeling proud of the user's accomplishments. The lesser entity, not a pervert in running shoes, applauds the user for chasing after women and fame at the same time. The higher entity, thundering pervert with a pet eagle, has started paying attention to the user. Countless notifications flooded before Adrian's eyes, but he couldn't pay attention to them as he was preoccupied with his ongoing test. It was pretty easy to face the creatures until now, but Adrian felt things were about to change. Just one more, and it'll be over. He was in a simulation room with many people watching. There were the girls, but then James, Mei, and countless people from the DRA were also spectating him. The trial was simple. The DRA's simulation would create monsters for him to fight. The more matches he wins, the higher his final rank would be. The test was eerily similar to how the Tulkas sorted their slaves. Upon remembering them, Adrian couldn't help but grit his teeth. Even after so many days, he was still reminded of that bloody night when his fellow heroes were killed so mercilessly by those bastards. No, don't go down that path, Adrian thought, placing a hand on his chest. As much as he wanted to know what happened to Vincent and the rest, there was no point dwelling on that. They were realms apart, and so far, Adrian had no plans of returning to that wretched place. Hunter has passed the A-rank trial, proceeding with the S-rank trial in T-3 minutes. An electronic voice announced, and the forest scene returned to that of a modern marvel. Looking around, Adrian noticed strange-looking white sleek panels lined the walls, emitting a soft glow that aided in the simulation of random beasts. Besides that, he was forced to wear a strange bodysuit that simulated injuries and other conditions based on the scenario he was thrown into. For example, the forest he had been in moments ago felt extremely real, with birds chirping and tall trees surrounding him. Usually, he'd be able to walk through the trees, but even they had a physical representation in the form of random pillars. It was so that the hunter taking the test could take advantage of the surroundings like it would in a real fight. Just now, he defeated a forest troll to cross the rank at trial, officially making him an A-ranker. Even if he were to fail the next test, he would still be one of the few A-rankers in the country. But that's not enough. I want more. The entity, Sin of Greed, smirks and says wanting more is always better. Multiple entities shake their head in disagreement. The S-rank trial will start in 60 seconds. Please be ready. As the announcement was made, Adrian let go of the Minotaur's broadsword and retrieved the serpent whip from his inventory. Countless eyebrows were raised when he accessed the inventory, which confused Adrian. Back in Nyxaria, even some commoners had their own pocket space to store things. That's why he thought having inventories would also be common on Earth, but that didn't seem to be the case. Tesk, I'll have to be careful about what I show them here, Adrian thought, staring at the people who were religiously preparing a report that would be made public following the trials. No matter how eager he was to unleash his full potential, he had to restrain himself. With his status skyrocketing as America's only beyond S-rank hunter, thanks to the internet's viral spread, he had undoubtedly garnered many enemies waiting to take him down before he could undermine them any more than he already had. The S-rank trial will begin in 3, 2, 1. The simulated world returned to the forest again, only there were fewer trees this time. As for his opponent, since it was an S-rank trial, Adrian was expecting to face a dragon, and he wasn't disappointed. Well, in a way. The creature standing in front of Adrian was a half-dragon, half-centaur hybrid. It was the first time he had seen such a grotesque creature exist. The creature's torso resembled a lizardman's upper body, while the rest of the body belonged to a small four-legged wingless dragon. Devourer the Dracotaurus. That's the best name you could come up with. Adrian sighed, preparing his weapon. Creature type, Dracotaurus level, 100 rank, a plus HP, 7,900 stats, strength, 121 defense, 111 agility, 112 intelligence, 36 magic affinity, 80 mana, 123% special abilities. 1. Fiery Breath. Dracotaurus can unleash a torrent of flames from their mouths, dealing fire damage to all enemies in a cone-shaped area in front of them. Ironhide. Possessing thick, scaled skin, Dracotaurus have natural armor that reduces incoming physical damage by 20%. 3. Feral Roar. Dracotaurus emits a deafening roar that can momentarily stun nearby foes, disrupting their actions and leaving them vulnerable. Behavior. Dracotaurus are fearsome predators that inhabit mountainous regions and volcanic landscapes. They are highly territorial and aggressive, often attacking intruders on sight. Despite their fierce nature, they can be cunning hunters, utilizing their intelligence to outmaneuver prey. Weaknesses. 1. Arcane vulnerability. Dracotauruses are particularly susceptible to arcane damage, taking 25% more damage from spells and magical attacks. 2. Tail vulnerability. The Dracotaurus's tail, while a powerful weapon, is also a weak point. A well-timed strike to the tail can incapacitate or hinder its mobility for a short while, making it susceptible to physical attacks. Probability of victory, 67% threat level. Moderate special remark. Have you ever seen a dragon and a centaur fall in love and make a baby? Yeah, that's the Dracotaurus for you. It's like nature couldn't decide which terrifying creature to create, so it went for both. Just your average day in a fucked up world, both figuratively and literally. Who the fuck is writing all this? Adrian shook his head. Whoever it is must have lots of free time to waste my time like this. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Dracotaurus 2 cracking its tail like a whip. The abomination of a creature struck first. Adrian didn't move from his spot until the last second and swung the whip with all his might. The creature had gotten too close and couldn't dodge the attack aimed towards its eyes. The following second, following a scream, the beast suddenly came to a halt, losing its balance and falling sideways as the whip struck its eyes, rupturing them. The higher entity, the Virgin Queen of Hunters, takes notice of the user's skills and proposes a challenge. You have received a new quest. Quest title: Ace Hunter Quest Level, Rare Quest Commissioner. The Virgin Queen of Hunters quest description: hunting is the favorite pastime of most entities. As such, the Virgin Queen of Hunters hopes you can entertain her with your skills. Task: defeat the Centaurus within the given time limit. Rewards: level 30 armor selection box bonus rewards for optional challenges. A title penalty for failure: you will suffer a temporary debuff, reducing your stats by 30% for 24 hours. Time limit: 120 seconds. freewebvul.co. Caution: will the user accept the quest? Yes/no. Might as well. With the beast's eyes gone, it began thrashing around, both in pain and anger. Getting closer to the creature became a problem once the Dracatoris began spewing fire everywhere. But something was off. How the hell is a simulated creature letting out real flames? In the previous matches, Adrian's suit simulated pain and other combat details. But unlike before, he knew the flames coming out of the beast were real because he would feel the heat and the destruction in the simulated place when the trees caught fire. Now that I think about it, I remember seeing a magic circle before the creature appeared. Did someone summon the real deal? Adrian didn't know whether the summoning was intentional but decided to go along with it. But to do that, he needed to increase his range and know exactly what to do. Adrian retrieved the broadsword from his inventory and wrapped the whip around the blade's handle. He have loved to use Blood Mist and end the fight in an instant, but he wanted to keep some cards hidden in case of emergencies. What is he doing? James mumbled under his breath as the higher-ups watched on. James and the rest got their answers at the following moment. Adrian began to swing the whip with both hands, with the sword attached to the very end. Taking a page out of Taurus's book, Seraphina smiled as Adrian struck the beast again. Yeah, only you can think of something so absurd. Adrian swung the whip aimed at Dracatoris's head, but the creature managed to dodge the strike based on its instinct. However, the beast wasn't aware of the extended reach and the sword managed to graze its bare chest. Without wasting time, Adrian undid the sword and the whip before using the whip to jump into the air with the help of a tree, Tarzan style. The blind creature kept attacking the ground, unaware of its prey's whereabouts. The Dracatoris, its senses dulled by blindness and Adrian's unpredictable attacks, remained unaware of his approach. Adrian landed squarely on its back a moment later with a thud, his feet sinking into the tough, scaly hide. But as soon as he made contact, the beast erupted into a frenzy. Adrian clenched his teeth, gripping the whip wrapped around the creature's neck for dear life as it threshed and bucked, attempting to throw him off. The Dracatoris even used its massive tail, aiming to knock Adrian off its back. But Adrian was ready. He drew his sword with lightning reflexes and brought it down, slicing cleanly through the tail. A loud howl echoed through the chamber as the Dracatoris reeled in agony, blood gushing from the stump where its tail once was. Seizing the opportunity, Adrian wasted no time. While the severed tail twitched on the ground, he lunged forward, tightening his whip around the creature's thick neck. The Dracatoris thrashed and roared, knowing it would be the end if it didn't react. But Adrian held firm, his grip unyielding as he tightened the whip around the beast's throat. With a primal roar, he pulled the whip with all his might, channeling every ounce of strength into his arms. "You unbelievable!" One of the higher-ups couldn't remain seated any longer. Never have I seen someone attempt to put down a draconic beast with pure strength. Indeed, this lad is special. I can feel it. Meanwhile, May, who had gone through the same trial, remembered it took her over an hour to figure out the creature's weakness and more than twice that long to defeat it. Yet Adrian figured out the weakness and struck it with extreme precision. It almost felt like he had been fighting against Dracatoris all his life. Otherwise, she couldn't explain how he reduced a creature like that into a mess in under a minute. Beyond S rank? Huh? There might be some truth to it after all, May thought, letting a rare smile grace her lips. Their thoughts were interrupted by a loud crack sound. Adrian had snapped the Dracatoris's neck like a twig, its massive form collapsing on the ground as its soul left its body. Adrian stood victorious over the creature, and as he looked at the prompts before him, he realized it was indeed a summoned draconic creature, not a simulation, or else it'd have disappeared following his victory. Not to mention the experience I gained. You have killed a Dracatoris. X plus 5,100 accumulated exp. 7,150 / Adrian wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes still on the lifeless form of the Dracatoris. Such a shame I can't store the corpse away to use later, Arian thought, side-eyeing the people around. Thankfully, I have something else to look forward to. Congratulations! Quest completed. Ace Hunter, you have defeated the Dracatoris under the given time limit, proving your strength and resilience. As a reward for your bravery, you have earned 1. Level 30 Armor Selection Box Bonus Reward for slaying the Dracotaurus in under a minute. Unique growth-based title, Myth Hunter, when fighting against creatures at least 15 levels higher than the user's. The user will gain a plus 25% critical chance for 2 minutes. If the beast is slain within that time limit, the user's strength and critical damage will permanently increase by 2%. Chapter 195 Chapter 195 Super Rookie 1. Once the trials were over, James didn't waste any time and rushed Adrian to the director's office on the tower's highest floor. Adrian was taken aback by their hastiness as he wanted to watch the rest of the trials. However, the Devourer had no time to waste and acted quickly. The trials were over and the recordings were made public as per the protocol. Having seen the recordings, the hungry guilds were rushing to the gates, and not even the Devourer could keep them out of the tower anymore. Not legally, at least, but they could delay the inevitable, and that's what they had done. They knew every guild would be after Adrian and his team as soon as they set foot inside. That's why they only had a few minutes to offer Adrian the best deal under the sun and convince him to join them. Though unlikely, they had to shoot their shot and hope for the best. James ushered Adrian inside, but didn't enter the chamber himself. Adrian looked around. It was a typical elitist office, enclosed in glass walls that overlooked the bustling city below. Multiple screens were lined next to each other, broadcasting the latest news bulletin. The headlines blared in bold letters. Almost all the headlines were about Adrian, with some even adding the age-old photographs he had forgotten existed to show what little they could about him. Who is the Super Rookie? Super Rookie takes America by storm. Millionaire Super Rookie. Here's everything we know about Adrian Fenrir. Adrian raised an eyebrow upon reading all those headlines. He didn't think it would be such a big deal, but wasn't disappointed. He wanted to make an explosion, and did just that. In the middle of the screen stood a man Adrian hadn't seen or heard about before. From his physique, Adrian guessed it was someone no older than his 30s, but he was wrong. The man was in his 50s, but his form remained chiseled like a Greek god despite his age, muscles rippling beneath his tailor's suit. He looked like he could bench press a truck. He watched the news with all his attention until he noticed Adrian's footsteps and turned around to greet the man of the hour. Super Rookie, the man scoffed. What a childish title. Don't you think so, Mr. Fenrir? Maybe it is, but I'm more concerned about the unfairness of the situation. I don't get it. You know everything about me, but I don't. How are we supposed to negotiate like this? Adrian replied, shaking the man's hand. Also, you have quite a grip. I can say the same for you, the man replied, gesturing toward the chairs beside them. Regarding your query, you can call me Rick like everyone does. I am the executive director of this fine establishment. What will you have? Tea, coffee, water, liquor? Your offer will do just fine. I forgot I was dealing with a businessman, Rick chuckled. Our offer, there's little to nothing we won't offer to have you on board. So, let me ask you what you want from us. Adrian couldn't help but smile at Rick's words. To have the upper hand in negotiations was why he went all out to garner as much attention as he could. But still, allowing him to dictate the terms was a bit too much, even from Adrian's perspective. I got them hooked. All right, time to pull the fishies out now. However, now that Adrian thought about it, he had almost everything he wanted. A golden goose of a company gave him more funds than he knew what to do with. The world's greatest blacksmith was in his pockets working for him. Other than that, what did you want the most? Tibellus, training, power, and a freaking army. Someday, he'd have to return to Nyxaria to deal with the church and exact his revenge. Besides that, the elves were officially his enemies, too, and so were the Netherites. To deal with them, he would need to gain power and surround himself with people who were just as big of maniacs as he was. The best way to do it was undoubtedly to create his own guild, but he was too lazy to do that. Instead, taking over an existing guild and making it his own would be better and quicker. It would be easy to do that since he wasn't alone. With 2 S rankers and A rankers, any guild would be begging to have all of them join them. Unfortunately, DRA wasn't that association. Taking over a global organization wasn't on his list and required too much work. But that didn't mean Adrian should outright refuse Rick or his potential offer. What I want the most is freedom, Adrian mumbled, breaking the silence. I want to do whatever I want, whenever I want. Can the DRA make it possible? I heard you were quite greedy, but those rumors don't do you justice. Rick chuckled, leaning back in his chair. You want me to offer you something even I don't have? Someone once said, with great powers comes great responsibilities. Adrian shrugged. Been there, done that, but those things are not for me. You can call me selfish or greedy or whatever. I don't mind. You asked what I want, so I'm telling you. Rick didn't reply. He just nodded along. Maybe he knew the negotiations weren't going anywhere, so he didn't bother saying otherwise. The DRA fell under the UNSC, and as such, they always have to answer someone. Even novel.com thides, they had to act responsibly because of it. So, Adrian's request wasn't something Rick could entertain, even if he was a beyond S-rank super rookie. Rick had hopes from the negotiations, but it seemed he would have to let Adrian go, and he wished the young lad wouldn't do something stupid to end up on the other side as the DRA. If that's all you're after, then I wish you luck. But this isn't the kind of organization that can welcome you. I already knew that, Adrian interrupted Rick, wanting to say his piece first. So my idea is you could hire me as a contractor. I'd work with you on a contract basis, one job at a time. I'm listening. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Super Rookie 2. The lobby was already busy, but that didn't stop the guild scouters from pouring in like a flood. From seeing the emblems they wore proudly on their sleeves, one could know what guild they belonged to. It was not like anyone had the time to give them special treatment, so most of them went unnoticed. Once inside, the scouts immediately made a beeline for the reception. Usually, only 3 receptionists worked there at any given time, but due to the overwhelming number of calls and queries they were receiving, their number had to be increased to 20. But that didn't stop the scouters from interrupting them. "Excuse me," one scouter said, leaning over the counter. "We need to know Adrian and his team's whereabouts. It's urgent." "Just a moment, please," the young lady said, placing the call on hold and giving the scouter a form to fill. "What is this?" the scouter asked, not looking at the paper. "I'd like to know where they are. Mr. Fenrir and his team left the premises right after their tests were completed," the receptionist bluntly replied. Before leaving, he asked every scout, no matter the guild, to fill out this form and submit it back here. He'd go through the list and contact the guilds later if he thinks the application is worth it. The scouters were left puzzled. They were used to handing out forms to those who wanted to join them and take interviews, but it seemed Adrian wanted to take their interviews instead. As humiliating as the situation was for the guilds, they had to swallow their pride, as Adrian was a fish any fisherman would want at all costs. But some were insistent, like Michaela from the Misty Swords Guild. "Would you mind sharing? I'm sorry, but I don't have any further information," the receptionist said, cutting her off and pointing at the form. Some wanted to know why the DRA acted like a middleman and gatekeeping Adrian's information. After all, they usually offer the hunters a contract, just like the other guilds, and then move on. But this time, they were going out of their way to help Adrian, and the guilds wanted to know why. However, the receptionist was slick, brushing off the question each time the scouts asked, no matter how persistent they were. "You've got an hour to submit those forms. Better hurry before you run out of time," the receptionist gave them an ultimatum. "Have a great day ahead." Asterisk. A few hours later, at Fenrir's village, James had dropped off the forms Adrian had requested, and now it was time to go through the hundreds of forms that had been submitted. The girls and George were also helping. "I won't recommend joining the Misty Swords," George commented, rolling up their application and throwing it alongside other rejected applications. "What? I thought you'd recommend them since they are your clients," Adrian replied, his eyes focused on the report in hand. "Not anymore," George clicked his tongue. "They wanted me to do some shady shit for them, so I handed their case to my partner." "Shady things?" "Yeah, silencing the media, forcing the DRA, etc., etc." George sighed and got up to pour himself a drink. "The gist is that they don't want it to be known they were behind Shinnon's misfortune. Still, you could have made a lot of money that way. Let me make one thing clear. You're the only person I do shady things for, not every random person who walks into my office." "Well, I can't complain since you pay me handsomely." The girls laughed at their bromance, but Adrian noticed Sophia wasn't being her usual self. He had seen it but chalked it to their arrival on Earth. However, she sometimes seemed a bit too distant, and Adrian wondered why. He gently nudged her with his elbow, gesturing her to follow him. Everyone noticed their interaction but turned a blind eye to it. After all, it wasn't their place to intervene. Asterisk. Sophia stood on the balcony as the calm winds played with her hair. She held on to the railing, lost in her thoughts when Adrian appeared with drinks in hand. "Here you go," he said softly, offering her a drink. "Now, tell me what's wrong." "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Sophia replied, acting her best. "I might not remember the guy you fell in love with, but I'm still Adrian," he replied. "I know something is happening inside your head. So, tell me so that I can help you. Not as your lover, but as a friend. You're so annoying, you know that?" Sophia turned to face him, a wan smile on her lips as she accepted the drink. "It feels strangely warm when you see right through me." Adrian leaned against the balcony, studying her face, but said nothing. Sophia knew he wouldn't stop till she told him, so that's what he did. "It's about my family," Sophia sighed, her gaze drifting to the moon above. You knew about it before, but since you lost your memories, I guess I'll have to tell you again. Tell me what? Sophia took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to reveal. My family, they're part of the high society in France, she began slowly. Somehow, they learned of my return to Earth, and now they're urging me to go back and carry on with my engagement. Adrian's eyes widened in surprise, and he nearly choked on his drink. You're engaged? Since when? All this while. Sophia looked down, her fingers tracing patterns on the railing. I've been engaged to a man of my parents' choice, but I only learned about it a day before we were summoned to Nixaria. Even then, I didn't want to, but things happened before I could talk to them and now I'm in this mess. Adrian's confusion turned to concern as he reached to touch her arm. So they were forcing a marriage on you? Wait, it's been 6 years since we disappeared, and that guy is still single? He wasn't for a while, but he is now. At least according to them, she replied. Funny, how I was at peace when they thought I died or something. Wait a minute, they thought you were dead, but now that you're back, they want you to go through with the engagement to someone who already got married once. You know, cancels out your previous engagement, right? Adrian let out an exaggerated sigh, trying to lighten up the situation. You know what? I bet George knows some slick French lawyers. We can shut them up, and if that doesn't work, we'll just tell them we are already married. Sorry, No, it's fine, Sophia murmured, fidgeting with her hands. It isn't like we never planned for it, but let's just live in the moment for now. Adrian wasn't pleased with the outcome but nodded. Even though he felt strange inside, he knew it was Sophia's choice to make, not his. Chapter 197 Chapter 197 Super Rookie 3. As the couple returned to the living room, they noticed a shift in the atmosphere. George sprang up from his armchair, a piece of paper clutched tightly in his hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Adrian! Sophia! George called out eagerly, gesturing them over to look at something. You won't believe what just arrived. Reabville.com arrived? Adrian frowned, taking the papers from George. I thought you guys found a guild for us to join. Not everything revolves around the guilds, he declared, a grin spreading across his face. It's something even better. A dungeon permit. Adrian explained, his voice tinged with disbelief. Already? Sophia leaned in, peering over Adrian's shoulder to get a better look. This is incredible, she mumbled, a smile spreading across her lips. I don't think anyone would have received a request so soon. Executive Director must have been impressed by you. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's gear up and head out. Adventure awaits. George punched the air. He was more excited than all of them combined, but Adrian had to rein on his parade. Hold your horses, dumbass. Adrian shook his head, pointing at the date. The request is for tomorrow, not tonight. Besides, there's somewhere I need to visit, so there's that. Amile smiled when she heard that. Vesper had been asking to meet Adrian for a while now, but Adrian wasn't ready to face her, but it seemed he had changed his mind. It wouldn't be easy for him, but he knew nothing would change between them if he kept waiting. And how are you planning to leave? Take a cab? George commented. Nah, I'm taking your car. Tesk, I already told you. You'll need a driving license for that then. Adrian took something from his pocket and placed it on the table. George's smile faded when he realized what it was. How did you? You'll be surprised to know that the DRA Regional HQ also runs simulated driving tests, Adrian replied with a crazy smile. And I passed with flying colors, so the keys please? With shaking hands, George fished the key out of his pocket and gave it to Adrian. He turned to leave without a word, stopping to pet Fenris, who was fast asleep on the bed George had gotten for her. George, are you good? Sophia asked. Why yeah, I'm good, he replied, collapsing on the sofa. I'll prepare a funeral for my car. Oh, come on, it won't be that bad, Serafina shrugged. Adrian won't crash the car. Oh, I know, he'll do something much worse. The girls were confused until George explained what he had done to Adrian's car once. It was during the height of their prank wars, and George's girlfriend at the time came up with an excellent idea for him to end it all, or so he thought. As planned, he filled it with trash just a day before Adrian's first date with Emma. Adrian was supposed to freak out, but George would have lent his car to him. However, the date was cancelled and Ava, Adrian's mom, who was working as a nurse then, had to take it as her car wouldn't start. It was a mess, and Ava almost got fired from her job because of it, and Adrian barely forgave George for that. Ever since that day, he had been demanding keys for my car, George concluded, but the girls didn't know whether to laugh or not. I'm sure Adrian wouldn't do something like that. Serafina tried reassuring George, but he knew Adrian better than anyone. We also had a pact. George let out a defeated sigh. All pranks must be paid back in double, and we never officially ended the prank war. Let's keep a moment of silence for your car, Sophia mumbled, for it shall never remain the same. ****. Adrian hesitated at the door, his hand hovering over the handle as he took a deep breath. Even the super rookie couldn't help but get nervous at that moment. Gathering all his courage, he peeked into the room. His heart sank upon seeing his beloved teacher wrapped up in bandages. Her eyes, usually bright and full of life, now looked dim with pain. But despite it all, she still managed a small smile as she gazed out of the window, lost in the beauty of the night sky. Here goes nothing. Taking another breath to steady himself, Adrian stepped into the room. "Hey, teach," Adrian mumbled and tried to smile back, but the weight of his guilt made it difficult. Vesper turned her head towards him, her smile widening as soon as she saw him. "About damn time you showed up," Vesper replied, fighting back her tears. "Don't just stand there like some stranger." Adrian smiled back and crossed the room to her bedside. He pulled up a chair and sat down, his eyes never leaving her face. "I'm sorry, teach," Adrian mumbled, letting out a massive sigh. "I should have protected you. I should have been quicker." Vesper reached out a hand and placed it gently on Adrian's cheek, gently caressing his cheek. "Hey, none of that," she said firmly, lifting his face. "You did everything you could, Adrian. You saved me, remember? Even fought an army based on what the girls told me." She continued, "Someone as brave as you doesn't need to apologize. Besides, I am alive and safe. What more could I ask for?" "But you wouldn't have needed saving if it wasn't for me," he muttered. "Oh, little brother," she said fondly, flicking his forehead. "You always were too hard on yourself. None of this is your fault. I wanted to save you from them as much as you wanted to fight by my side." She continued, "The way I see it, I'm as much at fault as you are. Do you want me to start blaming myself like you are?" Adrian shook his head, feeling pathetic that she was the one consoling him even in her condition. "Thanks, teach," Adrian replied, a weight lifting off his shoulders. "You don't know how much it means to me." "Of course I do, you idiot. After all, I'm your sister." Vesper smiled, pulling him in for a hug. "I also saw you in the news, Mr. Super Rookie. Mind telling me what that's all about?" Chapter 198. The White Tiger Clan won the next morning. Well, it really is them. The Super Rookie in the flesh. I heard he got the highest scores in the trials as well. Don't exaggerate. It's probably a stunt from the DRA to boost public morale or something. Adrian, Sophia, and Amelia were at the dungeon site. Since Vesper had been discharged and returned home to live with them, Amelia and Serafina stayed back to help her. They stayed back because they couldn't enter the dungeon, as it was only for players up to level 50 or B rank and below. Since Amelia and Serafina didn't meet either condition, they couldn't enter the dungeon, unlike Adrian, who was still stuck at level 30. "It's stupid of them to impose such restrictions on the hunters," Sophia said, expressing what was happening inside everyone's heads. Why there was a DRA imposed level and rank requirement was beyond Adrian's grasp, but, well, having high rankers inside the dungeon would take all the fun out of it for beginners. So it wasn't like Adrian was complaining. He merely found it odd. However, they weren't alone. Hundreds of hunters were waiting for their turn to enter the dungeon. Most belonged to certain guilds or had formed go-to parties to enter the dungeon on a whim. However, something felt off. While some hunters were staring at them, a few hunters were doing more than watching them. They were observing their every move. Adrian found it odd that they acted like that and were about to deal with them. But James appeared to greet them before he could investigate further. "I hope you didn't have any trouble finding your way here," he said, extending his hand. "None at all," Adrian replied, noticing the journalists standing further apart. "Those journalists, is it safe for them to be this close to a dungeon?" "Do worry about them. They are journalists, but awakened ones. Being near a B-rank dungeon will be fine." James waved his hands dismissively. "Forget about them. Let me debrief you about the dungeon." Dark Forest Dungeon, also called the Goblin Hub, was one of the oldest dungeons to have appeared in the first repeatable dungeon. Hence, the DRA had the right to the dungeon and initially used it for research purposes. However, within a few months, it had been converted into a training ground for up-and-coming hunters. At least, that's what it had been used for the last 5 years. The primary monsters are goblins, but hunters have reported sightings of mutated creatures, James concluded. "But we haven't found any mutated being inside despite thorough investigations. But be vigilant." Adrian nodded. Last night, he had done some research on the internet related to the dungeon. However, he didn't find much, possibly because it was a beginner dungeon, so no one was interested in talking about it. However, he had read a few articles about the mutants James mentioned. There was little information about those, either, because none of the hunters had gone against those creatures. Due to the level and rank restrictions, no one was strong enough to face the mutants. However, when DRA sent high-ranking hunters to deal with them, they could not find any mutants. Hence, it was dismissed as a rumor and a gag order was placed on online forums to stop the spread of misinformation. It'd be interesting to find these mutants. I'm curious about what kind of organs they would drop for me. I see, Amelia mumbled. In other words, it's a beginner dungeon for us to prove our strength. James nodded. The executive director decided it would be a good spot for your group to debut. Besides, if you can clear it in under 3 hours, you'll break the previous record, and that should be enough to increase your fame. Tell Director Rick I said thanks, Adrian mumbled, entering through the portal. Especially for the weapons. You can do it yourself, James replied. I'll be waiting here for your return. Asterisk 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 you have received a new quest. Quest title, Mutant Menace Quest Level, Rare Quest Commissioner, System Objective, close the dungeon before the time runs out. Quest description, due to inbreeding and cannibalism, the dungeon's ecosystem has been disrupted, causing mutated beings to appear. Task, kill 10 mutated goblins. Kill 2 mutated goblins shamans. Kill the dungeon boss, mutated goblin lord. Rewards, plus 3,500 X mystery reward progression reward bonus rewards for optional challenges. None penalty for failure. You will suffer a temporary debuff, reducing your stats by 60% for 24 hours. The dungeon's curse will haunt you, attracting other hostile creatures for 3 days. Time limit. This quest must be completed within 10 hours. Caution. Will the user accept the quest? Yes/no note. Upon rejecting the quest, the user will be teleported out of the dungeon. The user can only move ahead upon accepting the quest. Haven't found any mutated creatures, Adrian shook his head. Yet I got a quest to hunt only mutants. Either my luck is that shitty, or this expedition is doomed. However, Adrian wasn't the only one who received the strange set of quests. Sophia and Amelia also received the same tasks, albeit they weren't asked to kill the dungeon boss. Well, we got to kill the boss to clear the dungeon either way, Amelia shrugged. So we might as well help you out. Agreed, Sophia chimed in. Besides, we need to make a new record for the super rookie to shine. However, they were interrupted when a party of 7 hunters joined them next. All of them were wearing cloaks akin to white tiger's fur. A total of 50 people could enter the dungeon in one session. As such, it wasn't weird for more people to join them. Adrian wouldn't have cared if they did their thing, but they kept staring at them for some reason. Besides, the others seemed to be wary of the tigers. It almost felt like they knew shit was about to go down, and they wanted no part in it. Let's go, Adrian whispered, urging the girls to leave, and they followed without hesitation. The white tigers stayed still, watching Adrian's group like they were hunting prey. Chapter 199 Chapter 199 The White Tiger Clan. 2 people did look at them, but Adrian wasn't the only one they were looking at. Sophia was equally famous, if not more. Then there was the elven beauty. Amelia was a half-elf, per se, but it was enough to capture the hearts of many. However, Adrian's eyes only looked out for those white tiger fur-wearing gangs he had seen before. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on one's perspective, he hadn't seen them since they departed the safe zone. Everyone is busy hunting monsters, but they are missing, Adrian wondered. Like I suspected, they are up to something. But what? Adrian suspected some guilds might not have liked his rise and sent some men to deal with him. He suspected it would happen and devised a plan where every guild would apply to recruit him. That way, he could dissuade self-centered, power-mongering people from targeting him, as the other guild might not take it kindly. But it seemed the plan didn't work. Be that as it may, Adrian already had his hands full with the quest he had been handed. On top of that, the second stage of his ascension quest arrived, and it was a simple one. Clearing a dungeon was all he had to do. With all that to deal with, he pushed the thought aside for the moment and focused on hunting goblins. They had already hunted 37 normal goblins as a group, but had yet to come across a single mutated one. As such, the quest was turning out to be a bit more difficult than Adrian expected. Just how bad can our luck be? Sophia sighed, opening the map they were given before to locate the next goblin nest. However, Amelia stopped her. Sophia looked at her, confused, but then Amelia jumped to the nearest tree, climbing it in one go. Despite losing an arm, she had not lost her touch when it came to scouting. No need to follow the map when we have someone like Amelia, Adrian commented, gesturing for Sophia to follow. Adrian hadn't considered it before, but there might have been a reason why finding mutated creatures was troublesome. He was pretty sure the DRA had used conventional tracking methods to find the mutants. But how could they track an abnormal creature with usual means? That's where Amelia, someone with extraordinary tracking skills, came into play. If anyone could find those creatures in the vast dungeon, it was her. If Fenris were here, we could have found them even sooner, but I couldn't do much about it. Vesper liked her, so I let Fenris stay with her to keep her company. Amelia abruptly stopped while he was lost in his thoughts, signaling them to do the same. It was only then that they noticed the change around them. The luscious trees that once surrounded them had turned leafless and dark, as if all their natural energy had been siphoned off. However, they didn't have much time to loiter as a monster jumped at them from behind one of the trees. Adrian struck the beast with Serpent Whip without delay, breaking its momentum. The creature, standing 7 feet tall, lost its balance by the sudden attack, allowing Amelia to make her move. Leaping from the tree branch she was perched at, she shot toward the mutant like an arrow, plunging her dagger into its neck. Your party member killed a mutated goblin. X plus 700 accumulated EXP, 11,850 / Suddenly, 2 more mutated goblins appeared. Instead of fighting, they fled or tried to. Half a dozen fireballs emerged out of nowhere and burned the creatures to a crisp. Your party member killed 2 mutated goblins. X plus 1,400 accumulated EXP, 13,250 / ewoodnovel.com Quest progress, 3/10 mutated goblins killed. That was easy, Sophia commented as she didn't expect the mutated creatures to die from one blow. Something is off, Amelia responded, cleaning her dagger on the fallen creature's kilt. They aren't as easy to kill as regular goblins, but I expected more from them, especially after hearing the human called James talking about them. As easy as it was to kill them, Adrian shrugged. The whip isn't of any use against them. I guess I'll have to use the sword instead. While the encounter was considerably shorter than Adrian had in mind, they learned something about the mutants, and that was more than enough. We should look out for these burned spots, Adrian said, pointing at the strange surroundings. I have a feeling those goblins weren't here by chance. I'm on it, Amelia replied, climbing a tree again for a better view. While she located another burned spot, Adrian knelt beside the mutant goblin and used analysis on it as usual. Loot drops, mutated tail, uncommon crafting material, small pouch, contains a few random monster cores or other riches. Devourable organs, crooked fingers, absorbing the fingers would increase the user's precision when handling throwable weapons. Grade, common compatibility, average 61 to 70% integration success rate status. Unavailable, the user didn't kill the monster grin tooth. The tooth extracted from the mouth of a goblin that enhances the user's charm and persuasion skills, making them more adept at negotiation and manipulation. Grade, common compatibility, good 71 to 80% integration success rate status. Unavailable, the user didn't kill the monster. Remark, absorbing the tooth might give the user smelly breath, reducing the effect of the charm randomly. Note, due to the level limitations of the skill organ absorption, only 1 skill can be obtained from 1 monster. Nothing of use here. Hopefully, the shaman and the goblin lord will have something better. Now that he had a lot of mana, thanks to Faye's mana core, Adrian had hoped to gain some destructive skills from the dungeon run. Skills that would lessen his dependence on weapons and not make him berserk like Soul Devourer. Blood Mist was one such skill, but since it had the massive drawback of harming friends and foes alike, it was only helpful if he was surrounded by enemies and had nothing to lose. That said, he did take the creature's tail and the monster cores. Shinon might find a use for them and create something worthwhile. I found something, Amelia said, climbing down the tree, but I'm not sure if that's the place we're looking for, but it looks like a small settlement. It's better than nothing, Adrian replied, wiping off the goblin's blood after butchering it. Let's head there and take a look. Chapter 200 Chapter 200 Sentinels 1. I didn't expect a goblin settlement here of all the places, Sophia mumbled as the trio watched over the settlement from the foliage of trees. Amelia nodded, noticing how advanced the goblins within the settlement were. It was a rare sight indeed, for goblins were typically known for their cunning and pack hunting prowess, not for their architectural skills. However, even with their pack mentality, it was rare to see them make large settlements above ground when they were usually nestled underground or in dark caves. Based on experience, Adrian knew that the only cases in which the goblins opted to create settlements were in 3 conditions. First, because no natural predators remained in the surrounding area, the goblins had nothing to fear and nothing to hide from. Hence, they lived as they pleased. Second, when they had no enemies regarding other goblin clans, which was impossible due to their greed. And third, the condition where the goblins become fearless due to strong leadership. Judging from the situation, it could be any reason. Firstly, since it was a dungeon filled with goblins, it would satisfy the first condition of not having any predators. However, the second condition would be invalid if that were the case. The goblins? Endless greed would force them to fight with the other clans. But that didn't seem to be the case, as the trio had noticed a few goblin traders moving about the place. which meant the third condition was valid in their case. A strong leader had united all the tribes, and they were working together. Of course, it had to be the worst scenario. Sophia rolled her eyes. Not necessarily, Adrian commented. Only someone as strong as the Goblin Lord can unite all these tribes. But someone like that won't leave the settlement unchecked. In other words, the Goblin Lord has its sentinels deployed within the settlements to ensure safety, Amelia concurred. Probably someone like a shaman. Oh, I see, Sophia smiled. Besides, Goblin shamans have high intelligence, meaning they can communicate with other species. If we can make them talk, then clearing this dungeon would be pretty easy. That's the plan. Let's go wreak some havoc. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the heart of a dense forest, hidden away, was a bustling settlement of goblins. Their homes were carved into the earth with twisted roots and moss-covered rocks forming the walls. As usual, goblins scurried about, their green skin blending with the foliage as they went about their daily life. A group of goblins gathered around a bubbling cauldron, stirring a foul-smelling concoction while others tended to the nearby crops. Children played tag among the twisted trees, their laughter echoing through the forest. However, the peace was short-lived. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence as a massive ball of fire hurtled toward the settlement, crashing into several houses with a thunderous explosion. More explosions followed, setting a better part of the settlement on fire. Flames erupted, consuming everything in their path as panicked screams filled the air. The goblin yelled, rushing to grab buckets of water to douse the flames. Simultaneously, goblin guards scrambled toward the settlement gates to fight the undetected enemy. However, the moment they stepped outside the gates, most of them had their heads severed by a swordsman wielding a broadsword skinned to those wielded by the minotaurs. But the man wasn't alone. An elf was by his side, wielding a dagger in her only arm. Together, the two slaughtered any and all goblins that they came across. "Who dares to attack our settlement?" cried out an elderly goblin. The swordsman said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd before fixing on the elderly goblin. Unlike the usual shamans, who were weak and always hid behind an army of goblins, this shaman looked more like a warrior than a weak mage. "Oh, you're early," Adrian commented, staring at the shaman. "And here I thought I have to kill more of your kind before you showed up." Instead of replying, the shaman immediately began chanting, preparing to hit the intruders with his spell. The goblin guards gathered before the shaman to buy him some time in case the intruders tried to attack him. The shaman expected the intruders to panic and attack. However, they remained calm. It almost felt like they wanted to see what the shaman was capable of. The shaman felt annoyed by their arrogance, but he also felt relieved because the enemy's foolishness worked in his favor. However, instead of attacking both intruders, the shaman aimed so that the man would take the brunt of his attack, leaving the woman scarred but intact. "Someone like her deserves to serve me for the rest of her life," the shaman thought, licking his lips. The shaman, with his twisted grin, raised the staff high above his head. A moment later, a powerful blast erupted from the tip of his staff. The blast tore through the air with a deafening roar. It raced toward the intruders and struck the ground with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves rippling through the settlement. The blast struck with devastating force, engulfing the settlement in a blinding flash of light. Houses crumbled, trees splintered, and the earth gave away. It was the shaman's ultimate magic, something the Goblin Lord had bestowed upon him. The shaman rarely used the spell, but when he did, it always ended in his victory. But as the dust began to settle and the smoke cleared, the goblins' cheers turned to gasps of disbelief. Standing amidst the wreckage were the intruders, unharmed and seemingly untouched by the shaman's powerful blast. But that wasn't all. Beside them was another woman, her expression calm as she raised a barrier around them, protecting them from the shaman's devastating magic. The shaman's grin faltered, replaced by a look of disbelief and rage. How could this be? His most powerful spell, his greatest weapon, had been rendered useless against these humans. Angered by the unexpected outcome, the shaman raised his staff again, his hands trembling with fury. But before he could unleash another attack, Adrian's whip wrapped around his neck and pulled him inside the crater. The shaman fell into the crater as Adrian leapt above. Before the goblins knew what was happening, Adrian's blade struck true, severing both of the shaman's arms, rendering him incapable of using his magic anymore. Adrian grabbed the shaman by the neck before slamming him down with brutal force. Not enough to kill him, but enough to let the shaman know Adrian wasn't playing around. "The Goblin Lord, where is he?"